Chapter 1. The World of Pirates. Year 1476 of the Sea Calendar. West Sea, O'Hara Island. A gentle sea breeze rustled through the air, while a few seagulls soared across the azure sky, their cries echoing in the distance. In the heart of a forest on this island stood a wooden cabin. Seated before the cabin was a young man in his 20s, with black hair and dressed in modest clothing, his face etched with a frown as he let out a soft sigh. Alas, how could I find myself in such a predicament? In this perilous world of pirates, no less. Originally a carefree university student, he had succumbed to an impulsive whim, binge-watching the episodes of One Piece he had hoarded for 2 years, only to tragically die of a heart attack and find himself transported to this realm. He had awakened in the body of a man named Kavi, whose memories revealed that this individual had been abandoned by his wife, who ran off with another man. Unable to bear the heartache, he had retreated to the forest, constructing a small wooden cabin to lead a life of seclusion. However, one fateful day while hunting, he encountered a violent storm and was struck down by lightning. Thus, Kavi found himself inhabiting this man's body. You have it worse than I do. Though I may have died suddenly, at least I got to cross over you. On the other hand, lost your wife and then perished in such a manner. Very well then, I shall live on in your stead. From this moment forth, I am Kavi. Muttering to himself, Kavi sat in front of the cabin. Having been in this world for 3 days, he relied on the supplies left by the previous occupant to survive. In this treacherous pirate world, Kavi, a young man devoid of any combat prowess, dared not venture outside. Consequently, he had confined himself to the cabin for 3 days. What sort of person builds a small cabin in the middle of a forest, making it so I can't even step outside? Kavi grumbled while munching on his food. In the world of pirates, both the seas and the land were fraught with danger. The forests, in particular, were teeming with wild beasts. Kavi hesitated to venture out, but fortunately, his food supply would last a while longer. Before it ran out, he resolved to train diligently so that he might possess the strength to protect himself on his next outing for food. Beep. The ultimate sign-in and enhancement system has been successfully loaded. Wow, the traveler does not deceive me. System, do tell me your functions. As a seasoned reader, Kavi was well aware that this was the arrival of his golden opportunity. He had already prepared himself for rigorous training, but this was even better. This system is the most powerful sign-in and enhancement system across the multiverse, with a straightforward function. The host simply needs to sign in each day. Daily sign-ins guarantee a fixed increase in physical constitution, with occasional additional rewards. As long as the host survives long enough, they shall become invincible in this world. Go forth and strive, young one. Then let's sign in. System, sign me up, Kavi exclaimed with excitement. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Physical constitution increased by 1. Additionally, congratulations on your first sign-in triggering a lucky critical hit, granting the extra reward of Conqueror's Haki. Impressive. The first sign-in had yielded a ticket to becoming a top-tier powerhouse, truly a stroke of good fortune. Feeling a surge of strength, Kavi opened his character panel. Host, Kavi. Age, 25. Physical constitution, 11. Skills, Conqueror's Haki beginner. Gazing at the simplistic panel, Kavi felt a sense of security wash over him. He finally possessed a modicum of self-defense. In his past life, Kavi had watched the anime One Piece, but he had only reached the arc where the protagonist arrived at Wano. Due to academic commitments, he had to abandon the series, and when he wished to catch up, he had unfortunately met with an untimely demise. However, he had managed to glimpse some later developments through short videos, such as the transformation of the Gum Gum fruit into Nika and Luffy's ascension to the status of one of the 4 emperors. This renewed Kavi's awareness of the dangers inherent in the pirate world. Fortunately, the main story had yet to unfold. This era seemed to be the Rock's era. After all, that was still far too perilous. It would be wiser to bide his time for a few years. Kavi insisted that this was not cowardice, but rather prudence. The seas of this era were fraught with peril, with figures such as Roger, Garp, Whitebeard Newgate, Shiki the Golden Lion, and the pirate Overlord Rocks, among others. It was truly an age of divine beings clashing, and Kavi was but a fledgling. It was best to exercise caution. Having crossed into the world of pirates, Kavi harbored no grand ideals of saving the world. He simply wished to grow stronger, explore, bully younger aspirants, observe the chaos, and survive until the grand finale. Reflecting on the memories in his mind, he realized he was located on O'Hara Island in the West Sea, which was, if he recalled correctly, the hometown of Nico Robin. Regrettably, it would later be destroyed by the Buster Call. Such a pity for something forbidden by the world government curiosity would inevitably lead to extermination. Fortunately, there were still decades before the Buster Call would occur, allowing him to develop in peace. 8 years swiftly passed. Kavi had remained in this forest for a full 8 years. On this particular day, while diligently training, Kavi received his daily newspaper, one of the few sources of interest he had cultivated over the years. Time had elapsed so long that he had nearly forgotten certain plot points, and perusing the newspaper allowed him to stay informed about events across the world. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kavi sat down to open the day's news. He was greeted by the bold headline, "Garp becomes a hero of the Navy." Has the God Valley incident concluded at this time? Although the newspaper did not provide detailed accounts, Kavi could surmise the outcome. Garp had allied with Roger to defeat Rocks, marking the end of the Rocks era, with the captains of the Rocks pirates establishing their own factions. Many later became formidable leaders, with 3 of the future 4 emperors having been members of the Rocks pirates. This underscored the immense power the Rocks pirates had wielded at that time. Even such formidable foes had ultimately fallen to the world government, reinforcing the notion that this world was perilously dangerous. System. Open the character panel. Host, Kavi. Age, 33. Physical constitution, 38-47. Skills, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, Armament Haki Intermediate, Observation Haki Beginner, Swordsmanship Beginner. Devil Fruit, Human Fruit, Pango Form Development Level 23. Staring at the increasingly robust panel, Kavi nodded in satisfaction. This was the fruit of 8 years of effort. The reason for such a high physical constitution was solely due to Kavi's unwavering commitment to training. The system provided only 1 point per day, accumulating over 2,000, while Kavi's steadfast training had added over 1,000 more. However, as time progressed, the effectiveness of his training had diminished, and in recent months, he had only managed to increase his physical constitution by a single point. It seemed that ordinary training had reached its limits. Kavi resolved to take a step back and rely on the system instead. As for the Devil Fruit, it had been a stroke of luck that Kavi had signed it out. According to the system, this fruit was crafted from a diluted blood essence of Pangu, manifesting the powers of the One Piece world without any side effects. Kavi was overjoyed, silently paying homage for a moment to the Panga deity. However, this fruit proved exceedingly challenging to develop after all these years. He had only managed to develop it to level 23. Of course, there were significant advantages, the most apparent being that Kavi felt his defense, strength, and other attributes had considerably improved, bolstering his physical constitution as well. Yet, he had yet to discover any unique abilities. As a gentle breeze swept by, Kavi reclined in front of the cabin, savoring the tranquility. Though life had become somewhat monotonous, the environment was still quite pleasant. Over the years, Kavi had cleared all the trees surrounding his cabin, creating a patch of open land where he had planted various vegetables. Occasionally, he would venture out to hunt, ensuring a steady supply of meat. Kavi finally understood why the original owner had dared to build a house deep within this forest. There were few large beasts within this forest, just an abundance of ordinary wildlife. Kavi would sometimes venture out to purchase necessities, but he would never spend the night outdoors. While Kavi seldom utilized money, the years had seen the original owner's stock of belly dwindle significantly, indicating that he would need to venture out to earn some funds in the coming years. Lost in thought, Kavi rose to set up a grill in front of the cabin, skewering the beast meat he had hunted the previous day, igniting it to prepare his lunch. A daily dose of barbecued meat rendered life quite delightful, if only he could have some wine to accompany it. But alas, Kavi's finances did not permit such indulgences. In a short while, the grill began to sizzle, the golden brown meat releasing an enticing aroma. Just as Kavi was about to indulge in this delectable fare, he heard a faint sound of swallowing coming from the forest. "Who goes there?" His latent observation Haki flared to life, spreading outward until he soon detected a white-haired girl concealed behind a tree. "Come forth, I can see you," he called out. Kavi felt a sense of familiarity about this person, but he could not immediately recall, could she be an acquaintance of the original owner? The white-haired girl slowly emerged from behind the tree, her expression somewhat tense as she spoke from a distance. "I apologize. I stumbled upon this place by accident." With that, she quickly bowed deeply towards Kavi. Seeing the young girl apologize made Kavi feel somewhat embarrassed. Would you like to have some?" Kavi raised the roasted meat in his hand, gesturing towards the girl. Is that okay?" Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up as she quickly approached Kavi. She truly had no guard up at all. "Sure, I can't finish it all by myself." As if I could devour twice the amount without any trouble. However, Kavi had not seen anyone find this place in years, and out of curiosity, he decided to keep the girl around to inquire further. Upon hearing his offer, the girl graciously accepted the roasted meat and began to eat. "Delicious. Uncle, your cooking is simply amazing." "Of course. I've been grilling for a full 8 years. When it comes to cooking, Kavi is quite proud over these 8 years. He has honed his culinary skills to perfection, alongside his physical training. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Alvia, and my dream is to become a great archaeologist," the girl exclaimed with excitement on her face. "And you, uncle?" Kavi's heart jolted at her words. Could she possibly be Nico Robin's mother? No wonder she looked familiar. "My name is Kavi, and I have no particular dreams. I'm just living in seclusion here for now." "How did you find this place?" Kavi continued. "Oh, I finished my studies for the day and went out for a stroll, wondering if there was anything related to archaeology in the forest. Before I knew it, I had wandered deep into it, and just as I was about to turn back, I caught a whiff of something delicious, which led me here," Alvia said, her expression naive and innocent. Such an innocent girl would one day sacrifice her life in pursuit of uncovering the secrets of a lost history. Kavi found her admirable. While she may not have been a good mother, she was undoubtedly a great archaeologist. "Then it seems we are truly fated to meet. I wish you the best in becoming the world's greatest archaeologist." "Thank you, uncle." After enjoying the roasted meat, the little girl had to return to her studies, but Kavi's encouragement filled her with renewed confidence. From that day on, Alvia often visited Kavi for meals, and they became friends. Little did he know, his first friend was a person of great significance. And so 5 years passed. Kavi had completely run out of money. It was time to venture out and witness the chaotic seas. System, open the character panel. Host, Kavi. Age, 38. Physique, 5438. Skills, Conqueror's Haki Advanced, Armament Haki Advanced. Observation Haki Intermediate, Swordsmanship Advanced, Navy 6 Forms Advanced. Water walking reduces stamina consumption by 20 while fighting on water. Devil Fruit, Human Fruit, Panga Form Development Level, 32. With a physique surpassing 5,000, Kavi could feel the immense strength within him. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, he was not particularly notable in the pirate world. However, his remarkable muscles and presence were enough to instill a strong sense of pressure in ordinary individuals. As his physique strengthened, both Armament Haki and the Navy 6 forms he later acquired reached advanced levels. The enhancement of Observation Haki was slower than his other skills, primarily because physical enhancement does not indirectly improve it. Kavi, not particularly fond of self-training, could only rely on system sign-ins to convert repetitive practice into proficiency for strengthening his Observation Haki. Another reason Kavi felt confident about venturing out was his water walking skill. It is well known that the pirate world is predominantly made up of oceans, and pirates are notoriously resilient. Although Kavi's fruit abilities had already granted him stamina far exceeding that of his peers, who wouldn't desire even greater endurance. Not to mention, Kavi was known for his cautious nature. In terms of overall strength, Kavi felt he could contend with a Marine Admiral. With this thought in mind, Kavi no longer hesitated and began to prepare for his departure. He organized a month's worth of food into the system's storage space. Thankfully, the system had storage capabilities otherwise. Carrying so much food would have posed a challenge. You may wonder why he didn't store it on a ship. Apologies, but what is a ship? Does Kavi require one to venture into the seas? In truth, he simply lacked the funds to buy a ship, but he felt comfortable embarking on this journey without one, especially with his water-walking skill. If Akiji can leisurely ride a bicycle across the sea, then surely I can traverse it on foot. After bidding farewell to Alvia, informing her that he wouldn't be visiting for free meals anytime soon, the little girl complained, urging him to return quickly, as the free chef would be gone, causing her to feel anxious. With a farewell to the quirky girl, Kavi finally stepped off the small island. Let me witness this dangerous and distorted world. A month later, in a certain sea area, aboard a colossal whale-shaped pirate ship, a banquet was in full swing. Gulalala, my sons, the banquet has begun. Oi oi, let the festivities commence. It was none other than the Whitebeard pirates. Ever since the Battle of God Valley, the Rocks pirates have been shattered. Each captain has ventured forth to establish their own domains, seeking allies and engaging in fierce competition for the singular position upon the vast ocean. At present, Edward Newgate stands at the zenith of his prowess, a formidable contender in this struggle. Old man, someone is walking on the sea. It appears they are approaching us. Marco, still in his youth, exclaimed from the ship's railing, gazing at the figure on the water. Oh, have you discerned who it is? Could it be the Navy? Whitebeard's voice resonated with curiosity, for one who could traverse the sea unaided was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. I do not recognize them. They do not seem to be from the Navy. The approaching figure was none other than Kavi, who, for the past month, had endured an arduous journey. Each day, he traversed the waters with the moonwalk technique, pausing only to rest upon the surface of the sea. Without a map or any navigational aids, he had embarked on a journey, randomly selecting directions. This aimless wandering persisted for an entire month, during which he had neither sighted an island nor encountered any pirate vessels. At last, fortune smiled upon Kavi as he stumbled upon a pirate ship that day. He made his way towards it, and upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the Moby Dick, belonging to Whitebeard. What luck! After such a long absence from notable encounters, this was indeed a significant one. As Kavi reached the corner of the Moby Dick, he called out, I seem to have lost my way. May I come aboard for a bite to eat? Having arrived, he could not resist the temptation to step aboard, hoping to indulge in some food and perhaps borrow a map. Old man? Marco was momentarily at a loss for words, never having encountered anyone so audacious as to seek sustenance from the Whitebeard pirates. He turned his gaze towards Whitebeard for guidance. Ho ho ho, let him come aboard. It has been far too long since I have met someone so entertaining, came Whitebeard's characteristic laughter. Granted permission, Kavi wasted no time. He leaped into the air, landing gracefully on the deck. Clack! He stood firmly upon the planks of the ship. Kavi surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling upon the man seated in the center. Edward Newgate, with his iconic mustache and hair that remained golden and unblemished by age, exuded a formidable presence from his imposing physique, emanating an intense aura of authority. Kavi's height appeared diminutive before Whitebeard, resembling a mere child. This was the man heralded as the strongest in the world, a title undeniably well-deserved. Meanwhile, Whitebeard scrutinized Kavi, unable to fathom the essence of this individual, though not tall. He exuded an undeniable aura of power that hinted at a subtle danger. I am Kavi, my apologies for the intrusion, he remarked, bowing slightly to the assembly. As pirates, do you not fear the perils of approaching us so boldly? Newgate observed that Kavi seemed unaware of their piratical nature. Of course I am aware. I have indeed heard of the legendary pirate Edward Newgate, Kavi replied, not pretending ignorance, for to claim ignorance of Whitebeard in the realm of piracy would be absurd. Are the youths of today all so amusing? Come, my friends, we have guests. Let us commence the revelry. True to his reputation, Whitebeard embodied a spirit of generosity. Regardless of Kavi's identity, as long as no malice was present, Whitebeard was eager to forge friendships. Kavi, however, felt somewhat irked by the reference to him as a youth, considering Whitebeard was not significantly older. Yet, he chose to overlook it in light of Whitebeard's warm hospitality. Before long, Kavi was welcomed into the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates. With his high emotional intelligence, he found himself enjoying the company of the crew immensely. As the revelry progressed, the ship's occupants began to sway, urging one another to engage in friendly competition. Kavi found great amusement in observing the performances of others. The first to take the stage were Jaws and Marco, both wielders of devil fruits. One possessed the superhuman diamond fruit, while the other commanded the powers of the phoenix. Though their fruits were formidable, their development left much to be desired, as per Kavi's assessment. Both were still in their youth, and when contemplating their potential in the future war at the summit, their performances were indeed commendable. However, Kavi opted not to elaborate extensively on Marco, a mythical Zoan user. He felt that Marco's abilities had perhaps been misdirected. While he possessed remarkable vitality, his combat prowess seemed lacking. The sight of Marco evoked a vivid memory for Kavi, reminiscent of the iconic scene where Rayleigh faced off against Marco with just a single finger. That moment had brought much amusement to Kavi in his past life. While indulging in the spectacle, he mused that one day, he too would find himself in a similar position. Marco, why not give it a try? I see you can walk on water. You must also be a devil fruit user, correct? Once Marco and Jaws concluded their sparring, the attention shifted back to Kavi. Well, sort of, he replied. What do you mean by sort of? It either is or it isn't. You wouldn't be dismissing me, would you? Marco's demeanor shifted, visibly displeased. Kavi expressed his helplessness, stating that walking on water was not a power bestowed by the devil fruit, and it hardly qualified as a fruit of the pirate world. Forget it, it matters not. Come up and spar. Marco could hardly contain his eagerness. Indeed, Kavi, why not showcase your skills? The surrounding crowd joined in the excitement. Whitebeard seemed equally curious to witness Kavi's prowess, fully aware that Kavi was no ordinary fighter. Alas, he had assumed the Whitebeard pirates were rather straightforward, only to realize he had overestimated their simplicity. They were eager to test their own strengths. This might not be wise. I fear I may injure you. Kavi genuinely worried about causing harm, for though he possessed great strength, he had yet to engage in combat. What if he were to strike too hard? The moment this reached the ears of the onlookers, it was twisted into something else. Ha ha ha, Marco is being underestimated. Laughter erupted among the crowd. How infuriating. Do not let my youth deceive you. I am quite formidable. Marco was indeed strong, but only by the standards of ordinary folk. Given Kavi's current abilities, he could easily overpower Marco even without utilizing Haki. It was likely that Marco, at his age, had yet to grasp Haki. All right, let us keep it light. Kavi conceded, unable to resist the crowd's enthusiasm, and decided to reveal just a glimpse of his capabilities. As he reached the center of the ship, the others formed a circle around him, leaving the middle open. Given the ship's confines, they agreed to refrain from employing overwhelming techniques, opting instead to spar using their physical skills. Are you ready? Here I come. With that, Marco launched an immediate attack, not allowing Kavi a moment to react. Feeling the rush of wind from Marco's punch, Kavi merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the strike. Possessing Kinbunchika Haki made dodging Marco's assault exceedingly simple. When Marco realized his first blow had missed, he pressed on with a series of attacks, jabs, hooks, and kicks in rapid succession, all of which Kavi skillfully dodged. Marco, now visibly irritated, recognized that Kavi had access to Kinbunchika Haki. If you have the skill, then refrain from using Haki. At this, Kavi paused, questioning the absurdity of the request. Laughter erupted from the Whitebeard crew. Ha ha ha, Marco is quite the comedian. Embarrassed by the ridicule, Marco's face flushed red as he recognized the inappropriateness of his words. Ahem, well then, how about this time I don't evade? Really? Marco's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed. He pondered momentarily on the force he should exert, hoping not to inflict injury. Well, they do have a ship's doctor. As it turned out, Marco himself was the ship's doctor, but he dismissed the thought. Bring it on. With that declaration, Marco charged at Kavi once more, this time unleashing his full strength, determined not to be underestimated any longer. After all, as the ship's doctor, he thought, it wouldn't matter if he accidentally injured Kavi. Kavi remained oblivious to the thought swirling within Marco's mind. Otherwise, he would surely have uttered, "Young man, are you not being a tad too arrogant?" With a swift motion, he raised his fist and appeared before Marco, delivering a powerful strike. The sound echoed, bang. Before anyone could react, Marco lay crumpled on the ground, a sizable bump adorning his head, unconscious. Perhaps I exerted a bit too much force, Kavi mused, scratching his head, having believed he had only employed a fraction of his strength. What a sight. Whitebeard boomed with laughter, instructing that Marco be taken away to rest. Jaws brought the unconscious Marco to her room, and the onlookers erupted in admiration for Kavi. With a single blow, you rendered Marco unconscious. Indeed, you are formidable, they exclaimed. Come now, merely average strength. Kavi waved his hand dismissively, feigning modesty. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Whitebeard's eyes, as if pondering something profound. After their sparring, the group resumed their revelry, indulging in drink until the midnight hour. Kavi, feeling somewhat disoriented from his indulgence, found a spot on the ship and lay down to rest. The following morning, Marco's voice erupted in a cacophony. Kavi, Kavi, wake up. Kavi groggily opened his eyes and recognized the figure before him. Marco? So early. What brings you here? It was fortunate that Kavi was not irritable upon waking. Otherwise, Marco would have endured another day of humiliation. Get up. I challenge you to a duel. After recalling how Kavi had knocked him unconscious in front of so many witnesses, Marco felt a profound sense of embarrassment. It must have been because I did not utilize my devil fruit powers that I lost, he reasoned. Yes, I am an ability user, without employing my powers. How can I truly demonstrate my strength? Marco began to convince himself, attempting to evade the reality of his defeat. Kavi has no interest in playing house with Marco. He coolly remarks that Marco should come back to challenge him only when he has mastered the necessary prowess, for he is still too weak at present. Damn it. I will surely defeat you. Marco, realizing his challenge has failed, can only utter these harsh words. Deep down, he understands that he cannot match Kavi's strength. Nevertheless, he must assert his stance. He, Marco, shall never be inferior to anyone and will surely surpass Kavi in the future. Oh, Kavi responds indifferently, continuing to lie down and drift off to sleep. Marco vows that the humiliation he suffered yesterday will be repaid 100-fold in the days to come. Secretly swearing this to himself, Marco begins to train diligently, determined to surpass Kavi within 3 years. Having a goal is commendable, but setting one that is too ambitious may lead to discouragement. After a satisfying slumber, he awakens naturally, feeling refreshed. When Kavi awoke once more, it was already noon, and the sky was resplendently clear, with the occasional seabirds soaring by. Such splendid weather was a rarity over the vast ocean. It appeared that Whitebeard and his crew were preparing to venture to a nearby island to replenish their supplies. Kavi resolved to catch a ride with them, seeking an inhabited isle where he could earn some money. Kavi, join us. Newgate extended an invitation to him. At that moment, Kavi felt utterly bewildered. After only a day of acquaintance, they were already inviting him aboard. It was indeed a testament to the nature of the pirate world. I apologize, but I am accustomed to my carefree ways. I wouldn't mind observing the excitement, but becoming a pirate is another matter entirely. I have no desire to be a fugitive. Kavi resolutely declined. The world of pirates and the Navy was fraught with peril, and one could never predict when misfortune might strike. Moreover, Kavi had no desire to serve as a son to Whitebeard, as he was on the cusp of his 40s, and Newgate was not significantly older than he. Rejected, indeed. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Newgate. A terrifying aura bore down upon Kavi. The Conqueror's Haki, the regal presence possessed by one in a million. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and the sea surged tumultuously. Some of the weaker crew members turned pale and fainted, while only a few managed to endure. The onlookers were bewildered by the sudden eruption of the Conqueror's Haki from their father. Logically, he could not possibly be angered by Kavi's refusal. Kavi was aware that Newgate sought to test his prowess, for a mere glimpse of his strength was insufficient to gauge his true capabilities. Alas, he sighed. As the typically low-key Kavi resolved to take action, a resounding force erupted from him, intertwining with the Conqueror's Haki emanating from Newgate. In that instant, the air crackled with the sound of clashing Haki, producing a sizzling noise. Dark lightning pervaded the atmosphere, and even those who had managed to retain their composure began to feel the mounting pressure, cold sweat trickling down their brows, nearly succumbing to faintness. In the following moment, both combatants withdrew their energies, allowing the onlookers to regain their normalcy, gasping for breath. The sky reverted to its original hue, as if nothing had transpired. Oh, how astonishing it is that I had not heard of such a formidable individual in the vast sea, Kavi mused, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. After all, he prided himself on a steady demeanor. Witnessing Kavi's strength brought immense joy to Whitebeard. Were it not for their presence on the ship, he would have eagerly engaged Kavi in battle. The spectators, now invigorated, began to jest about seeking an uninhabited island. The most boisterous among them was Marco, who was impatiently eager for his father to confront Kavi. Having just witnessed Kavi's might, Marco felt that his vengeance would have to be postponed, asserting that 10 years hence, he would undoubtedly triumph over Kavi. For now, he simply wished for his father to avenge him. Kavi suggested that they would discuss it further upon discovery, especially since he had searched for a month without encountering a single island. But what if they truly found one? Then they would engage in a duel, providing an opportunity to assess his own capabilities. Kavi sensed that he still stood somewhat apart from Whitebeard, particularly as the latter was at the height of his power, while Kavi had yet to reach his zenith. Nevertheless, he presumed the difference would not be insurmountable. Upon Kavi's agreement, The others were filled with enthusiasm, promptly retrieving their nautical charts to commence the search. They had indeed forgotten about their maps. Thus, they continued their voyage for over 10 days in pursuit of a deserted island, solely for the purpose of battling Kavi, leaving him with no chance to retract his agreement. Throughout these 10 days, Kavi and the Whitebeard pirates forged a profound camaraderie. Marco, that young lad, visited Kavi daily, imploring him to teach the art of Haki. Kawai's head is spinning, yet you choose to seek me out instead of going to Newgate for guidance. The crux of the matter is that Kawai himself lacks the knowledge to impart Haki, as his abilities were bestowed upon him by the system. However, drawing from the memories of a past life, Kawai offered some advice. Marco should first focus on honing his physical strength. With a robust physique, awakening Haki would become significantly easier. In the ensuing days, Marco dedicated himself to rigorous training, striving to cultivate his Haki as swiftly as possible. After an arduous journey spanning over 10 days, the crew finally stumbled upon a deserted island. Once the Moby Dick was anchored securely, the crew could hardly contain their eagerness to disembark. Yay, at last, we can witness father in action once more. Marco, ever the impudent rascal, could barely suppress his excitement at the prospect of seeing Kawai make a fool of himself. Kawai, come forth, and let me witness your prowess. Newgate, too, was a warrior at heart. The Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates had clashed countless times, a veritable assembly of battle enthusiasts. Let us engage, for I am equally eager to test the limits of this ocean's paramount power. Kavi leaped from the ship, accompanied by a group of individuals, and arrived on the small island. Whitebeard wielded his weapon, towering even above Kavi, a glaive with a sharp, gleaming edge. Kavi, where's your weapon? Upon hearing this, Kavi could only respond with a sense of helplessness, for despite his advanced swordsmanship, he possessed not even a single blade. It seemed imperative to find time to acquire a weapon. That dagger, currently unclaimed, was worth investigating. It was a supreme sword, undoubtedly possessing formidable power. In the world of pirates, weapons are diverse and varied. Whether wielding swords, blades, or other peculiar armaments, they all fall under the designation of sword. Terms such as fine blade, greatsword, and supreme greatsword are commonly used. It is fascinating that strength is classified by the realm of swordsmen, yet the terminology utilized refers to blades. Kavi was utterly perplexed, having yet to find a suitable weapon. Oh, can you wield a knife? Whitebeard was astonished that someone with royal potential lacked even a weapon. Well, I suppose you can be considered a swordsman, albeit barely. That's acceptable. Bista, lend your weapon to Kavi. Yes, father. With that, Bista, known for his flowery sword, tossed his sword over to Kavi. Kavi casually took it over and glanced at it. The quality seemed quite decent, though it remained uncertain whether it was a renowned blade. Kavi, prepared to engage. Kawai was still scrutinizing his weapon when the formidable Whitebeard, Newgate, launched his assault. With a powerful leap into the air, he wielded his sword and swung it horizontally towards Kawai. A terrifying aura of Conqueror's Haki enveloped the blade of the tornado cutter. Goodness, this old fellow is coming at me with Haki right from the start. Does he intend to end my life? Kavi could no longer afford to ponder the details. He swiftly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, enveloping the blade of his sword. With his legs slightly bent, he exerted his strength, erupting forth. The ground trembled with a resounding boom, creating a substantial dent as Kavi charged towards Whitebeard, Newgate. Ziz. Boom. The two blades collided instantaneously. A mere fist's distance apart, yet seemingly locked in fierce combat. The resulting shockwave obliterated the flora and fauna surrounding the small island, leaving devastation in its wake. Black arcs of electricity wreaked havoc. Haha. Kavi, you are indeed formidable. You are not so shabby yourself. The two warriors exchanged blow after blow, their figures blurring in the frenzy of battle, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Marco, his eyes wide with disbelief, never anticipated that Kavi could truly contend alongside their father, especially when this was the so-called swordsman he had mentioned. Would his plans for vengeance now be thwarted? No, Marco thought, he must rally himself. There would come a day when Kavi would age. At that time, his prowess would inevitably wane, and with diligent training, he would surely have the opportunity to exact his revenge. Imagining his future self as a powerful warrior and contrasting it with the image of an aging Kavi rekindled Marco's determination. The fierce clash between Whitebeard, Newgate, and Kavi persisted for several hours, neither showing signs of fatigue. Kavi secretly marveled at the prowess of the formidable figures in the pirate world, each a veritable powerhouse. Akainu and Akiji had engaged in a relentless battle for the position of Admiral, altering the very landscape over the course of several days and nights. Kavi, I am about to get serious. With that, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, plunged his bicinto deep into the ground and reached towards an unseen space. Crack, crack, in an instant. It seemed as though that invisible realm was seized by Whitebeard, as rifts began to tear open. The next moment, the power of the Tremor fruit was unleashed. A colossal fist, infused with the might of the Tremor fruit, hurtled towards Kavi. Upon witnessing this, Kavi cast aside his sword and advanced with clenched fists. The armament Haki enveloped him, the dark hue tinged with a hint of crimson swirling around his fists. Flowing cherry blossom. Boom. The two fists, imbued with terrifying power, collided, producing a piercing roar. In the next moment, Kavi felt a tremendous force emanating from the impact, accompanied by a searing pain. Step. Step. He staggered back 3 paces before regaining his footing. In stark contrast, Whitebeard Newgate remained firmly rooted in place. Haha. What is the matter, Kavi? Are you up to the challenge? Kawi's strength still falls short of Whitebeard's, not only in terms of sheer power, but also in the mastery of Haki, where he cannot compete with Whitebeard. It is likely that Whitebeard, also known as Newgate, has reached an unparalleled level in his Haki. As for their Conqueror's Haki, both are comparable, each wielding it at a high level. Is that so? A man must never be deemed incapable. Kavi is reluctant to earn a disreputable title that would subject him to ridicule for a lifetime. He urges the power of the Pangu fruit. Kavi's form suddenly doubled in size, his garments bursting apart in an instant, revealing faint dark red patterns across his body. In that fleeting moment, an aura akin to that of a deity or demon erupted forth, exuding a thirst for blood and terror. The onlookers felt as though Kavi had transformed into an entirely different being, the horrific presence making their breaths feel labored and strained. Could this be the power of a devil fruit? Kavi's fruit ability is exceptionally challenging to develop, and thus far, he has only managed to cultivate this singular skill. He refers to it as an amplification ability, which can exponentially enhance his overall capabilities, including his Haki. However, the toll it takes is substantial, given Kavi's current stamina. He can only sustain it for about half an hour at most. Following that, he experiences a wave of weakness, reminiscent of Luffy's initial activation of Gear Second. As his physical prowess improves, this vulnerability will eventually dissipate. How intriguing. Let us continue. With the power of the Devil Fruit, Kavi's strength finally parallels that of Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. Whitebeard, no longer holding back, unleashes his full might. The island trembles as the two clash, their battle reducing the entire landscape to ruins. Akin to a natural disaster. After another half hour of intense combat, they both cease their onslaught. That's enough. If we continue, I want to be able to keep up. Kavi gestures with his hand, conceding defeat. Ah, how exhilarating. It has been ages since I've enjoyed this so much. Whitebeard Newgate exclaims, brimming with vitality. Kavi felt envious. Yet it would not be long before he, too, could achieve such feats, and he would only grow stronger. Kavi, are you truly not considering joining us? I could appoint you as the vice-captain. That old rascal Whitebeard remains undeterred. Indeed, Kavi. Come and be our vice-captain. The others echoed Whitebeard's sentiments in agreement. What were Kavi's innermost thoughts? Naturally, he declined. Who would willingly choose the life of a pirate? I, Kavi, a model student, shall never become a pirate. Let me reiterate. I truly do not wish to embrace a pirate's fate, and rest assured, I will certainly not join the Navy. You need not worry about being captured by me in the future. How absurd. Who would fall prey to your grasp? Even if you were to become part of the Navy, you would never catch us. Marco was the first to retort, laughter erupting among the crowd. Very well. If that is the case, let us be friends. Whitebeard, Newgate, did not take Kavi's rejection to heart. After all, the strong always possess greater choices. A few days later, they arrived at an unfamiliar island. At last, a town came into view. It was a hard-won sight. Newgate, thank you for your hospitality over these past few days. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard chuckled heartily. Among friends, there is no need for excessive formality. In that case, my friends, we shall part ways here, until we meet again. Kavi prepared to wander alone, hoping to find a way to earn a little extra money. Hey, Kavi, remember to come find us in the New World, Marco shouted. Reluctant to part ways, the Whitebeard pirates seemed to have business in the sea, and now that their tasks were completed, they would surely return to the New World to continue their pursuits. Rest assured, I will come. Kavi waved goodbye to everyone. The New World was a destination he would undoubtedly visit, for it promised greater adventures. Of course, he would wait until he became invincible before making the journey. Kavi currently possesses unparalleled strength, yet he remains vulnerable to the perils of a collective assault. Alone, he must prioritize caution. Upon arriving in the town, he meanders aimlessly, seeking tidings of interest. It soon becomes evident that nobility resides in this locale. Regrettably for them, the financially strapped Kavi sets his sights on these aristocrats. He locates a tavern and casually orders several bottles of wine to savor. As the night deepens, the hour for thievery approaches, or rather, the moment for hunting. By the following dawn, the town buzzes with news of several noble households having been robbed. Every resident undergoes scrutiny, yet the elusive Bailey remains unfound. Alas, it resides within Kavi's system space. Discovering it would indeed be a miracle. This incident would later be immortalized as one of the town's top 10 supernatural occurrences. Meanwhile, the mastermind revels in the fruits of his victory, indulging in sumptuous delicacies and an array of exquisite wines upon the table. Such is the advantage of wealth. After several days on a nameless isle, Kavi uncovers a collection of nautical charts and through the corridors of his memory, he finally identifies the location of the legendary demon blade. This place, known as Aska Island, was once hailed by maritime enthusiasts as the resting place of the formidable demon sword, the seven-star blade. Kavi's memory had grown somewhat hazy, for this sword had only appeared in the theatrical version, and it took him many days to recall it. The seven-star sword. He was eager to discover what peculiarities it possessed. Upon locating the destination, Kavi embarked on a quest for the weapon. This time, he had learned his lesson and invested in a vessel, alongside purchasing a tome on navigation. He spent his journey absorbing nautical knowledge to pass the time, for there was no need to rush. He studied diligently for several months, nearly becoming a master navigator. Throughout the months of sailing, he had veered off course countless times. Fortunately, his investment in the navigation book proved invaluable. Otherwise, he might still be lost at sea. Upon disembarking, he set foot on the dock of Aska Island, a quaint little town. The sensation of solid ground was delightful. After taking a moment to appreciate it, Kavi sought out a place to stay, intending to reside there for a while. The seven-star sword seemed to be sealed by a dedicated priestess in the film. Luffy and his companions had encountered a priestess named Maya. He wondered who currently guarded the seven-star sword. Thus, Kavi spent over 10 days in this location, seeking information about the sword. The island's inhabitants appeared to be well acquainted with the infamous blade. Whenever Kavi attempted to inquire, they would fall silent, claiming it was an ill-omened object that could only be suppressed by the priestess. Anyone who dared to approach would be mercilessly consumed, transformed into a relentless killing machine. Kavi sought out the mayor of the small town and spent several days cultivating a rapport with him. "Old sir, could you not take me to see her?" Kavi implored. "It is not that I am unwilling to take you, but that sword is far too perilous. It requires the presence of the priestess for protection. I must ensure the safety of all townsfolk," Mayor Stewart replied. Overall, Mayor Stewart held a favorable impression of Kavi. The young man was respectful towards the elderly and kind to the young, often coming to his home to lend a hand. Most importantly, Kavi possessed wealth, which further enhanced Stewart's regard for him. "Might I at least have the opportunity to meet the priestess?" Kavi inquired, although Kavi wished to seek it out himself. The seven-star sword was sealed, and this island was vast, making it a daunting task that could take an eternity. While Kavi was not short on time, such a wastefulness was hardly justifiable. Alas, the previous priestess lost her life due to the rampaging seven-star sword, and the current priestess is barely 10 years old. If any further issues were to arise with the seven-star sword, it would spell disaster. Kavi was taken aback to discover that the current witch was but a child. "No matter," he said, "take me to meet her. Perhaps I can assist you in resolving this dilemma. I am indeed quite formidable." The expression on Mayor Stur's face clearly conveyed skepticism. "Very well, I shall introduce you to the witch. After all, the seven-star sword is under her purview. If you can secure her consent, we shall allow you to behold that enchanted blade. However, it is highly unlikely that the witch will agree." Despite her tender age, Stur felt assured in her abilities. "All right, you have my word. There shall be no turning back." Kavi eagerly followed the old mayor in search of the shaman. Mayor Stur led Kavi out of the town and into a secluded mountain area. In the distance, a quaint cottage perched atop the hill came into view. The two ascended the mountain and arrived at the front of the house. "Is little Rosa home?" Before long, the door swung open, revealing a small girl with flowing blue hair, her fair face adorned with a bright smile. "Grandpa Stur, what brings you here?" "Ah, little Rosa, how have you been lately?" Mayor Stur inquired warmly. Only Mayor Stur was aware of Rosa's identity as a shaman in the town. Shamans often passed their lineage down to a sole successor, which meant that young Rosa lived alone at such a tender age. Due to her responsibility of constantly monitoring the state of the seals, she resided in the outskirts, Only Mayor Stir would occasionally visit her to engage in conversation and bring her small gifts. He was her only friend. Well, just a bit bored, Rosa replied, a hint of displeasure crossing her features. Haha, I have brought you a friend. This is Kavi. You may call him Uncle Kavi, as he has some questions for you. At that moment, Kavi felt it inappropriate to remain silent on the sidelines, so he stepped forward, offering a kind smile as he greeted little Rosa. Hello. My name is Kavi. You can call me Kavi or Uncle. It was the first time someone had approached Rosa with such friendliness, which brought her a measure of joy. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she appeared a bit nervous. Why you hello? My name is Kaylin Rosa. You can just call me Rosa. She extended her small hand, eager to shake Kavi's hand. What a polite little girl she was. Kavi particularly cherishes children who exhibit a deep respect for their elders and care for the young. He promptly extended his large hand to shake Rosa's. All right, let us proceed inside and continue our conversation there. My old back is nearly aching from this journey, urged the former mayor, noticing the polite exchange between the two. Ah, yes, responded young Rosa, quickly stepping aside to allow the two men to enter. The trio gathered around the table, forming a circle, as young Rosa served tea to the gentleman. Kavi took a casual sip and then set the cup down, surveying the surroundings. The house was quite pleasant. Indeed, it did not seem to have shortchanged little Rosa. Kavi subtly gestured to Mayor Steer, inquiring about the matter at hand. Upon noticing this, Steer feigned ignorance and turned his gaze toward the window. Little Rosa looked at the two with a puzzled expression, and an awkward silence enveloped the scene. Ahem, dear Mayor, you must uphold your promise, Kavi whispered softly beside Steer. The mayor found himself momentarily perplexed, contemplating how to broach the subject. Should he say, Little Rosa, please take us to see the 7-star sword. It is powerful enough to withstand its devouring? How absurd. Would that not be deceiving a child? I, Steer, have lived my life with integrity. I could never stoop to such deceit. Ah, Little Rosa, Uncle Kavi has some matters he wishes to discuss with you. Please take your time. I must be on my way, as I have unfinished tasks at home. With that, Mayor Steer rose to leave. Hey, Kavi attempted to detain him, but in the next instant, the elderly town mayor appeared at the door as if by teleportation, swiftly opening the door, stepping out, and shutting it behind him, all in one seamless motion. There was no opportunity for Kavi to respond. Hey, where was the elderly gentleman he had encountered earlier, who had ambled along, lamenting his aches and pains? What was this sudden change? Uncle Kavi, what is it you wish to know from me? Returning to his senses, the soft, melodious voice of little Rosa reached Kavi's ears. Well, it's nothing of great consequence. I merely heard that you are the priestess responsible for guarding the cursed holy sword seal. Is that true? Little Rosa nodded. Indeed. It is my sacred duty to safeguard the holy sword and ensure it does not harm others. Then I have a foolproof method to resolve the issue with the holy sword. Would you care to give it a try? Kavi began to assume the role of a trickster. Huh? What method do you have, Uncle? Rosa's expression was one of clear skepticism, for she was well aware of the sword's terrifying nature. Of course, it involves subduing the holy sword with sheer strength, compelling it to submit. Hey, Rosa. What kind of expression is that? Little Rosa cupped her hands over her mouth, trying to stifle her laughter, which left Kavi feeling somewhat affronted. In these times, it seemed that no one believed in honesty. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Don't hold it in. Haha. In an instant, little Rosa erupted into a fit of laughter, kneeling on the ground, her small hands pounding the earth as she cackled joyfully. Oh dear, I can't take it. My stomach aches from laughing. Kavi gazed silently at her performance, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Go ahead and laugh to your heart's content. I shall relish your expression when I acquire the cursed blade. Little Rosa rose and took a large sip of water to steady her emotions before she slowly and earnestly replied, Uncle Kavi, it is not that I doubt your abilities, but that cursed blade is far too terrifying. It has claimed the lives of countless individuals in the past, and I cannot allow you to take such risks. Considering little Rosa's concern for her own safety, Kavi decided against employing coercive methods for the time being. Instead, he resolved to cultivate their relationship gradually, subtly showcasing his prowess to earn her trust and ultimately discreetly inquiring about the blade's whereabouts. Kavi was confident that she would eventually seek out the seal, and at that moment, he could quietly follow her. A flawless plan indeed. Very well, may I stay here for a while? I shall provide food free of charge. He proposed. Ah, is that true? Can you cook? Little Rosa, though fiercely independent since childhood, possessed only mediocre culinary skills. Her cooking was merely sufficient to avoid causing harm. If Kavi's cooking proved delightful, she might very well agree. Humph, you surely do not believe me just by my words. How about I prepare a meal for you to taste? Kavi declared. As the saying goes, to win a girl's heart, one must first capture her stomach. This was a lesson Kavi had learned from his predecessors. Then, with the flair of a magician, Kavi produced an array of ingredients, leaving little Rosa utterly astonished. She circled around him several times, unable to discern from whence the food had come. She wanted to inquire but felt hesitant. After all, she had just mocked him, and asking would surely invite ridicule. Little Rosa vowed to never be the subject of mockery in her lifetime. Kavi adeptly handled the ingredients, skillfully preparing a lavish spread of dishes. Before long, a grand table laden with delectable food was presented. Wow, you truly excel at this, exclaimed little Rosa, utterly captivated by the enticing array before her. Can we eat now? Of course, indulge in my culinary creations. With her hands clasped in gratitude, little Rosa declared. I shall begin, and commenced to eat heartily. Oh, this is simply divine. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Kavi offered her a glass of water. Thank you. This was the most exquisite meal little Rosa had ever tasted. Reflecting on her previous attempts at cooking, she couldn't help but wonder if they were fit for consumption. As she savored each bite, she resolved to keep Kavi by her side. From this moment on, the most vital priorities in little Rosa's heart were the holy sword first, and culinary delight second. The former mayor, Stir, felt a deep sense of relief upon hearing this news. He had always harbored guilt over little Rosa's solitude, lacking both friends and family, shouldering such a heavy burden at a tender age. A month later, Kavi, wake up. I'm hungry. Rosa shouted as she dashed into Kavi's resting quarters, urging him to rise. Throughout this month, Kavi had inadvertently become Rosa's personal chef, preparing her meals daily, initially planning to stealthily accompany her when she went to inspect the seal. However, this young lady had transformed into a homebody, rising naturally each day, only to eat and then chatter away, requesting Kavi to regale her with tales of the sea. Kavi found himself overwhelmed, pondering where the polite little Rosa had disappeared to. In just a month, she had even ceased to call him uncle. Kavi felt a profound sorrow. No, I wish to sleep. Kavi, refusing to indulge her any longer, turned over and resumed his slumber, declaring that no one could rouse him today. He simply needed a day of rest. Observing Kavi's indifference, Rosa exerted herself to pull him. But with her petite strength, she could not budge him an inch. Humph. Little Rosa pouted, vexed. She climbed onto the bed, straddled Kavi, and continued to shake him. Wake up. Wake up. Kavi stood steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Huh. Little Rosa exhaled deeply, rising to her feet, leaping and smashing down. What the hell? You aim to crush me, you little rascal. Kavi hurriedly sprang up, dodging her. This audacious girl was becoming increasingly brazen. No. Today. He must acquire the 7-star sword and depart without delay. Noticing the restless slumber, Kavi had no choice but to rise and prepare a meal. After all, our Kavi was kind-hearted. Swiftly preparing breakfast, the two sat across from each other. Little Rosa had already begun to devour her food, disregarding even the customary etiquette of dining. Kavi began to doubt whether his approach to parenting was flawed. Little Rosa, aren't you supposed to check the seal? Huh? What seal? The holy sword? I can sense the seal of that object. Why would I need to look? Little Rosa mumbled through her mouth full of meat. What? Damn it. I was careless. Kavi never anticipated such a turn of events. Alas, Rosa, I must confess that my arrival on this island was solely for that enchanted blade. Kavi began to speak with heartfelt emotion. Surely, you do not wish to spend your entire life confined to this small island? Do you not yearn to explore the magnificent expanse of the ocean? Little Rosa swallowed her food and paused to gaze at Kavi. To be honest, over the past few days, Kavi had painted a vivid picture of the ocean's splendor, recounting tales that ebbed and flowed like the tides. She felt a stirring within her. She too wished to behold the vast sea. She longed to experience those captivating stories. She desired a life that was distinctly different. As long as the holy sword remained on this island, she would be tethered here, destined to endure the same fate as the previous generation of witches, to either perish by the sword's hand or to live until her natural demise. The predictable future that lay before her felt utterly uninspiring. Kavi's month of residence was the happiest time of her life. Yet, she was acutely aware that, sooner or later, she would have to part ways, leaving her alone in the solitude of guarding the cursed holy sword. Sensing Rosa's wavering resolve, Kavi intensified her persuasion. I assure you, I can help you dispose of that wicked blade. There will be no casualties. Kavi raised 3 fingers in a gesture of solemn promise. her earnest demeanor almost moving the heavens. After a moment's hesitation, Rosa finally spoke. What if it cannot be resolved? Fear not, should we fail. I shall serve as your personal chef for life, Kavi replied. At this, Rosa's eyes sparkled briefly before she masked her excitement with a feigned expression of difficulty. Then let me take you to sea, she said. A lifetime of free culinary services, who could resist such an offer? But wait, could he even live to see that day? At that moment, Kavi appeared serious, yet inwardly, she was overjoyed. TCH, just a mere child, easily manipulated. As for the notion of being a free chef for life, she mused, if I cannot secure this sword, will I even survive? All right, let us depart once we finish our meal. The long-awaited moment was finally at hand. It had not come easily, and she hoped it would not end in disappointment. After their meal, Kavi barely had time to tidy up her bowl before dragging Rosa out the door. Following Rosa's lead, they meandered for half a day before reaching their destination. Before them stood a stone door adorned with strange patterns, which seemed to constitute a magical formation, sealing away ominous entities within. This is it. Once we open it, there is no turning back. Are you certain you can handle this? My life is entrusted to you. Kavi gently tousled little Rosa's hair and smiled. Rest assured. I would never just with my own life. Humph. Who knows? Little Rosa retorted, turning her head to evade Kavi's large hand. Approaching the stone door, she clasped her hands together, lowered her head slightly, and murmured an incantation that Kavi could not comprehend. Soon, a faint glow emanated from the magical array on the stone door. Crack. Rumble. The stone door began to open slowly. A strange aura wafted out, filled with an otherworldly terror. Little Rosa's body emitted a soft light, shielding her from this eerie presence. It's open, hurry inside. If you cannot subdue it within 10 minutes, come out immediately. I can only hold on for 10 minutes at most. No wonder little Rosa dared to bring Kavi here. It seemed she could indeed control this sword. Upon witnessing this, Kavi did not hesitate and stepped into the stone door, vanishing before little Rosa. He must emerge alive. As he entered the stone portal, an ominous aura, tenfold stronger than that outside, enveloped him. A series of alluring whispers infiltrated Kavi's ears, attempting to ensnare his mind, to consume him and transform him into a vessel of destruction. Is this all? Kavi enveloped himself in a powerful aura, repelling these sensations to the periphery. Were he a person of feeble will and lacking in formidable presence, he might have been swiftly consumed by this overwhelming force. Yet, who is Kavi but a sovereign endowed with the rare Conqueror's Haki? How could he possibly allow such a cacophony to disturb his equanimity? Kavi ventured deeper and ultimately discovered the legendary and most formidable demon sword, the 7-star sword. It was embedded within an intricate array, its elongated and straight blade measuring nearly 2 meters in length. It bore resemblance to ancient Chinese long swords, its center adorned in a captivating green hue, evoking an otherworldly aura. I shall see just how formidable you truly are. Kavi approached the sacred sword, grasping its hilt and drawing it forth. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of power surged forth, imbued with seduction, enigma, and terror. Humph! The Conqueror's Haki erupted. An even more formidable presence radiated from Kavi, pressing down upon the accursed blade. In that fleeting moment, all otherworldly essences retreated into the sword, coalescing to resist Kavi's Conqueror's Haki. Oh, still daring to struggle. Channeling a fragment of the Pangu fruit's power, he infused it into his Haki, and in an instant, all anomalies vanished as if they had never existed. The center of the 7-star sword's blade gradually transformed, shifting from green to black, entirely assuming Kavi's form. I once thought you were proud, but before the might of the great Pangu, you are nothing. Outside the stone gate, little Rosa paced anxiously, deeply concerned as she sensed the sacred sword's fluctuating aura, which suddenly dissipated. Was Kavi truly unharmed? The sound of footsteps echoed. Kavi slowly emerged from the stone door, holding the slender 7-star sword in his hand. He remained silent, gazing intently at the petite Rosa before him. Are you all right? Rosa asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice, uncertain whether Kavi had been consumed by the cursed blade. Kavi remained silent, slowly raising the 7-star sword in his hand, poised to strike down upon Xiao Rosa. Ah, it is over. Kavi has been consumed. Xiao Rosa's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly covered her head, bracing for the impending fate. Haha. Kavi could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter upon seeing little Rosa's frightened expression. Little Rosa looked up and, upon witnessing Kavi's mocking demeanor, realized she had been deceived. Her pouting demeanor was utterly adorable. Today is your turn. I had thought you were oblivious to the meaning of fear. Kavi finally breathed a sigh of relief, instantly feeling his spirits lift considerably. See, I told you this knife is merely a little calamity. You are still inadequate. Yes, 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 you are the greatest. Hurry back, for I am on the verge of starvation. Little Rosa complained, having resolved the significant matter, yet she too was famished. Haha. Let us go. Today, I am elated. I shall prepare a grand feast for you. Oh, yes, a grand feast. Little Rosa's lifelong constraints were thus alleviated. Yet she did not display much joy, not even finding as much delight as in a sumptuous meal. Kavi did not ponder much. He returned with little Rosa to indulge in a delightful meal. Life is truly wonderful. With a sigh of appreciation, Kavi reclined in the grandfather chair, basking in the afterglow of the setting sun, relishing the tranquility of the moment. The following morning, at the dining table, Kavi and little Rosa savored a splendid breakfast. What is the matter? Why the long face? Who has upset you? Speak up, so I may be cheered. Kavi observed that little Rosa appeared listless. Lacking the enthusiasm she had previously shown during meals, her youthful face clouded with dejection. Are you leaving? Little Rosa inquired softly, her expression forlorn. Haha, you wouldn't possibly miss me, would you, dear little sorceress? Although Kavi had accomplished his purpose for this journey, it did not necessarily mean he intended to depart. After all, having taken the sacred sword, little Rosa's mission was concluded, and she was no longer bound to this island. It was imperative for him to find her something to occupy her time. Otherwise, a life devoid of goals would be no different from that of a soulless wanderer. In his previous life, Kavi was merely a drifter, engaging in monotonous and numbing routines each day, devoid of ambition, power, or supervision. Acutely aware of his own descent into despair. Not at all. Who would ever miss you? Little Rosa retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Ah, little Rosa, your mission has come to an end. What are your plans now? Lost in contemplation, little Rosa's eyes sparkled with determination as she proclaimed, I shall set sail. I yearn to explore the vast world beyond. Her small face radiated hope, and her gaze shimmered with excitement. But little Rosa, the outside world is not as splendid as I describe. One could easily meet an untimely end without a moment's notice. How do you intend to embark on this journey as a pirate? Certainly not. Who desires to be a pirate? Pirates are nothing but scoundrels. And I refuse to be one. It appeared that little Rosa harbored an unfavorable view of pirates, which was indeed understandable, as any sensible person should detest them. Then perhaps you should join the Navy. If you're to traverse the seas, you must have some form of identity. And the Navy is certainly a more respectable choice than piracy. Although the Navy is often seen as the lapdogs of the celestial dragons, it is still a far better option than piracy, offering at least a semblance of safety. Can I truly join the Navy? Does that mean I would be able to fight pirates? Little Rosa's face lit up with exhilaration, as if she could already envision herself delivering a decisive blow to a pirate. Haha, if you wish to join the Navy, your current strength is woefully inadequate. Otherwise, you might find yourself falling prey to pirates. A little Rosa instantly wilted, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. What shall I do then? I aspire to become an elite within the Navy and bring glory to our Osaka island. Cough, cough, then you must strive to grow stronger. Kavi has once again transformed into a master of persuasion. If you exert yourself to become stronger, who knows? You might one day ascend to the rank of an admiral in the Navy. Just imagine the prestige you would command. The common folk would hold you in esteem, while pirates would tremble at your name. You could do as you please. Little Rosa's eyes sparkled with newfound determination as she murmured, do as I please? Could it be? Resolute, she lifted her head, gazing at Kavi with unwavering conviction, and declared, Kavi, please teach me to grow stronger. Kavi's lips curled into a faint smile as a plan quietly blossomed in his mind. To what extent could this butterfly of mine impact the world? At the outset, Kavi merely aspired to survive until invincibility, seeking only to be a source of amusement. However, a new notion has since taken root in his mind. The journey to strength is not a simple endeavor. Can you endure it? Little Rosa remained steadfast, asserting her unwavering determination. I am certain I can persevere. And in the future, I shall surpass you in strength. At that time, I shall be free to do as I please. Ha ha ha. Are you truly certain you wish for me to instruct you? Let it be known from the outset that once a decision is made, there is no turning back. I shall be quite rigorous in my approach. Kavi first prepared her for the arduous journey ahead, ensuring she would not succumb to the torment akin to hell itself. Kavi harbored the ambition of nurturing her into a formidable warrior. Teacher Kavi, I am absolutely certain. Little Rosa had already begun to address him as her teacher. seemingly eager to grow stronger, tempted by the allure of boundless freedom. Very well, starting tomorrow, I shall formally instruct you, and I hope you will persevere. He chuckled. Enjoy this fleeting, beautiful moment while it lasts. After breakfast, Kavi ventured into town to locate Mayor Stewart, informing him that the issue regarding the holy sword had been resolved. He inquired about the finest blacksmith shop in the area. At the blacksmith's, he commissioned a scabbard for the 7-star sword and invested a considerable sum in crafting a delicate blade suitable for a woman, drawing upon memories from his previous life. He also requested the creation of a complete set of heavy armor. The following morning, little Rosa could hardly contain her excitement and eagerly pulled Kavi to commence their training. Kavi was greatly relieved, hoping that little Rosa would remain equally enthusiastic. Rosa, remember that any formidable technique requires a robust physique to unleash its full potential. Daily physical training is indispensable. Do you understand? Little Rosa nodded affirmatively. Got it. Very well. Don this set of gear and run 3 laps around the town to warm up. Kavi presented the surprise he had prepared the day before, crafted from standard weighted equipment. It was designed to match the weight of 2 little Rosas. After donning the gear, little Rosa immediately found her movements hindered. Was Kavi serious about this? Could it truly be feasible? Struggling to take 2 steps, she turned to inquire, is this really okay? Of course. This is meticulously prepared for you. Follow my training method, and I guarantee you will dominate the seas in the future. Kavi affirmed confidently. If you adhere to my approach, you will be invincible across the oceans. Does that not excite you? Little Rosa, swayed by Kavi's fervent persuasion, pondered the notion of becoming invincible. Surely it must be impressive. Could she defeat Kavi himself? Thus, under Kavi's enthusiastic encouragement, she commenced a day of physical training. Physical training was indeed essential. After all, it took merely 2 years for Luffy to transform from a mere rookie into a formidable emperor of the sea. This transformation stemmed from a solid foundation laid in his youth. Just look at Luffy's indomitable vitality. As long as the physique is in place, other skills will follow. Little Rosa struggled through half a lap, feeling as though she were suffocating. Her legs felt as heavy as lead, her eyelids began to droop, and her body was drenched in sweat. Rosa, if you can't persevere, you may give up. However, bear in mind that such a choice would confine you to this small island for life. Kavi taunted from the sidelines. Little Rosa remained silent, for she lacked the strength to respond. Did he want her to surrender and leave her stranded here? Absolutely not. She would never yield. With great effort, she continued her arduous run, 1 lap, 2 laps, until she completed 3. I did it. Just as she uttered these words, her vision began to blur, her eyes gradually closed, and her body toppled backward. Thud. Kavi caught little Rosa in his arms and carried her back to the house. Not bad, right? I initially thought that 3 laps would be the limit. From the very beginning, Kavi never intended to let her run the full 3 laps. After all, little Rosa is still under 10 years old. The mere ability to complete 1 lap was already commendable. The circumference of this small town is quite substantial, and it seems he underestimated her determination to improve. Thus, Kavi spent a year helping little Rosa enhance her physical strength, starting from 3 laps each day. They progressed to 10 laps daily, and soon the entire town became familiar with little Rosa, who, clad in weights reminiscent of a turtle shell, would begin her runs before dawn. Over the course of this year, little Rosa's physical prowess has seen remarkable enhancement, and she should have no trouble outpacing an average adult. Today, however, it is time to change the routine. Rosa, come here. You don't have to run today. Kavi called out to Sharosa. Why? Sharosa halted her actions of donning the weighted gear, gazing at Kavi with a look of confusion. Over the past year, Kavi had been quite stringent with Rosa, subjecting her to rigorous physical training during the day and immersing her in knowledge at night. Whether it was the fundamental principles of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, or the intricacies of navigation, he insisted that Sharosa must master them all. He emphasized that only through such diligence could she become a true warrior, rather than merely a brute who knew only how to fight. Master the sciences, and you shall fearlessly traverse the world. This wisdom holds true in every realm. Fortunately, Sharosa possessed considerable talent, swiftly grasping these concepts. Today, I will assess your training over the past year. If you pass, I shall teach you the authentic skills for combat. Really? Is it true? What is the assessment? Please tell me. Sharosa exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After a year of arduous training, she was finally on the brink of learning genuine techniques. Indeed, it is true. Should you fail the assessment, then you shall continue your physical training. Kavi's lips curled into a peculiar smile. The challenge entails surviving in the wilderness for 3 days. What does that mean? Little Rosa clearly did not comprehend Kavi's intentions. It means you will have to fend for yourself in the wild for 3 days. Should you succeed, I shall impart further knowledge and bestow upon you a gift. Do you wish for my demise? This island is teeming with wild beasts. Little Rosa's face flushed with indignation as she glared at Kavi. Ahem. I have faith that you can accomplish this. After all, you aspire to become the king of the Navy, to rise above all others. Can you not manage even this modest challenge? Kavi gently grasped Little Rosa's shoulder, expressing heartfelt encouragement. Oh, I'm not that impressive, she replied, shyly covering her face. Yes, challenge yourself. I believe in you. Little Rosa felt overwhelmed by the praise. As night fell, Kavi led Little Rosa into a desolate forest. Go on. You can do it. Kavi made a gesture of encouragement before turning away and departing. Hey, wait. Little Rosa gazed into the shadowy expanse of the forest. A surge of fear swelling within her as she yearned to reach out and stop Kavi. However, Kavi was already one step ahead, swiftly vanishing from her sight, leaving her alone in the eerie silence. Gulp. With trepidation, Little Rosa steeled herself and ventured further into the darkness, determined to find a safe haven for the night. She moved cautiously, eventually discovering a sturdy tree, which she climbed to seek refuge above. Meanwhile, Kavi observed this unfolding scene from the shadows, deeming it far too easy. Lacking any semblance of challenge, Kavi began to roam through the forest, ultimately discovering a sleeping black bear in a cave. He approached and delivered a swift kick, physically rousing the slumbering creature. Roar. The enraged black bear awoke, glaring at the intruder with a fierce growl. Kavi made an international gesture of goodwill before turning and sprinting towards the position of Little Rosa. The black bear, filled with rage, pursued him, incessantly roaring in anger. Roar. Poor Little Rosa, just on the verge of slumber, was jolted awake by the terrifying sound. Oh no, could it be that a beast is approaching? In a panic, Little Rosa sprang to her feet and, by the light of the moon, spotted the black bear racing towards her from a distance. It's over, it's over. It's over. I'm going to die. What should I do? As is well known, the black bear in one piece climbs trees with remarkable speed. Climbing a tree is tantamount to awaiting death. Little Rosa had no desire to meet her end. She quickly leaped down and dashed away. This sudden movement instantly caught the attention of the black bear, which, having lost track of Kavi and preparing to return, was now drawn towards the commotion caused by Rosa. In the dead of night, unable to rest, Rosa muttered in frustration, "You must be insane, you filthy bear. Just wait, I will surely slay you one day." The black bear, innocent in this scenario, was merely minding its own business when suddenly disturbed. Alas, life as a bear is indeed arduous. Little Rosa ran for a full hour before finally shaking off the bear. Panting and drenched in sweat, Rosa cautiously ascended a large tree, ready to rest. She needed to conserve her energy. After all, there were still 3 days to endure. However, before she could close her eyes, another furious roar echoed through the night, clearly directed towards her. Damn it! How long will this go on? I, Callie and Rosa, vow to slay this filthy bear within a year. Little Rosa was so exasperated that she let slip a curse. Throughout the night, the forest reverberated with the bear's roars as Rosa was relentlessly pursued. It was not until dawn that the black bear finally returned to its den. After running all night, Rosa was left famished and dizzy, in dire need of food. Grabbing some wild fruits to stave off her hunger, she felt a sense of foreboding about the next 2 days. Meanwhile, Kavi, the source of all this chaos, was roasting succulent beast meat somewhere in the forest. The golden brown meat sizzled and emitted an irresistible aroma. He savored it heartily, feeling utterly content. A stark contrast to Little Rosa's plight. Daylight marked the time when beasts emerged to forage. Little Rosa, having hastily consumed a few wild berries, remained vigilant, prepared to flee at any moment. Thus, she managed to evade one predator after another until nightfall ushered in a new wave of torment. This time, Kavi had sent different, smaller creatures to trouble her, like tiny tigers and wild wolves, exhausting her to no end. Whenever Little Rosa considered giving up and escaping the forest, terrifying beasts would appear, driving her back. Why are there so many ferocious creatures? With red-rimmed eyes and dark circles resembling those of a bear, Little Rosa had gone several days without sleep, subsisting solely on wild fruits. Could it be that the uncle is behind this? Yes, it must be him. How infuriating. One day, I shall have my revenge. Today was the final day. Tonight, she would finally escape this dreadful place. After a desperate struggle of evasion and concealment, Little Rosa emerged from the forest, her body weary and famished. Kavi appeared before Little Rosa, sitting by the fire, roasting a wild boar. Little Rosa's eyes sparkled with excitement, tears of joy trickling from the corners of her mouth as she prepared to rush over for a delightful feast. Suddenly, Kavi took a bite of the roasted piglet. And with a single mouthful, half of it was gone. Another bite, and it was entirely consumed. A whole roasted piglet devoured in just 2 bites. Are you a pig? Oh, look, Rosa has emerged. Kavi nonchalantly licked the grease from his hands. How could you eat the entire roast by yourself? Hunger, fatigue, pain, and grievance surged within her, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. While little Rosa burst into tears, looking utterly aggrieved. Perhaps I have gone a bit overboard? Kavi was just about to offer comfort when, in the next instant, little Rosa fainted. In a flash, he caught her and examined her closely. Phew. Thankfully. She was unharmed. Kavi nearly succumbed to guilt. The following day, as little Rosa lay in bed, she slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the familiar room. Am I still alive? Such a heart-wrenching thought. Looking at Kavi, one could hardly believe he was a son. You're awake? Hurry, get up for breakfast. We've been waiting for you. Kavi was about to rouse her from slumber, only to discover that little Rosa was already awake. Upon hearing Kavi's words, Rosa offered no response. Slowly rising from her bed, going through the motions of washing up and having breakfast, much like a sleepwalker. She understood that she was no match for Kavi. Any words she might utter would be futile. Kavi advocates for holistic development. One must cultivate the body, acquire knowledge, and possess a resilient psychological constitution. I feel akin to a weary father, burdened with concern. However, at this moment, little Rosa harbors a deep-seated grudge against Kavi. She vows that one day, she shall surely vanquish this tormentor, crushing him underfoot and subjecting him to utter humiliation. The resentment is palpable. Now, in addition to her aspiration of becoming the king of the seas, a new goal has emerged. Little Rosa devours her roasted meat with fervor, as if intent on tearing someone to shreds. Kavi, is it really necessary? After having breakfast, Kavi summoned little Rosa outside. Here, this is your reward. Kavi handed her the finely crafted dagger he had forged a year prior at the blacksmith's. Thank you, master. Upon receiving the blade, little Rosa was overjoyed, examining it from every angle, completely devoid of any desire for vengeance. It seems our little Rosa has matured, adept at presenting one face in public while concealing another in private, which is reassuring. From now on, she must not only strengthen her physique but also hone her skills with the blade. If one day you become an admiral, I shall gift you the 7-star sword as a token of my esteem. Kavi continued to weave dreams. Really? Exclaimed young Rosa, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Absolutely. Yay. Master, you are so wonderful. Rosa thought to herself, perhaps she could let bygones be bygones when it came time for revenge. She was clearly still a child, easily swayed. Now, go chop some firewood with this knife I've given you. Huh, chop firewood? Aren't you supposed to be teaching me swordsmanship? Rosa was perplexed. How does chopping wood make me stronger? Do as I say? Am I the teacher, or are you? Rosa pouted but reluctantly set off to chop wood. How much do I need to chop? Let us start with 10,000 pieces. Rosa. At that moment, her mood mirrored the preceding sentiments. Thus, Rosa endured another 6 months of training. Crack. Rosa swung the knife in her hand, and with a mere flick, the wood split effortlessly in 2. Not bad. Stop now. Rosa's talent was commendable. While she may not reach the pinnacle of genius, with diligence, she possessed the potential to become a formidable warrior. Today, I shall teach you something different. What? After chopping wood for half a year, has the time finally come? Now, you may use any means to attack me. I will not retaliate. Kavi then produced a black cloth and blindfolded himself. Come at me. He beckoned Rosa with a wave of his hand. What is going on? Has Master lost his mind? Rosa wondered, yet this did not diminish her anticipation for the day she had long awaited. She had thought it would take many more years, but here was her opportunity. Naturally, Rosa would not let such a chance slip by. She stood on her tiptoes, stealthily maneuvering behind Kavi. With a swift motion, she lifted her foot and aimed a powerful kick at his rear, pouring all her strength into the strike. Her excitement bubbled over, and a triumphant grin began to form as she prepared to send her master flying. However, Kavi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His observation Haki sensed everything unfolding. A flicker of doubt arose within him. Did she harbor such animosity towards me? Kavi subtly shifted his stance, evading the forceful kick aimed at him. However, little Rosa, having exerted too much effort, lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ouch, that hurts terribly. How infuriating. She gritted her teeth, realizing it was not going to be that simple. Overwhelmed with frustration, she sprang to her feet and launched a fervent assault on Kavi. As if driven by a vendetta, Whether it was a left hook, a right kick, or a wild elbow strike, all were effortlessly dodged by Kavi. Ultimately, her fury proved futile. Even resorting to using a knife yielded no results. No more, no more. My master is bullying me. Kavi removed his eye mask. How have they bullied you again? This is precisely what I am about to impart to you. The most formidable power in this world is Haki. What is Haki? Did my master evade my attack using Haki? Little Rosa inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Haki is categorized into 3 distinct types: armament Haki, observation Haki, and conqueror's Haki. Kavi cast a glance at Little Rosa. What I just employed was observation Haki, which enables the perception of the trajectory of your attacks. When cultivated to a profound level, observation Haki is said to possess the legendary ability to foresee the future. Mastering observation Haki to an advanced degree should allow one to predict the future to some extent, while reaching the pinnacle likely awakens special abilities. For instance, the future Emperor Shanks possesses a remarkable form of observation Haki. As for Roger's ability to listen to all things, it remains uncertain whether it is a result of reaching the highest level of awakening. It seems that Luffy may have a similar gift, perhaps innate. I want to learn this, Little Rosa exclaimed, filled with excitement and eager to begin her studies. Please wait until I finish. Next is armament Haki, and this is it. With that, Kavi enveloped his finger with armament Haki. Bang! He gently flicked Little Rosa's forehead. Ouch! That hurts. Little Rosa's expression contorted as she quickly covered her forehead, a large bump forming shortly thereafter. What was that for? Isn't this to let you experience the might of armament Haki? Kavi replied, scratching his nose. Humph. You're just using me as a test subject. Little Rosa pouted in annoyance, her gaze fixed intently on Kavi. Ignoring Zyros's expression, Kavi continued. The final type is the Conqueror's Haki, which only awakens in 1 out of a million. Rosa, I firmly believe you are one of those exceptional individuals. He regarded the Conqueror's Haki as a ticket to the realm of the elite, a manifestation of the unwavering conviction within the hearts of the strong. It is often said that the Navy seldom produces wielders of Conqueror's Haki. However, Kavi contended that this merely stems from a lack of resolute belief. People claim that Garp lacks the Conqueror's Haki, yet he relentlessly pursues the Pirate King. Do you truly believe he is devoid of such power? Or do you place your faith in my words as if I were Qin Shi Huang? In Kavi's eyes, Garp's so-called Iron Fist of Love is, in fact, a manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. In order for Rosa to awaken this formidable ability, Kavi would need to employ a few clever tactics. Would you like to experience it? After all, your master is indeed one of those exceptional million. This time, Kavi did not directly employ the Conqueror's Haki. Instead, he sought the opinion of Little Rosa. What my master possesses, I too must possess. Only then can I defeat my master, Little Rosa silently resolved. I want to see. Kavi's lips curled into a smirk. Little Rosa, I hope you don't faint. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Kavi, the formidable Conqueror's Haki fully unleashed. All the pressure bore down upon Little Rosa, a suffocating sensation surging within her heart, as if she stood before an abyss, facing a terrifying behemoth poised to devour her. It felt as though a monstrous hand was mercilessly squeezing her heart. Her vision began to fade to white. Was she about to lose consciousness? Her awareness grew increasingly dim, darkness encroaching upon her sight. Was she destined to embarrass herself before her master once more? No, I shall not succumb again. I refuse to be ridiculed by my master. I will defeat him. No, I shall not yield again. I refuse to be mocked by my master. I will conquer him. A faint yet resolute aura erupted from Little Rosa. The Conqueror's Haki awakened. Huh? Kavi did not anticipate that the awakening of Haushica Haki in Little Rosa would be so effortless. Did she truly possess such remarkable talent? It seemed that the methods he had prepared for cultivating her Haki would now go unused. Initially, Kavi had intended to employ emotional fluctuations to stimulate Little Rosa, but her awakening occurred ahead of schedule. It was a pity that he would not witness her expressions of anguish. If only Kavi knew that Little Rosa's awakening stemmed from her resentment towards him, he would surely be at a loss for thoughts. Retracting his Haki, Kavi gazed contentedly at the exhausted Little Rosa before him. Indeed, she was worthy of her ambition to become a naval king. Remember the sensation you just felt. That is the essence of Haushica Haki. Strive to master it as soon as possible. Little Rosa was immensely delighted. At last, she could hold her head high. Let us take a moment to rest, for I shall teach you swordsmanship shortly. Upon hearing this, Little Rosa's fatigue vanished. Swordsmanship was her true passion, and Haki merely served to enhance her skills. Teach me now. I want to learn. how enthusiastic she was. From a young age, she had been diligent, and her efforts had borne fruit. With no other option, Kavi led little Rosa to a towering tree and casually picked up a branch. Watch closely. He brandished the branch, devoid of Haki, as it slowly glided past the base of the tree. Then, he discarded the branch. Did you see that clearly? Huh, what was that? Little Rosa appeared bewildered. However, in the next instant, a thunderous crash echoed through the air as the majestic tree fell, leaving behind a smooth stump. Wow, Master, I want to learn that move. Little Rosa exclaimed, filled with awe. Remarkable, Master. Remember, everything has its own rhythm. Feel it and go with the flow, and it will come naturally. Now, you must experience it for yourself. With that, Kavi departed, leaving little Rosa to practice alone. He hoped she would comprehend it within a year. Subsequently, little Rosa's training regimen expanded further. Physical conditioning, Haki cultivation, and swordsmanship. Time flew. And 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Under Kavi's meticulous guidance, little Rosa underwent a tremendous transformation. Flowing light. A blade of energy burst forth from her sword as she swung it through the rain. Crack. Instantly, the massive rock before her split in two, revealing a smooth surface. The rain was the name little Rosa had chosen for her blade. Excellent. You finally have some semblance of skill. My teachings over these past 2 years have not been in vain. Huff. Little Rosa sheathed her sword and turned to Kavi. Master, are you leaving? In truth, little Rosa had sensed in recent days that Kavi indeed intended to depart. After spending 3 years in this place, it was time for him to explore the world. Little Rosa had already grasped the basics of all 3 types of Haki, and her swordsmanship had reached a foundational level. What remained was diligent practice. There was little more he could impart. Yes, it is time to go. May I accompany you? Kavi paused in silence. No. The place I am heading to is far too perilous. You are too vulnerable. Little Rosa bit her lip tightly, her fists clenched, a hint of defiance flickering in her expression. Are we not considered family? Kavi chuckled, gently ruffling little Rosa's hair. Have you never heard of the saying, a day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father? In truth, I am akin to your father. Father? Humph. Who would want to be your daughter? As her smile faded, Kavi's expression grew slightly serious. Rosa, remember this. The moment your armament Haki can envelop your entire arm, that is when you may set sail. Do you understand? Little Rosa nodded, having been reminded of this many times before. Although her current prowess would likely render her unmatched in the first half of the Grand Line, Kavi's concerns weighed heavily on him. Just because I do not speak does not mean I am indifferent. Furthermore, one crucial point remained. If you decide to join the Navy, remember to avoid exposing your Conqueror's Haki unless it is a matter of life and death. Understood, little Rosa replied, though she did not fully grasp the reasoning behind it. The presence of Conqueror's Haki in the Navy could pose significant issues. Should it fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it could lead to calamity. Having imparted his advice, Kavi prepared to leave. After bidding farewell to the elderly town mayor, he made his way to the dock and boarded the small merchant vessel he had purchased. Just then, little Rosa dashed out, panting as she stood at the dock. Calling out to Kavi, Master, where can I find you? Kavi waved his hand and replied, there is no need to seek me out in the future. We shall undoubtedly meet again. I hope by then we have not become adversaries. In this new world, a small merchant vessel sailed across the vast ocean. Kavi reclined in a chair, basking in the sun. System, display the character panel. Host, Kavi age, 41 physique, 65-88 skills. Conqueror S Haki, advanced. Armament Haki, advanced. Observation Haki, advanced. 6 forms of the Navy, advanced. Swordsmanship, advanced. Water walking devil fruit. Human fruit. Panga form, development level, 54. Fruit abilities, amplification. Panga's pressure over the past 3 years, Kavi has focused on honing his observation Haki and developing his devil fruit. He has finally elevated his observation Haki to an advanced level, enabling him to foresee the future. Upon reaching a development level of 50, he unlocked his first skill, Panga's pressure. As the name suggests, it is a mental attack akin to Conqueror S Haki, striking directly at the soul. Amplification is a skill that Kavi developed himself, also considered part of his devil fruit abilities. Other skills remain at the advanced stage, and Kavi has noticeably felt a deceleration in his strength progression after reaching that level. It appears that attaining the pinnacle of power will require several more years. Captain, there's a ship ahead, shouted little Buggy from the deck. Is it a pirate ship? Shanks excitedly rushed to Buggy's side, gazing toward the distant vessel. Oh, it's a merchant ship, he exclaimed, his expression instantly falling into disappointment. The Roger pirates were in dire need of a small island to replenish their supplies, as the captain's frequent feasts had caused their month's worth of provisions to dwindle to nothing in just 10 days. This had led the crew to adopt a frugal lifestyle, reminiscent of poverty. Roger, let us trade some berries with the merchant fleet for supplies. At this rate, we won't last until we reach land, said Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger pirates, to the man beside him. Hahaha, well, since Rayleigh has suggested it, let us make a trade. Gold. Roger, the future pirate king, displayed a bold demeanor, completely unconcerned about the impending hunger that awaited them. You really are an unreliable captain, Rayleigh sighed, resting his forehead in exasperation. Without me, this pirate crew would surely fall apart. The Roger pirates were a crew established in pursuit of freedom and adventure. To Kavi, referring to them as an adventure crew seemed more fitting. After all, true pirates would not contemplate purchasing goods with berries. If I could steal it, why would I spend money? Rayleigh thought, slightly bending his legs and leaping onto Kavi's ship. Upon noticing only a middle-aged man lounging in a deck chair, leisurely soaking up the sun, Rayleigh pondered, isn't this a merchant ship? It surely wouldn't have just one person aboard. However, at that moment, Rayleigh's thoughts were consumed by the pressing need for food. Hey there, wake up. Rayleigh called out, shaking the slumbering Kavi. Kavi squinted his eyes, surveying the individual before him. Who are you? Can't you see I'm trying to sleep? He stretched lazily and slowly began to speak. My apologies, brother. I didn't mean to disturb you, Rayleigh replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. At this moment, Kavi took a closer look at the man before him. Oh, Silver's Rayleigh? He recognized the golden-haired figure, instinctively inquiring. Hahaha, do you know me, brother? Rayleigh assumed Kavi might have seen him on a bounty poster, so he was not surprised, considering he was a well-known figure. Indeed, do you have business with me? Where is Roger? Kavi rose and surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, a pirate ship was not far off. The Golden Jackson, he recalled the name of the vessel. He never anticipated that one day he would witness the ship of the Pirate King. Do you know our captain? Rayleigh retorted. Roger's crew. Who in the vast seas doesn't know them? Moreover, we are in the New World. Surely no one is unaware of it? After all, during the Rocks era, Roger's crew had already garnered some notoriety, and now they were among the most formidable pirates at sea. Haha, I didn't realize we were so famous. Rayleigh chuckled, scratching the back of his head, seemingly pleased. By the way, I haven't inquired about your purpose here, Kavi said, puzzled as to why the illustrious Rayleigh would visit a nameless sailor like him. It appeared he had business to discuss. Oh right, I almost forgot the main matter. My good sir, we would like to exchange some berries for food, if that would be possible, Rayleigh admitted, displaying a somewhat awkward expression. Is it possible that the renowned Roger's crew is lacking provisions? Kavi's exaggerated expression vividly conveyed his mockery. He never imagined that Roger's crew could find themselves in such a predicament. He could hardly resist the urge to tease them, claiming that he, Kavi, had once single-handedly aided Roger's crew. Rayleigh, upon hearing this, felt a vain throb on his forehead. What was with this fellow? Not only did he express no fear in the presence of a great pirate, but he also spoke in such a sarcastic manner. I hope you can be generous and assist us. Our crew will surely repay the favor. Rayleigh clasped his fists and earnestly requested. Despite his irritation, he maintained a respectful demeanor. After all, they were honorable pirates, not one to stoop to pettiness. I can certainly help you, but I have one condition. Rayleigh's eyes lit up. What condition? Well, how about inviting me aboard your ship as a guest? Simple enough, right? Oh, and do remember to have your captain extend the invitation personally. Kavi's face revealed a sly satisfaction as a mischievous thought suddenly dawned upon him. Huh? Rayleigh appeared bewildered. Is that all? Yes, just that one condition. I can provide you with food free of charge. Think it over. Upon regaining his composure, Rayleigh thought. What is there to consider? I'll bring the captain to you right away. Ha ha ha. My friend is truly amusing. I shall consult the captain's opinion immediately. With that, Rayleigh leapt back onto the pirate ship. Kavi marveled. The moonwalk technique is indeed quite effective. Roger, come quickly. We have food. Rayleigh called out, laughter resonating among the crew, who rejoiced. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, you are indeed reliable. As expected of the first mate. Roger approached. Rayleigh, I knew I didn't misjudge you. With a frown, Rayleigh pulled Roger aside. Captain, this fellow specifically requested that you invite him aboard as a guest, or else there will be no food. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that, Captain Roger? Hurry and extend the invitation. The crew erupted into laughter, seemingly unfazed by the mockery, instead reveling in the jest directed at their captain. Ha ha. Let us see who this is that requests my personal invitation. Roger was not angered. Rather, he found himself intrigued by the individual. Roger was no fool. The calm demeanor displayed before such a notorious pirate indicated that this person must possess some form of confidence. Alternatively, he might be well acquainted with Roger's crew. Coincidentally, Kavi embodied both traits, possessing an advantage and a familiarity with Roger's crew. As for whether they were acquaintances, that remained to be seen. Haha. Laughter echoed from the distance, accompanied by a faint aura of pressure. The future pirate king, GOLD, Roger, made his grand entrance. The atmosphere suddenly became charged with intensity. Kavi observed the dark-haired man before him, sporting a prominent mustache and exuding an imposing presence. Roger scrutinized Kavi, noting the middle-aged man with black hair and a slight beard. Slightly more handsome than himself. One thing was certain. The individual before him was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Without uttering a word, Roger unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. A terrifying aura surged from his being, overwhelming Kavi and causing the very fabric of reality to shift. Is this how pirates greet one another? Kavi thought, exasperated. He had no choice but to unleash his own Haki to counter Roger's. The merchant ship's deck and walls were instantly ravaged by the clash of their energies. Fissures erupting across the surfaces. Goodness! My ship! Cease immediately, or I shall withhold your food. Kavi bellowed, realizing that if his vessel were to be destroyed, he would be left with no means of travel. Rayleigh hastily intervened, restraining Roger. Roger, do you not wish to eat? A swift knock on Roger's head broke the tense atmosphere. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The serious ambience returned to normal. Is this how you conduct yourselves when asking for assistance? Excuse my rudeness. Rayleigh bowed apologetically to Kavi while holding Roger's head down. Roger, regaining his composure, added, my apologies, I got a bit carried away. We will compensate for your damages. Faced with the two before him, Kavi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. All right. It appears I have drawn the short straw. He waved his hand, resigning himself to the unfortunate turn of events. As the saying goes, you must fight to get to know one another, and this truly applied to his situation. Subsequently, Kavi was invited aboard the Golden Jackson. He retrieved provisions from the system space, and the festivities commenced. To celebrate Kavi's arrival, let the feast begin. Hooray! A feast! A feast! The crew devoured their food ravenously, leaving a chaotic scene in their wake. How long has it been since you last ate? Kavi thought to himself, grateful that he had prepared an ample supply of food. Kavi thus naturally toured the future members of the Pirate King. TSK, each one boasts a bounty exceeding 100 million, truly walking treasures of berries. Oh, and Shanks and Buggy are not even included in that count. Cheers. If piracy did not involve plunder and violence, it could indeed be a rather commendable profession. Regrettably, those who genuinely seek freedom and adventure among pirates are few and far between. Kavi was unperturbed. The world of pirates was far from the naive and fervent portrayal found in anime. Not everyone was like Luffy and his companions, merely venturing out to sea in pursuit of freedom and adventure. Most pirates, under the guise of seeking liberty, resorted to plunder and violence. Yet, it would be unjust to place the blame solely on them, for the world was steeped in darkness, compelling some into piracy out of sheer necessity. There were countless injustices in the world, too many for the Navy to manage, some even too fearful to confront. To act with impunity, one either needed extraordinary strength or to be a celestial dragon. Kavi had lost the chance for the latter, yet the former remained a possibility worth exploring. Uncle Kavi, thank you for the food. The future wielder of the Fruit of Face, the Yonko Shanks, and the possessor of Conqueror's Haki, the future Yonko Buggy, approached Kavi with juice in hand. Two emperors emerging from a single pirate crew, along with a future pirate king. What a splendid prospect. Kavi affectionately ruffled the hair of the two young ones, proclaiming, you two must repay me well in the future. Do you understand? Rest assured, I, Buggy the Clown, shall repay any favors. Buggy declared proudly, thumping his chest and mimicking an adult's tone. Haha, Buggy, you are quite the comedian. Shanks laughed heartily at his side. How dare you, Shanks? You seek your own demise. Buggy could not tolerate Shanks's teasing and charged at him for a friendly duel. The ship was filled with laughter and camaraderie. In a secluded corner, a robust young man sat silently, sipping his drink, starkly contrasting with the lively atmosphere surrounding him. Kavi pondered thoughtfully, recognizing that this individual appeared to be Barrett, who had only recently joined the Roger Pirates. TSK, yet another troublesome child. The festivities aboard the ship lacked a certain spark. Thus, Roger resolved to seek out a small island to continue the celebration, while also allowing for some much-needed respite. Kavi fell silent upon hearing this, realizing why the consumption of resources was so rapid. It seemed they were either hosting a feast or en route to one. Shortly thereafter, the group discovered a deserted island as twilight descended. The bonfire flickered to life, and it was evident that pirates were perpetually in pursuit of merriment. Did they never tire of it? Kavi, who exactly are you? Roger inquired loudly while sipping his drink, clearly perplexed that someone of Kavi's caliber was unknown to him. Me? Just a vagrant, Kavi replied. Indeed, at present, Kavi was merely a drifter, not a pirate. Not a sailor, essentially an ordinary civilian. Upon hearing this, both Roger and Rayleigh exchanged glances, feeling somewhat dismissed. Regaining his composure, Roger stood up and proclaimed to Kavi, Kavi, join our pirate crew. His earnest demeanor and commanding presence nearly swayed Kavi. Never mind, you are the second person to extend such an invitation. But I hold little interest in becoming a pirate. Kavi declined, remaining unmoved even by the invitation of the Pirate King, for his aspirations lay elsewhere. And he held no interest in the so-called historical texts. Ah, well, I find that I am not the first to extend an invitation to you, Roger lamented. What a pity, such a reliable ally, with such convenient abilities. Previously, Kavi had taken food from the system space in front of many, leading them to believe he was a bearer of the devil fruit. He nearly became a mere tool for Roger. So, who was the first to invite you aboard? Was it Rayleigh, who seems particularly intrigued by this? Oh, you must be acquainted with Whitebeard, Newgate, whom I fought against last time, Kavi casually replied. Haha. So it was that fellow Newgate. Now I feel a sense of balance within me. Roger suddenly felt a thrill of satisfaction, realizing that Newgate had also been turned down by this individual. He couldn't wait to mock him next time. At that moment, Roger completely forgot that he shared a similar fate with Whitebeard. However, Rayleigh's concerns diverged from Roger's. He was intrigued by Kavi's strength. Engaging in battle with Whitebeard Newgate was no trivial feat. Meanwhile, Barrett, who had been sitting in the corner, stood up. His purpose for setting sail was to challenge Roger, a goal that was quite clear. After his defeat, he joined Roger's crew, driven by the desire to vanquish Roger, for in his eyes, Roger was the strongest. None of Whitebeard's crew could match Roger. He was undoubtedly Roger's #1 fan. I challenge you, Barrett declared, and the atmosphere fell silent as he pointed at Kavi. Kavi cast a sidelong glance at Barrett, perplexed by the antics of this troublesome youth. You? Perhaps practice for another decade before speaking again. His face betrayed an unmistakable disdain, as if to say, how dare a mere child act so brazenly in my presence? Do you think you're little Rosa? Humph. Barrett, incensed, bellowed loudly and charged at Kavi, his imposing frame radiating an aura of intimidation. It must be acknowledged that Barrett, at such a young age, possessed a physique that spoke to his diligent dedication, a true prodigy. Hey, Shanks, Uncle Kavi is about to get hit, Bucky exclaimed, leaping up in a frenzy as he urgently called out to Shanks. Uncle Kavi has provided them with such an abundance of food, how could they possibly turn against him? This Barrett is truly excessive. Buck and Barrett are at odds, primarily because Buck is unable to contend with him. All right, Buck, don't be so hasty. Can't you see that even the captain and the others are not worried? Shanks consoled his good friend. Roger, how many moves do you think Kavi will need to deal with Barrett? Rayleigh inquired, observing the advancing Barrett. Perhaps just one move, Roger responded nonchalantly. Surely not. Although Barrett is still young, his strength is commendable. Roger cast a sidelong glance at Rayleigh. How many moves do you think you would need to handle Barrett in his current state? Perhaps within 3 moves? Rayleigh estimated that with his full strength, he could subdue Barrett in 3 moves. Then it's settled. Indeed, just as Barrett's fist was about to connect with Kavi's face, Kavi stirred, slowly extending a hand and forming a fist, striking with an effortless force. Bang! In the next instant, Barrett was sent flying, crashing to the ground several dozen meters away, creating a massive crater. Barrett, defeated. Just kidding. Kavi was not that ruthless. Barrett lay unconscious within the pit, his chest visibly caved in, clearly having suffered several broken ribs. What? Has Barrett truly perished? Buggy exclaimed in alarm, rushing to the deep pit to check for Barrett's breath. Phew, he is still alive. Kavi is astonishingly powerful. After Barrett had been giving me a hard time all day, he now understands the stakes. Buggy felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as if he himself had dealt Barrett such a blow. I may have used a bit too much strength, Roger. I hope you don't mind. Haha. It's all good. This is a perfect opportunity for these youngsters to gain some insight. However, since you attacked my comrade, as the captain, I must take some action, lest I be ridiculed. Hearing this, Kavi smiled faintly and asked, "What do you wish to do?" Roger's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Let us engage in battle." Rayleigh's expression darkened as he covered his forehead, muttering, "I knew it." Roger, being the quintessential warrior, would not pass up the opportunity to spar with Kavi. What better way to honor such a worthy opponent than to seek a reason for a friendly contest? "Kavi, prepare for battle," Roger declared without hesitation, brandishing a western sword as he challenged Kavi. "Very well," Kavi replied, eager to witness the prowess of the future Pirate King. Barrett interjected, "Oh, how lovely. Am I to be disregarded here? Am I to perish?" Buggy chimed in, "Hey, Shanks, are we just going to ignore Barrett?" Shanks responded, "The captain's fight takes precedence. This is a valuable opportunity for learning. Barrett won't meet his end just yet." A moment of silence was observed for one of them. The crowd distanced themselves from the two combatants to avoid being caught in the fray. Roger, a master of Haki, had honed his abilities to perfection, refusing to consume a devil fruit to eliminate any weaknesses. It is evident how potent his Haki was. Grasping ace, the dark red Conqueror's Haki enveloped the blade, emanating an invincible aura that soared into the heavens. God's avoidance. With that, the gods themselves seemed to retreat. Roger swung his sword with formidable strength, dashing towards Kavi with a speed that was nearly imperceptible, unleashing his most powerful strike. Kavi tightened his grip on the seven-star sword, a terrifying aura surging forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the blade. Celestial fall. What does it matter if the gods retreat? I shall fell the immortals directly. Anyone can name it. Boom. Rend. Two immense forces clashed, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. For miles around, the atmosphere was shrouded in a domineering presence, with dark crimson arcs of electricity dancing wildly, as if they sought to tear apart the very fabric of space. A dreadful aura sweeping across the battlefield. Is this the might of the captain and Uncle Kavi? It is truly formidable. The two small eyes sparkled with admiration, akin to witnessing a celestial being. The others were equally astonished. Such formidable strength had remained unnoticed. Barrett exclaimed, "Is no one truly concerned for me? Haha. What a remarkable celestial fall. Can even the gods withstand this sword? I shall defy it. Return to me." Roger bellowed, increasing his grip, subtly exerting pressure on Kavi. Indeed, it is the divine evasion. Quite powerful. Yet, to truly suppress me, it is still insufficient. Kavi felt the oppressive presence of the Pirate King. He could no longer hold back. This fellow was relentless. Penga's might. In an instant, the blade of the seven-star sword was enveloped in a layer of blood-red energy. The power of gods and demons converging, a bloodthirsty and terrifying aura crushing down upon Roger's domineering will. Bang! Roger was instantly sent flying back several dozen meters, leaving deep gouges in the ground. What is this? Roger rushed forward, loudly inquiring of Kavi. He had just sensed Kavi's aura surge dramatically, a feeling as if he were being targeted by a great beast, causing every hair on his body to stand on end before he was sent hurtling away. Haha, just a little trick, a mere trifle, hardly worth mentioning. Kavi is exceedingly modest, considering he merely repelled the future Pirate King. There is truly nothing to boast about. Just now, the captain was driven back? Does that not imply that the captain has been defeated? Hearing these words, Kavi felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a facade of humility. Wow, Uncle Kavi is so impressive, yet he remains so modest. If I were to repel the captain, I would boast for at least a year. With eyes alight with imagination, Buggy began to dream even before sleep overtook him. Kavi, you may have won this time, but I shall certainly reclaim victory next. Roger chose not to press Kavi further, instead accepting the outcome of their brief skirmish with grace. Although the two had exchanged only a single blow, such high-caliber confrontations typically remain brief and to the point. At their level of strength, a true battle would likely span several days before reaching a conclusion. With that in mind, the festivity resumed. Hey, why is Barrett still lying here? Buggy, Shanks, please lift him to a bed to rest. Barrett lamented, woe is me. At last, I have been remembered. I nearly met my end. Another night of revelry ensued. The following morning, a thunderous cannon fire roused everyone from their slumber. Captain, the Navy has arrived. We must flee. Roger, still half asleep, thought, is that you again, Karp? You're quite prompt today. Kavi, we shall meet again, and I will defeat you, lads. Time to escape. With that, the crew boarded their ship and departed, leaving Kavi alone on the deserted island. I too must take my leave. Shaking his groggy head, Kavi readied himself to depart. Where's my ship? Where could such a grand vessel have vanished to? Scanning the horizon, he found nothing but a solitary dog-headed warship. Roger's pirate crew had fled, Karp had arrived. And yet his ship was nowhere in sight. Roger, it seems the Navy's cannon fire might have obliterated Kavi's merchant vessel. Is it not rather improper for us to leave in such a manner? Rayleigh inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Roger, who appeared somewhat pleased. Hahaha, is that so? I hadn't noticed. Besides, Kavi is not a pirate, and the Navy cannot act against him. Well, it seems the captain is indeed quite pleased. Hey, have you seen the Roger pirates? Karp called out as he leapt from his ship, accompanied by his first mate, Bogart. Bogart, witnessing Karp's inquiry, felt a sense of futility. It was clear that the only other presence on the island was Roger's crew. Sorry, but I don't believe I've seen any pirates. Kavi replied candidly. Are you joking? Who would believe that? Bogart thought, feeling that this individual was quite on par with Vice Admiral Karp. Oh, is that so? Then, Bogart. Let us continue our pursuit of the Roger pirates, Karp said nonchalantly as he picked his nose. As Karp turned to head back, Kavi quickly interjected. You must be the renowned Vice Admiral Karp. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. I have a small request to make of you. Oh, what is this request? Karp, intrigued, halted and turned to face Kavi. It's nothing of great import, merely that a girl will soon be joining the Navy. And I hope you can look after her. A girl? Joining the Navy? That is splendid news. What is her name? I shall assist, Karp declared with great generosity, showing little concern for other matters. Hey, Vice Admiral Karp, you're agreeing without knowing anything. Oh well, it's of no concern to me. It seemed Bogart had only recently joined Karp, as he clearly had not yet grown accustomed to the Vice Admiral's impulsive nature. Of course, the Navy must support one another. What is the girl's name? Her name is Karen Rosa. I am entrusting her to you, Vice Admiral Karp. Should you need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Kavi proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. Hahaha, very well, Karp replied dismissively, feeling little need for Kavi's assistance at present. Of course, that was merely Karp's current opinion. The future remained uncertain. Roger. Halt. I say, Karp, there is no one around. Let us take a moment to rest. Is that so? Ha. Then let us indeed rest. Kapu halted, and the two casually found a place to sit. Roger, I must warn you. If I discover that you lay a hand on any civilians, I shall not spare you. Roger laughed heartily. Do you not know me? I have no interest in such mundane affairs. Although Roger and Kapu hailed from opposing factions, they bore no animosity towards each other. Rather, they had forged a friendship. Are you not concerned about your comrades? Kapu remarked as he casually retrieved a donut to savor. Ha. Rest assured, they are fully aware of our relationship and exercise discretion. Roger replied nonchalantly, extending his hand towards Kapu. All gone. Hey, I saw that. Hand one over to me. He reached out to snatch it. Here you go. Just this one. Kapu reluctantly offered a donut to Roger, grumbling in protest. By the way, do you know Kavi? Kapu recalled the favor he had asked of Kavi a few days prior. Of course I know him. In fact, I intended to invite him to join us, but was met with a merciless refusal, Roger said, his expression one of disheartenment. Ha, he has indeed joined our Navy, Kapu exclaimed with exaggerated laughter, feeling a sense of satisfaction that Kavi had declined the pirate crew. What? Impossible. Kavi swore he would not align himself with either pirates or the Navy. Do not attempt to deceive me, Roger protested vehemently, unable to believe that someone like Kavi would choose to join the Navy. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have joined long ago. Why would he wait until after rejecting them to do so? Karp, feeling rather bored, absent-mindedly picked at his nose and sighed. I didn't manage to deceive you, did I? Indeed, he had never enlisted in the Navy, yet he claimed that his descendants would join in the future, which he considered a form of participation. That hardly counts, absolutely not. Roger countered, incredulous. How could you say such a thing? If one day your grandson were to become a pirate, wouldn't that imply you two are a pirate? Roger continued to refute him, even providing specific examples to illustrate the absurdity of Karp's assertion. Bah, your grandson is the pirate. Your entire family is composed of pirates. Karp instantly grew displeased upon hearing this remark. If Kauai had been present, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, the great prophet. 6 months later, Kavi arrived in a nation on the shores of a new world. The first thing he did was to procure a large merchant vessel, anchoring it by the seaside. Without a ship, he felt an unsettling lack of security. As he wandered through the bustling town, the vibrant cacophony around him evoked memories of festive days from his past life. Kavi felt a surge of joy within him, eager to find a tavern for a drink. Suddenly, he collided with someone. My apologies, Kavi exclaimed, glancing around, failing to notice the person ahead of him, hastily offering his apologies. "Hey, move aside. Do you wish to die?" A thunderous voice emanated from the imposing figure before him. The surroundings fell silent, and Kavi finally discerned the identity of the individual he had bumped into. Towering over him, Kavi had to look up to make out the features of this man. His exaggerated musculature and physique were adorned with a fierce dragon tattoo on his upper body, and a pair of long horns atop his head signified that he belonged to a special race. He wielded a wolf-toothed club the size of a human. "Isn't that Kaido?" Kavi mused silently. "What a surprise to see him here. What are you staring at? Get lost." Kaido, as expected, displayed his notorious arrogance, exuding an air of superiority as if he were the ruler of the world. However, Kavi was not one to cower. Colliding with an ordinary person was one thing, but to crash into Kaido, the so-called strongest creature, the immortal beast, was a challenge he could not resist. Cough, cough. "Young man, while it is true that I ran into you, do you not bear any responsibility?" Kavi retorted. "If you had not been standing in front of me, I would not have collided with you. Therefore, it is you who should step aside, not I. Do you understand, kid?" Kaido, taken aback, was bewildered. How dare he? Did he not see the size of his frame? Did he not recognize his identity? Did he not notice the expressions of those around him? The fury within him surged uncontrollably. "You seek death." Kaido's terrifying figure bore down upon Kavi, one massive hand pressing onto his shoulder as if intending to crush it. Kaido exerted his strength. Kavi is picking his nose. "Hey, what are you doing? Can I say a few words to you?" Young people these days are so restless. It is important to understand that Kavi possesses a physique exceeding 6,000, encompassing a comprehensive array of abilities including strength, speed, and intensity. Moreover, with the enhancement brought about by the Panga fruit, even the current Kaido, let alone the Kaido who became one of the 4 emperors, would find it quite challenging to inflict harm upon Kavi. Kavi estimated that only the most formidable opponents could inflict harm upon his body. How could that be? Lovely Duo had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Kawhi continued to speak. "Young man, if you possess the capability, then follow me. However, if you acknowledge your lack of ability, then we shall leave it at that." Such a simple provocation, one that no individual would fall for. Yet, who was Kaido? He was once an intern for the Rocks Pirates, destined to become the immortal Kaido, after consuming the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, in the form of an azure dragon. He had never before endured such great humiliation and furiously trailed behind Kawhi, vowing, "I will slay this man." Although Kaido was brash, he was also aware of the gravity of the situation and refrained from engaging Kawhi in combat within the heart of the town. His current purpose, alongside Lin, was to recruit crew members to vie for the title of Pirate King, and he could not afford to attract the attention of too many Marines. Kawhi arrived at an open space and turned to Kaido behind him, inquiring, "I have heard that you are invincible. Is it true?" Kaido, rendered speechless, retorted, "Who told you that? I am unaware of such claims." Without further ado, he declared, "Enough nonsense. Prepare to meet your end." With a sense of urgency, Kaido aimed to swiftly deal with this insufferable individual. He swung his spiked club, enveloped in a layer of domineering energy, radiating with lightning. Thunderous 8 trigrams. He struck down fiercely towards Kawhi. Alas, this lad Kaido truly seeks my demise. His intentions are exceedingly ruthless. Kavi resolved to impart a lesson to this heedless youth. The formidable Conqueror's Haki enveloped him. His fist, darkened to a crimson hue, was clenched tightly, poised for a strike. Boom. With a single blow, Kaido was sent hurtling away, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep crater, his body buried within the earth, utterly motionless. "Hey, stop feigning. Get up." Kavi discerned instantly that Kaido was merely pretending to be unconscious. This lad was quite the performer, lying still in the soil. Kaido recognized that with such a masterful application of Conqueror's Haki, he was outmatched and chose to simulate unconsciousness, hoping that Kavi would take his leave. Kavi picked up a stone and flicked it with his fingers, sending it hurtling towards Kaido, who lay in the dirt. Bang! The stone missed its target as Kaido swiftly evaded to the side. All right, enough with the act, Kaido thought, realizing there was no point in pretending any longer. What on earth do you want? He bellowed, perplexed as to how he found himself here, merely attempting to recruit soldiers on the street, only to be attacked. Kavi shrugged. I merely wished to see if you were truly indestructible. With a touch of exasperation, he continued, what ill intentions could I harbor? I just wanted to toy with the adorable Kaido. The unfortunate Kaido had been struck, all because someone was curious about his legendary resilience. At that moment, Kaido's mind swirled with countless questions. Who is this person? How could such a peculiar individual remain unknown to him? Transform into a dragon for me to see. I've yet to witness a true dragon in all my years. Kavi's tone was teasing, his expression tinged with anticipation. After all, it was a dragon. What man wouldn't want to behold such a majestic sight? Do not put your luck. Kaido felt a surge of indignation. You think I can just transform on command? Am I a mere juggler for your amusement? You can't just order me to do that. Do I have no pride as Kaido? Kavi seemed unwilling to grant Kaido an opportunity for rebuttal, vanishing from his original position in an instant, reappearing directly before Kaido, unleashing a terrifying force with a swift punch. Crack. Boom. Kaido was once again sent crashing into the ground, landing in the same pit, striking the same pose, yet suffering different injuries. The sound of fractured ribs was distinctly audible, causing even Kavi to wince in sympathy. Cough, cough. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood, rising once more from the earth, his resolute posture evoking a pang of compassion. Impressive, young man, you can still stand. Truly, the indomitable Kaido. His concave chest began to heal at a gradual pace. It was remarkable that he could develop to such an extent shortly after consuming the fish fruit. Kaido's innate talent was undeniably formidable. No wonder the Navy had failed to capture him on numerous occasions. Our Kaido possesses significant prowess. At that moment, Kaido gasped for breath, his furious expression seemingly intent on devouring Kavi whole. Following the physical confrontation, he felt compelled to deliver a verbal assault as well. Under the dual pressure from Kavi, he could no longer endure it. As a grand pirate, being bullied by a middle-aged man to this extent is intolerable. I will fight you. Roar. Kaido transformed into a colossal azure dragon, soaring into the skies, his furious roar echoing for miles. Dragon breath. As Kaido danced amid the clouds, his form flickered in and out of visibility. A massive dragon head emerged from the cloud cover, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire towards Kavi, the searing flames imbued with a sense of annihilation rushing forth. Wow, how magnificent! Kavi paid no heed to the imminent attack, enveloping himself in armament Haki, earnestly admiring the azure dragon. Truly magnificent. This exemplified the proper utilization of the fish fruit. What on earth was that lecherous pink dragon? Look at Kaido. And then at that fool. This thought stirred Kavi's ire. How could such a potent fruit be consumed by that imbecile, Momonosuke? Kavi simply could not comprehend it. It was no wonder Kavi harbored such animosity. After all, the most detestable character from his previous life was none other than him, without exception. Oh well. Let us focus on our splendid Kaido. One blast of dragon breath utterly transformed Kavi's surroundings, reducing flowers, grass, and trees to ash. Everything around him was engulfed in darkness. Save for Kavi. Very well. Come down. Kavi commanded Kaido from above, his tone authoritative. Come down? In your dreams. I'm not playing with you anymore. If you have the guts, stay up here and wait. I'll call for reinforcements. Kaido taunted from the sky, realizing Kavi was unable to counter him. Go on. I await your arrival. Although Kavi is capable of attacking Kaido, it is unnecessary. If he truly wished to eliminate Kaido, he could do so even if the latter were soaring in the skies. However, ensuring that Kaido remains unharmed while coaxing him down poses a considerable challenge. After all, if one strike fails to vanquish him, he would simply flee and refuse to engage further, leaving Kavi with no recourse. Upon hearing Kavi's agreement, Kaido's spirits soared, and he took to the skies toward the town. Wait, don't run away. Kaido prepared to seek out Big Mom for vengeance. Charlotte Linlin, the former captain of the Rocks Pirates, possesses strength far superior to that of the current Kaido. Presently, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido have yet to part ways, especially since she has only recently bestowed upon him the fish fruit, and his power still has room for enhancement. Kavi gazed at the distant figure of a delightful youth, feeling the impatience of youth himself. Never mind, he thought. I shall indulge in some libations instead. With that, Kavi strolled into a tavern in the town, dismissing the promise he had made to wait for Kaido. What nonsense! When did I ever agree to wait for him? Besides, I am significantly his senior. Should I be the one to wait? How could I maintain my dignity? Kaido. Charlotte Linlin. Kaido, where are you? Upon hearing that Kaido had been dealt a harsh blow, Linlin hurried to the scene, only to find nothing but remnants of chaos. I have been deceived. Kaido's countenance darkened, his fury palpable, the signs of an impending eruption evident. Damn it, I shall surely avenge this grievance. Meanwhile, Linlin consoled her brother, feeling sympathy for him, subjected to a beating and left in the dark about the assailants' identities. Perhaps there would be an opportunity for retribution. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin retained her stunning figure, embodying the quintessential elegant woman, a true beauty, though alas, Kavi could not behold her. Achio, what is happening? A cold? Impossible. Surely. That rascal Kaido is cursing me. Kavi, inebriated and oblivious to the unfolding events, mentally noted Kaido for a future reckoning. Per Kaido, unwittingly added to his list of grievances once more. In the first half of the Grand Line, a small vessel bobbed perilously upon the waves, seemingly on the brink of capsizing. A blue-haired girl, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years of age, sat steadfastly aboard, a long blade resting beside her. When will we arrive? This is so dull. It's nothing like what Master described, young Rosa lamented from her perch on the boat. Surely. Master didn't anticipate that I would master the armament Haki so swiftly. I truly am a prodigy. But where could Master be at this moment? The girl in question was Kavi's chief disciple, Rosa, currently navigating towards the naval branch in her vicinity. Her ambition was clear, to enlist in the Navy, achieve merit, and ultimately ascend to the rank of Navy King. With a face alight with dreams, she envisioned herself commanding the Navy. With Master Kavi humbly serving her tea and attending to her whims, massaging her shoulders and legs. Haha. Lost in her thoughts, she drooled slightly, hastily wiping her mouth. Clenching her fists and raising them triumphantly above her head, she declared, I shall definitely become the Navy King. At that moment, a small boat drifted past, revealing a boy with raven hair and piercing eyes, who observed her with mild disdain. You're insane, he muttered under his breath. Hey, who are you? Do you want me to punch you? Rosa snapped, irked by the boy's insult, only to discover he was piloting a vessel even smaller than her own. Haha. You set sail on that tiny thing? Are you trying to make me laugh? Though Rosa's boat was modest, it at least offered a cabin for rest, whereas the boy's vessel could barely accommodate a single person. The boy, unfazed, replied coolly, You're not much better off. After days at sea, Rosa was finally excited to encounter another living soul. Hey, where are you headed? She inquired, surprised to see someone so young venturing alone, wondering how his parents could allow such freedom. Curiously, she neglected to consider that she was also just a child. The boy, maintaining his stoic demeanor, gazed straight ahead with arms crossed over his chest, showing no inclination to respond. TCH, what are you acting all high and mighty for? Rosa murmured, irritated by his pretentiousness. Ignoring her jibes, the boy sat down, unsheathing a sword from his back and carefully wiping it with a cloth, treating it with utmost reverence. Oh, are you a swordsman? Rosa, initially indifferent, found herself intrigued by his weapon. And if I am? He retorted, finally engaging with her. Seeing this as an opportunity, she brandished her own sword, a slender blade named Drizzle. I'm also a swordsman. Care for a duel? A spark of excitement ignited within her, aside from sparring with her master. She had yet to truly compete with anyone else. Her sessions with Master Kavi were more about guidance than a fair contest, as she knew her utmost efforts would scarcely harm him. The boy's eyes lit up at the mention of a duel, intrigued by her challenge. What is your skill level? He asked, confident in his own prowess, believing no one his age could surpass him. Defeating you will be no trouble at all, Rosa replied, her pride shining through. In her heart, only Master Kavi had ever surpassed her in skill. In truth, at her age, Kavi had been busy playing in the mud. All right, there's a suitable spot ahead. Let us spar there. I hope you don't disappoint. The boy's interest was piqued. He was eager to witness how she might best him in swordsmanship. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a small island, securing their boats before preparing to duel. They faced each other. Why aren't you drawing your sword? The boy asked, growing irritated at Rosa, who held her sheathed sword without unsheathing it. If you want me to draw my sword, then let us see what you can do, Rosa teased, clearly dismissive, her tone dripping with provocation as she found his aloofness insufferable. I hope you're truly strong. Otherwise, you might end up regretting this. With that, the boy drew his long sword, gripping the hilt with both hands. Itoriu Oji, Demon Slash. He launched himself at Rosa with fervor, unleashing a powerful strike imbued with a strange green aura. Clang! Rosa effortlessly raised her sheathed sword, enveloping it with a thin layer of armament Haki, crossing it before her to block the boy's attack. Sparks flew. With a mere exertion of force, the boy was pushed back several paces. Are you joking? You can't even use Haki, yet you attempted Demon Slash? Are you trying to make me laugh? Rosa scoffed mercilessly at the boy before her. Indeed, while the boy's swordsmanship was far superior to his peers, it paled in comparison to Rosa's skills, who easily outclassed him with her use of Haki. The boy stared in disbelief. What is this? You don't even know Haki, and yet you act all tough. I thought you were someone special. Rosa continued to taunt, reveling in the thrill of the moment, finally experiencing the exhilarating feeling of sparring akin to what she felt with Master Kavi. So this is what it feels like to dominate. No wonder Master Kavi always taunted her with, "Can you handle this?" "Kavi, I did not. Do not accuse me falsely. Young one, you have a long journey ahead of you." Little Rosa imparted her wisdom with an air of maturity. The youth paused for a moment, regaining his composure and reverting to his aloof demeanor. "I am Jorakalmahak. What is your name?" "I am Karen Rosa," she declared. "I shall remember you, and I will surely become stronger than you, destined to be the world's greatest swordsman. I have no interest in being the world's greatest swordsman, for I aspire to be the king of the navy." Little Rosa proclaimed her ambition once more. Jorakalmahak offered no response but turned away to embark upon his vessel. Observing this, Little Rosa recalled a saying from her master and called out loudly, "My master once said that mastering simple techniques to perfection is the path to becoming the strongest. Your techniques are far too flamboyant." At her words, Mythic's lips twitched. He pondered where the flamboyance lay, as he found them rather impressive. Yet, her master's words seemed to hold a kernel of truth. Perhaps he should return and give it a try? Achoo! Kavi sneezed, puzzled by the frequency of his sneezes lately. Could it be that he was truly coming down with a cold? At this moment, Kavi has returned to the West Sea after wandering for so many years. It is time to return home and take a look. West Sea, O'Hara. Upon arriving at the familiar cottage once more, a sense of warmth and nostalgia welled up within Kavi. It truly feels like home. Stepping inside, he surveyed his surroundings, and to his surprise, the decor remained unchanged, and the table was devoid of dust. Could it be that someone had come to tidy up? As Kavi pondered in confusion, a woman's voice echoed from outside. "Oh, Uncle Kavi, you have returned." Upon hearing the voice, Kavi stepped out of the house and was taken aback to see a silver-haired woman cradling a little girl who appeared to be around 1 or 2 years old. "Olivia?" he exclaimed in surprise. Recognizing the visitor as Nicole Olivia, he then glanced at the child in her arms. The girl had shoulder-length black hair and bright, round eyes that sparkled like black grapes, gazing up at Kavi with immense charm. "Uncle Kavi, why have you only just come back now?" Olivia exclaimed, her voice tinged with irritation. It had been nearly 5 years since Kavi had last returned, and had she known he would be away for so long, she would have stopped him from leaving. Over the years, Olivia had become accustomed to Kavi's generous hospitality, and now, other meals seemed lacking by comparison. "I thought you might have perished out there. You truly are a cause for concern," Olivia continued to admonish Kavi. Hearing this, Kavi felt a warmth in his heart. Olivia was indeed his first friend in this world, and the sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. "Ha, I suppose you are yearning for my roasted delicacies, aren't you?" Kavi teased with a laugh. Olivia's face flushed crimson at his words, and she stammered, "And no, that's not it. I am genuinely concerned for your safety." Her gaze darted away, and even she found it hard to believe her own words. While she did worry about Kavi's well-being, what she longed for most was the taste of his cooking. Yet, she would never admit it. What could he possibly do to her? With that thought, Olivia raised her head confidently and declared, "Yes, indeed, I am worried about your safety, Uncle Kavi. You have no idea. I come here to check on you every few days." Kavi chose not to expose her, for she indeed frequently came to tidy up his little abode. All right. Today I shall prepare a grand feast for you." Upon hearing this, Alvia's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful. Now, it's time to introduce this little sister, isn't it?" Although Kavi had already deduced the identity of the little girl cradled in Alvia's arms, he feigned ignorance and inquired further. "Oh right, I almost forgot to mention, this is my daughter, Nico Robin. Little Robin, why don't you greet Uncle? Or should it be Grandpa?" Alvia glanced at Kavi, momentarily uncertain of what title to bestow upon him. If she called him Uncle, then little Robin would be of the same generation. If she referred to him as Grandpa, Kavi hardly seemed that aged. "Oh dear, Grandpa? I'm still quite youthful. Of course, you should call me Uncle. Wouldn't you agree, little Robin?" Kavi made a decision regarding Alvia and gently spoke to the little Robin nestled in her arms. The little Robin blinked her eyes and turned to her mother. Upon seeing her mother nod, she opened her tiny mouth and with a soft, endearing voice called out, "Hello, Uncle Kavi. Ha. Just wait, little Robin. Uncle will prepare a grand feast for you right away." Kavi was utterly enchanted by the call of Uncle, reminiscing about how adorable Robin had been in her childhood. After all, her big personality was equally endearing. Kavi's favoritism was evident. Instantly, Alvia felt a twinge of displeasure, as a mother. It was rather absurd to feel jealousy over her daughter's affection. "Well, enough of this. Just wait, for today I shall ensure that you all leave with your bellies full." Kavi entered the kitchen and began to showcase his culinary skills by retrieving ingredients from the system's space. Moments later, an array of delectable dishes adorned the table. Wow, it smells wonderful. Little Robin, today we are in for a treat. After preparing the final dish, Kavi took his seat and declared, "Let's eat." The two joined their hands in prayer and simultaneously exclaimed, "I shall begin." Thus, the trio enjoyed their meal in a warm atmosphere, with Alvia devouring the food at an astonishing pace, as if she hadn't eaten in 3 days. It was the first time little Robin had witnessed her mother in such a state, and after sampling a bite, she exclaimed, delicious." Her already wide eyes grew even larger, and in the next moment, she transformed into a little foodie just like Alvia. Haha. Kavi chuckled heartily at the sight. Thank you for the feast. Yet, such delightful moments are fleeting. After the meal, Alvia engaged in casual conversation with Kavi for a while. Uncle Kavi, there is something I would like to ask of you. Alvia's playful demeanor shifted, and her expression turned serious. Kavi glanced at Olivia, then cast a look at little Robin, letting out a sigh, clearly aware of the matter at hand. Must we truly go? Olivia's gaze was resolute, more unwavering than ever before. This was a task she felt compelled to undertake, for it represented her aspiration and the very essence of her existence. Indeed, upon hearing this, Kavi felt a mixture of astonishment and anger. He flicked his fingers against Alvia's forehead, unsure of how to express his feelings. Ouch! Alvia exclaimed, covering her forehead. Yet a smile graced her lips, for she understood that Uncle Kavi had acquiesced. Make sure to explain it well to little Robin. Rest assured, I have already spoken to her about it. After saying this, Alvia turned to the obedient little Robin sitting beside her and gently stroked her small head. Robin was quite perceptive. When shall we depart? After a moment of contemplation, Alvia replied, in 3 days. Kavi's return was indeed timely. Olivia had initially resolved that this would be her final visit to seek him out. Had he not returned, she would have been compelled to entrust little Robin to her brother's care. In contrast to her brother, Olivia felt a profound sense of security with Kavi. She understood him well enough to know that he would at least ensure Robin's safety. Indeed, it was safety that mattered most. On this voyage, regardless of its success, the consequence would undoubtedly be death. For her ideals, she feared not for herself but for the potential burden on her daughter. With Kavi present, Robin would be safe. Her intuition assured her that Kavi would safeguard Robin well. I shall return in 3 days. Remember to leave everything in order. Olivia returned home with little Robin. While Kavi reclined in the grandpa chair at the entrance, his eyes gently closed, swaying slightly as he basked in the afterglow of the setting sun. This year marked the moment when the scholars of O'Hara embarked on their expedition to explore the true history. Naturally, Olivia would be among them, and the outcome was predetermined. This expedition would deliver a catastrophic blow to O'Hara. Subsequently, little Robin would emerge as the sole survivor among O'Hara's historians. Branded by the world government as the child of the devil, with a bounty of 79 million, her hand rested on the chair beside her, producing a rhythmic sound as she pondered whether to rescue him. 3 days later, Olivia returned to Kavi's residence, this time laden with provisions for her journey, as well as Robin's essentials. She was departing. Little Robin did not cry or protest, but calmly bid farewell to her mother. Olivia waved, turning away with a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Little Robin stood at the doorway, gazing after her until she faded from sight. Kavi gently ruffled little Robin's hair and softly said, "Little one, feel free to cry if you wish, don't hold it in." Robin wiped away the tears that were on the verge of spilling, clutched tightly to the book her mother had left her, and with a tone that was both resolute and slightly defiant declared, "I'm not crying. Uncle Kavi is mean." With that, little Robin dashed into the house, leaving Kavi looking bewildered. What did I do? Did Alvia speak ill of me? Upon entering the house, Kavi found Robin lying on his designated bed, seemingly shedding tears in secret. Witnessing this, Kavi's heart softened. Damn it, what a ridiculous world government. I am determined to save him. And I refuse to believe that rescuing one person would lead to a full-scale mobilization against me. At this moment, Alvia remained oblivious to the fact that little Robin had inadvertently saved her life for the time being. There were still 6 years until the Buster Call was enacted on O'Hara, which meant Kavi had 6 more years of tranquility. Indeed, having traversed into the world of pirates, it was impossible to remain in hiding forever. O'Hara was undoubtedly doomed, and Kavi pondered where he could hide Alvia after saving her. Perhaps a feigned death would suffice? No. That could wait for another day. For now, Kavi simply wished to lie back and savor this fleeting moment of serenity. The forthcoming years of childcare would certainly not be tranquil. Reflecting on parenting, Kavi recalled his chief disciple, Rosa, and wondered if she had set sail yet. Achio, Rosa mused. Why is my master always thinking of me? He can't seem to be apart from his most beloved disciple for even a second. Standing at the entrance of the naval branch, she chanted to herself, her mind filled with unhealthy thoughts about the future. As dusk fell, the forest came alive with the chorus of frogs. Inside the small cabin, Kavi and little Robin were relishing a delightful dinner. Robin, from now on, consider this place your home. Eat whatever you desire and feel free to tell me anything you wish to do, all right? Kavi was acutely aware that Robin's childhood had been far from joyful, often going hungry and cold. After accidentally consuming the Hito no Mi, she had also been labeled a little monster. Robin, possessing a remarkable adaptability, seemed at ease with Kavi, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. This was, of course, due to Alvia's prior efforts in reassuring Robin. She had often accompanied her mother to this very place for cleaning, harboring a deep curiosity about Kavi. Instead of aversion, she felt an increasing intrigue, wondering why her mother had said that she could trust Uncle Kavi at any time. As the dinner concluded, filled with whimsical thoughts, Kavi gently urged, "Little Robin, if you're tired, you should go to sleep." He pointed toward the bedroom while beginning to clear the tableware. It seemed there was only one bedroom. Kavi had designed this house with the intention of living in solitude. Now, however, it appeared he had no place to sleep. Shaking his head, he thought it best to settle for a night on the table. He couldn't possibly let Robin sleep here alone. "I'll build another bedroom tomorrow," he resolved, preparing to make do for the night. Just then, Robin gazed up at Kavi with wide eyes and, in a soft, plaintive voice, asked, "Uncle Kavi, I'm scared to sleep alone. Can you stay with me? My mother always slept beside me." Upon hearing this, Kavi felt a bit overwhelmed. The thought that Robin was only 2 years old and afraid to sleep alone seemed reasonable. However, as a responsible young man of the 21st century, Kavi resolved to educate little Robin and instill in her the importance of independence from an early age. "My dear Robin, you are already 2 years old, no longer a mere child. You must learn to be brave. Courageous children sleep alone. Do you understand? Now, off to bed with you." Although Kavi lacked experience in childcare, he had watched numerous videos on child psychology in his previous life. He believed that by offering praise or employing subtle forms of encouragement, one could effectively guide a child towards the right behaviors. There was even a blogger who claimed this method applied to how girlfriends should treat their boyfriends. But Kavi was skeptical. Having been single in his past life, he knew that boys were unlikely to fall for such tactics, surely not. Upon hearing his words, little Robin immediately reacted. Her large eyes filled with tears, and her little face bore an expression of grievance, as if she were on the verge of shedding precious pearls. Hey, this isn't how it was supposed to go." Kavi felt a pang of despair. Wasn't it supposed to work on children? Why was she crying? Clearing his throat, he continued, "Robin, you must be strong. There's nothing to fear about sleeping alone. The night is just like the day, devoid of monsters." He rambled on. To his dismay, the moment he spoke, Robin's tears flowed freely, making it seem as though he were the one tormenting her. All right, don't cry. I'll stay with you while you sleep." Kavi relented, realizing he had no choice but to comply with Robin's request. He sighed inwardly, pondering the challenging days that lay ahead. Upon hearing his promise, Robin wiped her tears and sniffled. "Oh, really?" Her sorrowful expression was utterly heart-wrenching. "Really? Then, Uncle Kavi, will you tell me a story? Mama always tells me stories before bed." Little Robin gazed at Kavi with hopeful eyes, her face radiating eagerness. All right, I shall tell you a story." Robin's face lit up with joy. "Yay. Let's hurry to bed. I want to hear a story." Her soft, sweet voice uttered words that sparked endless imagination, leaving Kavi to wonder whom she might enchant in the future. "First, wash your face," Kavi insisted, adopting a serious demeanor, feeling somewhat outsmarted. No. Although Robin might grow up to be somewhat cunning, she was undoubtedly an innocent and carefree little girl at this moment. Shaking his head to dispel his fanciful thoughts, he filled a basin with water for her to wash her face. "I want Uncle Kavi to help me wash. Mama always did." Wait, I'll help you." Kavi interrupted her familiar plea, bracing himself for the little girl's judgment. Seeing Kavi's resigned expression made Robin burst into laughter, recalling her mother's words. Mama was right. After helping Robin with her nightly routine, the two nestled in bed. "Uncle Kavi, hurry and tell me a story. I want to hear a story." "All right. Today I will tell you the tale of Sun Wukong battling the 7 fairies." I want to hear, Robin exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she eagerly awaited Kavi's story. Thus, Kavi began recounting his creatively modified version of the tale. Robin listened intently, finding it far more entertaining than any story her mother had told about a little green hat or grandma. As the story unfolded, Robin gradually drifted off to sleep. Noticing this, Kavi tucked her in and allowed himself to succumb to slumber as well, utterly exhausted from the day's events. Physical pain may be daunting, but the torment of the spirit is the most profound suffering. The following morning, while Kavi was still in a deep sleep, he felt something tugging at his face. "Uncle Kavi, wake up. The sun is shining on your bottom," Robin exclaimed, leaning close to his ear and calling out loudly. What is going on?" Kavi feigned ignorance, turning over to continue sleeping. Robin, feeling frustrated, suddenly had a bright idea. She climbed onto Kavi's back and shouted into his ear, "Uncle Kavi, I wet the bed." "What?" Kavi was suddenly jolted awake from his dreams, sitting upright in an instant as he swiftly embraced little Robin, scrutinizing her carefully. Upon realizing he had been deceived by her, he playfully ruffled Robin's small head. "Dare you deceive your uncle again? Will you have the audacity to do so next time?" "Why, I want you to do it again. I promise." Little Robin immediately pleaded for mercy. Initially intending to indulge in a few more moments of slumber, Kavi found his resolve shattered by Robin's antics. He rose to prepare breakfast, and after they finished their meal, they were to embark on the formidable tasks of the day. Although little Robin had requested Kavi to share her bed, he ultimately decided to expand their living space, as the addition of another person had rendered the room somewhat cramped. Kavi rushed around and felled a few more trees, beginning to process the wood, while little Robin observed nearby. Although she wished to assist, Kavi instructed her to stay put and refrain from causing any trouble. Annoyed, Robin puffed out her cheeks in defiance, eliciting hearty laughter from Kavi. "Little Robin, once you grow a bit more, you will be able to help Uncle Kavi," he comforted her. "All right then." Robin reluctantly suppressed her desire to assist and watched Kavi repair the house, occasionally bringing him a cup of water or wiping the sweat from his brow. A year later, in the New World, the Edver Sea. Hahaha. Roger, let us join forces. With your unique abilities combined with the strength of my flying pirate crew, world domination is assured. A burly man stood atop one of the pirate ships, shouting towards Roger's crew across the sea. A cigarette dangled from his mouth, and his flowing golden hair was tousled carelessly, two renowned swords sheathed at his waist. This man was none other than Shiki, one of the former captains of the Rock's pirates. With the collapse of Rock's ambition to dominate the world, Shiki inherited his will, and the desire to conquer burned fiercely within him. As a sovereign of the seas, he wielded the awakened powers of the float fruit, placing him in an invincible position upon the ocean. At this moment, the flying pirate crew had become the most formidable crew in terms of overall strength. All that remained was to invite Roger's crew to join him, thus fulfilling his ambition for world supremacy. Surrounded by the flying pirate crew, Rayleigh gazed gravely at Roger. "What shall we do?" Regardless of Roger's decision, they would offer their unwavering support. "We're doomed. Captain, we're surrounded. We must flee." Buggy dashed about the ship, nearly frantic. "Buggy, calm down. The captain has yet to speak," Shanks replied, maintaining a more composed demeanor, though his expression grew increasingly serious. "Haha. I have no desire for world domination. I wish to be the freest man alive. I will not ally with you." Roger predictably rejected Shiki's invitation. At these words, Shiki's expression darkened. "If that is the case, then you shall perish," he commanded, and all members of the flying pirate crew launched their assault on Roger's crew. Seeing this, Roger laughed heartily, drew ace, and pointed skyward. "Boys, let the battle commence." In an instant, chaos erupted. Roger's crew faced off against the flying pirate crew. The battle raged on, and Roger's crew gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. In terms of numbers, they were vastly outmatched, and holding on for this long was nearing their limits. "Haha. Roger, I offer you one more chance. Join me, and we shall conquer the world together." Shiki issued another invitation. "I will never ally with you. Give up." Once again rejected, Shiki lost all patience. "Then you shall all die. Lion's might." He unleashed the powers of the float fruit, causing the sea to churn and monstrous waves to rise. The sea surrounding Roger's crew rapidly ascended, forming towering walls of water that bore down upon them. Roger's crew was in peril. Just then, countless sea kings emerged from the depths. Roar. Their roars reverberated across the entire sea, and a tempest descended, thunder crashing and the weather shifting dramatically. The storm swept through, devastating the pirate ships above, reducing them to wreckage that plunged into the ocean. "Impossible! How could there be so many sea kings? My flying pirate crew!" Shiki shouted in fury. unable to comprehend why fate seemed to conspire against him when victory was so close at hand. Perhaps this was the fate of a chosen one. Roger undoubtedly embodied the essence of fortune in this era. Otherwise, he would not have become the pirate king. Destiny often favors the fortunate. And Shiki's defeat was but a foregone conclusion. Amid Shiki's furious cries, a ship's helm hurtled towards him at great speed. In his rage, Shiki failed to notice and was knocked unconscious by the mighty wheel. In this battle, Roger's crew narrowly triumphed. Goodness, that Shiki is truly unfortunate, Kavi murmured as he read the newspaper. Speaking of this chosen one, Roger, your luck is truly remarkable. It seems the heavens are indeed aiding you, Kavi lamented, pondering the inscrutability of fortune and whether he possessed the ability to influence the narrative. Kavi pondered over this profound question, while little Robin gazed up with wide, innocent eyes. Adorably inquiring, Uncle Kavi, who is the Golden Lion? And who is Roger? Are they stronger than Sun Wukong? Cough, cough, these two are indeed formidable individuals. But they pale in comparison to Sun Wukong, Kavi replied. Little Robin nodded thoughtfully and continued, are they stronger than you, Uncle Kavi? Haha, Kavi laughed heartily, ruffling little Robin's hair. I am more powerful than anyone in this world, he declared, though he mentally added that this referred to the future. Wow, Uncle Kavi, you are so impressive. Little Robin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked up at him. In her soft voice, she asked, but Uncle Kavi, are you as strong as Sun Wukong? At this, a bead of sweat trickled down Kavi's forehead. He regretted sharing so many embellished tales of the great sage, as little Robin now seemed fixated on him. Cough, cough, not yet, but in the future, I shall surpass Sun Wukong. After all, I have my own advantages. As long as I live, I will grow stronger. Little Robin appeared puzzled for a moment. Then a glimmer of determination crossed her face. Mom said to believe in Uncle Kavi, so I believe you are the strongest. Hahaha. Kavi pinched her chubby cheek, feeling exceedingly cheerful. Little Robin was truly adorable. Little Robin, have you completed your homework today? Kavi regularly imparted knowledge to her, aiming to enhance her understanding of the world. After finishing the lessons Kavi taught her, Little Robin was also keen to learn about archaeology. Clearly, she aspired to become an archaeologist, ultimately following in the footsteps of Alvia. Kavi contemplated altering Little Robin's ideals but ultimately decided against it. As long as she was happy, that was sufficient. After all, just the fact that she called him uncle meant that, come what may, he would always have her back. Having already completed his tasks, he eagerly wished to hear the tale of the Grey Wolf's battle against the lazy saint of Sheep Village. Could they indulge in that story once more? Little Robin, aware of the effectiveness of her charming antics on Kavi, began to act adorably. Didn't we just hear that yesterday? Why request it again? Kavi questioned, recalling that he had just narrated the story the previous night. But I want to hear it. Please, tell it again. Little Robin pleaded, shaking his hand with endearing insistence. All right, I shall recount it once more. In ancient times, the great Grey Wolf, in a quest to rescue his beloved Red Wolf, bravely ventured alone into the sacred Sheep Village, engaging in a fierce battle with the lazy saint of Sheep Village for 300 rounds, causing chaos and darkness to engulf the skies and rendering the land barren. Upon finishing the tale, Kavi took a sip of water, his throat parched from the storytelling. Oh, the Grey Wolf is truly valiant. He nearly met his demise while rescuing his wife. Little Robin exclaimed, profoundly moved, wishing she could personally assist the Grey Wolf in his quest. Uncle Kavi, if one day I were to be captured, would you come to rescue me? Her large, sparkling eyes gazed at him, glimmering with innocence. I would not come to your rescue. Perhaps getting captured will teach you to behave. Kavi playfully pinched Little Robin's nose. I promise to behave. Uncle, you must come to save me. Little Robin's face flushed with concern upon hearing Kavi's refusal, and she quickly acknowledged her mistake. Kavi merely intended to frighten her. He affectionately ruffled Little Robin's hair and softly proclaimed, rest assured, should anyone dare to abduct Little Robin, Uncle shall vanquish the foes and rescue her. Like a small creature seeking comfort, Little Robin nuzzled against Kavi's large hand, exclaiming, I knew Uncle Kavi would come to my rescue. Kavi felt an inexplicable sense of peculiarity. It seemed as though he had inadvertently led Robin astray, leaving him to wonder whether this personality would persist in the future. Kavi resolved to wait until Little Robin grew a bit older before allowing her to interact with other children outside. Otherwise, spending all day in his company might eventually lead to psychological issues. 2 years later, Uncle Kavi, I'm back, Little Robin exclaimed as she ran towards Kavi, waving her hand, her face radiant with joy as she leaped into his embrace. What happened? You're so dirty. Did you fall into a pit? Kavi lifted little Robin, gently wiping away the dust from her face. She was covered in dirt, resembling a wild child. Humph. They call me a monster, an unruly child without parents. So I gave them a good thrashing. Anger flickered across little Robin's face as she turned to Kavi and exclaimed, Uncle Kavi, am I impressive, or what? With that, she raised her small fist triumphantly, embodying the very essence of a little tyrant. Kavi rubbed his forehead, realizing that things had taken a turn for the worse. However, it was not entirely without merit, for at least no one dared to bully little Robin anymore. Truly remarkable, our little Robin is the most formidable. The next time someone dares to insult you, strike back with all your might. Should anything arise, your uncle will cover for you. He affectionately tousled little Robin's hair, his indulgent tone prompting her to nod vigorously in response, exclaiming, Ahem. It must be said, fate is indeed a curious thing. Although little Robin had enjoyed warmth and sustenance under Kavi's care, she ultimately indulged in the fabled flower fruit. On a whim, she had chanced upon this peculiar fruit and, without a second thought, took a bite. By the time she felt the urge to retch, it was already too late. Upon returning home, she clung to Kavi, weeping uncontrollably, lamenting that she had consumed a fruit resembling excrement and had transformed into a monster. It was only through Kavi's explanation of the nature of devil fruits that she found solace. In a previous life, sea enthusiasts speculated on what would transpire if Garp were to consume the flower fruit. As Kavi recalled the multitude of clenched fists in the sky, a shiver coursed through him. Their power must be formidable. Should he consider nurturing little Robin? A peculiar thought emerged in his mind. Goo goo, little Robin's stomach growled, interrupting his reverie. Coming back to reality, he set her down and said, Uncle will prepare something delicious for you. Remember to bathe after eating. You're all dirty. It's quite unbecoming. Little Robin, unfazed, casually brushed off the dust from her clothes. I want Uncle to wash me, she declared, her big eyes wide with innocence, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Kavi felt an urge to give her a playful rap on the head. At your age, you should be able to wash yourself. It's quite shameful to rely on me, Kavi retorted with a hint of annoyance. No way. I want Uncle to help me. Little Robin insisted, clinging to Kavi's arm and shaking it playfully, continuing her endearing antics. Absolutely not. Kavi was not to be swayed by her tactics. He remembered when she was merely 2 or 3, often employing such charms to elicit his affection. That strategy was long outdated. Humph. Little Robin, realizing her ploys had failed, turned her back in a huff, ignoring Kavi. Kavi, indifferent to her, entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, leaving little Robin sulking alone. Observing Kavi's neglect, Robin promptly followed her into the kitchen, her expression shifting as she regained composure. With a serious demeanor, she murmured softly, What mother taught me no longer seems applicable. What shall I do? From beginning to end, Kavi could never fathom what Alvia had imparted to little Robin that transformed her so profoundly. Or perhaps this is merely the butterfly effect caused by Kavi's arrival in this world. In a certain maritime expanse of the New World, aboard the Golden Jackson, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the ship. Roger, have you truly made up your mind? Rayleigh inquired, his expression grave. Despite having reached the final island and fulfilled their aspirations during this pinnacle of their journey, why would Roger make such a decision? Ha, Rayleigh, I know everyone is perplexed, but I must do this, Roger explained. My time is limited. What? Roger, you. Rayleigh's face shifted dramatically, disbelief written all over it. Yes, I have at most a year left. This world has become distorted, and I must herald a new era. A glimmer of determination flashed in Roger's eyes. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh sighed. All right, but how will you explain this to them? He referred to Shanks and Buggy, 2 individuals who held Roger in the highest esteem. The news of his impending demise would undoubtedly devastate them. Ha, Rayleigh, do not underestimate them. They will eventually become formidable forces in their own right. Rayleigh, upon hearing this, ceased his attempts at persuasion. Very well. Thus, the Roger pirates arrived at the final island, naming it Laughtail, where they uncovered the truth of the world. And in doing so, Roger ascended to the title of Pirate King. Shortly thereafter, the Roger pirates disbanded in secrecy. 1 year later, on an unfamiliar isle, 2 men sat across from one another, one of them wearing an expression of shock. Roger, are you truly going to surrender yourself? Garp exclaimed. Disbelief etched upon his face, unable to comprehend why Roger would make such a choice. Yes, I have come to you with a request, Roger replied calmly. What is it? I wish for the world government to revoke the bounties on all members of the Roger pirates. Karp pondered for a moment before nodding. If you turn yourself in, the world government should agree. Is there anything else? Roger continued. I have a child yet to be born on Petrella Island in the South Sea. I hope you can assist in caring for them." Upon hearing this, Karp's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "What? You want me to help you take care of a child?" Kapu clearly did not expect Roger to place such trust in him, a Navy officer. "Do not worry. I have entrusted someone else to assist you when it is inconvenient for you to do so." Roger had evidently made ample preparations. "Who? Rayleigh?" Kapu assumed that Roger had enlisted Rayleigh's help. "No, I did not inform them. The individual I have entrusted is Kawhi. You should be familiar with him, right?" Upon hearing this, Kapu furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, finally recalled, "Are you referring to that person from years ago?" Roger nodded. "With the two of you looking after him, I believe Ace will grow up healthy and happy." Ace, the name Roger had bestowed upon his unborn child. "Very well. I agree. I will ensure your child becomes an exemplary Navy officer. Unfortunately, you will not be able to witness it." Roger merely remained silent. A week prior. In O'Hara of the West Sea, young Robin stood at the doorstep, her expression vigilant as she regarded the unfamiliar man before her. "Who are you? What brings you to my home?" The man, clearly taken aback by the presence of a child, pondered to himself. After all, Kawhi was not a pirate and must have settled down long ago. This little girl must be Kawhi's daughter. She was truly adorable, though she bore little resemblance to Kawhi. Could it be? Roger gazed at young Robin, deep in thought. "Hey, I'm speaking to you." Robin had already categorized Roger as a potential threat. After all, in all these years, no one had visited them, prompting her to raise her voice and reprimand. "Haha, do not be afraid, little lady. I am here to find your father. Is he around?" Roger quickly responded, eager to avoid being perceived as a suspicious stranger. Robin, however, looked puzzled and replied, "I do not have a father. He passed away long ago." "What?" Roger was taken aback, observing that the little girl did not appear to be lying. A chill running through him. He had not anticipated that Kawhi had passed away even earlier than he had. Sighing, Roger felt a deep sorrow. How could such a strong individual have died so soon? It seemed fate was unkind to the talented. "Oh, so, you were here to find Uncle Kawhi? That lazybones is still asleep." Young Robin suddenly realized that Roger was seeking Kawhi. "And do I look like Uncle Kawhi's daughter? This person has poor eyesight." "I am clearly Uncle Kawhi's little treasure," she silently critiqued. Roger's lips twitched. It turned out Kawhi was not dead after all, and his tears had been wasted. "Uncle Kawhi, wake up. There is a gentleman looking for you." Robin barged into the house, kicking open the bedroom door as she shouted. Groggy, Kawhi slowly opened his eyes. Having been disturbed by Robin's antics the previous night, when she had insisted on hearing stories, preventing him from getting a good night's rest, and now he had a headache. "Who is it?" Kawhi mumbled as he threw on a piece of clothing haphazardly. Just then, Roger walked in from outside. "Oh, Kawhi, it has been a long time." He greeted Kawhi warmly, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other in years. Kavi recognized the newcomer. "Roger?" he remarked. "You appear utterly haggard. Worse than a man on the brink of death." Observing Kavi's weariness, Roger jested. "Alas, it is the fault of this little imp, brimming with boundless energy all day long." Kavi gestured towards little Robin, shooting her a disapproving glance. Immediately, Robin pouted and turned away, embodying an attitude of innocence. "Now, let us get to the matter at hand. Roger, how did you manage to locate me?" Kavi was far more intrigued by Roger's means of finding him than by Robin's antics, considering they had not exchanged any contact information previously. "Hahaha, I certainly have my own methods." Upon seeing Roger's smug expression, Kavi immediately inquired, "Could it be Shachi?" Roger's smile vanished, replaced by a hint of astonishment. "How did you know? Do you also know Shachi?" Kavi was certainly unfamiliar with Shachi. Yet the ability to locate him with such precision left him contemplating no one else but Shachi. "It was a guess," he replied. Upon witnessing this, Roger ceased his inquiries. Acknowledging that everyone harbors their own secrets, "I would like to request a favor from you." Roger suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Upon witnessing the scene, Kavi's mind began to form some conjectures, and he jested. "What is it? The illustrious pirate king still requires my assistance? Are you truly asking me to babysit?" In response, Roger's serious demeanor faltered, and he exclaimed, Hey, hey, you must honestly tell me. Can you foresee the future?" Meanwhile, young Robin gazed at Roger with curiosity, pondering the tales her uncle had spoken of him. Who exactly was this Roger, and what did the title of Pirate King entail? It certainly sounded impressive. Yet she was convinced that Uncle Kavi was far more formidable. Her little mind wandered through whimsical thoughts. Surely he wouldn't actually expect me to care for his child. Isn't that a task better suited for Garp? Kavi was taken aback by the significant impact his mere presence had instigated. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising that Roger would make such a request. After all, with his formidable strength, he was neither a navy nor a pirate, thus unburdened by the weight of responsibility. If he couldn't even manage one little Robin, how could he possibly handle another? The thought of the pirate king relinquishing his duties was simply unacceptable. No, absolutely not. Kavi swiftly declined. Roger, having anticipated this reaction, replied, "Hold on. I will reach out to Garp. I merely hope that when my child is in peril, you might lend a hand." With Garp around, the child's safety would likely be assured. Yet, once the child's identity was unveiled, Garp's position within the Navy would complicate any assistance he could offer. This was precisely why Roger sought Kavi's cooperation. Kavi understood Roger's intentions. They were friends after all, and it was no trouble to lend a helping hand. Moreover, considering the storyline, with so many years remaining before Ace's demise, he should have become invincible by now, so offering assistance would not be a burden. Convincing himself, Kavi gradually nodded, conceding, "Very well, I can agree to your request." Roger felt a surge of joy, relieved by the response. "Thank you. Unfortunately, my body is no longer what it used to be, or I would surely relish the chance to spar with you again." "Huh. I shall bear the title of your defeated foe for a lifetime," Kavi declared with a proud demeanor. What of Roger? What of the Pirate King? He had only managed to best Kavi by a hair's breadth. Roger's expression darkened. It seemed that in this lifetime, he would never be able to avenge himself. Subsequently, Kavi prepared a few dishes, and the two shared a few drinks, reminiscing about amusing stories from the past, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Young Robin listened intently from the side. When Roger departed, he set off to fulfill his final mission. "Uncle Kavi, was that uncle really powerful?" Robin inquired. "Of course. He is the Pirate King," Kavi replied, affectionately ruffling Robin's hair, yet a hint of melancholy flickered across his face. "Unfortunately, he is nearing death. Every human must face death. No matter how splendid life may be, the conclusion remains the same, returning to mere dust. Will I too meet a similar fate?" Kavi pondered whether he too would someday experience such a moment. Surely not, he mused. Who could say? "Little Robin, would you like to venture out to sea for some fun?" Kavi inquired, intent on witnessing a historic spectacle. Having arrived, it would indeed be a pity not to witness the dawn of a new era, and he thought to take little Robin along for a delightful excursion. Little Robin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want to go. I want to go. I want to set sail." It seemed that little Robin, too, had been cooped up for far too long. It had been years since he had ventured beyond familiar shores. This would serve as a prelude to the imminent conflict. In the East China Sea, a large merchant vessel sailed upon the waves. The two, one tall and one small, reclined side by side in their deck chairs, sipping juice. Adorned with sunglasses and dressed in light garments, relishing the invigorating sea breeze and gentle sunshine. Amidst the treacherous waters, they appeared to be on a leisurely holiday, their faces radiating contentment. 3 days prior, the notorious Golden Lion Shiki had wreaked havoc at the Navy headquarters, breaching the depths of the underwater prison in a bid to rescue Roger. A fierce battle ensued between him and the formidable Garp and Sengoku, culminating in his capture. Shiki remained insistent that Roger would never surrender. He believed the Navy had employed nefarious tactics. Although Roger had rebuffed him, Shiki held unwavering faith in the man. How could such a figure be ensnared by the Navy? Driven by a desire for the truth, Shiki disregarded the risks and charged headlong into the Navy headquarters. Kavi would gladly refer to him as a true warrior. "Uncle Kavi, look quickly, there lies a small island ahead," little Robin exclaimed, leaning over the ship's railing, his tiny finger pointing towards the dock in the distance. Kavi rose, stretching languidly, and removed his sunglasses to gaze in the direction indicated by little Robin's finger. Finally, they had arrived at Logtown, the place where dreams both commenced and concluded. Here, the Navy executed Roger, serving as a stark warning to all, from whence evil is birthed. There it must also meet its demise. It was a sight meant to show all pirates that, no matter the stature of the Pirate King, justice will ultimately prevail. After securing the merchant vessel, Kavi led little Robin through the bustling streets of Logtown. With 3 days remaining until Roger's execution, the town was increasingly crowded, filled with those drawn by the impending event. At that moment, Logtown was steeped in an atmosphere of foreboding, a solemnity pervading the air, with naval forces visibly stationed throughout, mingling among pirates masquerading as ordinary citizens, creating a tapestry of intrigue and danger. Kavi and little Robin strolled hand in hand along the street, pausing intermittently to indulge in food and drink, resembling a delightful father-daughter duo, devoid of any hint of tension. To an unsuspecting observer, They might appear to be on a leisurely vacation. Time passed quietly. Soon, 3 days had elapsed, and the number of people in Rogertown swelled. Were it not for the Navy maintaining order, chaos would likely have ensued long ago. As the time for execution approached, Roger was brought forth to the gallows, shackled in heavy iron chains. Yet these could not suppress the terrifying aura that surrounded him, akin to that of a colossal beast. The area was densely populated with Navy personnel, vigilant against any unforeseen incidents. Kavi held little Robin close, concealed within the throng as they beheld the unfolding scene. Upon spotting Roger, little Robin's delicate face tensed. It was that uncle from that day. What has happened to him? Kavi gazed at Roger, exhaling a sigh. He yearned to exert his final strength to transform this world. The surrounding cacophony gradually subsided as all eyes turned toward this legendary figure, the universally acknowledged Pirate King. Among the crowd were several familiar faces. Kavi slowly unleashed his observation Haki, radiating it outward to scrutinize the throng, seemingly in search of something. A brash young man clad in a pink mink coat, adorned with peculiar red-tinted glasses framed in white, and boasting golden hair flashed into his mind. The expression on his face was one of defiance, exuding an air of unparalleled superiority. TSK, did Doflamingo sport this ensemble in his youth? Quite unconventional indeed. As the observation Haki continued to sweep through the area, a series of familiar figures materialized. The lurking Shanks, the tear-streaked Buggy, the future great swordsman Dracul Mihawk, and the horned Moonlight Moria, along with Crocodile. Each was a future luminary, gathered here, awaiting the dawn of a new era. At last, Kavi had identified his target this time, Monkey D. Dragon, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army. Kawai's visit was not merely to escort Roger. It held a greater significance as he sought to confer with Monkey D. Dragon regarding certain matters. Roger, where is your treasure? Suddenly, a voice resonated through the crowd, piercing the air and instilling an eerie silence. The naval commander sensed impending doom, ordering, execute. Yet, it was too late. Roger's lips curled into a slight smirk as he bellowed, "Do you desire my treasure? If so, I shall grant it to you, all of it. Go and seek it. I have concealed all my riches there." His words acted like a deep-sea detonator, unleashing a terrifying force that sent ripples of chaos throughout the crowd. To sea, I shall set sail. The treasure is mine. The spectators erupted in madness, some eager to rally their comrades and embark on a quest for the Pirate King's fortune. With a resounding snap, the era of Roger came to a decisive end, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. Hahaha. Roger is dead. Now, it is my time. Doflamingo cackled maniacally. Mihawk silently departed, while the crowd became a flurry of restless energy, each lost in their own tumultuous thoughts. Young Robin buried her head in Kawai's embrace, evidently shaken by the scene. With Roger's demise, Kawai made no further delay. He honed his observation Haki onto Dragon and followed him away from the chaos. The next day, in an unfamiliar town, Monkey D. Dragon paused in an alleyway, addressing Kawai. "You have followed me for quite some time. What is it you seek?" Clearly, Dragon had discerned Kawai's pursuit, yet Kawai showed no signs of embarrassment, cradling young Robin as he emerged, ready to speak his mind. "Ahem, dear young man. I come to enlighten you." Unfazed by his discovery, Kawai launched into a stream of words. Dragon's already dark expression deepened. "Do you take me for a fool?" "Patience. Young man, let us find a proper place to converse. I have traveled a great distance to seek you," Dragon replied. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Kawai and glanced at Robin, realizing he did not recognize either of them. "Do you know me?" Kawai chuckled. "Of course. In fact, I share a connection with your father, Vice Admiral Garp." Noticing Dragon's wariness, Kawai invoked Garp's name, hoping it would garner trust. "We are concerned for the noble cause of his son. Surely, Garp would not mind." With the revelation that Kawai knew his father, Dragon's vigilance lessened. Few were aware of his bond with Garp, mostly confined to the Navy. This individual before him was evidently not a naval officer, but rather a friend of his Vice Admiral father. "Very well, let us converse. I am intrigued to hear how you intend to enlighten me." Dragon led Kawai and Robin to a secluded house. What followed was straightforward. Kawai, drawing upon his vast knowledge from his previous life, effortlessly captivated Dragon. The latter produced a notebook, diligently jotting down notes and periodically questioning Kawai, resembling a fervent student eager for knowledge. After an entire day of discourse, they concluded, both feeling the pangs of hunger. A fresh wave of ideas ignited within Dragon, dispelling the fog of confusion that had clouded his mind. "Senior, is it truly possible for me?" In Dragon's eyes, Kawai had evolved into a figure of great respect. "Remember my words. To enact reform, one must be rooted in the common people, emerging from their ranks to serve them. They are your steadfast ally. Seek like-minded comrades. You will be the pioneers of revolution. Even in failure, you lay the groundwork for future generations. A single spark can ignite a prairie. Believe in yourself. You shall prevail. Kawaii sipped water and patted Dragon's shoulder. Dragon, struck by the profundity of Kawaii's insights, murmured, "A single spark can ignite a prairie." His gaze brightened with newfound conviction. Having witnessed the world's dark underbelly, Dragon felt an overwhelming sense of confusion and helplessness. He abhorred the darkness yet remained unsure of the actions he should take or how to proceed. Kavi provided him with inspiration, instilling new ideas within him. A vision of a harmonious nation, where every individual is free, devoid of oppression and aristocracy, gradually took shape in his mind. Vivid images ignited the flames of revolution in his heart. Kavi enlightened Long about the essence of this world, providing him with a clear direction. Observing the ambitious young man diligently riding before him, Kavi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He pondered whether this might lead to the early emergence of the Revolutionary Army. My actions are bound to trigger a significant butterfly effect, Kavi murmured to himself. Suddenly, Long lifted his gaze and fixed his eyes on Kavi. The Revolutionary Army. Yes, that shall be its name. Kavi realized that the advent of the Revolutionary Army was now inevitable. Senior, I wish to establish a force to oppose the world government. And we shall call it the Revolutionary Army. Please, join us. Long's eyes sparkled with fervor, his intense gaze making Kavi somewhat uncomfortable. Ahem. I'm already of advanced age and cannot endure such turmoil. I can offer you some advice, but joining you is out of the question. Kavi politely declined Long's invitation. He did not wish to be bound, preferring to let others seize such monumental achievements. Very well, Long replied. Though slightly disheartened, he did not press the matter further. As long as Kavi could guide them when the Revolutionary Army found itself in confusion, that would suffice. Aware of the senior's age, Long respected Kavi's sentiments, understanding that revolution could not be accomplished in a short span of time. In his heart, Long had already regarded Kavi as a venerable figure of the Revolutionary Army. Without the senior's guidance, he wondered when he would truly comprehend his innermost thoughts. He then took out a notebook and inscribed a phrase on its cover. Kavi cast a casual glance, and instantly, the corners of his mouth twitched. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the populace, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and usher in peace for all ages. Below it were inscribed the 4 characters denoting Kavi's predecessor. Goodness. I merely borrowed a fragment of ancestral wisdom. There is no need for such formality. In this world, devoid of this famous saying, it was naturally assumed by Long to have originated from Kavi. Actually, this phrase was uttered by an elder from my hometown. There is no need to attribute it to me. Upon hearing this, Long's expression changed profoundly. What noble character! To express such sentiments without a trace of arrogance. Attributing the honor to another. This is the mark of a revolutionary elder. No more elder. I understand. Long, evidently lost in his own thoughts, had already adopted this phrase as the guiding principle of the Revolutionary Army. Eventually, it transformed into a covert signal among the revolutionaries, who were required to memorize it 10 times daily, an imperative that every member of the Revolutionary Army was to hold dear. Kavi wore a look of helplessness, fatigue evident in his demeanor, and he had little inclination to elaborate. It is best to establish a base in a secluded location. Our current strength is too feeble. The consequences of being discovered by the world government are unimaginable, Kavi advised earnestly. Indeed, I understand. You need not worry, my senior, Dragon replied. He was not a simple character. He would certainly take such matters into account. Otherwise, he would not be regarded by the world government as the most formidable criminal leader. Well, that seems to cover everything. Remember our agreement for 2 years hence. Do not forget it, Kavi reminded him. Dragon nodded, fully aware that he would not forget this opportunity bestowed upon the Revolutionary Army by his senior. Once realized, it would yield immense benefits for the development of the Revolutionary Army. His heart raced with excitement as he envisioned victory, eager to embark on the journey ahead. Kavi discerned the thoughts swirling within Long's heart. Youthful exuberance, for who in their youth does not possess a fervent spirit? Yet, throughout the annals of history, the path of revolution is invariably strewn with the ashes of conflict and the stains of blood. In this crucible, individuals inevitably mature and grow more composed. Very well. Go forth. I can see your impatience, Kavi remarked. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Long's visage, but he quickly steeled himself. Senior, we shall triumph, he declared resolutely. With that, he donned the black cloak and strode purposefully towards the exit. His silhouette became monumental, reminiscent of a steadfast pioneer forging a new path. Kavi nodded in approval, confident in Long's destined success. Young Robin was also fortunate to partake in this momentous gathering, an event she would cherish for a lifetime. As she too had witnessed the unfolding of history, Kavi departed, accompanied by little Robin, traversing the mountains and waters, exploring every accessible place. Aside from the New World, the duo roamed extensively through the first half of the Grand Line. Kavi is uncertain whether little Robin will accompany the main group on their journey again in the future. For now, he decides to let her traverse the path once, knowing that if she were to repeat it later, it would be considerably easier. Little Robin has already achieved a remarkable feat. At such a tender age, her experiences far surpass those of her peers. Throughout the journey, Kavi has subtly encouraged little Robin to hone her fruit abilities, while firmly advising her against manifesting feet to attack their foes. The mere thought of a pair of long, fair, and smooth legs trampling upon him filled Kavi with discontent. How could one possibly reward an adversary? Absolutely not. Kavi shared some of her thoughts with Robin, encouraging her to fully unleash her imagination. As the saying goes, there are no worthless fruits, only worthless individuals. When you perceive the fruit is lacking strength, it merely indicates that your efforts and imagination are insufficient, so practice diligently. Look at the remarkable abilities of General Crane's fruit. It was originally intended for laundry, yet others have harnessed it to cleanse the wickedness within criminals. Impressive, indeed. General Crane quipped, your fruit is meant for laundry. Your entire family is in the laundry business. Ahem, returning to the main topic. Robin, put in some effort, haven't you eaten? Kavi reclined on a spacious outdoor bed, basking in the warm embrace of the summer sun. A look of pure contentment adorning his features. Small hands emerged from the bed, kneading and massaging his body. Little Robin, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, gazed at Kavi with a mixture of resentment and exhaustion, exclaiming, Uncle Kavi, this is the extent of my strength. The poor child, under the pretext of honing her fruit abilities, found herself serving Kavi. Unable to refuse, she was subjected to his moral high ground as he lectured her about her future, warning that failing to comply would brand her as ungrateful, disobedient, and devoid of filial piety. Outmatched in argument, little Robin could only resign herself to the role of a mere laborer. Kavi expressed that this is all intended to train little Robin. You all are overthinking it. If one does not practice and strive now, they will surely face hardships in the future. Kavi did not wish for little Robin to harbor regrets. He understood that he could not remain by her side indefinitely. Just as fledglings must eventually leave their nests to soar into the sky, so too must little Robin. In his earnest efforts to enable her to ascend higher and travel farther with greater ease, Kavi labored tirelessly. His sole intention was to fortify little Robin's resolve, and it was certainly not driven by any perverse motives. With a heart illuminated by clarity, every action he undertook was guided by this light. Indifferent to the opinions of others, and resolute in his refusal to concede otherwise. The Sabaody archipelago, composed of 79 islands, each resembling a colossal Yarchi vine tree, hosts all its edifices built upon its roots. Situated at the heart of the Grand Line, it lies before the Red Line, for pirates seeking passage into the New World. Traversing the Sabaody archipelago is essential. They must find someone to coat their ships in a protective layer and dive to reach Fishman Island for clandestine transit. Alternatively, there exists a perilous route across the Red Line, which one may choose if they are unafraid of death. As Kavi and his companion set foot on this bustling yet chaotic locale, their exploration drew to a close, for the appointed hour was swiftly approaching. Upon arriving at the island, the lively atmosphere belied its reputation as a realm of disorder. A sign prominently displayed the number 33, indicating that they had arrived at the 33rd island, a zone of entertainment. It was no wonder that the area was so vibrant, with bubbles floating about in every direction. The Sabaody archipelago is divided into various zones, with islands numbered from 1 to 29 designated for human trafficking, auction houses, and other illicit activities. Islands numbered from 30 to 59 encompass shopping, dining, entertainment, and various services. The areas numbered 60 to 69 are home to naval bases and entrances to the world government. Finally, islands 70 to 79 are known for their street of lodgings. Kavi recalled that Shaki's extortion tavern was situated in Zone 13, operating illicitly as a den of iniquity. A fitting establishment for one hailing from the notorious Rocks pirates. Nevertheless, he decided to pay a visit shortly. Kavi strolled through the area with little Robin, savoring the local delicacies, particularly the succulent water meat. It was soft, cool, tender, and smooth, melting effortlessly in the mouth, offering an exquisite taste experience. With a grand gesture, Kavi acquired a substantial amount of delectable water meat, storing it away to savor as snacks in the future. Accompanied by Little Robin, he indulged in a variety of culinary delights and entertainment facilities. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two weary travelers made their way to Zone 13, a lawless territory. As night fell, tranquility eluded this place, which buzzed with a more vibrant and perilous atmosphere than during the day. The air was thick with cacophony, clamor, and chaos. Pirates roamed freely, while numerous human traffickers lurked in the shadows, scrutinizing Kavi and his companion, but their attention was primarily fixed on Little Robin. In their eyes, she represented prime merchandise. Many affluent individuals harbored peculiar tastes, favoring such a selection. In their circles, such commodities commanded a high price, and a single transaction could afford a lavish lifestyle for quite some time. As for Kavi, towering over 2 meters, his imposing physique projected strength, yet posed little threat. There were indeed wealthy women who found his type appealing. It seemed like a 2-for-1 deal, as countless individuals discreetly trailed the duo along their journey. Observing the situation, Kavi helplessly shook his head. One must not be overly greedy, for such avarice could lead to one's demise. He arrived at an uninhabited alley and paused, biding his time. In but a moment, the alley was encircled by a dozen individuals, blocking the exit for Kavi and his companion. The faces of these individuals bore expressions of mockery, delight, and insatiable greed. Kavi wished to have no communication with them. Such individuals no longer warranted existence. Little Robin, close your eyes, Kavi gently instructed as he cradled her. Little Robin neither cried nor fussed. She appeared unfazed, nestling into Kavi's embrace. A chorus of anguished screams and pleas for mercy echoed around them, yet Kavi's voice broke through. All right, open your eyes. When Robin opened her eyes, they had already exited the alleyway. Little Robin rested her head on Kavi's shoulder, peering into the depths of the narrow passage, where darkness obscured all, save for a trickle of crimson liquid seeping from the shadows. The pair continued their search in Area 13, unobserved by anyone around them, as if it were universally understood that they were not to be trifled with. At last, in a bustling locale, Kavi finally spotted the familiar name of the tavern. Approaching, he pushed open the door, revealing a lively scene within. Unaware of how many souls would fall prey to extortion, the patrons remained undisturbed by the arrival of the two, continuing their revelry, engrossed in their own affairs. What would you like to drink, sir? A clear voice called from the counter. Following the sound, Kavi beheld a young woman with short hair standing behind the bar, a cigarette delicately held between her fingers as she scrutinized the duo. It was none other than Haki, the intelligence officer from the former Rocks Pirates. Kavi gazed at her, and she returned his scrutiny. This man appeared somewhat familiar, yet she felt certain she had never encountered him before. For a moment, Haki could not recall who the man before her was. Haha, let us have a drink and another glass of juice, Kavi suggested. Haki skillfully poured the drinks, placing the wine and juice before Kavi. Excuse me, sir, have we met before? You seem oddly familiar, Haki remarked, convinced that she must have known this man, perhaps having seen him in some intelligence report, but at that moment, she could not quite place him. Upon hearing this, Kavi offered a faint smile, refraining from directly addressing her inquiry. Miss Haki, I am here in search of Rayleigh. Might you inform me of his whereabouts? His gaze swept the area, yet he found no trace of Rayleigh. Perhaps he had ventured to gamble, or worse, been taken by human traffickers. Rayleigh's retirement life was indeed vibrant. He roamed freely during the day and enjoyed the company of Miss Haki at night. How remarkable it was that he was arguably the most successful individual aboard Roger's ship. He had attained fame, status, and the company of women, living a life many could only dream of, a life that Rayleigh had long since embraced. Rayleigh? I am unaware of who you speak, Haki replied, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes before she swiftly regained her composure, her expression tinged with confusion, her tone tranquil. Ah, what acting! It far surpassed that of those youthful idols from previous lives. Enough, I am acquainted with Rayleigh, so there is no need for pretense. Kavi now recalls that it was through Haki that Roger initially found him. Reflecting on that moment, he realizes that Rayleigh and Haki must have already been in contact when they first encountered Roger's pirate crew. Otherwise, she would not have been privy to his whereabouts. Before Haki could respond, a voice suddenly interrupted. Kavi, is that you? Turning towards the sound, he saw Rayleigh, adorned with a pair of small spectacles, entering through the door. Upon recognizing a familiar figure, Rayleigh couldn't help but call out, surprised to find a friend. Ah, Rayleigh has returned. See, I told you we were friends. But you didn't believe me. Haki, visibly embarrassed, shot Rayleigh a glare before turning back with a smile. So it is you, Kavi? I thought I had some recollection. It was Rayleigh who informed me about you. With time, some details have faded from memory, and I truly apologize for that. It's quite all right. It was thanks to you that Roger was able to find me, Kavi remarked, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. Ah, is that so? It's been so long that I've forgotten. Haki feigned ignorance, signaling to Rayleigh. Rayleigh quickly approached, inquiring, Kavi, what did Captain Roger seek you for back then? He was eager to shift the topic, knowing that otherwise, he would face Shaki's wrath later that evening. He felt somewhat unwell lately and needed a respite for a few days. Observing the situation, Kavi began to speak in accordance with Rayleigh's words, saying, it's a minor favor. Nothing of great significance. You will come to know in due time. It is merely a small assistance, nothing momentous. Eventually, you shall discover it for yourself. With a hint of mischief, he added, I shan't divulge it to you. You may ponder it instead. Witnessing Rayleigh's constipated expression, Kavi's spirits instantly lifted. This is what you get for having led me astray in the past. Now you know the discomfort. It seems Kavi still harbored grievances regarding the matter of Roger seeking him out. Noticing Kavi's reluctance to divulge further, Rayleigh tactfully shifted the subject, asking, Kavi, is there something specific that you wish to discuss with me? Kavi merely passed by, taking the opportunity to reminisce, with no particular agenda. He simply brought little Robin along for a stroll and decided to visit you while they were at it. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh glanced at little Robin, who was being entertained by Haki, and expressed his astonishment. Is this your daughter? Coughing lightly, Kavi retorted, do we even resemble each other? He found the gazes of those around him absurd, Roger's and Rayleigh's alike. After all, he was still a quintessentially innocent bachelor. Rayleigh chuckled heartily, teasingly suggesting, what if you were wearing someone else, Cap? It's not entirely out of the realm of possibility. This remark instantly reminded Kavi of his original self's wife, who had indeed been taken from him. Damn it. The haunting memories resurfaced, overwhelming him. Rayleigh, step outside for a duel. Let us see if I can handle you. Kavi dragged Rayleigh towards the door. Alas, I was wrong, dear brother Kavi. I was indeed mistaken. Rayleigh desperately resisted, but to no avail. After a mere 10 minutes, he returned with a head full of bruises, muttering frantically, I shall not be a son to anyone. His expression of grievance resembled that of a husband whose wife had been taken away. Kavi felt a sense of satisfaction. Some individuals simply deserve a good thrashing. Shachi observed Rayleigh's unfortunate predicament, emitting a series of mocking giggles. Rayleigh, look at you now. Shachi, should Rayleigh dare to bully you in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall deal with him, Kavi declared earnestly, his expression grave, devoid of jest. This indeed provided a long-standing justification for delivering a sound beating to Rayleigh. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's countenance darkened. If you wish to confront me, just say so. There is no need for such convoluted insinuations. He then turned to Shachi, his gaze pleading, hoping she might intercede on his behalf, for at his age, he certainly did not wish to be subjected to such beatings intermittently. Although Shachi also desired someone to discipline Rayleigh. Witnessing his suffering nonetheless stirred a pang of sympathy within her. Kavi, Rayleigh would not dare to bully me, should he ever disobey me. I would ensure he couldn't rise from his bed, she declared, casting an admonishing glare at Rayleigh, yet inwardly, she still leaned towards him. Are you suggesting that in a literal sense he would be unable to rise from bed? I find that rather hard to believe. Upon hearing this, Kavi ceased to elaborate further, expressing disdain for the cloying sin of romance, which he found utterly intolerable. The following day, Kavi and little Robin set forth on their journey homeward. Meanwhile, within the tavern of Haki, a clandestine piece of intelligence surfaced. Name, Kavi, occupation, none. Strength, unknown, currently estimated to be at the level of a king. The comforts of home are unparalleled. Reclining in his chair, Kavi wore a look of utmost satisfaction. As for little Robin, she was compelled by Kavi, under the guise of filial piety, to venture into the kitchen and prepare a meal. At the tender age of 8, Robin had already mastered the art of utilizing her devil fruit abilities to create delectable dishes. This was all a testament to Kavi's meticulous nurturing. Uncle Kavi, dinner is ready, Robin called out, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. Ha. Little Robin is truly remarkable, Kavi replied, rising to affectionately ruffle her hair. Robin cast a reproachful glance at Kavi, silently lamenting, it is only because of your insistence. How could you bear to impose such burdens upon me at such a young age? Kavi feigned ignorance, embodying the adage that enduring sweat in youth spares one from bloodshed in adulthood, all for the sake of young Robin. Contemplating this, Kavi felt a wave of guilt dissipate significantly. Indeed, all of this was for your benefit. The two continued to enjoy a tranquil month together. One day, two strangers arrived on the island to visit Kavi. "Senior Kavi, I have come." A familiar voice resonated, and Kavi realized that the anticipated moment had finally arrived. "Come in." Kavi invited the two into his abode, pouring them each a cup of tea. Kavi observed the two individuals before him. Engaging in conversation with Kavi was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, accompanied by a tall and robust young man, whose face bore a kind-hearted and earnest expression. A name surfaced in Kavi's mind: Bartholomew Kuma, a notable figure who seemingly sacrificed his own consciousness in a voluntary transformation to safeguard Bonnie. Owing to Kavi's influence, Dragon had already located this dependable ally ahead of time. After taking a sip of tea, Kavi slowly inquired, "How are the preparations coming along?" Upon hearing this, Dragon's eyes sparkled with intensity. He was fully prepared and ready to embark at any moment. Kavi nodded and addressed the young Robin behind him. "Little Robin, please summon Dr. Kloba and the others." "Certainly," Little Robin exclaimed as he dashed out. Dr. Kloba is also Robin's archaeology instructor. Since the age of 3, Robin has frequently sought his guidance on archaeological knowledge. Kavi did not intervene, just as he had refrained from stopping Alvia from setting sail in the past. They possess their own aspirations and are free to pursue them. Should any mishaps occur, he would be there to support them, ensuring their safety above all. This time, calling upon Long was intended to facilitate the early evacuation of the archaeologists remaining in O'Hara, rather than merely relocating them. It would be more accurate to say that they were being invited to join the Revolutionary Army. This arrangement not only guarantees their security, but also allows them to continue their historical research in secrecy, thus achieving a dual purpose. Kavi provided Dr. Kloba with an analysis of the current global situation and the perils inherent in their endeavors. Dr. Kloba willingly accepted Kavi's counsel, orchestrating the covert relocation of all archaeologists from the island and ensuring that all books were secretly transported away. The one most elated by these developments was Dragon. For these scholars represented a formidable asset to the Revolutionary Army, an indispensable force. Before long, numerous archaeologists departed alongside Dragon, carrying with them all the texts from O'Hara. All transpired discreetly, unbeknownst to anyone, including young Robin, who also left with them. Prior to their departure, Robin insisted on remaining with Kavi, adamantly refusing to part ways. Ultimately, she had to be rendered unconscious, for the forthcoming events were fraught with danger, despite Kavi's confidence in his ability to protect her. It was prudent to ensure her safety by sending her away first. Thus, Kavi found himself once again alone, beneath an azure sky, where the occasional gull would cry out. And everything seemed serene and beautiful. What lay ahead was a patient wait for the arrival of the demon-slaying order and the return of Alvia. According to Kavi's recollections, only Alvia had survived from this archaeological expedition, while the others had perished. Fortune favored Alvia, as she was released by Vice Admiral Saul, who, witnessing the plight of the scholars, began to question his sense of justice and ultimately freed her, only to be frozen by his friend, Akiji. Time swiftly passed, and a month later, the tranquil O'Hara was beset by a monumental catastrophe. The archaeological team was apprehended for delving into knowledge forbidden by the world government. The demon-slaying order was set into motion. Upon the announcement, chaos erupted throughout O'Hara. All civilians hastily gathered their belongings to flee. The Navy, exhibiting a measure of responsibility towards the populace, afforded them a chance to escape. Had it been the world government in charge, not a single civilian would likely have evaded capture. Warships were deployed. 5 vice admirals stood ready to execute all scholars in O'Hara. At times, Kavi pondered why, unlike Wano, where individuals could decipher ancient texts and engage with forbidden knowledge, yet prosper, O'Hara faced such dire consequences. Eventually, Kavi grasped that Wano was a warrior nation situated in the New World, isolated from the outside world for extended periods, boasting formidable martial prowess. In essence, the reality was clear: the weak are constrained by their circumstances. In this world, strength ultimately prevails. System: activate character panel. Host: Kavi. Age: 49. Physique: 95-78. Skills: Conqueror's Haki, top tier. Armament Haki, top tier. Observation Haki, top tier. Navy 6 styles, top tier. Swordsmanship, top tier. Water walking, purification. Devil fruit, human fruit. Panga form, awakening level 14, fruit abilities. Amplification, Panga's pressure, chaotic divine thunder, law of strength, prototype. Gazing upon this illustrious panel, Kavi felt a sense of reassurance. His fruit abilities had awakened, and he sensed the terrifying power concealed within him, alongside formidable defenses. Inflicting harm upon him would necessitate the use of advanced Haki. His stature had not increased with the enhancement of his physique. He remained of his original height, yet his musculature was no longer exaggerated but rather more solid. With his strength now more formidable than ever, all skills had reached their pinnacle, and his armament Haki could envelop every bone and organ, with Kavi perceiving that. As his physique improved, these skills were gradually intensifying. A year prior, he had gained a new skill, purification, aptly named for its ability to eliminate all negative effects, including internal injuries and scars. Had he signed in earlier, perhaps Roger could have prolonged his life. Kavi remained as he always was, reclining in the grand chair, eyes closed in tranquil repose. The other inhabitants of O'Hara began to flee in a hurried panic, boarding ship after ship to distance themselves from the island. Their strength was insufficient. Escape was their only recourse, for cannon fire is indiscriminate. The approaching sound of naval forces grew ever closer. Uncle Kavi, a familiar, melodious voice called out from the distance. As Kavi opened his eyes, he saw a silver-haired woman rushing towards him. She embraced him tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. With a choked voice, she lamented, "Woo-woo, they're all gone." Kavi gently patted her back, reassuring her, "There is no need to fear. I have already relocated the others." He placed his hands on Alvia's shoulders, gently pushing her away, his gaze fixed upon her. "Surely, you anticipated the outcome of this day when you set sail. But, enough," he interjected. "Since it has already transpired, let us not dwell on it. Instead, why not introduce this individual?" Kavi turned his gaze towards the small giant beside Alvia, who must be Sorrow. Alvia regained her composure and wiped away the tears from her face, introducing him. "This is Vice Admiral Jaguar D. Sorrow. It was he who saved me." Kavi gazed at Sorrow, his expression imbued with gratitude. "Thank you for rescuing Alvia." Sorrow, embodying the will of the D-clan, found himself for the first time questioning the concept of justice. He defied superior orders and liberated Alvia, rendering his return impossible. "It matters not. I merely acted according to what I believed to be right," Sorrow replied, scratching his head with a simple sincerity. Beside them, Alvia appeared anxious, her deep blue eyes fixed on Kavi. "Uncle Kavi, where is Robin? I wish to see her once more." Kavi shot her a glare filled with irritation. "Have I sent little Robin away just to linger here and await death?" Upon hearing this, Alvia felt a mix of astonishment and sorrow. She was astonished that Robin had managed to escape, yet sorrowful that she would not see her daughter one last time before her demise. Although Alvia recognized that Kavi might be a formidable individual, she harbored no illusions that he could withstand the Navy's extermination order. This operation was commanded by 5 vice admirals, supported by dozens of warships and a multitude of elite sailors, all aimed at obliterating every living being in a designated area. Countless powerful adversaries and cannon fire ensured that no creature could survive. Her own return was merely a stroke of luck. Suddenly, Alvia grasped the gravity of the situation, her voice trembling as she asked, "Then, Uncle Kavi, why did you not leave earlier? Why choose to remain here and await death?" Kavi was taken aback, not expecting Alvia to pose such a question. He seemed uncertain as to why he felt compelled to assist them. Had he unconsciously come to regard them as significant individuals? No, it must be because he was a compassionate person, unable to bear the suffering of others. Yes, that was it. He was acting to prevent little Robin from feeling sorrow. In a sudden burst of frustration, Kavi playfully rapped Alvia on the head, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Of course, I'm trying to save you, you foolish girl who only knows how to stir trouble without considering the consequences." "Hey, I'm not foolish," Alvia protested, covering her head in a display of feigned indignation. "At my age, being hit like this is just too much, especially in front of others." "Uncle Kavi, you've gone too far. You must flee quickly. If you don't hurry, it will be too late," Salo interjected from the side. He realized he could not escape himself, but at the very least, he should save the two before him, as a final act of justice in his naval career. "No, they are after me, Uncle Kavi. You and Salo must go. Otherwise, none of us will make it out." Alvia and Salo exchanged glances, each seemingly believing that if just one of them remained behind, the others would manage to escape. Kavi gazed speechlessly, wondering if the demon-slaying order was merely a jest. While others were uncertain about their escape, it was only the two of them, with no vessel in sight. How could they possibly flee? Moreover, the Navy had already arrived. Kavi had activated his observation Haki from the onset, encompassing the entire island along with the surrounding waters in his awareness. At that moment, dozens of colossal warships appeared before O'Hara, alongside numerous smaller vessels. A casual glance revealed an estimated force of over 10,000 elite Navy personnel. Among them were several familiar faces: Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Akiji, slightly green around the edges, and Vice Admiral Kanjuro, also known as Fire Mountain. Kavi recognized these figures at a glance, though there was one Vice Admiral whose identity eluded him. Goodness. This lineup was even more formidable than the demon-slaying order at Judicial Island. Two of the future admirals were present here. With a thunderous roar, the sound of cannon fire erupted, signaling the Navy's assault. It was a merciless bombardment. This was the essence of the demon-slaying order, and one could only speculate how many innocent lives would be lost. Olivia's face reflected despair, not from the imminent threat to her life, but from the burden she felt for her savior. She had dragged Uncle Kavi into this predicament, endangering the entire island's populace. Resignation washed over her, her gaze devoid of light. She began to question whether her pursuits had been misguided from the very beginning. Kavi offered her no consolation. Indeed, this matter bore a slight connection to her, serving as a painful lesson in life, lest she remain oblivious to the weight of her actions in the future. As for the innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire, they could only be deemed unfortunate. Luck often plays a pivotal role. Take Alvia, for instance. Despite her troubles, she had Kavi to safeguard her, a stroke of fortune that others were not granted. Soloro, upon hearing the sounds of cannon fire, grew serious, addressing the two. Time is of the essence. I shall hold them off for you. Whether you can escape now rests upon your fortune. With a resolute heart, he intended to stall the Navy momentarily, hoping to buy Kavi and the other a fleeting moment of reprieve. Before the duo could respond, a languid voice pierced the air. Ah, there you are. A towering figure emerged before them, his calm visage adorned with flecks of frost, a dark hat perched atop his head, and wisps of hair framing his face. A pair of small round spectacles barely concealed his eyes, emanating a chilling aura. Even from a distance, one could sense the formidable presence he exuded. Kazan. The newcomer was none other than Soloro's colleague and friend, Kazan, one of the future 3 admirals of the Navy. Known by his codename Akiji. Soloro, come back with me to face your punishment. Do not err further. Clearly, Akiji wished for Soloro to return to the Navy, assuring that if he complied and accepted his reprimand, he could continue as a vice admiral and maintain their camaraderie. But would Soloro return? The answer was evident. He had joined the Navy driven by a sense of justice, and the Navy's current actions had strayed far from the ideals he upheld. Kazan, I cannot go back. The Navy has disappointed me gravely, Soloro declared, stepping forward to shield Kavi and the other, assuming a defensive stance. Aware that he stood no chance against Kazan, he nonetheless advanced without hesitation, embodying the spirit of a noble Navy man. Such a character would be better suited for the Revolutionary Army, Kavi mused, nodding in approval at Soloro's steadfastness. This young man had merit. Alvia appeared to find solace as well, given that escape was no longer feasible. She resolved to embrace the remaining moments with joy. Uncle Kavi, I never imagined we would meet our end together. I always thought you would go before me. Alas, I cannot be there to see you off. The whimsical girl had returned, ready to tease him once more. Kavi cast a glance at her and replied with irritation. I assure you I have lived longer than you, so rest easy. Hey, are you two really getting along? Is it because of you that Saul refuses to return with me? A cold voice emanated from Akiji. If I were to eliminate you both, he would surely come back to face his punishment, wouldn't he? Is it permissible to kill? It seems there was no explicit prohibition against it. Akiji hesitated. For while the Demon Slayer order allowed for the taking of lives, it seemed to contradict his own sense of righteousness. He was torn within, pondering how much better it would be if Sakazuki were present. Yet, if he were to arrive, Saul would likely meet his demise at his hands. Unable to reconcile his differences with Sakazuki, Kazan decided to take matters into his own hands. Kid, don't you think you're being a bit too arrogant? Kavi could no longer tolerate Kazan's pretentious demeanor and spoke up. Hey, Uncle Kavi, are you really prepared to meet your end before me? Olivia tugged at Kavi's sleeve. Uncle, are you truly this brave? He is a vice admiral, after all. Kazan was interrupted from his thoughts, his mood souring as he resolved to teach this aging man a lesson. An icy chill radiated from Kazan, advancing towards Kavi. Wherever the chill passed, everything froze. Saul quickly stepped in front of Kavi, crossing his arms defensively across his chest, bracing himself for the onslaught. Saul, thank you, but allow me to handle this. Kavi traversed past Saru and stood resolutely against the terrifying chill that enveloped him. Uncle, come back quickly, Alvia implored, but her efforts to pull him back were futile. The cold surged towards Kavi, and in an instant, he was transformed into an ice sculpture. Huh. Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, which was entirely expected. Uncle Kavi. Woo-woo, Uncle Kavi is dead, turned into an ice statue. Tears threatened to spill from Alvia's eyes. Why must an elderly man show off his strength? Look at the predicament now. He's become a piece of art. With a crack, a series of shattering sounds erupted. Huh. Boom. The ice sculpture burst apart. And Kavi stretched his limbs, turning to face Alvia with a bemused expression. You, of all people, have become the true art piece. Do you wish to experience it firsthand? He then turned to Akiji, assessing him with indifference. Not bad, kid. It's quite refreshing, isn't it? Kavi regarded Akiji with a detached demeanor, considering him too inexperienced and in need of refinement to truly grasp the darker aspects of society. If he ventured out with a facade of coolness, encountering a formidable opponent would inevitably lead to a beating. This seemed to be a common plight among the three admirals. In due time, he would enlighten them all. But for now, he would focus on educating this bewildered youth named Akiji. Akiji had underestimated Kavi, astonished that this individual could break free from his icy grip. Let us see how you handle this, he declared as he unleashed his freezing ability, conjuring blocks of ice that hurtled toward Kavi at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. To Kavi, such an assault was akin to a mere tickle. He remained rooted in place, allowing the ice blocks to strike him without resistance. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of impacts resonated as Kavi casually picked his nose, a look of disdain on his face. Is that all you've got? You seem a bit weak. Do you often rely on your hands? Akiji was taken aback. He was well aware of the power behind that move, yet it failed to inflict any harm upon Kavi. What did he mean by relying on hands? I'm not weak at all. Haha. Laughter erupted from behind Kavi, a series of honks that revealed Alvia's amusement, but the cause of her laughter eluded him. Uncle Kavi, it seems that you... Her incoherent words left Kavi perplexed. Had Alvia truly comprehended his remarks? To his surprise, it appeared she did, clearing his throat. He added, Akiji, unleash any further techniques you possess. Otherwise, it will soon be my turn. Kavi lightly tapped the ice shards on his chest, a hint of mockery dancing across his face, dismissing him with an air of indifference. Kazan's fury was ignited by Kavi's mockery. The distinguished vice admiral of the Navy found himself ridiculed by a diminutive man. Indeed, given Kazan's towering stature, Kavi appeared quite diminutive beside him, which only fueled Kazan's ire further. Despite his seemingly laid-back demeanor, he was, at heart, a fervent defender of justice. However, following the recent massacre order, his sense of righteousness had undergone a transformation. At that moment, he felt the sting of humiliation, a direct affront from Kavi. With his hands pressed against the ground, his fruit abilities surged forth uncontrollably. Frosted time capsule. Kazan bellowed, a chilling aura erupting violently as he unleashed his power upon the very one who dared to deride him. Showing no mercy whatsoever, Kavi stood resolute, with Alvia and Soro positioned closely behind him. The moment he evaded, the chilling air would instantly freeze the two. While Soro appeared unfazed, Alvia's delicate frame could scarcely withstand such pressure. Thus, Kavi clenched his fist, a terrifying force coalescing within. He unleashed a punch, seemingly slow and devoid of power. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his fist summoned a ferocious gale, surging towards Kazan. With a thunderous roar, the frigid atmosphere dissipated. The ground was obliterated, and every plant and tree in the vicinity was uprooted by the tempest, resembling a cataclysmic disaster. Kazan, caught unawares by the ferocity of the assault, had no time to initiate elemental transformation before being propelled several dozen meters away, his form sinking into the earth, buried beneath rubble. What a tragic sight it was. See, Kavi? Alvia's pupils dilated, her ability to articulate her astonishment utterly eclipsed by the spectacle before her. Is this truly Kavi? Was it not stated that he possessed only minimal strength? We agreed to feign weakness together, yet I am genuinely feeble while you masquerade as frail? Years prior, Kavi had advised Alvia to engage in physical training, to enhance her constitution and learn combat skills for her own protection. However, she had firmly rejected his counsel, insisting that her role as an archaeologist required only the study of history. Now, she found herself in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly self-defense? Soro's eyes widened in shock. As Kazan's friend, he was acutely aware of Kazan's prowess. He had not anticipated that a single blow from Kavi could render Kazan in such peril. A cough echoed from the distant ruins. Slowly, Kazan emerged from beneath the debris, pushing aside branches, dirt, and rubble, rising to his feet with a battered body, marred by wounds, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood from his lips, he lifted his gaze towards Kavi, his expression grave, devoid of the cool demeanor he had previously exhibited. "Who on earth are you?" he pondered, astonished that O'Hara could harbor such a formidable being. Was it not claimed that this place was home to a mere assembly of scholars, utterly incapable of defending themselves? Kavi's expression remained tranquil, and he felt a sense of ease within. "If you wish to uncover my identity, perhaps you should inquire with Karp upon your return." Karp should still remember him, as they had crossed paths during their time with the Roger pirates. Kazan's expression grew more solemn. Did he know Vice Admiral Karp? He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts for the moment. What mattered now was the completion of their mission. As for the individual before him, he would inquire about Vice Admiral Karp upon their return. "So, what do you intend to do?" "Haha, that is simple. I will escort them both away. Feel free to wreak havoc on this island." Kavi chose to remain in O'Hara with the intention of escorting Olivia and, incidentally, taking Saul along with them. Once they departed, the island would be left as nothing but an empty shell, ready to be obliterated if necessary, serving as a mere formality to appease the world government. Kazan pondered for a moment before replying, "I am indifferent. After all, I cannot contend with you, and the affairs of others are beyond my concern." Kazan harbored his own convictions, his heart always leaning towards justice. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Robin to escape. Kavi nodded in understanding, knowing he could handle the rest. However, it appeared that a bounty might soon be issued after this incident. Meanwhile, aboard the naval warship, Sakazuki wore a grim expression as he commanded his subordinate, "All ships, fire at will." The subordinate hesitated, timidly reminding him, "Admiral Sakazuki, the civilians have not yet fully evacuated, and Admiral Akiji is still on the island." Enraged, Sakazuki retorted, "I command you to fire. What of the civilians? Under the demon-slaying order, everyone is condemned to death. As for Akiji, a formidable user of a natural-type devil fruit, can he truly perish beneath ordinary cannon fire? Yes, all ships, open fire." The subordinate immediately complied, refraining from uttering another word. All warships turned their cannons towards O'Hara, concentrating their firepower and launching a barrage. The sounds of cannon fire echoed in rapid succession, a relentless barrage aimed at obliterating the entire island. Shifting the scene back to Kavi, Kazan's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath, questioning what Sakazuki was doing. Did he not realize that civilians had not yet evacuated? It seemed there was an even more severe issue with the youth involved. Kavi maintained a serene demeanor, showing no astonishment at Sakazuki's actions, for he had long been aware of the man's extreme nature. It was only natural for a man who embodies justice to such an extent to commit such deeds. Observing Kazan's expression, it was no wonder that he and Sakazuki were at odds. Their discord stemmed not only from their devil fruit abilities but also from their contrasting personalities. "Uncle Kavi, is there no escaping this?" Olivia inquired, her gaze fixed upon the sky filled with falling shells, her countenance remarkably tranquil. "Have you resigned yourself to your fate?" At this, Olivia smiled. To perish alongside you, Uncle Kavi, would render my demise without regret." "Who would want to die alongside you, you foolish girl?" Kavi smiled faintly, then slightly bent his legs and suddenly exerted force. Bang! A tremendous power erupted, creating a large crater in the ground, and he was propelled into the sky by the reaction force. As he gazed at the barrage of shells raining down, Kavi unleashed a powerful whip kick. Raging Gale Kick. The swift kick sent forth a torrent of fierce strikes aimed at the oncoming projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the explosions erupted in the air like firecrackers. Who is that?" a naval officer shouted, spotting Kavi in the sky. Sakazuki also looked up, witnessing a man intercepting all the projectiles with a single blow, and his fury ignited. With a graceful moonwalk, he rapidly charged toward Kavi. Regardless of the identity of this individual, anyone who obstructed the Demon Slayer order deserved death. He would not hold back. Great eruption. Sakazuki advanced towards Kavi. His body enveloped in molten magma, his hands transformed into lava, showing no mercy. Observing the situation, Kavi swiftly sidestepped, evading the onslaught, with relentless punches being thrown. Each one was effortlessly dodged by Kavi. Kavi's observation Haki surpassed him. Every trajectory of his attacks was crystal clear to Kavi. Sakazuki's assaults appeared childishly naive before him. "Youngster, why the haste?" Kavi teased, regarding Sakazuki with disdain. He dismissed Sakazuki as he would Kazan, believing both to be far too inexperienced if they wished to surpass him. They would need to toil for another 20 years to even hope for a chance. Sakazuki halted, scrutinizing Kavi's visage, determined to remember this individual who obstructed the slaughter order. One day, he vowed to confront him personally. Subsequently, he glanced at the ground, noticing Kazan and others, as if a thought struck him. He swiftly unleashed a punch, not aimed at Kavi, but directed towards Saul and Alvia. With a thunderous cry, he proclaimed, "Meteor Volcano." This was the most formidable area attack he could currently muster. The ground trembled ominously as his fist struck, igniting sparks in the heavens that rapidly expanded, enveloping them in an assault of molten rock. It was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, evoking despair in all who beheld it. Kazan's expression darkened. This strike would undoubtedly affect innocent civilians, stirring a flicker of anger within him at Sakazuki's recklessness. "Ice Age," he countered, summoning countless shards of ice that hurtled towards the molten onslaught. The collision produced a sizzling sound, culminating in a mass of blackened carbon crashing down. Sakazuki's face darkened with rage as he glared at Kazan, accusing him. "Are you betraying the Navy too?" Kazan furrowed his brow. "I am merely protecting the civilians. Is this not the duty of the Navy?" The two stood in opposition, casting Kavi aside, who felt increasingly irked by their rudeness. "How impolite of you both." In a flash, Kavi appeared before Sakazuki with terrifying speed. A feat so swift that Sakazuki's observation Haki failed to react. This was Kavi employing a technique that nullified all observation Haki before him, showcasing the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki. Only a select few could achieve such mastery. Shanks had merely grazed its threshold in the future. As Sakazuki regained his senses, a darkened fist collided with his face. Bang! Sakazuki's body was propelled into the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. His form became embedded in the earth, unconscious and resembling a lifeless corpse. Had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of his chest, Kazan might have believed him dead. Though Kazan and Sakazuki were at odds, it had not escalated to the point of wishing each other dead. He hurried over to extricate Sakazuki from the earth. Upon observing the slight dent in Sakazuki's skull, Kazan gasped in shock. Thankfully, Sakazuki had initiated the attack, or it could have been he who lay defeated. It seemed the slaughter order could not proceed any longer. "You possess a Den Mushi, do you not? Contact Sengoku. I need to speak with him." All were weaklings, Kavi reflected, lacking any interest. The sooner this was resolved, the sooner he could depart. Given the current situation, Kazan found himself at a loss, compelled to utilize the Den Mushi to consult his superior. Buru Buru Buru. In a brief moment, the Den Mushi transformed into Sengoku's visage. "Hello, Kazan." Kazan gazed intently at the telephone bug, filled with curiosity about its underlying principles. "Admiral Sengoku, this is Kazan. The situation has become rather intricate. It seems that the demon-slaying order cannot proceed." In that moment, Kazan found himself at a loss as to how to convey the circumstances to Sengoku. Upon witnessing this, Kavi took the phone bug and spoke, "Greetings, Marshal of the Warring States. The situation is as follows. The location of your demon extermination order coincides with my hometown. May I inquire if it is possible to rescind this order?" The Marshal of the Warring States, somewhat bewildered, responded, "Excuse me, who are you?" Rescinding a demon extermination order is not as simple as you might think. It is a directive issued directly by the world government. Kavi is well aware that the likelihood of canceling the demon-slaying order is slim. However, negotiations must begin with seemingly unattainable conditions before revealing one's original terms, thus providing the other party with a choice and making it easier for them to accept the latter. "My name is Kavi, and I consider myself a friend of Garp. May I inquire if Admiral Garp is nearby?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku glanced at Garp, who was stealthily pilfering some hidden senbei. A vein of annoyance appeared on Sengoku's forehead as he kicked Garp against the wall. "Hey, Garp, do you know someone named Kavi?" Kapu brushed off the footprints on his body and, with a hint of perplexity, inquired, "Kavi? I know him. What has happened?" Kavi certainly recognized the other person Roger had entrusted, someone with whom he shared a fleeting acquaintance. Ahem, how formidable is his prowess? It appears that the site of this demon-slaying decree is at his residence. O'Hara, is he still a historian? Karp inquired upon hearing this. "What? I am no historian. Merely an ordinary resident," Kavi replied with a hint of exasperation. "After all, we are still on a communication device." Silence ensued. Sengoku's expression turned awkward as he remembered that Kavi could hear him. Kapu picked up the telephone bug and said, "If you wish to depart, I trust no one will hinder your exit, correct?" Kavi comprehended Kapu's intentions. It was certainly feasible for him to depart. However, the crux of the matter lay in the potential loss of innocent lives in his absence. Even if a demon-slaying order were to be issued, it would be prudent to wait until the civilians had been evacuated. If the Navy were to commence bombardment while the populace remained, would that not be? Although Kavi is not a saint, these civilians have ultimately been influenced by the likes of Alvia, and any assistance is better than none. Did I not previously suggest that the civilians should retreat before we launch our offensive? Sengoku furrowed his brow, his tone somewhat grave. Huh. It seems your Admiral Sakazuki is rather impatient. Were it not for my presence, these civilians would likely have perished by now. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances. It was indeed characteristic of Sakazuki to act in such a manner. Thank you for safeguarding these civilians. I shall ensure that Sakazuki receives a proper reprimand. Is he nearby? Sengoku contemplated that it was imperative to issue a stern warning to Sakazuki, although it might ultimately prove futile. Kavi glanced at Kazan, who was supporting Sakazuki, and remarked, "He is present, but I have already imparted my lessons to him. Let us now discuss other matters." Kavi, unwilling to squander time on the matter concerning Sakazaki, skillfully shifted the conversation. I have no desire to stand against the Navy. I shall take Alvia and Saul with me. As for O'Hara, do as you please. With that, Kavi awaited Sengoku's response. Sengoku's brow furrowed in contemplation. Alvia was specifically marked for execution by the world government, yet now Kavi sought to spare her. Saul, however, posed no concern, as the world government had little interest in him. Turning to his side, he glanced at Garp, silently inquiring for his opinion. Having fought alongside each other for many years, they shared an unspoken understanding. With a mere look, Garp discerned Sengoku's thoughts. He nodded in assent, signaling his agreement. In Garp's eyes, the world government was utterly insignificant, a mere nuisance that did nothing of substance. Sengoku replied, "We consent. But I hope you will not turn against the Navy. May I inquire about your relationship with the scholars of O'Hara?" Upon hearing this, Kavi smiled, stating that he would not take action against the Navy. As for the scholars of O'Hara, Kavi cast a glance at Alvia and slowly remarked, "One of my juniors is a historian, is he not? He had not killed a single Navy officer. Sakazuki had merely sustained severe injuries. The Navy ultimately belongs to the side of justice. Though Kavi may not be considered a virtuous individual, he would certainly never descend into wickedness." Regarding the scholars of O'Hara, to be frank, apart from Alvia and Little Robin, he held little connection to the others. Rescuing them was merely a matter of convenience. The negotiations had concluded. Kauai has achieved the desired outcome. The Navy can also ensure the safety of its troops and civilians. Only the world marred by Sakazuki's injury has emerged. Though the fleet admiral may face reprimand from the world government, his wisdom should enable him to find reasonable justifications to appease his superiors. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, the conference room was filled with high-ranking Navy officials, all at least vice admiral level. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us share our thoughts. The world government is quite displeased this time," Sengoku stated from the head of the table, his voice tinged with weariness. "With Olivia still alive, the secrets concealed by the world government are at risk of exposure, and Sengoku has faced criticism from above for this. Had it not been for Kong's support, he might have lost his position as fleet admiral." A strikingly elegant female vice admiral, her expression grave, suggested, "I propose we issue a bounty notice to clarify our stance before making further plans." Kazan chimed in, "I concur with Vice Admiral Crane's assessment. I recommend we immediately dispatch the Navy to apprehend Kauai. His actions threaten the Navy's dignity." The speaker was indeed Sakazuki, his head wrapped in bandages resembling a rice dumpling, with only his eyes visible, presenting a rather comical sight. Kazan, rarely showcasing a mocking demeanor, retorted, "Oh, you speak of the Navy's dignity. Yet it seems your own is in jeopardy. What? Do you have a problem with that, Kazan?" Sakazuki replied, irked that he was in such a state, while Kazan remained unscathed. "I disagree." Before Kazan could speak further, a youthful and melodious voice interjected. A young female vice admiral, rising from her seat with hands on the table, drew attention. With her flowing blue hair and fair complexion, her youthful face bore a resolute expression, her large, vibrant eyes revealing her age, around 18 or 19. Yet, her physique was notably developed, with long legs exuding strength. "Oh, Vice Admiral Rosa, please share your perspective," Crane inquired. Crane had a particular fondness for this newly promoted vice admiral. Despite her youth, her prowess exceeded that of many, even surpassing Crane in her earlier days. And she had a close rapport with the girl named Chi-Yuan. Rosa refrained from supporting the Navy's pursuit of Kauai, for he was her mentor. Within a few short years, she had ascended to the Marine headquarters, diligently honing her skills in combating pirates, becoming the youngest vice admiral in history. During this time, she sought Kauai, but he had seemed to vanish without a trace. To her astonishment, he reappeared, and for the sake of a woman named Olivia. Upon learning this news, Rosa was infuriated, furious. Yet, given his status as her mentor, she would not allow others to threaten him. I believe even Vice Admiral Sakazuki could not withstand a single blow from him. Sending others would be futile. Surely, we cannot dispatch an admiral, or do you even know where he is? She expressed her thoughts in one breath. Her final statement revealing her true inquiry. That is a valid point, Vice Admiral Kizaru. What is your opinion? Crane agreed with Rosa, casting a glance at Borsellino, who was preoccupied with grooming his nails, his countenance darkening as he was addressed. Borsellino, taken aback, paused and replied with seriousness. I believe Vice Admiral Crane makes a compelling argument. What did I say? Please repeat it, Kizaru responded, bemused. Is that truly necessary? Very well. We shall proceed as Vice Admiral Crane suggests and issue the bounty notice forthwith. Sengoku concluded, interrupting the exchange. He had intended to seek Karp's opinion, only to find him drooling in slumber, which dampened his mood entirely. Seeing this, Rosa sighed with relief internally, yet her expression grew grave. Kawaii, my mentor. How dare you seek another woman behind my back? I must not let you slip away. At that moment, Kawaii was traversing the skies, carrying Olivia and Saul upon the moonlit path. The Navy was indeed frugal. Even borrowing a warship was out of the question, had he known. He would not have docked his vessel at the pier. Kavi's vessel lay docked, reduced to mere debris by the aftermath of a previous battle. The civilians had departed, and the Navy refused to lend a warship, leaving the two of them trudging onward in exasperation. Alvia was undeniably a burden. She lacked the ability to float gracefully and was rather heavy. Yet, she seemed blissfully unaware, reveling in the sensation of soaring through the skies. Perhaps I should carry her instead? Sorrow, observing Kavi bear the weight of Alvia for such an extended journey, feared for his well-being. No need, Kavi, the elder, was robust enough, but before he could voice his thoughts, Alvia had already preemptively declined for him. She clung closely to Kavi's back, her hands wandering, exploring the contours of his firm muscles. Uncle Kavi, how are you so remarkable? You hide your strength so well. Kavi's expression darkened as he warned. If you continue to touch recklessly, do you believe I will cast you down? Alvia's face flushed slightly as she coughed and retorted, What do you mean by touching recklessly? Do not speak so carelessly. After soaring through the skies for 2 days, they finally encountered a merchant ship, while Salo was on the brink of exhaustion. Kavi, unfazed by the circumstances, remained resilient, capable of soaring for another month. He was indeed a man of endurance, planning to spend a bit of cash to secure a ride. He soon found that upon witnessing Soro's physique, others were quick to express their willingness to assist. Hey, come down, stop pretending to be asleep. Kavi admonished Alvia, who was still lying on his back, feigning slumber. Have we arrived? Alvia, caught in her charade, displayed no signs of embarrassment, reluctantly descending from Kavi's back. She feigned rubbing her eyes. Kavi cast a glance at her, wishing to disregard her. After drifting with the merchant ship for an entire month, they finally arrived at the East Sea. Uncle Kavi, we have been placed under a bounty, Alvia exclaimed, hurriedly approaching Kavi while clutching several wanted posters. She spread the posters before Kavi and Soro. Devil Scholar Alvia, bounty of 200 million berries. Trader Vice Admiral Haguvel D. Soro, bounty of 500 million berries. Devil Guardian Kavi, bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Additionally, Little Robin is also wanted, with a bounty of 79 million berries. The remaining historians from O'Hara who survived have similarly been issued bounties. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The real question is, what in the world is this Devil Guardian? Who bestowed such a name? I shudder to think of it. Kavi was beside himself with frustration, exclaiming, Who on earth possesses such poor taste to choose such an unappealing name? Why not call it the Demon Knight instead? I found it rather amusing, after all. I am a demon scholar, and you, the Demon Guardian, which implies that you, dear Uncle Kavi, are my protector. It was evident that Alvia was quite pleased with Kavi's title. Meanwhile, Soro scratched his head in confusion, pondering why the focus had shifted from the bounty to a discussion about names. The thoughts of these distinguished individuals diverged, entirely oblivious to the trembling merchants nearby, who were fervently wiping the sweat from their brows. Upon reaching a small island, Kavi and his companions disembarked, allowing the merchants to finally exhale in relief. These merchants are surprisingly generous. They accept payment without hesitation, Alvia remarked innocently, prompting Kavi to roll his eyes at her naivety. It seemed evident that she needed some serious training. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Marco rushed in with today's newspaper, exclaiming, Dad, hurry, look. Uncle Kavi has a bounty on his head. Whitebeard, Newgate, took the newspaper and noticed the news regarding the O'Hara demon-slaying order, along with a striking image of Kavi halting cannonballs mid-air. Ah, Kavi. That rascal, he refused to join us back then, but now he finds himself with a bounty. Doesn't he? His tone dripped with schadenfreude. Marco, overhearing this, couldn't he help but grimace. Had Kavi joined them, he would have likely become a wanted criminal much earlier. With a grand gesture, Whitebeard declared, "My sons, it's time for a feast. Let us celebrate our friend Kavi's newfound status as a bounty hunter." Cheers erupted in response. Marco remained silent, thinking to himself, I suppose one must get used to it. In Wano country, on Onigashima, a furious voice erupted from within a massive skull. Kavi. Finally, he had made his appearance. Kaido crumpled the bounty notice in his hand, seething with rage. He once again laid eyes on that face, recalling the humiliation he endured at Kavi's hands years prior. Burning with anger, he vowed that one day he would find Kavi and reclaim his dignity. Yet, uncertainty gnawed at him. He questioned whether he was strong enough to confront Kavi now, or if he should wait a few years until he reached his peak, allowing Kavi to weaken before exacting his revenge. They say I, Kaido, am a brute. But in truth, I am the most cunning, he mused, then erupted into laughter, envisioning the moment when Kavi would be beneath his heel. Jinbe watched Kaido with concern, pondering what was amiss with his captain. One moment he was furious, the next, he was laughing like a fool. Uncle Kavi, are we almost there? I am eager to see Robin. We are almost there. What is your haste? Kavi was nearly driven to distraction by Alvia's incessant chatter along the way. At long last, the trio arrived at their destination, Frostmoon Village. Upon locating the Frostmoon Dojo, they stepped inside. A young boy clad in samurai attire approached them, his expression one of curiosity. May I inquire who you are seeking? He asked. As Kavi was about to speak, a figure emerged from the dojo, exclaiming loudly, Senior, you have arrived. It was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, who had previously arranged to meet Kavi at this very location. Kavi nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a small figure darted out from the building and rushed straight towards Kavi, leaping into his embrace. Uncle Kavi, you deceiver. How could you think of abandoning Robin? The newcomer was none other than young Robin. Dragon had initially intended for her to accompany the main group to the Revolutionary Army headquarters, but this little one stubbornly refused to comply. With her cheeks puffed in indignation and tears brimming in her eyes, young Robin appeared on the verge of tears. Kavi swiftly embraced her, wiping the tears from her face. How could Uncle abandon you? He has gone to rescue little Robin's mother. Look, who is this? He stepped aside, revealing Alvia. At that moment, Alvia was tear-streaked, her hands trembling as she longed to embrace little Robin, yet hesitated in midair, fearing reproach for her prolonged absence. Little Robin, upon seeing Alvia, exclaimed with delight, Mom, you finally returned. She dismissed the earlier incident where Kavi had struck her unconscious and hurried to Alvia's side, wrapping her arms around her. The long-separated mother and daughter had much to share, and Kavi found himself at ease. Long approached Kavi with a young man in tow, introducing him. Elder, this is Mr. Gung Sailang, the head of the Frost Moon Dojo and my dear friend. He then turned to Gung Sailang and said, This elder is the true leader of our revolutionary army. Gung Sailang's expression was one of astonishment. He had always believed that Long was the commander of the revolutionary forces. He was surprised to learn of the existence of a supreme leader, suspecting this to be the individual recently placed under a bounty, the one referred to as the Demon Guardian. Greetings, Elder. I am Long's friend. You may call me Gung Sailang. Kavi wore an expression of helplessness. Hello. I am merely an ordinary individual. The leader of the revolutionary army is Long. I have merely offered him a few suggestions. When did I become the commander of the revolutionary forces? He turned to Long, his face filled with confusion. I provide you with solutions. And yet you expect me to become the commander? Are you not betraying my goodwill? Kavi yearned to break free from the constraints of his identity as a revolutionary. He considered himself the freest man upon the vast ocean. Long displayed no remorse, his expression resolute. To him, his elder Kavi was akin to a beacon of faith, profoundly influencing his thoughts and, in turn, shaping the revolutionary army. Elder, regardless of the circumstances, you are the leader of the revolutionary army. You are the very pillar of its spirit. There is no need for you to labor over the affairs of the revolution. Leave those matters to us. Simply take the time to impart your wisdom to the revolutionary army on occasion. Kavi gazed at Long, whose unassailable aura left him aware that any words he uttered would be in vain. Well, he had become a commander of the revolutionary army, a supposed pillar of spirit. Wasn't that akin to drawing a salary while shirking responsibilities, merely lecturing? What respectable individual possesses the luxury of time to deliver lectures? Never mind, do as you wish. Just be forewarned, Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. Kavi resigned himself to this newfound identity. Henceforth, the Revolutionary Army would possess a mysterious commander. Upon hearing this, Long's face lit up with joy, as long as the senior agreed to be the commander. Any difficulties faced by the Revolutionary Army would translate to challenges for the senior as well, granting him a legitimate reason to seek the senior's assistance in the future. At that moment, Long's heart soared with delight. Kavi suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. "HM? Is there something amiss? Enough standing around. Let us retreat indoors and converse comfortably." A gentle female voice resonated, revealing a graceful woman beckoning everyone from the doorway. Gung Siling promptly invited everyone inside. Upon entering, Xiao Robin and Alvia were engaged in quiet conversation, occasionally erupting into laughter. It appeared that the bond between mother and daughter had not diminished despite their prolonged separation. Gung Silang's wife cradled a small child in her arms, who appeared to be around 1-year-old. Kavi gazed curiously, wondering if this was indeed Guena, who had met her demise on the fateful steps of the towering edifice. Gung Silang, noticing Kavi's inquisitive glance, promptly introduced, "This is my daughter, Guena." Upon hearing her name, little Guena turned her tiny head, her bright, sparkling eyes wide with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. With her cherubic cheeks, she was utterly adorable. Observing this, Kavi approached and playfully pinched her cheek. What a delightful little creature she was. This elicited a joyful outburst from Guena as she stretched her arms towards Kavi. It appeared that Guena had taken a liking to her elder. Gung Silang was somewhat taken aback. Little Guena had never shown such affection towards strangers before. He couldn't help but admire Kavi, the commander of the Revolutionary Army, for possessing such an innate charm that even children were drawn to him. Kavi took little Guena into his arms, playfully attempting to elicit her laughter. Could it be that he had been surrounded by too many children, to the extent that he had adopted the aura of a nanny? Wah wah. Little Guena cried out, but Kavi felt a slight dampness on his hand. Lowering his gaze, he was met with an unexpected sight. The beautiful woman beside him seemed to have noticed as well. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly took Guena back, apologizing to Kavi. "I'm so sorry, senior." After expressing her regret, she gently scolded Guena. "Guena, how could you wet your senior like this? Such mischief." Wah wah. Little Guena clapped her tiny hands in excitement, her cherubic face beaming with joy. "It's perfectly all right. Children will be children." Kavi waved his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference. "Ha, mama, look. Uncle Kavi has been wet by little sister Guena," shouted little Robin, eager to ensure everyone was aware of the amusing incident. Olivia stood by, chuckling. "Oh dear, Uncle Kavi truly has a way of endearing himself to the little ones." Kavi's face hardened, and he retorted, "Little Robin, have you forgotten that you used to wet the bed when you were younger, leaving it drenched?" They engaged in a playful exchange of barbs, each eager to see who could withstand the jests. Upon hearing Kavi's teasing remark, little Robin's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, covering her face with her small hands and fervently shaking her head. I didn't. Kavi chuckled. "Ah, little Robin, this is a memory I shall cherish for a lifetime. I hope you can behave, otherwise, I might find it challenging to restrain my tongue." "Uncle Kavi, even teasing children," remarked Alvia, hands on her hips, adopting a lecturing demeanor. Kavi remarked, "It would be wise for you to ensure that no incriminating evidence falls into my possession." After spending 3 days in Frost Moon Village, the group followed the dragon to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, situated on an exceedingly remote island. There, Kavi became familiar with the leaders of the Revolutionary Army. Scholars from O'Hara had gathered in secrecy, diligently researching forbidden knowledge. They awaited the day of the Revolutionary Army's triumph, when they could unveil their findings. Alvia had also joined their ranks. As for little Robin, Kavi intended to lay a solid foundation for her. Her aspirations were evident, and Kavi was well aware that, eventually, she would set sail. It was inconceivable for her to remain there indefinitely. To study the essence of history, certain crucial texts were indispensable. This was her journey, and Kavi would not overly interfere. His aim was to strengthen Robin beyond her original portrayal, minimizing her suffering and ensuring she would not fall into the clutches of the world government again. Little Robin protested, expressing her desires solely to learn. Consequently, Kavi made a decision. She would train during the day and study at night, balancing both pursuits. Little Robin sought out Alvia, hoping she would advocate on her behalf. However, having experienced the tragedy of O'Hara, Alvia believed that strength was paramount and thus supported Kavi's approach. Kavi had considered inviting Alvia to exercise together, but upon reflecting on her age, he decided against it. thinking it might be better to find a devil fruit for her instead. Thus began the dark chapter of young Robin's life. Oh, Robin, do not wear such a gloomy expression. All of this is for your own good. Kavi gazed at the little Robin before him, who was making a long face, momentarily at a loss for words. At last, he comprehended the anguish of parents. Previously, when his own parents compelled him to engage in various tasks, he always wore a displeased expression, yet their intentions were solely for his benefit. Kavi successfully convinced himself that he could now proceed to train, no, to torment, little Robin with a sense of ease. With that resolve, he decided to commence immediately. Let us begin with 3 laps around the island for a warm-up, little Robin. Off you go. I have faith in you. Little Robin gazed at the vast expanse of the island, a cold sweat forming on his brow as a stiff smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Turning to Kavi, he asked, Uncle Kavi, are you joking? Kavi wore a stern expression, admonishing, who dares to jest? Cease your frivolous antics and run swiftly. He did not afford little Robin a chance to retort. Instantly disheartened, little Robin, with his short legs, dashed off into the distance. Uncle Kavi has become serious. He no longer shows concern for little Robin. Humph. If he wishes to run, let him run. I refuse to believe that merely 3 laps could possibly defeat me. Kavi closely followed, waiting for little Robin to slack off or reach her limits before he would step in to administer some righteous motivation. He forcefully urged her to stay alert, embodying the adage that one must endure hardship in youth to increase their chances of survival in adulthood. How could that wretched Uncle Kavi treat me this way? Little Robin seethed with indignation, murmuring her grievances lest Kavi overhear and impose additional training upon her. What are you saying, Robin? Kavi's voice suddenly resonated beside her, startling her considerably. Ah, Uncle Kavi, I was just saying how effective your training methods are. I can already feel myself growing stronger, little Robin hastily retorted, her mind racing to concoct a convincing excuse. Kavi's expression was peculiar as he fixed his gaze upon little Robin, causing her to avert her eyes. Well, in that case, let's run a few more laps. What? Do you have an objection? Enel. Little Robin capitulated, feeling completely at his mercy, unable to resist. It was as if Uncle Kavi could see through all her thoughts. He was truly formidable. Little Robin dared not slack off nor utter a word against Kavi, fearing he might suddenly appear from nowhere. Exhausted, she circled the small island 5 times, feeling utterly drained, her legs heavy as though filled with lead, fatigued. Phew, Uncle Kavi. I've finished my run. Little Robin exclaimed with a sense of accomplishment, her legs numb but proud to have completed Kavi's task. Very good. But you still fall short of your senior sister. You must continue to strive. Kavi remarked coolly. At that moment, little Robin was considered Kavi's second disciple, undoubtedly lacking the innate talent of Rosa. After all, that little one had awakened Conqueror's Haki and possessed exceptional swordsmanship. I have a senior sister? Little Robin questioned, puzzled, unaware that Uncle Kavi had taken on another disciple without her knowledge. Indeed, you are my second disciple. There is another senior sister above you, who is likely with the Navy now, Kavi said, tilting his head slightly, contemplating whether little Rosa had arrived at Navy headquarters yet, given her talents. She must have become quite formidable by now. Little Robin, curious, looked up at Kavi with wide eyes. What kind of person is my senior sister? Kavi gently ruffled little Robin's hair and smiled, saying, your senior sister is quite the mischievous one, constantly plotting her revenge against me. She thought I was unaware of her schemes. There was even an occasion when she attempted to ambush me while I was asleep, but I taught her a stern lesson, leaving her in tears for an entire day. You must promise to be obedient and not follow in your sister's footsteps. Little Robin shrank his head slightly, nodding earnestly as he assured, Uncle Kavi, I will absolutely not make you angry. Not now, at least. But when I find my sister in the future, we shall team up to play tricks on Uncle Kavi together. Alone, he could only expect to be reprimanded. A plan began to form in little Robin's mind. Kavi was completely oblivious to the subtle intentions of little Robin and expressed his satisfaction by saying, it seems that little Robin is quite obedient. In the future, should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek assistance from your senior sister. Remember, her name is Karen Rosa. If anything arises, go to her instead of bothering me. Rosa replied, I understand. Can I take a break now, Uncle Kavi? Clearing his throat, he responded, you've rested sufficiently. Now it's time to run a few more laps. Little Robin was taken aback, wondering if Uncle Kavi intended to push her to her limits. What should she do? The feeble Robin found herself unable to resist and continued her heavy-footed laps. A resolute thought began to take root in her mind, to become stronger. One day in the future, Nico Robin shall join forces with senior sister Karen Rosa to deliver righteous retribution to Uncle Kavi. A year slipped by quietly. The monotonous regimen of training and studying left little Robin feeling quite distressed. Robin, we will commence training on new techniques starting today. Over the course of the year, her will and physique were honed, and now it was time to enhance her devil fruit abilities. Little Robin was astonished, pondering what new methods Uncle Kavi had in store for her today. Previously, he had employed various means to challenge and stimulate her. Would he be introducing yet another novel approach? She hoped it would not be overly difficult. Uncle Kavi, what will we be training today? Kavi's lips curled slightly as he asked, Little Robin, do you know what the greatest weakness of a devil fruit user is? Robin, perplexed, replied, Is it that they cannot touch seawater? Kavi had mentioned this casually before, and he was surprised that Robin still remembered it. Indeed, he affirmed. Once a devil fruit user falls into the sea, they instantly lose their ability to resist. He gently patted her small head. Of course, this applies to the weaker ones. Powerful devil fruit users, even when submerged in seawater, retain formidable combat prowess. Take Aokiji, for instance. He can freeze seawater using his powers. One of the calamities of the beast pirates, known as the King of Beasts, can survive even when sinking to the ocean depths, likely due to his lineage. In the vast world of pirates, the stronger the individual, the lesser the impact of seawater upon them. Kavi's upcoming specialized training for Little Robin will focus on resistance training in seawater. The aim is not to enable her to utilize her devil fruit abilities while submerged, but at the very least, to ensure she can swim freely in the ocean. Kavi continued, stating that from this day forth, she must cultivate her devil fruit abilities and undergo training to withstand seawater. Due to the nature of her devil fruit, Robin had never been exposed to seawater and remained oblivious to the extent of its debilitating effects on her powers. Upon hearing Kavi mention that her focus would solely be on enhancing her devil fruit capabilities, she felt a surge of joy, relieved that she would no longer endure the grueling daily exercises. Hooray! Hooray! Uncle Kavi, please take me to train. Robin thought she had finally escaped her hardships. Yet in reality, she was merely stepping into another abyss. Kavi bore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend why little Robin appeared so elated. Could it be that she anticipated an effortless journey ahead? Come, follow me. Kavi turned and led little Robin to the seaside. The boundless ocean stretched out, merging seamlessly with the sky, presenting a beautiful vista that would soon transform into little Robin's nightmare. Go, immerse yourself in the sea. Kavi pointed towards the sea, beckoning little Robin to approach. Filled with curiosity about the ocean, which she had never had the opportunity to experience before, she eagerly dashed to the water's edge. A tiny, delicate foot tentatively ventured into the waves. The moment her foot touched the water, a rush of icy cold enveloped her. How refreshing, she exclaimed, only to suddenly feel her body go limp, and she tumbled into the sea. Splash! A small spray erupted as she fell face down, her petite form submerged. Unable to breathe, little Robin felt utterly devoid of strength, her body sinking into the water, overwhelmed by a torrent of negative emotions, suffocation, fear. And the specter of death loomed large in her mind. Am I going to die? Just then, a large hand grasped the nape of little Robin's neck, effortlessly lifting her from the depths, her limbs dangling lifelessly, as if she were already gone. Kavi placed her in a dry spot, patiently awaiting the evaporation of the seawater. Before long, little Robin regained consciousness. Her mind had long been alert, yet she found herself devoid of control over her body. It was akin to the sensation of being paralyzed by a malevolent force, utterly terrifying. With trembling hands, she gradually propped herself up and turned to gaze at Kavi beside her. Kavi was in the process of assembling chairs and a table, accompanied by a sunshade. The forthcoming training would take place here. While it was acceptable for little Robin to suffer, Kavi could not impose the same upon himself. Observing Kavi leisurely erecting the grand umbrella, little Robin glanced at his own listless form, feeling a surge of discontent. Uncle Kavi, please act like a human. With trembling resolve, he stood up and approached Kavi. Uncle Kavi, may I be exempt from the water resistance training? I believe physical conditioning is quite sufficient. The thought of water resistance training was utterly terrifying. It was a torment and a trial for the mind. Although the physical exertion was indeed arduous, the psychological strain was far more daunting. Little Robin wished to escape the suffocating sensation that accompanied such experiences. Kavi raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, Little Robin, training against seawater is essential. However, considering your fondness for physical exercise, let's add an extra session of fitness training each day. After all, if we squeeze our schedule a bit, we can certainly find the time. Kavi's words flowed like a devil's whisper, sending shivers down little Robin's spine. "You are the true devil." Little Robin quickly clutched Kavi's arm, shaking it from side to side, pouting her lips in a display of childlike charm as she pleaded. "Uncle Kavi, I was wrong. I was merely jesting. I actually adore training in the sea." Unable to withstand Kavi's presence, little Robin could only express insincere words through her tears. "Ha!" Kavi scoffed. "You think you can challenge me? Even your senior sister cannot assist you." The next day arrived, and the two found themselves at the beach. Little Robin instinctively lay at the edge where the sand met the sea, immersing her body in the water while leaving her little head above to breathe. Kavi reclined in his chair, savoring tea and relishing the tranquility of his retirement. Waves crashed rhythmically, repeatedly washing over little Robin. She sensed the ocean's might. Her body yearned to move, yet it possessed no strength. All she could do was calmly gaze at the sky, enduring the onslaught of the waves, while the sound of the sea ebbed and flowed in her ears. Uncle Kavi is likely reclining in his chair, indulging in a deep slumber. How infuriating. While I endure this suffering, he revels in comfort. I fervently hope I do not find an opportunity to confront him. After 2 hours had elapsed, little Robin felt utterly numb. She wished to call out to Uncle Kavi. Yet when she opened her mouth, no sound emerged. At that moment, a shadow loomed above her, gazing down with a sympathetic expression. How pitiable she is. Kavi swiftly pulled little Robin from the water, shaking off the seawater that clung to her, and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Striding towards a nearby chair where he gently laid her down, little Robin was overwhelmed with a myriad of thoughts, uncertain of how to articulate her feelings. Who could possibly have rendered her in such a pitiable state? How could Uncle Kavi utter such words? Each day, she endured 2 hours of rigorous training in the sea, followed by the exploration of the devil fruit's powers. Once little Robin regained her strength, her training would commence anew. Kavi pondered deeply. If a person with formidable physical prowess were to consume the Hanafuru fruit, they could simply manifest countless fists to strike indiscriminately, rendering any further development unnecessary. However, for Nico Robin, this approach was clearly impractical. It would be absurd to have her engage in relentless physical training day after day. The thought of her transforming into a hulking figure akin to a Barbie doll crossed Kavi's mind, and he immediately shook his head in dismay. That was absolutely out of the question. How, then, should one develop this fruit? At that moment, Kavi found himself at a loss for a viable direction. Should it be in terms of quantity, quality, or perhaps a conceptual approach? Nico Robin slowly rose from her seat, feeling her senses gradually returning. She waved her arm with a hint of vitality. "Am I back to normal?" she inquired. Kavi nodded in affirmation, and she replied, "I'm getting there." The subsequent focus would be on the development of the devil fruit, an endeavor Robin did not resist, thus she refrained from continuing her charade of weakness. If the next steps involved physical training or further resistance against seawater, she would certainly ensure she could lie down for another 2 hours before rising again. Kavi turned to little Robin and inquired, "Could you elaborate on your abilities? I would like to analyze them. It is essential to comprehend the capabilities of the fruit before determining the direction of development." Although Kavi had encountered the Hahaha Nomi in the anime, he needed to grasp its specific effects and the manner of activating its powers from Robin herself. Speaking of devil fruits, it is worth mentioning that Kavi's fruit ability is rather unique, primarily enhancing his physical form. Once he activates his fruit's ability, his body undergoes an epic transformation, akin to becoming a deity or demon. The chaotic divine thunder represents a newly emerged power upon the awakening of his fruit, the extent of which remains unknown to Kavi, as he has yet to utilize it. Little Robin pondered for a moment before articulating, "In any place I can see, I can manifest a part of my body." Kavi realized that it wasn't limited to merely generating hands and feet. Indeed, there are distinctions from the anime, as other areas cannot be arbitrarily created. Reflecting on the anime from his past life, Kavi recalled that the hands and feet Robin generated were smooth and devoid of any imperfections, leading him to hesitate at the thought of manifesting other body parts. Clearing his throat, Kavi advised, "Little Robin, remember this. Regardless of the circumstances or the adversaries you encounter, you may only generate hands for attacks. Under no circumstances should you resort to using your feet, and manifesting any other parts is absolutely forbidden, even at the cost of your life." Kavi gently tapped little Robin's head with his finger and asked, "Did you hear that?" Little Robin, perplexed, could not comprehend why Uncle Kavi would make such a request. Nevertheless, he nodded, for he believed there must be a reason behind Uncle Kavi's words. "I understand," he replied. Kavi finally felt a sense of relief. Regarding the development of the flower fruit, Kavi had no clear ideas, but teaching little Robin was relatively effortless. It sufficed to convey to her the future insights and understanding of this fruit that little Robin would acquire. Kavi imparted the techniques of the future Robin to her present self, truly a stroke of fortunate laziness, to maximize the potential of this fruit's abilities. The most effective approach remains mastering Haki. Acquiring Haki would significantly elevate the fruit's limits. Subsequently, Robin's daily tasks became clearly defined. Mornings were spent floating in the sea to enhance her devil fruit's resistance to seawater, afternoons dedicated to developing her fruit's abilities, and evenings spent learning archaeological knowledge under Alvia's tutelage. Her life was fulfilling, brimming with activities at every moment, unlike Kavi, who idled away his days either sipping tea, fishing, or masquerading as a stranger, wandering aimlessly within the Revolutionary Army. Occasionally, Dragon would visit him to discuss various matters. Aside from that, the one with whom he shared the strongest bond in the Revolutionary Army was Bartholomew Kuma. Kuma was a gentle and kind soul who, due to the plight of his own family, resolved to join the Revolutionary Army, hoping for a day when all people would be free from oppression and exploitation. Under Kavi's guidance, he learned much, experiencing a profound elevation in his ideological awareness. Among those who admired Kavi within the Revolutionary Army, besides Dragon, Kuma was undoubtedly the most devoted. Kavi, in turn, found himself intrigued by Kuma, particularly regarding his devil fruit. Just look at him, transforming a seemingly useless fruit into a versatile weapon, with abilities spanning attack, defense, healing, and teleportation, among others. Indeed, there are no worthless fruits, only worthless individuals. Thus, 2 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Robin had matured somewhat. After 2 years of training against seawater, she could now swim freely. Though her fruit's abilities remained dormant in the ocean, her fruit's potential had been largely tapped, yet Haki had yet to awaken, and according to Kavi's observations, her physical condition still required improvement. However, it was close. Once her Haki awakened, the true power of the Hana no Mi would begin to manifest. Kavi-senpai, are you really leaving? Yes, Uncle Kavi, at least say goodbye to Robin. At that moment, Alvia, Dragon, and Kuma stood by the shore, watching Kavi board a small boat. I'm just going out to take a look. I'm not disappearing. And for heaven's sake, don't let little Robin go out to sea until she is at least 18, understood? Kavi had grown weary of his prolonged stay here and decided to take a stroll, hoping to forge connections with some capable individuals for the Revolutionary Army. This, he thought, would serve as a modest contribution to his nominal role as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. As he departed, the three of them watched him leave, refraining from informing little Robin, lest she succumb to tears and tantrums. Indeed, after a day without seeing Kavi, little Robin searched high and low until Olivia finally revealed that Kavi had gone. Where did Uncle Kavi go? Why hasn't he returned yet? Little Robin's attachment to Kavi seemingly surpassed even Olivia's. This incited a twinge of jealousy in Olivia, pondering who truly held the maternal position in Robin's life. Of course, such feelings were understandable, for little Robin had been raised by Kavi himself. He has gone to sea, Olivia said, crouching down to meet little Robin's gaze. Gently stroking her head, little Robin's expression shifted dramatically. What? He ran away again. A flicker of anger crossed her pale face as she lamented, Uncle Kavi, how could you leave me behind? Do not be upset, little Robin. Uncle Kavi will return. Olivia hurriedly reassured her, though a hint of jealousy lingered in her heart. She reflected, why didn't little Robin react this way when I left? Could it be that Uncle Kavi holds a higher place in her heart than I do? Impossible. It must be that Robin was too young and naive to comprehend anything back then. Yes, that must be it. Olivia consoled herself internally. Little Robin, pouting and displeased, declared, Mom, I want to go to sea too. I can protect myself now. Olivia's expression changed drastically. Absolutely not. You are still so young. How could I possibly allow you to venture out to sea alone? Besides, Uncle Kavi said you can only go when you turn 18. Little Robin grew increasingly sullen, turning away from Olivia in a huff. It's all Uncle Kavi's fault. Why can he go to sea while I cannot? Poor little Robin's plan to set sail in search of Kavi was dashed once more, and she secretly cursed Kavi to remain forever single. Unbeknownst to him, Kavi was once again etched in the memory of little Robin. The last encounter had merely resulted in rendering her unconscious, yet after a month's absence, she had incessantly murmured his name for an indeterminate duration. This time, he would be gone for an unquantifiable number of years, upon their inevitable reunion. It was uncertain just how intense little Robin's ire would be. Little Robin proclaimed, just you wait and see, I shall not let you down. A month later, on an undisclosed island, Kavi stowed the ship in the spatial realm, evading a predicament akin to that of O'Hara. drifting aimlessly for an entire month. Kavi found himself oblivious to his current whereabouts. His venture into the sea had no particular aim. He embraced the whims of fate, meandering leisurely, exerting his dominance over the weak and savoring life's experiences. Upon setting foot on an island, a sense of desolation washed over him. Could it possibly be a deserted isle? A wave of disappointment surged within Kavi. The thought of having drifted for a month without encountering a single soul felt utterly dreary. Kavi treaded softly, venturing deeper into the island, where an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. Just as Kavi began to ponder the peculiar atmosphere, a baboon suddenly leapt forth, brandishing a knife that bore a striking resemblance to a crucifix. The creature was robust in stature, trailed by a cohort of baboons, each fixating their gaze upon Kavi, weapons in hand. Ooh, they vocalized, emitting sounds that seemed to serve as a warning to Kavi. Upon witnessing the scene, Kavi felt a surge of delight. This place seemed oddly familiar. Could it possibly be the residence of that individual? This promised to be an intriguing encounter. Ignoring the baboons, Kavi pressed onward into the depths of the island. The leading baboon, visibly enraged, let out a thunderous roar, gesturing forward with its arm, prompting its comrades to charge at Kavi in an attempt to drive the intruder away. Baboons possess a strong territorial instinct and are quite astute. Faced with these creatures, Kavi found little inclination to engage in battle. He subtly emanated a hint of his formidable presence, causing the multitude of baboons to retreat in fear. Kavi was somewhat astonished that he did not faint. Although he had merely released a trace of his Conqueror's Haki, it was indeed a manifestation of the highest caliber. The sheer potency of such power was undoubtedly formidable, suggesting that these baboons were not to be underestimated. The leading baboon cast a penetrating glance at Kavi before waving his hand dismissively and turning to depart, with numerous subordinates trailing closely behind. Kavi ventured deeper into the forest, and before long, he beheld a castle nestled within the heart of the woods. It exuded an air of classical Western architecture, tinged with an eerie ambience. Before the castle stood a young man, his demeanor proud and defiant, brandishing a great sword adorned with a cross. Kavi immediately recognized the sword before him, the black blade, Yoru, the supreme great sword. The identity of the young man became unmistakable. He was none other than the future mightiest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Hey, old man, who are you? Leave this place at once. Mihawk halted and turned to scrutinize the unfamiliar elder who had intruded upon his territory. Kavi's expression darkened. I am merely in my 50s. I have only a few strands of gray hair, and yet you refer to me as an old man. Youngster. It seems you have yet to endure the harsh realities of life. Young one, I find myself lost. Would you be so kind as to allow me to stay with you for a while? Kavi displayed a troubled expression, feigning the demeanor of a pitiable old man. Who is Mihawk? He certainly does not concern himself with your predicament of being lost. If you have trespassed upon his territory, you must either depart of your own volition or be compelled to leave by his hand. Old man, I advise you to leave swiftly. Otherwise, I shall not be so courteous. His piercing gaze swept over Kavi, revealing that he is no philanthropist. Truly, Mihawk, you are proud, disdainful, and lacking in respect for the elderly and affection for the young. Such a twisted disposition in a youth is indeed troubling. Kavi displayed an expression of helplessness, no longer feigning pity. I, too, wish to depart, yet I possess no vessel. Mihawk, his brow furrowed in disbelief, retorted, No boat? Are you jesting? There are no other islands within hundreds of nautical miles. Did you soar here? I care not. I intend to leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for my impoliteness. Mihawk brandished his dark blade, directing it menacingly at Kavi. The implication was unmistakable. Should you fail to depart, I shall be compelled to take action. Kavi remained utterly unfazed, even resorting to picking his nose, his demeanor unperturbed, as if to say, What do you intend to do? Are you truly going to bully an old man? Mihawk, however, harbored no notions of respecting the elderly or cherishing the young. In his worldview, strength dictated reason, irrespective of one's identity. Humph, Mihawk uttered, ceasing further conversation. He swung his arm, unleashing a formidable slash from the tip of his blade, aimed directly at Kavi. There was no intention to hold back. The seemingly ordinary strike was infused with tremendous power. Kavi slightly tilted his body, deftly evading the flash of the blade. That scoundrel Mihawk truly holds nothing back. He is a man of his word, and any ordinary individual would have perished beneath such a strike. However, the force of that sword light was excessively dispersed, diminishing its power significantly at a distance, indicating a need for enhancement in swordsmanship. Youngster, this sluggish sword aura is hardly capable of reaching anyone, is it? Kavi's expression was one of disdain, laced with mockery. Kid, you are inadequate. You still have much to practice. My Hawk's demeanor faltered momentarily, clearly taken aback by Kavi's ability to evade his strike. Though it had been a casual blow, it was not something an ordinary person could dodge. It seemed this old man possessed some skill, albeit limited. Without hesitation, my Hawk swung his arm once more, unleashing a brilliant wave of sword energy that hurtled towards Kavi at an astonishing speed. This time, the force was evidently greater, and the velocity even swifter. Within the blink of an eye, the sword energy reached Kavi. My Hawk observed the scene with an air of calm, as if he had already envisioned Kavi being cleaved in two. However, Kavi merely shifted his body slightly, allowing the sword energy to pass by him effortlessly. Bang! The energy struck the massive tree behind him, splitting it in two. Kavi yawned, his sarcasm reaching its peak. Is that all you've got? Kid, you must be quite feeble. 2. My Hawk was taken aback. The first time could be dismissed as a casual strike, but this second attempt was made with utmost seriousness. Yet, the old man before him effortlessly evaded the blow. Was it the observation Haki? But I possess that ability as well. Why does it not yield the same results? My Hawk questioned within himself, unable to comprehend how such a swift attack could be dodged, even by someone employing observation Haki. Kavi could only smile. This was no ordinary observation Haki. While typical observation Haki might indeed be evaded, what he possessed was the ability to foresee the future. Was there truly any comparison? Hurry. Boy, unleash whatever techniques you have left. I am weary, and it is time for me to rest within this castle. Kavi displayed an air of entitlement, utterly disregarding my Hawk's furrowed brow. Are you planning to rest at my home? Have you even considered my feelings? My Hawk's emotions were unsettled by Kavi's actions. Get out of here. You foul old man. In a fit of rage, my Hawk brandished his blades, unleashing a torrent of swordsmanship that came rushing forth like a storm. Kavi moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, deftly evading each strike of sword energy. My Hawk exerted himself with relentless fervor, yet Kavi effortlessly sidestepped all the oncoming blows. Eventually, my Hawk found himself panting with exhaustion. Boy, who taught you to wield a sword like that? It is nothing but sheer brute force. The energy expended on each strike is excessively scattered, draining your stamina without delivering any real impact. If all swordsmen were like you, what would be the point of practicing swordsmanship? You might as well just focus on building endurance every day. My Hawk's expression darkened. You may call me inept, but you shall not insult my swordsmanship. On what grounds do you make such claims? Am I the swordsman, or are you? Merely dodging a few attacks does not grant you the authority to critique me. My Hawk uttered the longest sentence of his life, clearly agitated by Kavi's words. Boy, it seems you harbor a bit of defiance. Kavi lowered his gaze to the ground and discovered a branch, which he picked up and waved slightly. This will suffice. He looked at the furious My Hawk and said, Come, let me show you whether I am right. My Hawk, filled with rage and confusion, wondered what this meant. Did he intend to battle me with a mere branch? He underestimated me gravely. My Hawk felt a profound insult, a blatant affront. Brandishing his sword, he advanced with large strides, launching one strike after another at Kavi. However, to Kavi, each of My Hawk's movements appeared to be in slow motion. He discerned the weaknesses in every technique with crystal clarity, and with the branch in hand, he casually parried My Hawk's sword strikes. As My Hawk unleashed a flurry of attacks, Kavi countered them all with the branch. Then, with a swift thrust of the branch, a resounding clang echoed as My Hawk's sword clattered to the ground. The force was dispersed, the intent unmistakable, and every maneuver was rife with flaws. Boy, do you believe me now? Kavi remarked, retrieving the still intact branch. My Hawk stood in a daze, frozen in place. Having had his sword disarmed by another, could he still consider himself a swordsman? Doubt began to creep into his mind. How had this old man defeated him with nothing but a branch? Was his swordsmanship truly so lacking? No, it was not my skill that faltered. Rather, this old man's prowess was so formidable that he could see through my intentions effortlessly, strong enough to conquer me with a mere branch. Regaining his composure, My Hawk resolved firmly within himself. A swordsman must possess a strong heart. One may lose, but should never succumb to despair. He raised his head and looked at Kavi. Senior, could you enlighten me on how you accomplished this? Kavi was taken aback, exclaiming, Oh, young man, it seems you have ceased your arrogance. I had anticipated you would persist in your defiance. My Hawk, a man singularly devoted to the pursuit of the ultimate swordsmanship, would never succumb to such a fall. A true man possesses the ability to yield as well as to stand firm. Ahem, it is rather simple. Really, your strength is overly dispersed, resulting in an increased surface area for your attacks, thereby diminishing the potency of your sword techniques. Do you comprehend the concept of striking at a point to break through a surface? My Hawk appeared bewildered, questioning, but no one has ever taught me these principles. Must one learn so much while practicing the sword? Is it not sufficient to merely wield the sword with all one's might in practice? Seeing that my Hawk could not comprehend, Cave did not wish to elaborate. In any case, to reach my level, rigorous training is essential. My Hawk nodded in response, asking, Senior, would you be willing to teach me? To grow stronger, one must be adaptable, and this epitomizes my Hawk's resolve. He was unperturbed by matters of pride, for the sole aim was to attain greater strength. Kavi regarded my Hawk with newfound respect. Just 2 minutes prior, he had been berating me, and now he sought my guidance. Do you not think this is overly simplistic? Oh, would I teach you? It is not out of the question, but I must confess, I find myself rather hungry at this moment. Kavi placed a hand on his stomach, indicating his current state of hunger. One lacks vigor when famished, and I cannot guarantee the quality of my instruction. Upon hearing this, my Hawk felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Senior, please come inside. It is chilly outside. I shall prepare a meal for you. Although he felt a twinge of annoyance, my Hawk endured it for the sake of becoming stronger. He hastily stepped forward, inviting Kavi to his home as a guest. Kavi naturally did not hold back, striding confidently into the castle as if it were his own home. Upon entering, he was greeted by an air of elegance. The interior was remarkably tidy and pristine, suggesting that my Hawk also valued cleanliness, which pleased Kavi immensely. He settled at the dining table, surveying his surroundings. Young man, go prepare a meal. I am famished, he commanded. My Hawk, taken aback, thought to himself, is this my home or yours? Am I your servant? Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, my Hawk dutifully proceeded to cook, for one must bend when under another's roof, especially when there were matters he wished to discuss with Kavi. Before long, my Hawk returned with 2 perfectly cooked steaks, placing one before Kavi. He also uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring each of them a glass. The ambience was filled with a sense of ritual. Aside from his obsession with swordsmanship, my Hawk had a refined palate for cuisine. In essence, he was a man of elegance. Kavi lifted the steak and took a bite. The flavor was delightful, followed by a sip of red wine. Ah, exquisite wine. My Hawk truly knew how to savor life. Residing alone in such a grand house, leading a life of elegance, undisturbed by the scant presence of others on the island. How enviable. Hey lad, that little morsel won't suffice to fill your gaps. No wonder you look so scrawny. Go and prepare some more. Upon hearing this, my Hawk's expression darkened ominously. When will this end? I haven't even finished my meal. What is the matter? Feeling unwell? Your pallor is quite alarming. Shall I offer my assistance? My medical skills are rather commendable, Kavi remarked, feigning concern as he observed my Hawk. I am perfectly fine. My Hawk retorted indignantly, retreating to the kitchen to grill steaks. This time preparing a total of 10 at once. Not satisfied? I shall ensure you are overwhelmed. Shortly after, 10 sizzling, juicy steaks were ready and presented before Kavi. Kavi delightedly indulged in his meal, savoring each mouthful of meat and sip of wine, relishing the exquisite experience. After consuming 10 steaks, he finally felt content and stretched lazily. I am feeling drowsy. I shall retire for the night. Please take your time to tidy up. Kavi greeted and proceeded towards my Hawk's bedroom. Hey, that is my room. And what about the promise to teach me? My Hawk, feeling indignant, positioned himself in front of Kavi, preventing him from advancing. Kavi waved his hand, pushing him away, saying, I shall teach you tomorrow. I am weary now and ready to sleep. Kavi is indeed a person who adheres to a healthy routine, which is essential for longevity. My Hawk sought to restrain Kavi, preventing him from entering his chamber. However, his strength appeared as feeble as that of a child in Kavi's presence. Dragged along, they arrived at the bedroom, where Kavi promptly collapsed onto my Hawk's exclusive bed and fell into a deep slumber. Despite my Hawk's futile attempts to pull him away, Kavi remained utterly unresponsive. In despair, my Hawk felt as though he had summoned a formidable presence. Unable to reason or contend with him, he was left feeling profoundly frustrated. With no other choice, he resigned himself to tidying up the dishes before spending the night in the living room, cradling his black blade, having always lived alone. He only possessed one bed, now commandeered by Kavi, leaving him to make do on the couch for the night. Kavi was undoubtedly aware that there was only one bed. Otherwise, why would he occupy it, leaving himself without a place to rest? As an elder, he certainly could not sleep in the living room. My Hawk, being young, should embrace hardship and toil, for it is only with age that one realizes the futility of such struggles. Kavi slept soundly until the following morning, gradually awakening. He stretched lazily and glanced out the window, where the dawn was softly breaking. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the living room, where he discovered a breakfast laid out on the table, clearly prepared for him. That lad is quite considerate. He settled down to relish his morning meal, indulging in the experience like a lord, relaxed and unhurried. Only after finishing his breakfast did Kavi step outside, where he witnessed Mihawk engaged in combat with a baboon. It was the very same leader baboon from yesterday, with its underlings observing the duel from the sidelines. The leader baboon's moves were strikingly reminiscent of Mihawk's, showcasing its remarkable ability to mimic and learn. Particularly impressive was this leader baboon, which possessed nearly 80% of Mihawk's strength. Fighting it felt akin to battling oneself. No wonder one could reach such heights in training alone. This truly is an exceptional place for novices. This leader baboon is destined to become a formidable force in the future. One must ponder, however, whether the creatures in the pirate world are overly intelligent. Baboons and even martial sea cows exhibit astonishing prowess. They can even master the art of Haki. It is rather absurd. If the golden lion were to cultivate a cadre of Haki-wielding animals, he might indeed have a chance to dominate the world. Alas, his mind was shattered by a ship's helm, leading him to delve into the study of biological sciences. Kavi shook his head, dismissing the multitude of thoughts, and focused his gaze on Mihawk and the baboon. The duo engaged in a spirited exchange, the baboon skillfully wielding a massive cross-shaped sword, executing its maneuvers with remarkable finesse. Were an ordinary person to witness this spectacle, they might easily mistake the baboon for a human in disguise. At that moment, Mihawk noticed Kavi's presence and resolved to swiftly conclude his skirmish with the baboon. Today, he sought to absorb more profound knowledge and had no time to indulge in frivolous play with these creatures. With a surge of force, he unleashed his full prowess. And in mere moments, the baboon was sent retreating. The baboon leader, seemingly accustomed to such outcomes, exhibited no anger. Instead, it departed with its entourage, reflecting on the lessons gleaned from today's encounter. Sooner or later, it aspired to defeat Mihawk and ascend as the mightiest swordsman on this island, a baboon with lofty aspirations. For a baboon devoid of ambition, how different would it be from a mere salted fish? It refused to resign itself to the fate of being a complacent baboon. As the troop of baboons departed, Mihawk turned and approached Kavi, his expression brimming with excitement. "Esteemed mentor, may I now receive your guidance?" Kavi remained silent as he approached a tree, gesturing for Mihawk to follow. Mihawk, perplexed, complied without understanding the reason behind it. Kavi plucked a seemingly ordinary leaf, devoid of any encasing of armament Haki. Pay close attention. With the leaf in hand, Kavi gently glided it against the tree's trunk, producing a swift sound. Bang! The massive tree was cleaved in two, revealing a smooth, flat surface before the two of them. Kavi waved a leaf before Mihawk, smiling as he asked, "Did you see clearly, young one?" Mihawk, taken aback, felt a chill run down his spine. How could this be possible? He rushed forward to examine the polished tree stump. Not only could he sever a great tree, but he could also cleave through stone. However, it required the use of his black blade to split stone. He would need to employ his armament Haki as well. Kavi, with nothing but a single leaf, devoid of any imposing aura, effortlessly glided it across a towering tree, severing it with ease. This act profoundly challenged his comprehension of swordsmanship. How could this be? I have long asserted that your swordplay merely brushes the threshold, barely touching the entry point. Kavi's demeanor remained composed. Although he was not a pure swordsman, his mastery of swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. Mentoring a novice who had yet to grasp the fundamentals was hardly a trivial task. In his youth, he had been unparalleled in swordplay, having commenced his training at an early age. By the age of 10, his skills had already transcended the ordinary, and by 20, he had mastered an array of sword techniques, swift, slow, gentle, and heavy swords, all to perfection. At 30, he stood invincible in the realm of swordsmanship, and by 40, he achieved the profound understanding of the unity between man and sword. By the age of 50, he no longer relied on a sword. Every flower, tree, and all of nature could serve as his weapon. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of sword intent erupted from Kavi, the piercing sword energy causing Mihawk's skin to sting painfully, while an oppressive force rendered him unable to raise his head. He could only muster all his strength to glance up at Kavi, as if witnessing a myriad of sword intent swirling around him, a legendary demonic sword towering behind him, exuding an otherworldly presence. He was utterly astounded, unable to fathom the terrifying prowess of this elderly man's swordsmanship. Kavi felt a surge of exhilaration within. How do you feel, young one? Are you astonished by my prowess? It is indeed delightful to showcase one's talents before an audience. No wonder the protagonists in novels possess such remarkable skills. Tell me, young lad, do you wish to learn? Kavi's voice was laced with allure. Young man, I possess an unparalleled secret technique. Whether you wish to learn it is entirely up to you. As for the extent of your mastery, that will depend on the diligence you invest. Mihawk, recovering from his astonishment, realized that some knowledge is not easily imparted. The strong possess their unique cultivation methods, which they rarely divulge. Everyone fears the notion of teaching a disciple who might eventually surpass their master, yet Kavi was different. Once he decided to teach, he would impart his wisdom without reservation. The degree to which one learns is solely dependent on oneself. He harbored no concern that a disciple might overshadow him, as long as he lived. No student could surpass him. He possessed this confidence. After all, not everyone has access to extraordinary support. A glint of determination flashed in Mihawk's eyes as he proclaimed, "Senior, please teach me." He yearned to learn, to become the mightiest swordsman in the world, the foremost swordsman. A fleeting image of a woman crossed his mind, calling Rosa. Soon enough. I shall surpass you. I have a great mentor aiding me. Mihawk hesitated momentarily, recalling that Rosa also had a master, but he dismissed the thought. Could her master possibly be stronger than the one before him? Mihawk firmly believed Kavi far surpassed Rosa's mentor, as long as he followed his senior's teachings. It would not be long before he grew stronger, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of mastery. Kavi harbored no curiosity regarding what this foolish lad Mihawk was contemplating, nor did he deem it necessary to inquire. His sole obligation was to initiate him into the basics. The remainder of the journey lay in Mihawk's own hands. From the confines of the system space, he retrieved a set of equipment, specifically a weight-bearing ensemble, which he had preserved since the days of training young Rosado. He tossed it to Mihawk, saying, "Put this on and follow me." Mihawk received the weight with a look of bewilderment. Wasn't he here to learn the art of swordsmanship? Why then was he being asked to don this cumbersome gear? Despite his confusion, he complied, reasoning that if it contributed to his cultivation, he would not hesitate. The 100-pound weight draped across his frame imparted a sense of pressure, yet it did not hinder his movements. He kept pace with Kavi until they reached the island's edge. Kavi pointed towards the sea beneath the cliff, smiling as he remarked, "Any form of cultivation is inextricably linked to the training of the body. Young one, your physique is commendable, yet it is still insufficient for the initiation into swordsmanship. Swim a couple of laps around the island first. Let this be your morning task, and we shall address the remainder in the afternoon." With that, Kavi departed, returning to the castle to indulge in wine, tea, and the pleasures of life. Mihawk required no supervision. He was driven by his own desire to grow stronger, fully aware that Kavi had not led him astray. He plunged into the water and began to swim, the weight he bore feeling particularly burdensome in the depths. A moment's distraction could lead him to the ocean floor, compelling Mihawk to exert every ounce of strength he possessed, yet even so, his pace was painfully slow. After merely completing half a lap, fatigue overwhelmed him. His limbs growing weak, the oppressive sensation dulled his senses. He could not afford to stop. Halting would mean sinking to the depths, where only death awaited. Summoning his willpower, he propelled his limbs forward, determined to finish a full lap. By now, his extremities had gone completely numb, moving solely by sheer resolve, like a machine. Gritting his teeth, he persevered through the final lap, gasping as he crawled ashore. Collapsing onto a stone, he breathed heavily, his limbs limp, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the sky. Having endured, Mihawk felt a profound appreciation for life itself. The morning's exertion had exhausted him, leaving him uncertain of what challenges awaited in the afternoon. Though his body was weary, his spirit soared with joy. Under such rigorous training, it was difficult not to grow stronger. Dragging his fatigued form back to the castle, he found Kavi reclining comfortably, with a table laden with tea and wine, exuding an aura of leisure and ease. In that moment, a sense of imbalance stirred within Mihawk, though he sought strength. It hardly seemed fair for Kavi to indulge so leisurely. Kavi lifted his head and slightly opened his eyes, saying, "I have returned, rather sooner than I had anticipated. Since I am back, let us first prepare lunch. After we dine, we shall proceed with the afternoon training." Kawili asserted with an air of inevitability. Mihawk, too, resigned himself to the kitchen, commencing the preparation of today's lunch. He offered no resistance, for defiance proved futile. Besides, he was weary and unwilling to engage in further debate with Kawili. Embracing the whims of fate, Mihawk approached his culinary duties with commendable acceptance. It was evident that expecting Kawili to cook was an exercise in futility. Why not exploit the free labor at hand, especially when the opportunity for leisure presented itself? This served as a valuable lesson for the youth, as Kawili continued to recline in comfort, awaiting his meal. All household chores and miscellaneous tasks fell solely upon Mihawk, a burden he had long since become accustomed to. Now, it merely involved one additional presence. Kavi's sole intention is to relish life while imparting a modicum of wisdom during this enjoyment. This fragment of knowledge will serve him throughout his lifetime, rendering the transaction immensely worthwhile. After lunch, Kavi procured a hefty sword, weighing 200 pounds, from an unknown source. He tossed it to Mihawk, confident that with his foundational skills, he could tackle the heaviest challenge without concern for lighter weights, as they would not yield adequate training benefits. The afternoon's practice was rather straightforward. Merely swing the sword, perhaps 30,000 times, Kavi instructed. Swinging the sword is an exceedingly simple, yet pivotal exercise. One's level of swordsmanship can be discerned simply by observing their manner of swinging. To wield the sword as if it were weightless. To embrace the essence of simplicity, Kavi's swordsmanship had already transcended to a state of purity, devoid of fixed patterns, flowing naturally and effortlessly. Kavi was uncertain of the heights Mihawk could reach, yet he was assured that he would surely attain the pinnacle of this world. Much like his esteemed disciple, both exhibited remarkable talent in swordsmanship, foreshadowing future accomplishments of great magnitude. Kavi estimated that young Rosa's current prowess was akin to 60 or 70% of his own. However, Mihawk had yet to grasp even the first or second tier of Kavi's abilities. After all, the journey ahead was long and required gradual progress. Young Rosa too had traversed her path step by step, and one day, they would all discover their own unique way of the sword, stepping into new realms. Mihawk accepted the heavy sword, feeling its weight but harboring unwavering resolve. He lifted the sword and began to swing it. The motions became a ceaseless repetition. He paid no heed to whether he could complete 30,000 swings, focusing solely on the act of swinging. Thoughts of anything else faded, leaving only the singular task of swinging the sword. 100 swings, 200, 500. The pace gradually slowed, yet the movement persisted, unceasing. When he reached 10,000 swings, his hands began to tremble, his body soaked in perspiration. He lifted his shaking hands and continued swinging. The goal of 30,000 swings was finally achieved. He set the heavy sword down and collapsed onto the ground, feeling the sting and numbness radiating from his arms. This is the arduous journey of becoming stronger. The world often perceives only the glamorous facade of a swordsman, marveling at their ability to cleave through vast distances with a single stroke and praising their innate talent. Yet, they remain oblivious to the grueling training that lies beneath the surface. Indeed, while talent is significant, effort is indispensable. The most formidable adversary is one endowed with great talent coupled with relentless diligence, leaving no room for others to thrive. After a brief respite, Mihawk instinctively began preparing dinner. Without Kavi needing to utter a word, Kavi felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he observed others diligently training without supervision, actively seeking self-improvement, and exhibiting respect towards their elders. In stark contrast were Rosa and Robin, neither of whom provided him with any peace of mind, one consumed by thoughts of avenging her master, the other preoccupied with laziness. He truly felt burdened by their antics. Mihawk, on the other hand, remained oblivious to the fact that in Kavi's eyes, he was the most obedient and sensible of all his students. In the days that followed, Mihawk trained earnestly without needing reminders from Kavi. Rising early each morning to don weights and swim, his physique growing increasingly robust. His swordplay became swifter as well. Time, when filled with purpose, always seemed to fly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Mihawk could distinctly sense his own enhancement, particularly in his physical condition initially. Swimming 2 laps with weights had nearly taken a toll on him, yet now he could effortlessly complete 5 laps, emerging invigorated. His swordsmanship also saw marked improvement. His strikes became faster and stronger, with reduced fatigue and a visibly heightened potency. However, he still found himself unable to sever a tree with a mere leaf, nor even with a branch. He sensed that Kavi had yet to impart some crucial knowledge, something of significant importance. Kawaii indeed has yet to impart certain lessons, though it is not due to reluctance but rather the untimeliness of the moment. The advancement of swordsmanship necessitates a process. I may share with you the pinnacle of sword techniques, yet what value does it hold if you cannot even wield a sword with precision? Bestowing an extraordinary sword upon someone incapable of its use is unwise. One must first be taught the fundamentals of sword practice. Mihawk possesses commendable talent, and with his diligent efforts, he shall ultimately ascend to that esteemed level. Kavi merely needs to find an opportune moment to give him a gentle push, allowing him to naturally grasp the profound truths of the sword. Although Kavi can offer him a shortcut, such paths come at a price. Once one succumbs to the allure of ease, the desire to take the easy route becomes insatiable. Ultimately, if one becomes reliant on effortless power without attaining the requisite mindset, calamity is inevitable. Mihawk possesses the innate talent to eschew shortcuts. He should tread steadily, one step at a time. A solid foundation and a formidable spirit are indispensable. This is how true strength is forged. Do not be misled by Luffy's youth in becoming a king. His robust foundation was cultivated through a childhood spent on the precipice of death. Moreover, consider the purity of his aspiration to become the Pirate King, a singularly simple yet steadfast ideal, which has endowed him with remarkable strength. The journey of self-improvement is often monotonous, and Mihawk has endured 2 months of rigorous training under such intensity. Today, Kavi has brought Mihawk to the mountain summit, ready to embark on the next phase of their training. Mihawk, my boy, the first stage of training concludes here. We now transition to the next phase, Kavi proclaimed. Standing atop the peak and gazing at the slowly rising sun, the morning light enveloped them, offering a sensation of warmth rather than heat. From this day forth, we shall practice here every morning and evening. Mihawk, perplexed, wondered what could possibly be learned in such a place. Could it be merely observing the sunrise and sunset? Seeing Mihawk's confusion, Kavi smiled and explained, your foundation has already been solidified. Simply dedicate some time to physical training to ensure a steady improvement in your physical prowess. The rest of the time, just follow me in this cultivation. With that, Kavi seated himself cross-legged, facing the rising sun. Indeed, the forthcoming practice would be meditation, not for the purpose of transcending the mortal realm, but rather to perceive the essence of nature and enhance one's spirit. Mihawk, harboring skepticism and wearing a peculiar expression, gazed at the meditating Kavi and inquired, is this truly considered cultivation? You aren't deceiving me again, are you? Kavi smiled faintly and said, just follow along. Do I understand it better, or do you? Meditation is not the goal, but rather a means to achieve tranquility within. To cultivate one's perception and dominance to a profound level, it is challenging to achieve such heights solely through training methods like hiding behind stones. Kavi's mastery of observation Haki has reached an exceptional level, predominantly achieved through his own rigorous training. While it may appear that he spends his days languidly reclining in a chair, seemingly idle, he is, in fact, immersed in profound contemplation and meditation. He is also engaged in self-experimentation, testing the efficacy of his methods, and to his surprise, he has found success, particularly in the realm of mental fortitude. Kavi perceives that through meditation, the growth of his Conqueror's Haki and observation Haki surpasses even that of his armament Haki. It is noteworthy that Kavi's daily rituals grant him a slight increase in physical prowess, and the potency of armament Haki is directly correlated with one's physical strength. Conversely, Conqueror's Haki can only be enhanced through personal cultivation. Thus, it is remarkable that his progress in Conqueror's Haki outpaces that of armament Haki, affirming the viability of his approach. This methodology can be regarded as a self-discovered path to cultivation, which he now imparts to Mihawk, hoping for his enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Mihawk can only emulate Kavi, settling into a cross-legged position with his eyes gently closed. At that moment, Kavi's voice resonates near him, urging him to relax his thoughts, to attune to his breath, to sense the direction of the surrounding wind, and to remain vigilant against slumber. When Kavi first embarked on his exploration, his earnestness led him to succumb to slumber. Those plagued by insomnia might find it worth a try. Mihawk, finding tranquility, sat upright, and before long, the sound of his gentle snoring filled the air. Suddenly, a loud thud jolted Mihawk awake. Turning his head, he noticed Kavi gazing at him with half-closed eyes, causing a tremor in his heart. Hastily, he corrected his posture and resumed his meditation. To have fallen asleep was indeed a shameful affair. One must ponder, is it truly so easy to drift into slumber? Can one genuinely grow stronger this way? Do not indulge in such errant thoughts. The sound of Kavi's reprimand reverberated. Mihawk felt a sense of dread. It seemed that whatever thoughts crossed his mind could be easily discerned. Was this individual not a touch too terrifying? Kavi appeared somewhat speechless. His emotions vividly etched across his countenance, as if he feared that others might remain oblivious. From that day forth, Mihawk accompanied Kavi atop the mountain for meditation, both in the morning and the evening. In the interludes, he engaged in physical training, leading to a fulfilling existence. After a month of meditative practice alongside Kavi, Mihawk experienced a transformative sensation on this day. As usual, he followed Kavi to their familiar spot for seated meditation. Within a mere 10 minutes, he attained a profound state, attuning to his elongated breaths and the gentle caress of the breeze. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the world around him. Everything became strikingly clear. Though his eyes remained shut, he could distinctly perceive the surrounding flora and fauna, feeling their very essence. Intricate patterns began to emerge in his mind. These were the breathing patterns of the grass, slow and subtle. Nearby, the stones exhibited their own distinct lines, heavy and steadfast. The mechanisms of all things became apparent, revealing pathways for acceleration or deceleration. To move against their flow would lead to destruction. With a sudden jolt, Mihawk opened his eyes and gently brushed his fingers across a blade of grass. With a swift motion, the grass snapped. "I've done it," he exclaimed, rising in exuberance. "I have succeeded." In that moment, he comprehended the truth of his journey. Indeed, there was merit in his efforts, and the old man had not deceived him. His exhilaration was beyond words. Kavi observed the scene with a subtle gaze, shaking his head slightly. "Young one, it is still too early. You have merely grazed the threshold. Do not become overly excited. Make sure to remember this sensation." Kavi did not offer any reminders. The youth was simply impetuous. The excited Mihawk hurriedly attempted once more, sweeping his hand across the blades of grass, yet the anticipated scene did not unfold. The grass remained steadfast, and Mihawk was momentarily taken aback. He tried again, but still, there was no transformation. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, what could be the reason for this? Kavi smiled faintly and said, "Young one, your eagerness is palpable." Mihawk, suddenly enlightened, realized his oversight. Immersed in joy, he had completely forgotten the sensation he had just experienced. He hurriedly resumed his seat, yet this time, he could not recapture that elusive state. Alas, the opportunity slipped away. Who knows when it might present itself again? Nevertheless, Mihawk did not succumb to despair. He believed that with the first experience would come a second. This young man possesses commendable temperament and adjusts swiftly. It would not be long before he masters it. Following this encounter, Mihawk embarked on relentless days and nights of meditation, as if entranced. Kavi urged him to take a break, but he paid no heed. At times, Kavi would awaken to find Mihawk with dark circles under his eyes, fearing that one day he might succumb to exhaustion. Mihawk had not fallen into madness, rather, he had entered a state of sublime clarity. On several occasions thereafter, he found himself in that extraordinary state where the world transformed, revealing the essence of all things before him, indescribably magnificent. His observation and mastery of the color of observation, Haki, grew rapidly, evolving from mere blades of grass to trees, and then to stones. He could perceive the very breath of each entity, distinctly recognizing their vulnerabilities. With a gentle touch, he could shatter them effortlessly. It was simply exhilarating. Kavi observed Mihawk, who sat in profound meditation from dawn till dusk, uncertain of what to say. The situation left him without anyone to prepare his meals, compelling him to return to his former pursuits. After all, Mihawk was honing his skills during a critical period, and it was not appropriate for Kavi to continually intrude upon his solitude. Consequently, Mihawk gained insight into Kavi's true character, despite his own culinary prowess. He allowed Kavi to take on the task of cooking. Now, Mihawk would train tirelessly throughout the day, returning to find a meal awaiting him. Relishing each day in blissful contentment, Kavi grew impatient, exclaiming, "Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Eating so much?" He grumbled throughout the day, regretting ever having taken on the task of teaching him. Was he truly a madman for cultivation? What thoughts occupied Mihawk's mind remained a mystery. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, as Mihawk ascended the peak as usual to meditate, an unusual sight greeted him. Before him lay his sword, the black blade Yuru, its hilt resembling a chaotic cross, and the pitch-black blade seemed to convey an air of solitude and ferocity. The world's strongest black blade was not merely a title, it was a companion to Mihawk. Having faithfully followed him for a long time, it possessed life and breath, waiting for its master to recognize it and unleash its full brilliance. Mihawk felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had long overlooked his brother's sentiments. Today, he intended to connect deeply with his steadfast companion, achieving a state of unity between man and sword. Sitting cross-legged, he soon entered a transcendent state, where everything around him appeared to freeze in time. A glimmer of light began to materialize, coalescing into distinct patterns that danced before him. The breathing of all things unfolded before Mihawk's eyes, clear and vivid. Yet, the black blade remained shrouded in darkness. Mihawk sat in silence, unmoving for an hour, then two, until night fell. At last, a flicker of light emerged from within the black blade, appearing in Mihawk's mind. 1 point, then 2, and more, converging into a radiant pattern, fierce and proud, much like its master. In that moment, Mihawk and the Black Blade Yura became one, achieving the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Awakening from his trance, he grasped the blade, asking, "Brother, do you wish to grow stronger alongside me?" The black blade quivered slightly, emitting a low hum. Mihawk smiled, "I understand." He seldom ventured out to sea. His first journey had brought him face to face with someone whose swordsmanship surpassed his own. Since then, he had remained on the island, practicing daily and neglecting the feelings of Yuru. As the strongest black blade, it naturally yearned for battle, just as Mihawk needed combat to elevate himself. How long had it been since he fought a formidable opponent? Aside from that old man Kavi, Mihawk felt a surge of confidence. After such extensive training, he sensed he was no longer the same individual he once was. Now, he could defeat the baboon leader with a single strike. He stood, pondering whether he could best Kavi. Despite the time spent, he still could not gauge the depths of Kavi's skill. Should he issue a challenge? Suddenly, a tremor of apprehension coursed through him. Perhaps it was better to refrain. As he had no desire to receive a beating, he decided to cultivate further for a few more years. After returning to the castle and having dinner, Kavi, as usual, retired early, maintaining his healthy routine. Mihawk, however, found sleep elusive, his mind a whirlpool of conflicting thoughts. Should he confront Kavi or seek out other strong adversaries? His strength had grown rapidly, and the baboons on the island could no longer keep pace. He needed to ascertain his true capabilities through battle. Yet he couldn't face someone too strong or too weak. A one-sided fight would hold no value. Tossing and turning, the night slipped away. The following morning, Kavi awoke to find Mihawk looking worn and weary. With a puzzled expression, he remarked, "You haven't been overexerting yourself again, have you? As your elder, I must advise you, your body is the foundation of your endeavors. Do not push yourself too far." He patted Mihawk's shoulder, a teasing smile on his face. Mihawk, scowling, brushed off Kavi's hand, heading dutifully to prepare breakfast. How could Kavi possibly fail to perceive Mihawk's predicament? This young man is evidently lost. Unable to discern the true measure of his abilities, it seems necessary to deliver him a minor shock, lest his arrogance clouds his judgment, leading him to underestimate the world and ultimately suffer a humiliating defeat that would reflect poorly on me. After partaking in breakfast, Kavi took the initiative to propose a sparring session with Mihawk. Mihawk, taken aback, exclaimed, "Senior, have I erred in some way? Why do you seem so intent on punishing me?" Kavi waved his hand with a smile, saying, "My boy, what are you thinking? I merely believe you have made remarkable progress recently and wish to test your abilities. I harbor no ulterior motives. I only aim to make you see the truth. Though you have grown stronger, you are still but a fledgling in the face of true power, destined only to endure defeat. A restless heart is not a virtue, young one." Mihawk, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief. He had feared he might have offended the old man. But wait, this is my home. If anyone were to be offended, it would be him towards me. How could I have begun to reflect upon my own actions? Such thoughts emerged naturally, leaving him unsettled. The profound impression left by the elder had caused him to forget that he was indeed the master of this domain. Embarrassed by his own musings, Mihawk resolved to accept the challenge. His motives were twofold: to evaluate his recent training and to seek an opportunity to regain a measure of dignity by confronting the old man. They made their way to the seaside, a spacious area far from the castle, ensuring that their battle would not disturb the surroundings. Accompanying them was a troop of baboons, led by a particularly incensed baboon chief who had come seeking Mihawk. The chief, having been bested by Mihawk in a previous encounter, returned with a fervent determination to triumph this time, though he arrived too late. The clash between Mihawk and Kavi had already commenced, leaving him to watch from the sidelines with his cohort. Curiosity piqued, he wondered about the true strength of this old man, who had once instilled in him a palpable sense of threat with mere pressure. With a resounding thud, Mihawk swung his black blade, engaging Kavi in combat. Their synergy had reached its zenith, and each move he executed began to exude a certain grace. Kavi still clutched a branch. For him, the distinction between a sword and a twig had become negligible. The 7-star sword, why must I lie buried in the soil? It was hardly Kavi's fault. He seldom engaged in combat, and was no pure swordsman, employing a myriad of fighting styles that rendered the 7-star sword virtually useless. Initially, Kavi sought to showcase his prowess in battles against formidable foes, yet it had sadly become a mere ornament, much to the chagrin of our strongest demon blade. With a sharp crack, Mihawk's attacks were effortlessly intercepted by Kavi's branch. While Mihawk could discern the very breadth of existence, Kavi's vision extended even further. Mihawk struggled to perceive Kavi's offensive methods, yet Kavi easily pinpointed Mihawk's vulnerabilities. Each strike was delivered just as Mihawk seemed poised to connect, creating the illusion that victory was within reach. This instilled a semblance of confidence in Mihawk, allowing him to feel his own strength burgeoning. Only for Kavi to deliver a crushing blow that would shatter that illusion. As the years passed, Kavi grew increasingly mischievous. Resembling a playful old rascal who relished in teasing the youth, he would first instill hope, then lead them to despair, ultimately pushing them to strive harder, refining their character. Whether this truly honed their spirit, Kavi could not ascertain, but he was determined to impose pressure, ensuring they never felt at ease. Mihawk found himself in a vexing predicament. He could almost land a hit, yet always fell just short. The more they clashed, the more he felt the depths of this old man's prowess. As though he were merely a pawn in a game of amusement. Frustration and urgency swelled within him, yet it was futile. He simply could not prevail. Each time he attempted to strike, he was thwarted at the most critical moment, a sensation akin to an insatiable discomfort, which he chose not to articulate further. The old man could effortlessly detect his flaws, landing strikes that threatened his very essence. Young one, your mind is in disarray. Mihawk's movements grew increasingly erratic, his impatience evident. The old man's words jolted him into awareness. He realized his rhythm had been disrupted. Influenced by the elder, he inhaled deeply, swiftly regaining his composure and renewing his focus in the battle. His restless heart began to settle as he tightened his grip on the black blade, advancing with purpose. With a flourish, he unleashed a fierce slash. The observation Haki activated. Anticipating the old man's position, he executed a decisive strike aimed at Kavi. The razor-sharp sword energy sliced toward Kavi at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Would success finally be within his grasp? As the attack drew near, Mihawk felt a surge of confidence. Yet, once again, this assured strike narrowly missed Kavi. How terrifying, Mihawk. You nearly struck me, old man. Kavi patted his chest and said, I still feel a lingering dread. Mihawk's expression darkened. This old man intended not only to toy with him, but also to mock and disgust him. He understood why Kavi had suddenly decided to test him today. Mihawk realized his predicament. The old man was not deliberately undermining him, but rather urging him to confront reality. However, the youth, often stubborn, refuses to heed warnings and is incessantly drawn to challenge the impossible. He launched another assault on Kavi, the black blade dancing swiftly in his grip. A torrent of sword energy surged skyward. Missing one strike, he attempted 2, then 3. Refusing to believe he would continue to fail. Alas, it seemed he must intensify his efforts. What to do when the young refused to listen? Increase the force. The air was filled with a whirlwind of sword energy, imbued with a fierce and lethal intent. Kavi gazed at the sword energy with a tranquil expression, murmuring softly. It has been a long time since I unleashed my full power. He had forgotten when he last exerted himself completely. It seemed to be during a sparring session with Roger, who had been gone for nearly 5 or 6 years. Their duel occurred a decade ago. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he slowly raised the branch in his hand. Ornament Haki enveloped it, flowing sakura entwined. A dark, crimson-hued substance cloaked the branch, condensing sword intent and accumulating strength. An overwhelming aura surged skyward, and Mihawk once again felt that oppressive force, stronger than the last time. In the distance, the baboons were rendered powerless, collapsing to the ground in a faint. Only the baboon leader fought desperately against the impending doom. With strength fully amassed, Kavi gently swung the branch toward Mihawk. A transparent sword energy erupted from the branch. The sky filled with dissipating sword energy, and with a swift whoosh, the transparent blade grazed past Mihawk's ear. A thunderous boom erupted. Drenched in cold sweat, Mihawk turned to look back. He was struck numb with shock, his expression vacuous. His eyes seemed on the verge of bulging out as he questioned the reality before him. The sea split open, resembling a vast chasm that extended infinitely, exposing the ocean floor to the air. This strike cleaved the sea in two. This blow shattered Mihawk's understanding. Moments later, the seawater surged back, unleashing towering waves that crashed against Mihawk's face. Regaining his senses, he turned his gaze toward Kavi, his eyes filled with disbelief, astonishment, and a hint of reverence. Kavi smiled and inquired, "How is it? Is its power satisfactory?" His calm tone left Mihawk at a loss for words, causing him to nod absent-mindedly. "Why, yes, it is." Subsequently, Kavi's expression turned serious as he earnestly stated, "Young man, there are numerous formidable individuals in this vast ocean, many of whom surpass my strength. You must continue to strive. Indeed, the ocean is home to many strong beings, and Kavi is certainly one of them. As for whether there are those stronger than him, Kavi believes there are. After all, this world harbors some ancient beings who have lived for countless years, and their might should not be underestimated. Mihawk nodded, seemingly still in a state of shock. Kavi patted his shoulder before departing, leaving him to ponder alone. The baboon leader had long since vanished, leaving behind only a few unconscious subordinates. Mihawk stood in a daze, reminiscing about the terrifying strike he had just encountered. This revelation heightened his awareness of the ocean's perils. Kavi was indeed formidable, and even someone of such strength acknowledged that there were beings even more powerful lurking upon the seas. The dangers of the ocean became all too apparent. Mihawk grasped his black sword and solemnly declared, "Brother, it seems we are not yet ready to venture into the sea. We must grow stronger first." The black blade, Yoru, quivered slightly in agreement, recognizing the necessity for Mihawk to further hone his prowess. Otherwise, upon setting sail, he would likely fall prey to stronger foes. Thus, the two brothers were subtly persuaded by Kavi to remain on the island, which ultimately led to Mihawk reaching his zenith upon his eventual departure. It was only then that he realized the extent of his deception. Of course, Kavi's intentions were benevolent. He merely wished for the youth to exercise prudence. Following this bout of sparring, Mihawk relinquished his restlessness, focusing solely on his training. He doubled his efforts, practicing with greater diligence, and frequently engaging in exchanges with the baboon leader. He soon observed that the baboon leader had also grown stronger, progressing rapidly and exhibiting traces of Kavi's influence. Indeed, our baboon leader had risen to the occasion. From their last confrontation, he had come to comprehend that Kavi was the true master. Upon returning, he meticulously analyzed Kavi's every move, managing to glean some insights. Though limited, these learnings proved sufficient for his needs. This sense of urgency instilled a feeling of crisis within Mihawk, although the baboon could not yet defeat him. His swift progress left Mihawk apprehensive about the day when this crafty creature might suddenly ascend to dominance over him. Consequently, he intensified his training regimen. Kavi was quite content with the situation. It was through comparison that motivation thrived. Thus, he occasionally offered subtle guidance to the baboon leader, hoping that both man and beast would engage in a spirited competition. In this context, strength was rapidly augmented, and healthy rivalry was indeed the essence of the matter. Mihawk remained blissfully unaware that the baboon had gained such formidable prowess under the tutelage of the Sixth, enduring the daily grind of increasing training intensity solely to surpass the baboon. He sometimes found himself rising in the night to train in secrecy, convinced that the baboon would not forsake sleep. Little did he know, the baboon leader had already commenced nocturnal training, truly embodying the relentless spirit of competition. Everyone was striving to excel, while Kavi reveled in the simplicity of a leisurely life. Each day was spent sipping tea, savoring fine wine, fishing, and resting. Who would not envy such a life? The pursuits of the pirate king or the navy king held no allure for him. He found joy in the pleasures of life. Occasionally nurturing the younger generation, he sought to cultivate some goodwill for the Revolutionary Army, hoping to be of service at crucial moments without needing to lift a finger himself. As the de facto commander of the Revolutionary Army, Kavi truly labored tirelessly for their cause. Time flew by swiftly. It was time to depart, for he had lingered here long enough. While he was still able to move, he intended to explore, to witness the landscapes, to seek amusement, and to observe the people. Who knew when an unexpected turn of events might occur, leaving no chance for future opportunities? After a tranquil breakfast, Kavi observed Mihawk's serious demeanor, noting how the corners of his mouth seemed on the verge of betraying a smile. Kavi, with a furrowed brow, waved his fist and smiled. "Mihawk, my young friend, are you pleased to hear that I am departing?" Mihawk instinctively recoiled and exclaimed, "Of course not. Senior Kavi, I am truly heartbroken to learn of your departure. Will you be returning?" Though he feigned sorrow, his heart was already concocting plans to celebrate in grand fashion once Kavi had taken his leave, treating himself to a well-deserved reward. Despite his rapid advancement in strength during this period, he had always felt somewhat timid with Kavi around. Now, however, he had grasped the essence of training and no longer required Kavi's watchful eye. He was capable of growing stronger on his own. "Old man, I no longer need you. You may go." Kavi's gaze was filled with confusion. "Am I truly that sorrowful to leave you?" Mihawk nodded earnestly. "Indeed, my admiration for you, my senior, flows like an unending river, ceaseless and profound. Then perhaps I shall linger a few more days?" Mihawk's demeanor shifted to one of sincerity, his concern palpable. "Senior, you need not worry about me. I would feel deeply remorseful if I were to hinder your affairs." Kavi shook his head in realization. "So this is the true Mihawk. I have misjudged you. I always believed you to be a proud, obstinate, and indifferent youth, unconcerned with the troubles of others. It seems you are merely cold on the outside, yet warm within. How absurd. Do you think I am unaware of your true thoughts? However, Kavi chose not to dwell on it, refraining from further confrontation in this final moment. Very well, I shall take my leave. There is no need for farewells. With a wave, he turned to depart, his silhouette graceful and devoid of sentiment. Mihawk followed closely behind. Although the old man insisted there was no need to see him off, Mihawk felt compelled to accompany him. For this individual was a significant benefactor and mentor on his journey through life. The future of their encounters remained uncertain. They walked together until they reached the shore, where an unadorned merchant ship awaited, a classic vessel that was unmistakably Kavi's. Kavi departed by boat, solitary in his journey. Mihawk watched him fade into the horizon before turning away, muttering to himself, "Didn't they say there were no boats?" With a slight shake of his head, he returned to the castle, resuming his usual demeanor, devoid of any celebration. Once more, he found himself in solitude, accompanied only by a solitary blade and a troop of baboons on the island. Thus, he plunged into an endless cycle of introspection. Kavi leisurely savored the exquisite red wine, exclaiming with delight at its delightful flavor, clearly indicating that Mihawk had been concealing such treasures. This wine had, of course, been acquired from Mihawk, to whom Kavi had generously left a bottle, demonstrating a bond of camaraderie. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Mihawk was engrossed in a relentless struggle with the baboon leader, blissfully unaware that his wine cellar had been entirely depleted. A month later, in a certain maritime region, a pink pirate ship sailed across the ocean, its hull emblazoned with the image of a magnificent firebird, complete with spectacles adorning its beak. Its identity was unmistakable. It was the vessel of a certain firebird. On board, a disheveled man with small glasses and a scruffy beard was noisily sniffling, turning to a young man beside him and inquiring, "Young master, has Corazon truly been located? Could he be an undercover agent sent by the Navy?" Don Quixote Doflamingo, once a revered celestial dragon, was now a pirate due to the circumstances surrounding his father. In a desperate bid to reclaim his celestial dragon status, he had slain his own father, hoping to restore his former identity. Yet, his efforts had been in vain. Though he remained undeterred, he possessed ambition and cunning, albeit lacking in strength. Despite wielding Conqueror's Haki and having awakened the string fruit, he struggled with its full potential, falling short of the pinnacle of power. Had Luffy been born later, Doflamingo might have had a chance to ascend among the strongest. At this moment, he exuded an air of defiance, clad in his signature pink coat and wearing what he believed to be stylish glasses, the corners of his mouth curving upward. "Tor, I have confirmed it. It is indeed Corazon himself. I would not mistake him," he proclaimed, filled with joy at the prospect of reuniting with his long-lost brother. His objective, along with Torpole, was to retrieve Corazon. The other subordinates were engaged in various tasks, while Doflamingo's voyage also aimed to attract the Navy's attention. Torpole, a member of the Don Quixote family, had witnessed Doflamingo's formidable presence and chose to follow him. He had provided Doflamingo with the string fruit, while himself possessing the sticky fruit ability, albeit with mediocre strength. Sniffling as he wiped his nose, he suddenly pointed ahead, saying, "Doflamingo, it seems there is a merchant ship ahead. Should we yield?" Following his gesture, indeed, a merchant ship obstructed their path. Doflamingo, in a jovial mood, had no intention of resorting to violence, yet he would not yield either. "Why should we move aside? If anyone should yield, it should be them," he retorted, brimming with arrogance, utterly dismissive of others, akin to the future nightmare. Torpole admired this trait. He knew the young master's pride would never allow him to bow to anyone. However, he cautioned, "Young master, it seems the merchant ship has no intention of yielding." Doflamingo's expression darkened. "Then let them not blame me for my rudeness." The merchant ship in question was Kavi's beloved vessel. For a month, he had drifted aimlessly on the sea, embracing the ebb and flow of life. Thirsty, he indulged in fine wine. Hungry, he feasted on grilled meat. When the meat was finished, he resorted to fishing. He relished comfort above all, currently indulging in a midday nap. Having fished all morning without a single catch, he had resigned himself to being a failure at fishing, content to abandon his rod for slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Doflamingo had sentenced him to death. As Doflamingo noticed the merchant ship drawing closer without any signs of retreat, veins bulged on his forehead. What audacity! Did they not recognize the ship of the Don Quixote family? His anger was palpable, and the consequences would be dire. With a flick of his finger, a thin, transparent line shot forth, slicing through the air towards the merchant ship. His mastery of the string fruit was exceptional. The line was both sturdy and razor-sharp, capable of reaching the clouds above. A smirk crept across Doflamingo's face as he envisioned the merchant ship being cleaved in two. Just as the transparent line made contact with the ship, Kavi, in the midst of his slumber, suddenly awoke, a flash of crimson light flickering in his eyes. Kavi vanished from his original position in an instant. With a sharp sound, he reappeared at the bow of the ship, extending his index finger to block the thread of silk. Slowly lifting his gaze, he looked towards the pink pirate crew ahead, locking eyes with the stiffly smiling Doflamingo. For a moment, the air was thick with silence, and Kavi, with a casual glance, discerned the unfolding situation. It was clear that his ship had obstructed Doflamingo's path. Given Doflamingo's haughty disposition, he would never yield to Kavi. Meanwhile, Kavi was napping, blissfully unaware, making it even less likely for him to give way. Of course, even if Kavi had been awake, he would not have willingly cleared the way for a mere celestial dragon. Such a being was not deserving of his deference. Doflamingo's expression returned to calmness as he pondered aloud, realizing this was merely an old man, initially mistaking him for someone significant. Yet, there was something vaguely familiar about him. At that moment, Toripol, standing nearby, appeared noticeably anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He hastily tugged at Doflamingo's sleeve, stammering, "Master, this person seems to be." He quickly rummaged through his belongings to retrieve a newspaper, comparing it to Kavi, his body trembling slightly as he swallowed hard and handed the paper to Doflamingo. "Master, it truly is." Doflamingo snatched the newspaper, scrutinizing it closely. The image depicted Kavi battling Sakazuki in midair, undeniably confirming that the old man before him was indeed the same individual. Upon glancing at the bounty displayed below, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, a staggering 15 billion berries. Doflamingo's expression turned momentarily vacant. The total bounty of all his family's officers paled in comparison. In this era, such a bounty carried significant weight. Even in the future, not just anyone could attain a bounty of 15 billion. They had inadvertently kicked a hornet's nest. Though Doflamingo was prideful and arrogant, he was not a fool. He recognized that his family's current strength was still too feeble, and his own power had yet to reach its zenith. At this moment, when confronted by a formidable opponent, discretion was the better part of valor. With a somewhat unnatural complexion, he turned to Toripol and instructed, "Let's take a detour. We must proceed discreetly on this journey to avoid attracting the Navy's attention. Look at their demeanor. It's not that I am afraid, but I am considering the welfare of our family. Conducting ourselves with subtlety is essential, for drawing the Navy's scrutiny would jeopardize our objectives." Though Toripol wished for his master to confront the challenge head-on, he understood that they were still too weak in the presence of such might. He had faith that one day his master would ascend to the pinnacle of this world, gazing down upon all. Turning, he intended to adjust the ship's helm. However, a voice suddenly pierced the air, causing him to halt in his tracks. "Are you two planning to leave just like that?" Kavi appeared on their vessel, speaking coldly. The two little devils intended to flee after committing their misdeeds. Showing no regard for the old man, Doflamingo and Torpol instantly felt a sense of impending danger, taking up a combat stance. Their gazes were fixed intently on Kavi. Utterly caught off guard, Kavi suddenly appeared aboard their ship, having traversed such a vast distance in an instant, a testament to his prowess commensurate with his bounty. Doflamingo's expression darkened. He had assumed that stepping aside would suffice, but little did he know that Kavi had no intention of letting them off the hook. "What are your intentions?" Kavi gazed at the vigilant duo, a smile threatening to break upon his lips. "You nearly ruined my beloved ship, and yet you inquire about my intentions?" His gaze shifted to Doflamingo, observing him with a calm demeanor as he inquired, "Young man, was it you who initiated the conflict just now?" Doflamingo stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, his expression somewhat contorted. "Esteemed elder, I apologize for any offense caused." "Oh, so this is the formidable night demon? When did you become so humble?" Kavi contemplated, "Truly worthy of your reputation, capable of both yielding and retaliating." However, Kavi overestimated Doflamingo. Just as Kavi was lost in thought, a swift and ferocious attack ensued. "Die, old man." Rainbow threads. Doflamingo's expression turned frenzied. He had initially intended to take a detour, only to find Kavi boldly boarding his ship, evidently with ill intent. Who was he? The future night demon, the sovereign of the underworld. "Do not presume that your bounty instills fear in me." Doflamingo feared no one, not even the celestial dragons in his eyes. Witnessing Kavi's audacious confrontation, he could no longer restrain himself. He sought to annihilate Kavi with a thunderous force, teaching him that he was not to be trifled with. With a sudden surge of power, 5 colorful threads shot toward Kavi, aiming to pierce through his very being. Kavi stood motionless, as if petrified by fear. Doflamingo's smile grew increasingly arrogant, the curve of his lips almost reaching his ears. It became evident that this elderly man was utterly inept, standing dumbly in place. Doflamingo assumed Kavi's age had dulled his reflexes, rendering him unable to respond. Standing nearby, Toripole felt a surge of excitement. To be honest, he was slightly disappointed when he witnessed Doflamingo apologizing to Kavi. However, Doflamingo's subsequent actions filled him with joy. Indeed, he had not chosen the wrong side, for the young master would never bow to anyone. Yet, Kavi's stillness was not due to a lack of reaction or defense, but rather a disinterest in defending himself. With a resounding thud, terrifying threads shot forth under Doflamingo's control, piercing Kavi's chest as if to impale his heart. The collision of the threads against flesh did not yield the anticipated outcome. No blood spurted forth, nor was the heart penetrated. The multicolored threads lodged against Kavi's chest, halted firmly at the surface of his skin. Without the use of armament Haki, it was solely his physical defense that thwarted Doflamingo's assault. Kavi lowered his gaze to the multicolored threads on his chest, absent-mindedly picking his nose, before directing his attention towards Doflamingo, a look of perplexity adorning his countenance. Without uttering a word or voicing any doubts, Kavi's expression conveyed everything that needed to be said. "What on earth are you doing, kid?" The atmosphere grew silent, thick with an invisible mockery that proved most lethal. Doflamingo's face contorted in disbelief. How could his formidable strike fail to pierce even the skin of his opponent? What had he just done? Doubts began to gnaw at his insides, his recent actions resembling those of a mere jester. Yet, in that moment, he could not afford to dwell on his foolishness. He turned to Toripole and shouted, "Let us attack together." The enemy was formidable, and Doflamingo felt a twinge of regret for his ambush on Kavi. Had he not resorted to such treachery, there might have been room for negotiation. But now, it was too late for remorse. The two could only join forces and fight with abandon, striving for survival. Toripole swiftly assumed a battle stance, launching a sticky attack towards Kavi. What the hell? Upon witnessing this, Kavi immediately unleashed the swiftest speed ever recorded, darting aside. Splash! An unknown, viscous liquid splattered onto the very spot where Kavi had just stood. Ugh! Kavi was nearly overwhelmed, as the world of pirates indeed harbors an array of unimaginable abilities, including such repugnant devil fruits. Seizing the moment, Doflamingo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to disrupt Kavi, swiftly activating the powers of the string fruit. Foot kick string. The threads ensnared Doflamingo's foot, propelling a fierce kick towards Kavi. The incisive strike was aimed squarely at Kavi's head, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Kavi alleviated the turmoil within, subtly tilting his head to evade the impending strike. Doflamingo, realizing his attack had missed, swiftly leaped back, distancing himself from Kavi, his expression rife with vigilance. Meanwhile, Treble incessantly unleashed nauseating slime, attempting to disrupt Kavi's movements. The repulsion was overwhelming. Kavi resolved to put an end to their antics. Pandora's pressure. Activate. A terrifying aura erupted from Kavi, instantly altering the very fabric of the world around him. The once clear sky dimmed ominously, and streaks of crimson lightning flickered ominously among the clouds, reminiscent of an apocalyptic descent. The formidable presence bore down upon Doflamingo and his companion, overwhelming them with an oppressive weight. In an instant, they were flattened against the deck, rendered immobile, their distorted visages pressed against the wooden surface. Doflamingo yearned to raise his head, but found himself utterly incapacitated. He attempted to summon his Conqueror's Haki to counteract the abyssal aura that enveloped him, yet discovered that his powers were stifled, tightly restrained within him. This overwhelming pressure completely eclipsed his royal might. Had his Conqueror's Haki been cultivated to its utmost pinnacle, perhaps he could have endured Kavi's oppressive force for a few fleeting seconds. Kavi's Pangu's might was profoundly enhanced the moment his fruit ability awakened, surpassing even the most formidable Conqueror's Haki. However, unlike Conqueror's Haki, it cannot entwine itself around objects. It is solely utilized to subdue foes. Nevertheless, it proves quite effective. Once his fruit ability reaches its zenith, it is likely that even those of Admiral caliber will find themselves easily subdued. After all, he is a descendant of the Panga deity, and even a trace of such lineage embodies an extraordinarily terrifying existence. At this moment, our Lord Tenyasha is in a rather unfortunate state, unable to move or speak, even deprived of the ability to plead for mercy. As for Toripole, that repugnant weakling has already succumbed to unconsciousness. His willpower is utterly feeble, in stark contrast to Doflamingo, who continues to struggle, albeit to no avail. Kavi leisurely approached Doflamingo, squatting down to observe him, plucking his tongue in pity. "Ah, how unfortunate," he remarked. "Are you still inclined to act? I barely finished my words before you rushed to strike. Young man, you are rather audacious. The impoliteness of youth often leads to misfortune. How should one deal with Doflamingo?" Kavi pondered, stroking his chin and fixating his gaze upon Doflamingo, deep in thought. Doflamingo, lying on the ground, struggled to glance at the elderly man before him. His eyes filled with resentment. He felt an unwillingness to accept his fate. His ambitions remained unfulfilled. Was he truly destined to meet his end here today? Regret flooded over him as he lamented why he had provoked this old man. Why did this wretched elder have to appear here? And why did he have to cross paths with him? Doflamingo felt cursed by misfortune. He had set out joyfully to retrieve his brother Corazon, a seemingly joyous endeavor. Yet it had devolved into this disheartening predicament. In the depths of his despair, Doflamingo could no longer endure and succumbed to unconsciousness. Kavi pondered how to deal with the two individuals, only to find that both had unexpectedly fainted. How utterly incompetent, he remarked. Doflamingo and Torpole lay motionless, providing Kavi with a modicum of amusement. Observing Doflamingo sprawled on the ground, Kavi retracted his imposing aura, concerned that he might inadvertently crush them. As he gazed at Doflamingo's striking yellow hair, a playful notion flitted through his mind. He retrieved a pair of scissors from his system space. One might wonder why Kavi carried scissors. Indeed, it was not solely scissors, but an array of kitchen utensils and everyday items that lay dormant within his system space, seldom utilized in his daily life. Kavi is a man of refinement, someone who can be absent yet remains indispensable. He picked up the scissors and began his work. Snip, 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 humming a cheerful tune, his spirits were exceptionally high. 2 hours later, Doflamingo and Torpole gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening their eyes and realizing they were still alive, a wave of relief washed over them. They thought they were doomed. Torpole, too, awakened to find himself unharmed, quickly turned to search for Doflamingo's figure. Ah, he found him. The young master was still alive, but why was his head glowing? "Eh," Torpole exclaimed, staring at Doflamingo in shock. "Why, young master, your hair?" Doflamingo, perplexed, wondered about the commotion. "Hair? What hair?" He curiously ran his fingers through his head, noting its unusual smoothness. He jumped up, rubbing his hands over his scalp. "Where's my hair? What happened to my handsome golden locks?" It was Kavi who emerged from the cabin, observing the flustered Doflamingo with a grin. "Ah, you're awake. At such a young age, why dye your hair? I took the liberty of giving you a haircut. You ought to express your gratitude." The hair, indeed, had been shorn by Kavi, transforming Doflamingo's once golden mane into a rather unremarkable appearance. What Kavi found most intolerable was the golden-haired individual. Consequently, he assisted in shaving off the latter's hair, rendering the appearance considerably more agreeable. Doflamingo's visage contorted with fury, his fist clenched tightly, seething with rage. Who on earth dyed their hair? I am a natural born. Do you understand? Yet, he dared not voice his sentiments. No matter how overwhelming his anger, he must endure it, for the consequences would be dire. Forcing a smile that betrayed his discomfort, he managed to utter, "Thank you, Senior." This old man was a devil, not only having shaved his hair, but also compelling him to express gratitude. Kavi smiled, gently patting his shoulder, and said, "Now let us discuss the matter of compensation. You nearly ruined my ship. Consider yourself fortunate, 2 devil fruits, if you have any conscience." Doflamingo nodded reluctantly, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Conscience." Yet, what of conscience? Did he possess the power to refuse? The weak are subject to exploitation. He had understood this truth since childhood. However, at this moment, he found himself as the object of exploitation, reduced to a position of weakness. Kavi nodded, convinced that this young man possessed more than just 2 devil fruits. Perhaps he was merely feigning a shortage. Should he request 2 more? Ultimately, it would be wise to let him off the hook this time, as asking for too much at once might not bode well. There would be future opportunities. After all, Doflamingo was destined to become a supplier of devil fruits, albeit of the more mundane variety. He could always return later for an additional pair. Surely, Doflamingo would not object. However, we do not have the devil fruits on our person at the moment. Might I return to retrieve them? I assure you, I will deliver them promptly. Doflamingo glanced at Kavi, his expression stiffening as he attempted to mask his unease. Hearing this, Kavi fixed a condescending gaze upon him and remarked, "Young man, do I appear to be a fool?" Doflamingo swallowed hard, quickly shaking his head. "Not at all. Then why do you treat me as such? Have you not yet received enough punishment?" Would you like me to assist you in trimming that unruly golden mane of yours? Doflamingo shuddered, hastily shielding his vital areas, and replied in a panic, Senior, I will have someone deliver the devil fruits at once. Please, grant me mercy. Kavi was fully aware of Doflamingo's ulterior motives. You are still too inexperienced to challenge me. Doflamingo signaled to Toribol, urging him to make a call and ensure the delivery of 2 quality devil fruits. He blinked, indicating to Toribol to be astute. Toribol instantly grasped Doflamingo's intention, nodding vigorously before heading towards the cabin to notify the crew to procure the devil fruits. Doflamingo sighed in relief, hoping Toribol understood his true meaning. He did not genuinely wish to provide Kavi with 2 superior devil fruits. His intent was to deceive Kavi. He subtly reminded Toribol not to bring anything of value, but rather to present 2 inferior fruits as a mere diversion. In Kavi's eyes, their little ploy was hardly concealed. Yet he remained indifferent. Regardless of the fruit's quality, he would keep the valuable ones and sell the worthless ones, for he had no intention of consuming them himself. Toribol eagerly approached the ship's hold and found a special telephone snail to make the call. Hello, hello? Is that you, Lao? A gruff voice responded on the other end. Toribol? What is the matter? Toribol promptly connected the call to Lao Ji, a cadre of the Don Quixote family's combat division. The young master is in trouble. Gather all available cadres for support, and bring 2 decent devil fruits. They are needed. With a single statement, Toribol exacerbated the Don Quixote family's predicament. Originally, Doflamingo merely wanted him to find someone to deliver 2 worthless devil fruits. Little did he know, Torbol's imagination was so vivid that he sought to match Kavi's formidable strength with sheer numbers, inadvertently dragging the Don Quixote family into a deeper abyss. One can only imagine how furious Doflamingo would be if he were to discover Toribol's blunder. Meanwhile, Lao Ji's expression grew grave. The young master is in trouble? This is serious. He quickly ended the call, rallying the cadres still at headquarters, and set off in a furious haste. Upon learning of the young master's predicament, the cadres were incensed. Without a second thought, they armed themselves and raced towards Doflamingo and Kavi's location. At that moment, Kavi was relishing the sun's warmth. With several days still remaining before the devil fruits arrived, and he was in no rush. Doflamingo and Toribol were shackled with sea stone handcuffs, suspended from the ship's mast, sharing in Kavi's sunbathing. The reason for their predicament lay in Doflamingo's attempt to utilize the powers of the string fruit to connect with the clouds and escape with Toribol. Kavi had discovered the scheme, promptly rendering him unconscious and procuring several sets of sea stone handcuffs from their ship, which were now put to good use. The two had endured 3 days of relentless sun exposure, and Doflamingo's already dark complexion had grown even darker. Toribol, the less resilient of the two, had succumbed to the heat, his body nearly melting away, had it not been for the sea stone restraining his powers. Kavi felt certain he would have turned into a grotesque puddle of goo. Doflamingo's consciousness was fading. Who could fathom the ordeals he had faced in recent days? He had set out with joy to fetch his brother, only to find himself in this state, suspended and tormented. The physical suffering was one thing, but daily mockery from the old man was an additional psychological assault. Toribol, however, was fortunate enough to be unconscious, spared from such torment. Doflamingo wished to succumb to unconsciousness himself, but the old man seemed particularly attentive. Whenever he showed signs of fainting, a bucket of cold water would be thrown over him, preventing his escape from this humiliation. At this moment, he could only hope for the swift arrival of the devil fruits from his family. Longing for an end to his suffering, the only sentiment he harbored towards Kavi was profound fear. He did not seek to kill but to torment, rendering one's existence unbearable. Doflamingo had never experienced such anguish, even when stripped of his celestial dragon identity. 2 days later, a massive pirate ship appeared on the horizon. Doflamingo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rescue was at hand. His eyes fixated on the vessel, eagerly anticipating the approach of a cadre from the Don Quixote family carrying the devil fruits. He was on the verge of rebirth. Young master! Who could it be that had put the young master in such a state? Young master, we shall avenge you. Angry voices erupted as the cadres of the Don Quixote family spotted their master hanging from the ship's mast, gaunt and emaciated, his once magnificent golden locks now nowhere to be seen. Rage surged within them as they pondered the tribulations their master had endured. One by one, the cadres leapt aboard Kavi's ship, hastily lowering Doflamingo and Toribol from their bindings, their expressions a mix of concern and fury. At that moment, Kavi emerged leisurely from his quarters, stretching as he surveyed the commotion. Ah, you finally arrived. I was beginning to tire of waiting. Do bring forth the devil fruits. His demeanor was calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Old man, you are the one who has done this to our young master." The speaker was none other than Pika, a cadre of the Don Quixote family and a user of the stone fruit. Haha. Kavi erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing the voice. While he had previously heard it in an anime, the reality of it struck him as genuinely amusing. The towering figure of over 4 meters, yet with such a high-pitched voice, was simply too comical. He hastily wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Finally regaining his composure, and calmly remarked, "Yes, it was I who did it." "What of it?" Pika was seething with rage. Not only for the brutal beating inflicted upon the young master, but also for the mockery of his voice. In his heart, he had already sentenced Kavi to death. Just as he was about to confront the old man, a frail hand urgently grasped his arm. "Pika, do not act impulsively," cautioned the weakened Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was barely able to muster the strength to speak. This fiend, Kavi, had not only left the two of them suspended under the scorching sun, but had also denied them food. Were it not for Doflamingo's resilient constitution, he might have succumbed to starvation by now. Beside them, Tory Bull had yet to awaken since his last bout of unconsciousness, leaving them uncertain of his fate. Pika swiftly supported Doflamingo, his voice laced with concern. "Young master, are you all right?" The surrounding subordinates gathered closely, eager to assist him. He waved them off, signaling that he was fine, then struggled to utter, "Do we have the devil fruits? Bring them to him." "But he has beaten the young master." "Enough, bring him the devil fruits." Doflamingo interrupted the subordinates, anxious to avoid provoking Kavi further. Collectively, they were insufficient to counter the old man's strength. It was perplexing how Tory Bull had summoned so many subordinates when it would have sufficed to simply instruct someone to bring 2 worthless fruits. Upon hearing this, Lao Ji could only present the 2 devil fruits he had brought. Encased in 2 small boxes, he stepped forward to hand them to Kavi. The young master must have had his reasons for this course of action. As a loyal retainer, all he needed to do was obey the command. Kavi eagerly accepted the 2 boxes and opened them without hesitation. Before him lay 2 fruits adorned with peculiar patterns. One was a lustrous gold, while the other was a delicate shade of blue, both presenting a visually appealing sight. Kavi had never seen the devil fruit pictorial, so he naturally did not recognize what these 2 fruits were. He looked up at Doflamingo and inquired, "What are these 2 fruits? You aren't trying to deceive me with worthless trash, are you?" Doflamingo, too, was curious about which 2 devil fruits they had brought, and he glanced at the fruits in Kavi's hand. Poof! Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Young master, are you all right?" Doflamingo waved his hand, indicating he could still hold on, but internally he was cursing. Wasn't he suggesting to Treble to summon 2 worthless fruits? What on earth had he said to gather so many family executives and bring 2 such exceptional devil fruits? If Treble were not currently in a precarious situation, he would have confronted him directly about what he had done. Sighing, he felt exhausted. It was just 2 devil fruits, after all. As long as they weren't the infamous ones, he could begrudgingly accept it. Now, all he desired was to distance himself from this place. Thus, he looked at Kavi and spoke. "The golden devil fruit is a Zoan type, the bird fruit in its golden eagle form, and the blue one is a Logia type. The rain fruit." Having said that, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and continued, "Senior, may we take our leave now?" Kavi attained the desired outcome and, naturally, would no longer impose difficulties upon him, for this gentleman was indeed a long-standing client. With a casual wave of his hand, he spoke nonchalantly, "You may leave now. But do ensure that my beloved ship remains unharmed next time." Doflamingo was at a loss for words. A mere merchant vessel had subjected him to several days of torment, alongside the loss of 2 potent devil fruits. He felt a deep sense of despair, yet had no choice but to swallow his grievances. Bowing slightly, he remarked, "Farewell, esteemed senior." If given the chance, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Kavi, he remembered, would never forget that old man. Accompanied by a group of loyal retainers, and with Torai Bull, who remained oblivious to his fate, he departed. Like a pack of forlorn hounds, Kavi did not rob their ship. He deemed it unworthy, for his own merchant vessel was the finest. Observing the 2 devil fruits in his hand, Kavi nodded in satisfaction. To his surprise, Doflamingo had indeed provided him with remarkable treasures, proving to be a man of his word. The Zoan-type bird fruit, golden eagle form, intrigued him. He was aware that the golden eagle, also known as the golden griffin, was a formidable bird. With a considerable wingspan of up to 2 meters and possessing keen insight and sharp talons, it was renowned for its swift flight. This Zoan-type devil fruit appeared promising. In Kavi's view, as Zoan fruits were often seen as latent potentials, Especially in later stages, they transformed into formidable forces, with their combat prowess soaring upon awakening. Conversely, while Logia-type fruits were invincible in the early game, they tended to falter as time progressed. Of course, if one possessed exceptional physical prowess, that would be a different matter altogether. After all, physical strength was the essence of power in the pirate world, regardless of the fruit. As long as one's physical skills were formidable, one could ascend to greatness. The pirate realm boasted numerous overpowered fruits that posed challenges in lower tiers, such as the ghost fruit and the childlike fruit. However, they often paled in comparison to the might of true warriors. Take, for instance, a top-tier powerhouse like Kavi, whose Haki could nullify any devil fruit ability. His Haki could envelop every organ and bone within his body, no matter how extraordinary one's fruit abilities might be. They were rendered insignificant against such strength. As for the nature-type fruit, the rain fruit, it was somewhat peculiar, being associated with water, yet susceptible to the ocean's grasp. While its ability to control the weather was commendable, it was nonetheless a bit absurd. To whom should these two fruits be bestowed? Momentarily, Kavi found himself at a loss for suitable candidates. He decided to leave the matter for another time, resolving to toss the two devil fruits into the system space and disregard them for now, opting instead to savor a drink leisurely. Before he knew it, a month had passed. Kavi encountered an old friend today. Hahaha, Kavi, it truly is you. I thought I was mistaken. Kavi was delighted to unexpectedly encounter an acquaintance on the vast sea, a chance far rarer than winning the lottery. Hahaha, Admiral Cap and Bogart. It has been quite some time. What brings you here? The old friends he encountered were none other than the naval hero, Admiral Cap. At this moment, Karp burst into hearty laughter, delighted to encounter Kavi, while Bogart greeted Kavi from the side. As for the Navy personnel aboard the ship, they paid no heed to Kavi, the wanted criminal, each engrossed in their own tasks. With their superior remaining silent, they naturally refrained from taking any action, as if they had grown accustomed to Karp's ways. Kapu heartily slapped Kawi's shoulder, laughing, "The last time you thoroughly defeated Sakaski and Kazan, they are still harboring resentment towards you." Kavi shook his head dismissively, saying, "If they hold a grudge, so be it. Can they really kill me? Haha, who knows? They are striving to grow stronger while we are merely aging. Perhaps one day we will be unable to contend with them." Huh. Kavi cast a cold glance at Karp. "While I might believe such words from others, do you think I would believe them coming from you, Karp?" It is often said that Karp's strength is unaffected by age, but Kavi was uncertain of its veracity. However, at this moment, he could distinctly sense the profound power emanating from Karp's body. At least for now, Karp's prowess had not diminished. "Well then, have you not yet informed me of your purpose for coming here?" Kavi was reluctant to continue the discussion on this matter. His interest was piqued more by the intentions of Karp and the others. At this juncture, Karp, with an air of mystery, pulled Kavi aside and whispered, "I am returning to the East Sea to visit my grandson. Why not accompany me to the East Sea for a look?" Kavi suddenly recalled that there was indeed such a matter and confirmed with Karp. "Ace?" Kapu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Kavi nearly forgot the promise he made to Roger. After all, Ace is still just a child, and he certainly does not wish to take on the responsibility of caregiving again. Kapu certainly would not linger in the East Sea for much longer, as he had no desire to play both the role of a guardian and a nurturer. He resolved to return for a visit only when he had matured and gained a semblance of independence. Thus, Kawi adopted a serious demeanor, fixing his gaze upon Kapu, and declared, "I currently have a matter of great importance to attend to. Once I am finished, I shall return. During this interval, I entrust his care to you." Kapu seldom interacted with Kawi and was unaware of his character, making it easy for him to believe his words. He nodded, saying, "That is also acceptable." Little did he know, Kawi had been managing this matter for several years. After a brief exchange, Kawi learned that Rosa had now ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral and was a formidable contender for the position of Admiral, according to Kapu. He felt reassured. Rosa had matured and become a capable force in her own right. Cap was taken aback, realizing that the person Cav casually entrusted to his care is now on the verge of becoming a formidable officer. He pondered how just a few years have passed. Could it be that Cav possesses an exceptional talent for mentorship? If he were to entrust Ace to his guidance, perhaps the Navy would witness the emergence of another remarkable individual in the future. Kapu contemplated with a glimmer in his eyes, as a plan began to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, Kawi remained oblivious to Kapu's thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly leap forth to refute them. "It is not that I possess exceptional teaching skills, but rather that I have an eye for talent, consistently encountering individuals of great potential. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, a youthful figure halted his swordplay, wiping the sweat from his brow. Accio, he exclaimed with concern. Sister Rosa, you wouldn't be falling ill, would you? Impossible. It must be someone berating me, replied a striking blue-haired beauty, her voice tinged with resentment as she appeared to recall a certain man. The budding swordswoman, Ziyuan, observed her sister from the side, arms crossed in discontent, puffing her cheeks. Sister Rosa, who exactly is our master? I always hear you cursing him. Yet you never tell me. She was no longer a child. The someone Sister Rosa spoke of must be her unseen master. Each time Ziyuan sought to glean information about her master from her sister, she was met with evasive excuses, leaving her in the dark. Rosa, her expression darkening, pinched Ziyuan's soft cheek with a firm grip. How many times must I say it? I am your master. He is your grandmaster. Indeed, Rosa had assumed the role of little Ziyuan's master. Ever since Ziyuan learned of her exceptional swordsmanship, she had insisted on training under Rosa. Initially, Rosa had intended to teach her just a couple of techniques, but General he proposed that Ziyuan formally take Rosa as her master, and thus, she had to accept her as a disciple. General he had always been considerate towards her, and she could not refuse him. After all, the Navy valued interpersonal relationships. However, the girl had a rather contrary disposition. Upon discovering that Rosa had a master, she refused to acknowledge Rosa as her own, instead treating her as an elder sister. Their close bond made it difficult for Rosa to assert her authority. No, I want to call you Sister Rosa. I don't care. Ziyuan pouted, clinging to Rosa and rubbing her head against her bosom. She disliked referring to Rosa as master. They were like sisters, and calling her master felt somewhat awkward. Rosa seized the opportunity, playfully grasping Ziyuan's waist. I'll teach you a lesson for being mischievous. Ah, ha, that tickles. Stop it, Sister Rosa. Ziyuan squealed, her petite frame quivering as she attempted to retaliate, creating a scene of boundless joy, though no one was there to witness it. After a while of playful banter, the two collapsed onto the ground, panting, their faces flushed with a rosy hue. Sister Rosa, are you really not going to tell me who my master is? Ziyuan slumped on the ground, her voice weary from the earlier scolding, her body feeling somewhat weak. Rosa shot her a sidelong glance, her lips moving slightly. Once I tell you, you will naturally know. Should I reveal that our master is a wanted criminal with a bounty of 1.5 billion? Quite impressive. Isn't it? She could hardly fathom the transformation of Kawi's image in Ziyuan's eyes upon such a revelation. Moreover, Rosa had another reason for withholding this information. Currently, only Admiral Kapu was aware of her connection with Kawi within the Navy. Even General he remained in the dark, and she dared not expose her relationship with Kawi lightly. Some things are best left untried, especially when the consequences are unknown. As for why Admiral Kapu did not report their relationship, she too was uncertain. Kapu, am I to understand that in my pursuit of conquering the donut-eating record, I have overlooked the necessity of informing you about this matter? Kapu, at the naval headquarters, is often found either indulging in donuts, surreptitiously sampling Sengoku's rice crackers, or napping, showing little interest in other matters. Xiaoji, upon seeing Sister Rosa's silence, refrains from further inquiries, trusting that she will eventually locate her master, whom she hopes will be a tall, handsome, and formidable figure. It is perplexing what Kavi was thinking when he inexplicably acquired a disciple. At this moment, Kavi has bid farewell to Kapu and the others, continuing his leisurely voyage across the seas as always. Whenever he encounters a kingdom or an island, he disembarks to explore, procure supplies, and occasionally plunder the nobility for a bit of coin. With a rhythm of stops and starts, 2 to 3 years have swiftly elapsed. Along this journey, he has witnessed countless conflicts and wars, the demise of old kingdoms and the emergence of new ones, with cycles of warfare perpetually repeating. Ultimately, it is a struggle for resources. In this world governed by might, war serves as the most effective means of seizing resources. Scenes of annexation, pillage, and malevolence unfold everywhere. The strong revel, while the weak weep, with commoners enduring the harshest fates. Occasionally, when Kavi crosses paths with those in need, he lends a hand. Yet, some cannot even be regarded as human. Many he has encountered are more depraved than beasts, and those he meets are often sent below for reformation, hoping they will emerge as better individuals in their next lives. The task of the Revolutionary Army is indeed formidable. Fortunately for him, he is merely a nominal figure. He need only witness the conclusion and await the outcome, believing in their eventual success. Unbeknownst to him, he has once again arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Gazing at the towering trees, he is filled with reflection. His last visit was alongside little Robin, but this time he finds himself alone. Kavi had no intention of disturbing Rayleigh. That fellow lived comfortably every day, and Kavi preferred not to intrude upon him. He wandered aimlessly, purchasing some water and meat, as the supplies he had stockpiled previously had long been consumed by him and Robin. Strolling through the streets, the Sabaody archipelago remained as lively as ever. The chaos was indeed palpable. Observing the considerable amount of money in his hands, Kavi could only shake his head in resignation. There were always individuals eager to shower him with cash, a sum far too abundant for him to utilize. Suddenly, Kavi spotted a tall figure clad in a black cloak identical to that worn by Shanks, who believed himself well concealed. However, his vivid crimson skin betrayed his race. He was a member of the Fishman tribe. Passers-by glanced over, scrutinizing this imposing figure, seemingly intrigued by his presence. While fishmen were not entirely absent from the Sabaody archipelago, they were seldom seen in public. Most were relegated to the slave auction houses. This species was rare, highly coveted by many nobles, and even the celestial dragons exhibited particular interest in fishmen slaves. Some human traffickers lurked nearby, tempted to seize this fishman, but perhaps due to his formidable stature and intimidating demeanor, they remained hesitant to act. Kavi caught sight of the figure, and a name sprang to his mind: Fisherteg. Could this individual possibly be the legendary hero? What could he be doing here? Kavi was perplexed. And then suddenly it dawned on him. Could it be that they were here to liberate the slaves? Intrigued by this thought, he discreetly decided to follow them. Was it possible that he would once again witness an intriguing spectacle? Kavi was elated at the prospect of liberating the celestial dragon slaves, a truly monumental feat. If this were indeed the case, he knew he could not afford to miss it. Following Fisherteg closely, he discovered that he had secured accommodation at an inn. It seemed he did not intend to take action during the daylight hours. Kavi also found a hotel, confident in his skills of concealment, and harbored no concerns about being discovered by Fisherteg. Subsequently, Kavi prepared an entire ensemble of black attire, complemented by a black cloth for masking his face. As he donned the outfit, his form was enveloped in a sleek black bodysuit, with his face and head shrouded beneath a layer of the same fabric, leaving only his bright eyes visible. Upon gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Kavi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Even if he were to be recognized, he believed it unlikely anyone would identify him, as even he could scarcely recognize his own visage. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him, at his age. Engaging in such an endeavor brought an inexplicable thrill. As night fell, Fisherteg indeed stirred. Cloaked in a dark robe, he stealthily navigated around pedestrians, making his way to the edge of the island, where he leaped into the abyss below. Kavi wore a perplexed expression, wondering if he had misjudged the situation. He stealthily approached for a closer look. To his astonishment, he discovered that this young man, Tiger, was actually free climbing the rugged terrain of the Red Earth continent. Kavi is willing to refer to him as a true warrior. Gazing at the towering walls that stretch towards the heavens, Kavi cannot help but admire this individual. Such perseverance is truly remarkable. However, this indeed represents the sole opportunity to rescue the slaves. After all, one cannot simply enter through the front gate. Scaling the high walls from behind the Red Earth continent offers an element of surprise. After all, the celestial dragons would never anticipate that someone could actually ascend these heights. Kavi, feeling helpless, realized that he had no alternative but to proceed in this manner. He contemplated using the moonwalk to ascend. Yet the sonic boom it would generate was far too deafening. He feared that not only would he fail to rescue the slaves, but he might inadvertently endanger Tiger as well. Thus, he resorted to climbing the towering wall by hand. Following closely behind Tiger, he was taken aback that at his age, he was still engaging in such extreme sports. It seemed that Tiger had noticed him. However, it mattered little, as the two opted to coexist without interference. Tiger sensed that someone was trailing him below. Had he been discovered? No, it was likely that this individual shared a similar objective. Tiger took a moment to steady his thoughts, dismissing Kavi from his mind, and continued his ascent. Brothers of the Fishman tribe, wait for me. I am coming to rescue you. After a considerable time of climbing, he had barely reached the halfway point. Kavi grew increasingly impatient if this continued. By the time he reached the summit, dawn would have already broken, and the moment would be lost. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. With a sudden surge of strength from the fingers gripping the wall, his body propelled upward, swiftly ascending to the same height as Tej. Tej, startled, regarded the stranger before him, whose face was obscured, save for a pair of penetrating eyes. Kavi glanced at Tiger and spoke softly. Young man, I shall proceed ahead. You must follow swiftly. With that, Kavi shot upwards like a cannonball, only coming to a gradual halt when he finally secured his hands against the wall, summoning more strength. His speed was astonishing. Tiger gazed in shock at this spectacle below. Who is this formidable individual, usurping my mission? He hastened his own ascent, unwilling to find the slaves released by the time he reached the top, leaving him only with a band of naval forces awaiting him. My kin, it is I who shall rescue them. Meanwhile, Kavi had reached the summit, surveying his surroundings. It was eerily quiet, vast and desolate. Before him lay an arena, presumably the place where the celestial dragons pit slaves against one another. As he ventured further, a series of cells came into view. Inside, a multitude of slaves resided, elderly individuals, women, youths, children, fishmen, and even a giant from the giant race. Their bodies bore numerous scars, thick chains of sea stone binding their hands, feet, and necks. Tattered garments and the brands of slavery told a harrowing tale of the celestial dragons' atrocities and brutality. They perched high above, proclaiming themselves as gods, viewing all races as mere commodities, destined to be enslaved. Kavi considered himself to have witnessed an abundance of darkness, yet upon encountering this scene, an uncontrollable surge of anger welled up within him. Approaching the cell, he gently knocked on the door, instantly rousing the group of enslaved individuals. They opened their eyes in terror, their gazes evasive, too fearful to meet Kavi's eyes. Some of the slaves appeared utterly numb, their stares vacant as they fixated on Kavi, having long since relinquished hope. The profound impression left by the celestial dragons had instilled in them a deep-seated loathing, yet they found themselves powerless against it. A few curious slaves regarded Kavi with interest. His attire was unlike that of the celestial dragons. Those lofty beings would never don such clothing. These individuals likely had recently become enslaved, still harboring a flicker of hope for escape. Kavi scanned the crowd, raising his voice to emit a hoarse, yet resonant call. Do you wish to escape from this place? His words pierced through the darkness like a beacon of light, illuminating the faces of those around him. Some, in disbelief, rose to their feet, their vacant eyes rekindling with a glimmer of hope. Kavi placed his hand against the door and gently pressed. With a click, the heavy gate swung open, and a throng of slaves rose to their feet, their bodies trembling as if caught in a dream. Would they ever have the chance to escape this hellish existence? Kavi continued, stating that for those who wished to live, a fishman would soon come to their aid, while those seeking vengeance should pursue the celestial dragons. Most slaves had long since lost hope for life, their hearts consumed solely by hatred. Driven apart from their families by the celestial dragons, they had no ties left in this world, only a seething desire for revenge fueling their existence. Many of them had once been pirates, and given the chance, they would undoubtedly seek wild retribution. That moment had now arrived. All the slaves surged forth from their cages, wreaking havoc upon the land, letting loose the fury that had long been pent up within them. Flames began to engulf the surroundings, the alarm bells ringing out. Chaos reigned. What Kavi desires is precisely this effect. The more chaotic the situation becomes, the greater the opportunity for those yearning for survival to escape. The celestial dragons will also receive their deserved retribution. Kavi ventured deeper, methodically opening door after door. As he progressed, the slaves became increasingly scarce, yet their combat prowess grew stronger. The Red Earth continent lay in disarray. The station navy sought to intervene, but in the face of fearless slaves, their efforts proved futile, prompting them to call for reinforcements from naval headquarters. A general was on his way. Whenever a celestial dragon encountered trouble, a general would inevitably make an appearance. At that moment, Tiger emerged from the fray, his heart racing at the sight of the inferno engulfing the Red Earth continent. Brothers, I have come to rescue you. A chorus of fishermen slaves turned in unison at the sound of his voice, exclaiming, Brother Tiger, what joy! Brother Tiger has come to save us. Tiger felt a surge of elation. After such a prolonged delay, he finally had the opportunity to rescue his kin. I have arrived late, my brothers. A look of remorse crossed his face. It's all right, big brother. We do not blame you. By the way, Brother Tiger, a human just freed us moments ago. Tiger pondered, recalling that esteemed individual. I recognize him. He, like me, must be here to save others. What shall we do about these humans? Tiger responded, a hint of concern evident in his expression. The fishmen were relatively safe once they reached the water, but what fate awaited these humans? Should they simply abandon them? Yet, that noble human had assisted him in rescuing his fisherman brethren. Tiger was a creature of deep loyalty, otherwise he would not have risked his life to save his fisherman brothers. Kavi rescued the merman, and he could not simply walk away from this situation. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. All the merman brothers would join forces to save these human captives. Indeed, Brother Tiger. The mermen responded in unison. Although humans were generally unfriendly towards the merman clan, not all humans shared this sentiment. At least, these slaves did not. They were all brothers who had suffered together. And moreover, they had been saved by humans. The mermen had no objections to Tiger's decision. Thus, the rescue operation officially commenced. The mermen unitedly led the humans through the hidden passages, escaping from the oppressive grasp of the celestial dragon, wave after wave, until all the captives were liberated. Kavi released the captives within, while Tej and his band of fishmen stood guard outside. As he ventured to the innermost chamber, he forcefully tore open the door of the final cell. With a resounding crash, amidst the chaos engulfing the Red Earth continent, he opted for brute force to unlock it, disregarding any need for subtlety. Upon opening the last cell, the liberated slaves glanced at Kavi with expressions of gratitude before rushing out. A frail young girl was knocked to the ground, and Kavi swiftly moved to her aid, pulling her up. "Are you all right?" he inquired. The girl, her face pale, replied in a trembling voice, I'm fine." In the corner, 3 other emaciated girls supported one another as they stepped into the light. Kavi cast a scrutinizing glance in that direction. "Oh, is that Boa Hancock?" Upon further inspection of the 2 young maidens beside her, a familiar visage surged to the forefront of his mind. Surely it was Sandersonia and Marigold, Hancock's 2 younger sisters. Hancock gazed at Kavi with gratitude, her eyes conveying heartfelt thanks for the life-saving grace. "We shall undoubtedly repay your kindness." Kavi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he had no intention of revealing himself. And thus, any notion of repayment was unnecessary. He raised his voice, urging, "Enough. Let us depart swiftly. Soon we may find ourselves unable to escape." With that, he scooped up the little girl who had just fallen and turned to lead the others away. However, at that moment, a voice as foreboding as that of a demon rang out. "Who are you? How dare you release my slave?" A celestial dragon clad in an outfit reminiscent of a space suit appeared behind the group, flanked by several impeccably suited CP0 agents. The little girl in Kavi's arms began to tremble uncontrollably, while Hancock and the others exhibited expressions of terror, their bodies slightly shaking, enveloped by a palpable sense of despair. Their faces were ashen. Escape seemed impossible. After a hard-won glimmer of hope, it had swiftly transformed into hopelessness. Was she truly destined to be a slave for the rest of her life? The celestial dragon, awakened in the dead of night, was in a foul mood. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that his slaves had escaped, and in a fit of rage, he brandished his gun, intent on eliminating the culprit. The CP0 agents, hesitant to intervene, could only follow closely to safeguard the celestial dragon. At this moment, Kavi surveyed the celestial dragon before him, its corpulent form nearly causing mucus to drip into its mouth. This creature epitomized the celestial dragon, resembling a dullard in its demeanor. Kavi had overlooked the fact that the celestial dragons placed great importance on their lineage. To ensure the purity of their bloodline, they often resorted to consanguineous marriages, which consequently resulted in a number of deformities among their offspring. "Hey, you, remove your mask." The celestial dragon aimed his firearm at Kavi, demanding he unveil the black cloth covering his face. The arrogant demeanor of the celestial dragon had already irked Kavi, and now he found himself being threatened at gunpoint. Kavi harbored no desire for interaction with them, and he unleashed a powerful punch with unerring precision. Bang, 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 bang. The formidable gust of wind generated by his fist obliterated the celestial dragons and the CP0 agents before him. Blood erupted forth, splattering the ground in a gruesome display of red and white. The atmosphere became suffused with tension. What on earth? Kavi retracted his fists, feeling a considerable sense of relief. The unfortunate CP0 had vanished without uttering a single word, while this celestial dragon had at least managed to speak a few sentences. Behind him, the 3 Hancock sisters stood in a state of shock, their hearts trembling. The recent scene had delivered an unprecedented jolt to their nerves. They had never fathomed that someone would dare to defy a celestial dragon, let alone envision someone so nonchalantly taking the life of one. Was he truly unafraid of the celestial dragons? The astonishment within Hancock was beyond description, as if a portal to a new world had swung open within her. The once intimidating celestial dragons no longer seemed so fearsome. Kavi remarked that it was all the doing of the men in black, and questioned what relevance it had to him. If one were to seek answers, they could only find them with Tiger. "Let us go?" Kavi gently reminded the 3 entranced individuals. Oh, The three sisters snapped back to reality, suppressing their astonishment and curiosity as they followed closely behind Kavi. The little girl nestled in Kavi's arms clung to him tightly, fearful of being abandoned. Together, they joined the gathering of fishmen outside. Upon spotting Kavi, Tej hurriedly approached, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for rescuing my kin of the fishman tribe. We are deeply grateful, benefactor." A group of slaves behind him bowed in unison, expressing their heartfelt thanks to Kavi. Kavi cast a casual glance. His voice low and somber. "Take these individuals and depart swiftly. The Navy is approaching in force." He entrusted the Hancock sisters to Tej and the others. For Kavi had other matters to attend to. With a worried expression, Hancock stepped forward, positioning herself defiantly before Kavi. "Benefactor, will you not flee with us?" Her eyes shimmered, reflecting a desire to etch Kavi's form and visage indelibly into her memory. "I have pressing affairs to resolve. You must escape first and rendezvous with me later beneath the red soil continent. Should the Navy arrive, do not wait for me, just flee." Tej and the multitude of slaves were expressions of deep concern, fearing for their benefactor's safety. "Elder, please take care. I shall await you below," Tej declared, his gaze resolute. For he was ever the embodiment of loyalty. Kavi gently nodded, preparing to hand the trembling little girl in his arms to Tiger. However, the girl clung tightly to Kavi's clothing, refusing to let go. Her frail face contorted into a vacant yet haunting smile, her eyes filled with a hollow fear. Her lips quivered as she pleaded, "I will work hard. I promise to be obedient. Please do not abandon me." Kavi gazed at the pitiable little girl, his heart twisting in anguish, and silently cursed the celestial dragons and their ilk. He gently placed his large hand atop her head and spoke in a soothing tone. "Little sister, do not be afraid. You are safe now. Come, let us escape together with these uncles, shall we?" The girl's face remained frozen in a vacant smile, her small hands clinging tightly to Kavi as she murmured repeatedly about her ability to work hard and endure hardships. Kavi could discern the fear and despair hidden behind that smiling face. She merely wished to survive. Alas, with no other option, Kavi turned to Tig and the others, urging, "You must depart. We cannot afford to linger. Time waits for no one," and in an instant, Kavi vanished from their sight. The next moment found him within the confines of Mary Geos, where he tore away a piece of black cloth from his person and proceeded to perform a rudimentary disguise on the young girl cradled in his arms. Observing the little girl, whose eyes were the only visible feature, Kavi nodded in satisfaction. The girl offered no resistance, remaining as still as an inanimate object, allowing Kavi to manipulate her as he pleased. Subsequently, Kavi infiltrated the residence of the celestial dragons. Awestruck by the opulent interior, he gasped in astonishment. Thus, he methodically raided the treasures of the celestial dragons. Indeed, treasures. Having come this far, he could not leave empty-handed. Kavi was no fool to engage in a losing venture. Gold, jewelry, exquisite blades, and even several devil fruits were all swiftly stowed away in his system space. Among these riches, the berries became the most mundane of items. Cursing the celestial dragons under his breath, he worked with remarkable speed, looting one household after another. For those celestial dragons who were awakened during his escapade, Kavi had no choice but to send them off to join their kindred spirits, keeping a mental tally of time. He planned to make his escape as soon as Tig and the others were out, cradling the little girl in one arm. He prepared to leave and reunite with Tig's group. Just as he took a step forward, Kavi paused, turning his gaze deeper into Marie Geos, where a flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes. A blade of light, towering over 100 feet, sliced through the air with a terrifying aura, obliterating everything in its path. "Who dares to be so audacious in this sacred place?" thundered a voice, roaring like a tempest. A heaviness settled in Kavi's heart, fortunately. He had urged everyone to leave beforehand. The assailant possessed at least the prowess of a grand swordsman. It appeared that the celestial dragons were not entirely devoid of intelligence. Kavi then clenched his right fist, slightly parted his legs, positioning himself with one foot forward and the other back, allowing his body to sink slightly. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as every muscle tensed, a terrifying energy coalescing in his right fist. His arm instantaneously expanded, veins bulging like serpents, and dark red patterns coursed beneath his skin. With a sudden, forceful strike, he unleashed his punch. The air crackled with sound as the ground abruptly caved in, a long trench carved by the sheer force of his blow. The blade of light disintegrated in the face of his might, the overwhelming power continuing to surge deeper into the sacred ground. A faint sound of blood being coughed up echoed, and then silence fell. Kavi would not merely stand by awaiting the arrival of his adversaries. Instead, he vanished from the scene with the young girl. Upon reaching the edge of the Red Earth continent, Tiger and the others were still waiting for them below. Kavi glanced down, enveloped in a thick mist, with no end in sight. Goodness, how incredibly high. Hold on tight, little sister. He cautioned the girl in his arms before leaping into the abyss. With a rush, he experienced the exhilarating sensation of freefall. The little girl clung to him desperately, her eyes squeezed shut, her head buried in his embrace, too frightened to look down. After several minutes of descent, Kavi finally caught sight of the ocean below. Several ships traversed the waters, carrying fleeing slaves, escorted by the fishmen. Only a few heads, belonging to Tiger and his crew, broke the surface, waiting for Kavi's arrival. Hey, Boss Tiger, it seems something is falling from the sky, reported one of the fishmen, pointing at a small black dot above. Tiger, upon hearing this, fixed his gaze in the direction indicated by his subordinate, his eyes widening in terror as he exclaimed, "What the hell?" The black dot plummeted swiftly. Boom. It struck the water's surface with a resounding crash, sending waves crashing in all directions. Moments later, the tumultuous waters began to settle, and Kavi stood firmly on the surface, at which point the little girl finally opened her eyes. We're not dead? How wonderful. Kavi's prowess has already reached the pinnacle of excellence, and his mastery over strength is unparalleled. How could it be possible for him to be unable to protect even a little girl? Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. At this moment, Tej and his companions stood dumbfounded, gazing at Kavi. The manner in which their senior made his escape was indeed extraordinary. Although Tej had long been aware of Kavi's formidable abilities, he could not help but feel a renewed sense of astonishment. This is the mark of a true powerhouse. Just look at their senior, who effortlessly leaped down from the Red Earth continent. How remarkably simple. Meanwhile, they could only flee through the sewers, highlighting the immense disparity between them. Kavi approached them with a calm demeanor. Have they all been sent away? Yes, they have all been safely dispatched. By the way, senior, the three sisters are still waiting for you on the shore. The mermen were visibly excited, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed at Kavi. Tiger understood their sentiments. Stepping forward, he clasped his hands together and said, "Senior, we are unable to repay your life-saving grace. Should you ever need our assistance, do not hesitate to come to Merman Island." Kavi waved his hand dismissively, expressing his casual stance, yet he held great faith in you, believing that one day you would emerge visibly upon the land. Upon hearing this, Tiger's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. He would strive diligently alongside the Fishman tribe. As the elder had stated, the day would inevitably come when the Fishman tribe could live openly on land, coexisting with other races. Elder, might we glimpse your appearance? Tiger hesitated for a moment, but ultimately summoned the resolve to voice this inquiry. Though the elder was undeniably powerful, he seemed somewhat reclusive. Cloaked in layers that concealed his visage, Tiger pondered how he might express his gratitude in the future without knowing the elder's identity. Kavi, rendered speechless, removed his mask, revealing his true visage. A handsome visage of a middle-aged man emerged before the audience. Upon closer inspection, one would discern several strands of silver woven through his flowing hair. Kavi expressed that it is not fear of unfamiliarity that troubles us, but rather the fear of mortality. Who would wrap themselves so thoroughly if they were not afraid of being discovered? Although one may possess great strength, it is prudent to exercise caution. The celestial dragons have survived for such an extended period, undoubtedly possessing hidden trump cards. Otherwise, they would have been eradicated long ago. It is rumored that one of the three ancient weapons, known as the King of Heaven, seems to be in their possession. Kavi remained oblivious to the might of that individual and dared not display arrogance openly. Upon observing Kavi's appearance, Tej, while satisfied, bid farewell to Kavi, accompanied by his entourage. The Navy's forces arrived only to depart again, arriving too late. Those who needed to flee had already escaped, and those who were fated to perish had met their end. By the time the Navy made its appearance, everything had already grown cold. It remained uncertain whether this was a deliberate act or simply a matter of tardiness. Hello. What is the situation? Reporting to the Marshal, we have arrived too late. The perpetrator has fled, suspected to be the Fishman adventurer, Fisher Tej. Shall we pursue? Sengoku, seated in the Marshal's position at the Navy headquarters, maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed. No need. Return at once. After hanging up the phone, he stood. A frown etched on his brow, and with a swift kick, sent Karp, who was stealthily pilfering his rice crackers, crashing against the wall. Scoundrel! Who permitted you to steal my rice crackers? Kapu descended from the wall, casually brushing off the dust from his attire, and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Ha ha ha, Sengoku. I have finished." Sengoku, filled with indignation, was about to confront him when Admiral Crane, seated comfortably on the sofa with a cup of tea, interjected, "Enough. We are all adults here. Why engage in childish antics? Kapu, you too." He then turned his gaze towards Sengoku. "Have you considered how you will explain this to that group?" Sengoku shrugged and spread his hands. "Explain what?" The Navy received the notification and rushed over immediately. The culprit had already fled. Am I to be blamed for that? Admiral Crane nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat reassured. Kapu laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha, splendid job. A few of those brutes have finally met their end. Fisher Tige, is it? I shall remember you." "Kapu, lower your voice." "Hey," I said. "Both of you ought to keep it down." In the tavern of the Sabeti archipelago, Kavi set down his wine glass and let out a deep sigh. "Thus it is. Their whereabouts are now in your hands." Shuki and Rayleigh silently absorbed Kavi's words. Rayleigh, with a grave expression and a somber tone, remarked, "Brother Kavi, how could you not involve me in such matters? It's disheartening." Upon hearing this, Shuki shot him a piercing glare. Instantly flustered, Rayleigh broke his composure, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, and quickly gave Kavi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I meant to say, Brother Kavi, you were truly remarkable." Kavi regarded Rayleigh with a mocking expression, seemingly suggesting that the latter's familial standing was somewhat lacking. Unable to endure Kavi's derisive gaze, Rayleigh hastily shifted the topic, assuring, "Rest assured, Brother Kavi, we shall take care of these three sisters." Kavi nodded, while Hancock's three sisters were beside her, receiving instructions from Shakira. Occasionally, their eyes would dart toward Kavi. The little girl was munching on some food nearby. Had it not been for Kavi's repeated assurances that she would not abandon her, she might still be clinging to Kavi, too fearful to descend or partake in her meal. Kavi understood that the little girl was terrified of returning to that place. She now placed her unwavering trust solely in Kavi, the one who had saved her. Poor child, one can only wonder how many others in this world share her plight. At that moment, Hancock and her companions concluded their conversation and approached Kavi. With her hands nervously intertwined and her head bowed, Hancock, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, spoke softly, "Lord Kavi, we have decided to journey to Amazon Lily. Will you accompany us?" There was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. While the two sisters beside her cautiously assessed Kavi, Kavi disregarded their gazes, speaking with calmness, "I shall not accompany you this time. We can discuss it later." He would eventually venture to the kingdom of women to witness its wonders, but not at this moment. Upon hearing this, Hancock's eyes dimmed, and a sense of disappointment enveloped her. "We will have the opportunity to meet again," Kavi reassured them gently. "Indeed, dear sister, we will surely encounter our benefactor once more." Both Sandersonia and Marigold chimed in, offering comfort to their elder sister. But Hancock hesitated, the words lingering on her lips, unsure of how to express her thoughts. Her mind flashing back to the image of the celestial dragon being obliterated by Kavi. Kavi interrupted the gathering, stating, "Very well. We shall discuss this matter at a later time. For now, I require your assistance with something." He wished to test whether his purification abilities could erase the brand. The mark of the celestial dragons, known as the slave seal, is forever imprinted upon those who serve them. The humiliation of this mark lingers throughout one's life. It has cast a psychological shadow over the three sisters, Hancock, who take great care to conceal it, fearing its discovery by others. Kavi contemplated whether he could lend them a hand. As for Tiger's merman brethren, they were all formidable men. A mere mark was inconsequential. Watch me imprint a new one upon myself. Kavi asserted that their mental fortitude was robust and that they required no assistance from him. Tiger interjected, "My lord Kavi, whatever you command, we shall not hesitate." Coughing slightly, Kavi continued, "There is no need for such fervor. I merely wish to conduct an experiment. Should it succeed, it may eradicate your slave marks." "Is that true?" "Splendid. We are eager to proceed." The three sisters expressed their excitement, their disdain for the marks rivaling their loathing for the celestial dragons. "Come, Lord Kavi, we can scarcely contain our anticipation. Let me clarify, success is not guaranteed. If you have considered this, then reveal your marks." He could not promise that purification would indeed be effective if it failed. They could follow Tiger's example and simply apply another mark over it. Surely that would be preferable to the slave mark. Upon hearing this, Hancock's face flushed slightly as she hesitated, then took a deep breath, her gaze resolute as she stepped forward. "I shall go first." As the eldest sister, it was her duty to set a leading example, regardless of the circumstance. Turning around, she lowered her garment to her waist, revealing her smooth shoulder. No, wait. It unveiled the hoof of the celestial dragon on her back. Rayleigh, compelled by Shaki's intimidating gaze, found himself temporarily retreating. Internally exasperated, he thought, am I truly such a person? After all, she is but a girl. Shaki is indeed overbearing, even in this regard. Shaki declared, in this lifetime, you shall only have eyes for me. Do not even think of taking advantage of others. Kavi remained utterly indifferent to the subtle gestures of the two, his gaze meticulously fixed upon Hancock's smooth back, where a striking mark adorned the fair skin. Kavi no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and pressed his hand upon the slave mark. The sensation was soft yet jarring. Little Empress, do not dare disturb my resolve, he declared. Purification. A pure force surged into his palm, resting upon the mark. Hancock trembled, feeling a chill run down her back. Humph. She let out a delicate sound, quickly covering her mouth with both hands, her fair face flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear, how humiliating. Kavi pretended not to hear. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand, revealing smooth, fair skin. The mark had vanished. What a relief. The two younger sisters hurriedly rushed to their elder sister's side to inspect. Sister, it worked. The mark has truly disappeared. Really? Hancock exclaimed joyfully, momentarily forgetting her shyness. Yes, it has really vanished. Overwhelmed with excitement, Hancock turned to embrace her two sisters. They shared in her joy, but soon. Sonia noticed something amiss and quietly reminded her, Sister, your clothing. What clothing? Hancock asked, perplexed. She then looked down and realized she had not yet donned her attire. Flustered, she hastily pulled up her clothes, steam rising from her head, transforming her into a flustered figure of embarrassment. Fortunately, there were no other men around. Once she had properly adjusted her clothing, Hancock shyly glanced up at Kavi, only to find him already looking elsewhere. She sighed with relief, though a twinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Kavi maintained a steadfast demeanor, inwardly reflecting on the vast potential for growth that lay ahead. Returning to the matter at hand, Kavi once again assisted Sonia and Marigold in erasing their slave marks. Henceforth, the trio would no longer be troubled by this issue. Following this, the three expressed their gratitude to Kavi once more. Hancock's gaze seemed somewhat peculiar, yet Kavi could not discern what was amiss, attributing it merely to her excitement. Although Hancock was infatuated, the significant age difference between them made it improbable that she would develop feelings for him over such a trivial matter. Kavi mused to himself, reflecting on how he had merely slain a celestial dragon before her eyes and subsequently erased her slave mark. Hiss. Upon such contemplation, he realized that his actions were even more outrageous than Luffy's had been. Nevertheless, why bother overthinking it? Kavi ceased his aimless musings. The matters concerning Hancock and the others were nearly resolved, yet he still had to attend to the situation involving a little girl. Observing the frail young girl beside him, who was engrossed in her meal, Kavi felt a slight headache. What is your name, little sister? Kavi gently placed his hand on the little girl's head, caressing her tenderly, while his other hand softly pressed against her slave mark, erasing it. The little girl, with her big, watery eyes, shyly gazed up at Kavi and replied, My name is Kira. I am called Kira. The name Kira resonated with a sense of familiarity. Kavi pondered for a moment, gazing at the small girl with her pale yellow hair, yet he could not recall anything. Never mind, he would think of it later. He continued to ask gently, Do you know where your hometown is? Kavi intended to send Kira back home. Kira shook her head and whispered, I don't know. Kavi felt a slight headache as he gazed upon the frail Kurla, who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, though in reality, she was likely a bit older. It was estimated that she was at most 8 or 9 years of age. Was he destined to play the role of a caretaker once more? Kavi decided to ask one last time. Does Kila wish to accompany the elder sisters? He gestured towards the 3 sisters behind him, intending to entrust Kila to them, leading her to Amazon Lily. This island is relatively safe, providing a suitable refuge for Kila. And with its populace being skilled warriors, she could acquire a trade and develop her own means of self-defense. Little Kila glanced at Hancock and her sisters, who offered warm smiles, as if to say, Dear sister, come with us, we shall protect you. However, little Kila shook her head vigorously, clinging to Kavi's garment. No. Snap. Kavi seemed to hear the sound of the 3 sisters' hearts shattering. He was somewhat astonished. Hancock had consumed the sweet fruit, endowing her with an allure that captivated both men and women. Although her potential had yet to be fully realized, her physical charm had already begun to take shape. Yet she astonishingly failed to attract Kela. How could Kavi possibly discern the thoughts residing within Kila's heart? The 3 elder sisters and she once shared the same fate as slaves. Their experiences rendered them akin to one another. Is it truly safe to follow you? The astute little Keela is quite perceptive. She is fully aware of who holds the power. Kavi, feeling a sense of resignation, decided to take Keela with him for the time being, with the intention of eventually returning her to the Revolutionary Army headquarters and entrusting her to Olivia, who, after all, had ample time on her hands these days. After finding a modest inn to rest for a day, the following morning, Rayleigh departed with the Hancock sisters. As they left, Kavi felt a twinge of discomfort from Hancock's subtle gaze. Could it be that the whims of love truly were this absurd? In the dimly lit conference room of Mariewa, 5 shadowy figures were seated in a circle. Among them, one bald figure was wrapped in bandages. Nasushira's saint, speak up. Who could possibly have inflicted harm upon you? A voice resonated deeply from one of the figures. Upon hearing this, the bald elder's expression darkened, his ribs aching faintly. I did not see. Recalling that fateful night, Nasu Shuru Saint sensed an unfamiliar and powerful presence in Mariewa. He had struck at the figure with his sword, the outcome of which was well known to all. That individual is formidable. We must ascertain their identity post-haste, as they are beyond our full capabilities. Nasu Shuru Saint cautioned the assembly. Could it be that fishman? Another elder ventured, raising a query. Impossible. I have heard of that fishman. It cannot possibly be him. Enough. Let the Navy handle the search. We must not disturb Lordom over such trivial matters. With that, silence enveloped the room once more, the atmosphere thick with unspoken thoughts. As no one dared mention the deceased celestial dragons. In the Marine headquarters at Marineford, Admiral Sengoku sat at his desk, his mood decidedly grim. The 5 elders had once again tasked him with locating the true perpetrator. Where was he to find them? The Navy had no time for such endeavors. Bring someone in, he commanded. Immediately, a Marine rushed in, standing at attention in salute. Admiral, Sengoku quickly ordered, place a bounty on the Fishman Adventurer Fisher Tiger, set at 2 billion. Release it immediately. Yes, sir, he replied. Brother Tiger, I have no choice. If we cannot locate the individual, we must place the blame upon you for the time being. Kavi takes charge while Tiger bears the blame. How reasonable. At this moment, Fishman Island is in an uproar. Boss Tiger, you have a bounty on your head. A young fishman burst into the room, excitement evident on his face as he presented the bounty notice to Tiger. A robust fishman with blue skin, standing beside Tiger, took the notice and scrutinized it. Brother Tiger, you were right. There truly is a bounty on your head. Tiger, with a satisfied expression, patted his shoulder and replied calmly. Jinbei, my old friend, I anticipated this. Let me see how much the bounty is. Tiger had long suspected that a bounty would be placed on him. However, it mattered little to him. As long as he could rescue the brothers of the Fishman tribe, he was indifferent to the consequences. Kavi, the esteemed elder, remained shrouded in mystery, presumably untouched by the bounty placed upon him, which might be for the best, were it not for the elder's intervention. The possibility of rescuing them would have been uncertain. Merely being the sole target of a bounty was already a fortunate outcome. Upon hearing this, Jinbei shifted his gaze downward. Spotting a lengthy sequence of numbers, his tone filled with astonishment. Is that 200 million? Why does it seem rather extensive? Tej, exasperated, thought how slow Jinbei was even with counting. He snatched the bounty notice, glanced at it nonchalantly, and exclaimed, Isn't it quite evident that it's 200 million? The Navy is remarkably generous. Jinbei, still perplexed, earnestly scrutinized the amount, counting aloud. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. His eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out, as he stammered, Tatej, brother, 20 billion, 20 billion. He shook Tej vigorously. What 20 billion? What are you on about? Jinbei, overwhelmed by shock, could barely articulate. Brother, the bounty is 20 billion. Upon hearing this, Tej leapt from his seat. What? He picked up the bounty notice and began counting it repeatedly. Moments later, he erupted in fury. Is the Navy out of their minds? Is it merely for saving a few individuals? Aren't he the celestial dragons his father? Why such a staggering bounty? Even the normally good-natured Tej could not contain his anger. The sheer magnitude of the bounty would undoubtedly bring great trouble to Fishman Island, and he dared not imagine the consequences. Calm down, brother. Jinbei had regained his composure and turned to the fishman's subordinate who delivered the bounty notice, asking, Is there any other news? The fishman trembled at the sight of the enraged Tej, momentarily stunned, but soon recollected himself, exclaiming, Yes, yes. The rest today's newspaper. He hurriedly produced the latest news report. The Fishman Adventurer Fisher Tej, having set fire to the Red Land, liberated numerous slaves, and slain several celestial dragons. has been issued a bounty of 20 billion berries by the Navy. This report was evidently not from the Navy, but rather from a clandestine news agency. Such audacity in reporting was indeed reckless. Brother, did you slay celestial dragons? Jinbei inquired. Tej paused, bewildered. Celestial dragons? I didn't even see them. After pondering briefly, he recalled that it must have been the elder who had done it, realizing he had become an unwitting scapegoat. Let them blame me. I certainly cannot expose the elder. That's beyond my character. Ultimately, there was no point in debating the bounty any further. They needed to consider the safety of Fishman Island. I cannot remain on Fishman Island any longer. Jinbei set down the newspaper, his expression grave. Brother Tejo, shall we set sail? The following day, the Sun Pirates were established and announced their independence from Fishman Island. This, of course, was merely a ruse to deceive the world government. In reality, they maintained close ties with Fishman Island. Tej, King Neptune, and Queen Otoheim had conspired together. The Sun Pirates would forge their reputation on the seas, allowing more humans to learn about the Fishman race, while the King and Queen managed internal affairs on Fishman Island. Together, they aspired for a day when all fishmen could boldly traverse beyond their island to coexist with other races. Many pirates were intrigued by the Sun Pirates, primarily drawn to Tej, eager to witness the hero who liberated slaves. Conversely, some pirates scoffed at the news, believing they could achieve the same feat, dismissing the Navy's bounty as an exaggeration. Meanwhile, in a certain maritime region, a familiar merchant ship sailed across the waters once more. Kavi gazed at the newspaper in his hand, one hand stroking his chin, murmuring to himself, TSK, 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 surely Tiger wouldn't mind? After all, I've significantly raised his worth. He ought to express gratitude. Tiger, grateful for my mentor's contribution to my homelessness. Before long, news of the Celestial Dragon's assassination was suppressed. It seems the world government intervened. Kavi remained unfazed by the news. He had anticipated it all along, though he did not expect it to linger for so many days. It seems that Morgan has some substance to him. Kella, stop cleaning. The floor is nearly polished to a mirror finish. It's all right, Grandpa Kavi. I'm not tired. Kella replied with a smile, wiping the sweat from her forehead. This little girl, fearful of being abandoned by Kavi, busied herself with sweeping and various tasks, making Kavi feel like a heartless employer exploiting child labor. Kavi seized the cloth from her hands, threatening, if you continue to be so industrious, I shall send you to the three sisters. At once, Kurlai's expression turned to one of panic. She hastily waved her hands and, with a quivering voice, implored, no. Please don't. I promise I won't do this anymore. Grandfather Kavi, please don't send me away. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if they were poised to spill over at any moment. Little Kurlai could not comprehend why Grandfather Kavi wished for her to refrain from such diligence. Was it not the hard-working and resilient children who were most cherished? Kavi gazed solemnly at Keela, asserting that this would be the last time. With a sigh of resignation, he noted the deep-seated psychological shadows that plagued Keela, rendering her cautious around everyone except for him, with whom she exhibited a semblance of ease. Very well, follow me. Let us dine first. Today, we shall indulge in spicy fish head. Upon hearing this, Keela managed to stifle her tears, quickly wiping them away, her eyes glimmering with a flicker of joy as she tugged at Kavi's shirt, trailing behind him. 2 years later. Grandfather, where are we headed? A melodious voice chimed in. A girl with golden hair stood beside Kavi, her face adorned with curiosity. This young lady was none other than the transformed Keela, clad in a soft blue dress. Her once timid and fearful demeanor had vanished, replaced by bright, clear eyes that sparkled with confidence. Her fair complexion, tinged with a rosy hue, rendered her akin to a little angel, a stark contrast to the frail, frightened girl she had been 2 years prior. Kavi gently stroked her head and replied, I am here to meet a friend. After 2 years of companionship, Kavi finally recalled who this girl truly was. The Sun Pirates had been ambushed by the Navy while escorting her back to her homeland, resulting in Fisher Tiger sustaining severe injuries. Ultimately, he met his tragic end out of his refusal to accept human blood. Kavi was perplexed as to why, when he initially inquired about her hometown. Keela had stated that she did not remember it. Over the past 2 years, Kavi had posed the same question to Keela, but she maintained that she could not recall. Consequently, Kavi refrained from pressing her further on the matter. Kavi initially believed that by taking Keela away, Tiger would be safe. However, that rogue had been apprehended by the Navy a year prior and confined in the underwater prison. The Sun Pirates have since disbanded, with only Jinbei and a few fishmen managing to escape, while the remaining members were captured. Fortunately, they are still alive, and Kavi has no intention of rescuing him. He thinks it would be beneficial for Tiger to endure a few years of training within the prison, awaiting Luffy's eventual rescue. In the 6th level of Impel Down, Tiger reflects. Senior, can you guess why I was captured? Kavi. Kavi arrived at the dock of a small island with Kayla, securing the boat before stepping onto the land. It had been many years since his last visit, leaving him uncertain if he could still navigate this place. As he led Kayla toward the village, he noticed numerous new buildings along the way. The streets bore a resemblance to his memories, albeit somewhat hazy, prompting him to seek directions from a local. Suddenly, a small boy with a green crew cut appeared ahead, 3 wooden swords strapped to his waist. Oh, is that not Algae Head? Kawi approached him, his large hand firmly resting on his shoulder. Child, do you know the way to the Shuangyue dojo? At that moment, Zoran felt a heavy force pressing down on his shoulder, nearly toppling him over. Angrily, he turned to glare at the old man behind him and shouted, "What are you doing? Do not be upset, young brother. I am here to find Mr. Gung Sarong." Zoran, with a look of confusion in his eyes, stared at Kawi and inquired, "What do you want with my master?" Kavi patted him heavily on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "My master is a friend of yours. Could you lead us to him?" Zoro stumbled slightly, nearly collapsing to his knees, and swiftly swatted Kavi's hand away, realizing the urgency of the situation. "Follow me," he retorted in his mind, cursing the force of the pat. Did he intend to crush me? He then proceeded ahead of Kavi and the other, gesturing for them to follow. With someone to guide them, Kavi no longer needed to search for the way, and he took Claire along in his wake. Moments later, the trio arrived at a desolate expanse. A few crows flew overhead, cawing with a distinct caw, caw, caw. Kawhi gazed at Zoro in confusion, as if to inquire whether the Frost Moon dojo had been demolished. Zoro, with a hint of embarrassment, coughed and said, "It seems I have taken a wrong turn. I remember now. This way." He subsequently led Kawhi and the others back to the dock. Zoro's face flushed with color. He had strayed once more, and he pondered how many times it had been today. He had initially intended to visit the Frost Moon dojo, yet after wandering for an entire morning, he still had not arrived. It was only after encountering Kawhi and the others that the subsequent events unfolded, which everyone is already aware of. A doubt began to creep into Zoro's mind. Had his master perhaps relocated? Kavi was at a loss for words, true to form. Zoro had managed to get lost once again. He was aware of Zoro's poor sense of direction, but this was beyond absurd. Ultimately, Kavi had to inquire with other villagers to locate the Frost Moon dojo. Had it not been for Kavi persistently tugging at Zoro's sleeve, they might have wandered off aimlessly yet again. It seemed that even in Kavi's company, Zoro was prone to losing his way. One could only conclude that this species of directionally challenged individuals was exceedingly ridiculous. After much back and forth, the 3 finally arrived at the entrance of the Frost Moon dojo. As dusk began to envelop the sky, upon knocking on the door, it was opened by a young girl, her black hair tinged with a hint of blue, her eyes wide and round, gazing curiously at Kavi and his companions. Her gaze ultimately settled on Zoro. "Zoro, why have you arrived now? My father said you would surely get lost again. Is that the case? And who are these 2? The girl inquired, examining Kavi and the others with keen interest before looking back at Zoro. "They are friends of my master, come to see him," Zoro explained impatiently. The girl, Guena, appeared surprised and quickly raised her hand to invite Kavi and the others inside. "Please, come in. My father is in the house." "Haha, so you are Guena. It has been so many years. You have grown so much," Kavi remarked with a smile. This young girl was indeed the daughter of Gung Sailang, the one who had tragically perished from a great height. Guena wore a puzzled expression, her mind racing as she realized she had never met this person before. "Excuse me. Sir, do you know me?" Before Kavi could respond, a hearty laugh echoed in their ears. "Hahaha, Kavi-senpai. What brings you here? You should have let me know in advance so I could have come to welcome you." Gung Sailang emerged from the house, his face alight with joy as he approached Kavi. "Gung Sailang, it has been a long time." The 2 greeted each other, their last meeting having occurred 9 years prior. Guena tugged at Gung Sailang's sleeve, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Father, this gentleman says he has met me. Why do I not remember him?" Gung Sailang, recalling the events of that year, cast a peculiar glance at Kavi before addressing Guena. "Ahem, yes, he held you when you were just a year old. You were too young to remember, of course. Is that so?" Guena scrutinized Gung Sailang, her expression tinged with skepticism. She felt as though her father might be spinning a tale. Gung Sailang, however, thought it wise to refrain from delving too deeply into the embarrassing stories of his esteemed friend, wishing to spare both Kavi and Guena any discomfort. Gung Sailang was a good man, possessing a high emotional intelligence. Upon witnessing the situation, Kavi refrained from broaching the matter of years past. "Senpai, please come inside." Gung Sailang invited Kavi into the room. With Zoro and Kuina off practicing their swordsmanship, the only occupants were Kavi, Gung Sailang, and Keela. Gung Sailang poured tea for the two and spoke softly. "Is there something specific you wish to discuss, Senpai?" "I am preparing to return to headquarters and happened to pass by, so I thought I would stop in for a visit," Kavi replied. After spending so long away, it was high time to return and also to leave Keela at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, as she was destined to become a future intelligence officer with commendable combat abilities. Entrusting her to the Revolutionary Army for training would undoubtedly be the wisest course of action. Gung Sailang nodded, but then hesitated as he cast a furtive glance at Kavi. Seemingly on the verge of speaking but holding back. "If you have a question, just ask. You're fidgeting like a child," Kavi observed. Noticing Gung Sailang's reluctance to voice his uncertainties. Caught in his moment of indecision, Gung Sailang appeared unfazed, a lightness washing over his expression. "Senpai, it seems there is nothing that escapes your perception." Kavi cast a sidelong glance at him, as if to say, "Isn't it your intention for me to speak first? Why the pretense?" He could easily discern the ulterior motives behind Gung Sailang's squinting eyes. "Ah, indeed, I do have a matter I wish to consult with you, esteemed senior," Gung Sailang admitted, feeling an immense pressure in Kavi's presence, as if all his thoughts were laid bare before him. Kavi took a sip of tea and gestured for him to speak quickly. Gung Siro solemnly asked, "Senior, do you believe that a woman could potentially become a great swordsman?" He felt a deep inner conflict. Since childhood, Guena's aspiration had been to become the world's greatest swordsman, yet he doubted his daughter could achieve this. Women, by their very nature, possess physical limitations compared to men, and while this may not be apparent in childhood, the disparity becomes increasingly pronounced with maturity. Currently, Guena was already struggling against Zoro, and the future seemed even more daunting. He did not wish for his daughter to strive for an unattainable dream, only to find herself disillusioned in the end. "Gung Siro, are you referring to Guena?" Kawi inquired calmly, his demeanor unruffled. "Senior, how did you know?" Gung Siro was taken aback. He had not yet spoken, and yet the senior had already deduced it. "Please, senior, tell me what I should do. Guena is quite stubborn, and I find it difficult to persuade her." "Why should you persuade her? If she wishes to become the world's greatest swordsman, then let her pursue her ambition. Why hinder her?" Kavi looked at Gung Sailang in bewilderment. "Could it be that you are a daughter's slave? Are you unable to bear seeing your daughter suffer?" Gung Sailang coughed and retorted, "No, not at all. I simply believe that it is exceedingly difficult for a girl to aspire to become the world's foremost swordsman." Kavi was left speechless. He never expected that this bespectacled fellow, Gung Sailang, would turn out to be a devoted father. While becoming the world's greatest swordsman may prove challenging, achieving the status of a top-tier swordsman is certainly within reach. Do you not possess confidence in your own swordsmanship? Gung Sailang's capabilities are intriguingly concealed. He has at least brushed against the threshold of a great swordsman, and he might indeed be one. This lad could very well be a cunning individual, perpetually feigning modesty. Upon hearing Kavi's remarks, Gung Sailang felt considerably relieved. He had no intention of dissuading Guena. He merely sought someone to convince him that he could justifiably instruct Guena in the art of swordsmanship. Since a senior has spoken thus, I shall place my trust in her. By the way, what do you think of Zoro? That green-haired fellow? Aside from being directionally challenged, he possesses great potential. Zoro is a talented individual who is willing to put in the effort. It is only a matter of time before he stands atop the peak. Otherwise, he would not have become a vice-captain. It is well known that only the most formidable warriors can attain the position of vice-captain in the One Piece realm. That is reassuring. I hold him in high regard as well. Perhaps, senior, you could offer them some guidance? Gung Sailang was well aware that Kavi was a master. A few words of wisdom from him could greatly benefit them and help them avoid unnecessary detours. Kavi did not refuse, saying, "We'll see how it goes." He planned to rest for 2 days with Gung Shiro before setting off, taking the opportunity to modify his beloved ship by adding a few recreational rooms to pass the time. Early the next morning, Gung Shiro took Kavi to the village's sole shipwright. After Kavi outlined his requirements, the shipwright assured him that the delivery would be on time within 2 days. Upon returning to the dojo, they found Kana and Zoro preparing for a duel. "Kuina, let us fight. I feel certain I can defeat you this time," Zoro exclaimed, brandishing 3 wooden swords, 2 in his hands and 1 clenched between his teeth, showcasing his 3-sword style. This young man had once practiced the 1-sword style, but after consistently losing to Kuna, He believed that his lack of swords was the reason for his defeats, which led him to adopt the three-sword style. Kuina, equally determined, grasped a wooden sword firmly with both hands, her expression unwavering as she calmly replied, "No matter how many times it takes, I will defeat you. Go, senior sister. Defeat that arrogant Zoro," cheered the surrounding disciples as they, unable to match Zoro's prowess, looked to their senior for retribution. Zoro remained unfazed by the taunts of those he had bested in the past. Among the crowd, Kella watched the match with keen interest. Kavi and Lang exchanged a glance, standing by to observe the current abilities of the two young warriors. "Ha!" Zoro bellowed, stepping forward with determination. Wielding his swords with ferocity as he aimed to strike at Kuina, his intent was unmistakably serious, embodying the spirit of a true swordsman. Unlike a certain glutton who adhered rigidly to a chivalrous code that forbade striking a lady, Zoro, however, cared not for gender. He struck without hesitation. Kuina, aware of her own weaknesses as well as Zoro's, opted not to confront him head-on. With a deft sidestep, she evaded his assault, then advanced with her sword, executing a horizontal slash aimed at his waist. Zoro quickly turned, biting down on his sword to block her strike. He retaliated with a flurry of attacks, his wooden swords creating afterimages as he sought to overwhelm Kuina with sheer power and speed. Kuina, meanwhile, deftly dodged while counterattacking. Zoro's rapid onslaught failed to connect, and instead, he found himself on the receiving end of several of Kuina's strikes. Their exchange was lively, with Zoro predominantly enduring blows. The surrounding disciples watched with rapt attention, their eyes wide, while Kral observed intently. Yet, for Kavi and Lang, this skirmish resembled little more than a child's play. Nevertheless, it was evident that both exhibited solid foundational skills. Kuina, in particular, demonstrated well-structured moves, her actions fluid and cohesive. Zoro's swordplay lacked agility, though his strikes were powerful, showing that he trained with great diligence. One focused on technique, the other on might, each possessing their own strengths. However, should this trend continue, it was inevitable that Zoro would eventually surpass Kuina, as her physical prowess was noticeably inferior to his. Presently, she could outmaneuver him through skill, but once Zoro's physicality improved, her techniques would pale in comparison. Before long, Kuina emerged victorious, both of them panting heavily. "Zoro, you have made remarkable progress. This time, you lasted quite a while. I believe it won't be long before you surpass me," Kuina encouraged him with a smile, though it bore a hint of strain. She felt increasingly weary during their sparring sessions, aware that a moment's inattention could lead to defeat. Deep down, she grappled with a sense of resentment, pondering whether her father's assertions were true, that women could never become formidable swordsmen. Zoro, oblivious to Kuina's inner turmoil, retorted with determination, "Damn it. Next time, I will surely defeat you." With that, he dashed off to practice further, acutely aware that he was on the cusp of victory. Yet he refused to make excuses for his loss. Kuina watched his retreating figure, a sense of urgency swelling within her. As the elder disciple, she had not anticipated being surpassed so soon. She and Zoro had vowed that one of them would become the world's greatest swordsman, and now it seemed her aspirations might slip from her grasp. Resolutely, Kuina returned to the dojo, continuing her sword practice, vowing never to surrender until the final moment. Kavi and Lang observed quietly, with Lang feeling a deep ache for his daughter, unwilling to let her suffer or witness her sorrow. He turned to Kavi, his gaze infused with a silent plea. "Very well, I shall speak on your behalf," he declared, revealing the tender heart of a devoted father. Though a hint of embarrassment lingered, Kavi approached Kuina, who set aside her wooden sword and gazed at him with curiosity. "Grandfather Kavi, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" She was intrigued by the connection between this man, who had cradled her in his arms during her childhood, and her father, who held him in such high regard. Kawira revealed a warm and amiable smile, speaking in a gentle tone. "Kuina, come and chat with me. Perhaps I can illuminate the questions that dwell in your heart." Kuina's eyes sparkled with interest as she turned to glance at Shiro behind Kawiru. Noticing her gaze, Shiro offered her a subtle nod. Thus, Kuina followed Kawiru into the room, where they sat facing each other. "Grandfather, do you believe I can become a true swordsman?" "My father has told me that women cannot become the world's greatest swordsman." Kuina was eager to uncover the truth, yearning to know if her father's words held any validity. Kavi leisurely sipped his tea, gradually setting down the cup as he turned his gaze towards Kuina. "Your grandfather has told you that the future world's greatest swordsman may indeed be a woman. Do you believe it?" Kuina's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that possibly be? What is so impossible about it? "There are numerous female swordswomen that I know of," and many of them surpass most male swordsmen in skill. Your father simply cannot bear to see you suffer, which is why he deceives you. Guena, filled with surprise, leaned on the table, rising to her feet as she exclaimed, "Is it true? Grandfather, you are not misleading me?" Kavi nodded, for how could he deceive anyone? He was, after all, the most honest of elders. Every word he spoke was imbued with truth. In his heart, there were but two individuals worthy of the title of the world's greatest swordsman. One was his disciple, Rosa, and the other, albeit also a disciple of sorts, was Mihawk. Naturally, should Kavi desire that esteemed title, neither would stand a chance. As for Zoro, he was still too young. The title of the world's greatest swordsman remained far beyond his reach. Yet, a nagging thought plagued him. My progress in swordsmanship seems to be stagnating, and Zoro is nearing my level. Could it be that I truly lack talent? Kuina's spirits dwindled once more. She had worked diligently, her talent was commendable, and the only disparity between her and Zoro lay in physical prowess. I possess a method to enhance your physical attributes, but doing so would mean you are no longer a pure swordsman. Would you be willing? Kavi presented her with a choice. He could enhance Guena's strength, but the price would be that she would no longer be a true swordsman. Really? What does it mean to not be a true swordsman? Guena struggled to comprehend Kavi's words, questioning why improving her physical capabilities would disqualify her from being a genuine swordsman. Kavi revealed to her that the way to enhance Guena's physical constitution was to consume a devil fruit. It is a straightforward and forceful method, the quickest means to bolster one's physique. Kawi allowed her to choose for herself. In truth, Kawi harbored the hope that Guena would consume the devil fruit. For a simple reason, according to the original narrative, Guena met her demise at a tender age. If she were to partake of the devil fruit, Kawi doubted she could still succumb to a fall down the stairs. Guena swiftly made her decision, declaring, "Grandfather, I shall eat it." She yearned to grow stronger. Even if it meant deviating from the path of a pure swordsman, she was unwilling to be surpassed. If her innate talent could not be elevated, she would soon find herself overshadowed by Zoro. At that point, she would not only fail to claim the title of the world's strongest, but would also fall short of being the strongest in Frostmoon Village. Even if a day came when Zoro surpassed her, she did not wish to be left too far behind, lest she become the target of scornful laughter. Thus, she resolved to consume the devil fruit. Kavi produced two identical devil fruits. One was golden, and the other was red. The golden fruit was the Zoan-type bird fruit in the form of a golden eagle, acquired from Doflamingo. The red fruit, stolen from a celestial dragon, bore the same appearance as the bird fruit. Kavi surmised that it too was likely a Zoan-type fruit. He presented the two fruits, leaving behind the rain fruit and two unknown fruits. He invited Kuina to make her selection between the two Zoan fruits. The golden fruit was the bird fruit in the form of a golden eagle, while the nature of the red fruit remained a mystery to him. But he could ascertain that it was also a Zoan type. Choose one, he urged. Kuina gazed at the two intricately patterned fruits, unsure of which to select. She hesitated, not particularly keen on transforming into a bird human, yet the nature of the other fruit was unknown. What a dilemma! Which one should she choose? If others were to hear her thoughts, they would surely be aghast. The devil fruit was an exceedingly rare treasure, something most would never encounter in their lifetime. Yet here she was, faced with a choice. Ultimately, she resolved to take a chance. With a decisive motion, she seized the red devil fruit and took a bite. Ugh! In the next moment, she nearly retched. Kavi quietly added, "I've heard that one must consume all the devil fruits to unlock their full potential. I wonder if that is true." Upon hearing this, Guena suppressed her urge to vomit and swiftly devoured the remaining fruits. Then grabbed a cup of water and gulped it down. "Ah, I feel rejuvenated." Kavi maintained a serious demeanor while pondering, is the devil fruit truly so unpalatable? The one provided by the system seems far from being distasteful. He recalled the moment he consumed the devil fruit, having adequately prepared himself, only to discover the flavor was rather pleasant, not at all as dreadful as he had imagined. It could only be said that the system's offerings were distinctly superior. Quickly, experience it. What fruit is it? Upon hearing this, Kuina began to attune herself to the changes within her body. Her physical condition had significantly enhanced and continued to improve. Is this the essence of the devil fruit? It truly possesses immense power. It appears to resemble a bird, albeit a rather exquisite one, with a vibrant red hue. Kavi, do you know what fruit this is? Through her sensations, Kuina discerned the form of the fruit, yet she found herself unable to transform. Red? Why not test your abilities? Kavi, equally uncertain, noted that a red bird was quite rare, suggesting that this fruit was extraordinary. at the very least not inferior to that of a golden eagle. After all, it was a treasure coveted by the celestial dragons. With utmost caution, Kuina endeavored to harness the fruit's abilities based on her inner thoughts. Boom! Fiery flames erupted from her body, causing the air temperature to rise dramatically. Kuina exclaimed in panic, her hands frantically patting at her body, attempting to extinguish the flames. Do not panic. It's nothing to worry about, Kavi reassured her. Noting that this was clearly a manifestation of the fruit's powers and would not harm its master. Upon hearing Kavi's words, Kuina realized she felt no pain and that her clothes remained intact. Is this my fruit ability? This must merely be a supplementary power. The true strength of a Zoan type lies in its physical form. In time, you will learn to develop it. Kuina nodded in understanding and then turned to Kavi, her expression suddenly transforming into one of alarm. Kavi, you've changed. Suddenly, Kuina's eyes stung painfully, prompting her to shut them tightly, unable to gaze at Kavi. A cold sweat broke out across her body, extinguishing the flames. What had she just witnessed? Kavi had morphed into a terrifying giant, towering in the void. Wielding an enormous axe, enveloped in a swirling aura of crimson and black. That presence nearly suffocated her, and his eyes shone like the sun, locking onto her. It was utterly horrifying. What was that creature? Kavi appeared utterly bewildered, questioning the situation at hand. What is happening? Guena? At that moment, Guena slowly opened her eyes, cautiously glancing at Kavi. Upon realizing that the terrifying giant was nowhere to be found, she let out a sigh of relief and recounted the events that had just transpired to Kavi. Kavi was puzzled. Could it be that Guena was able to perceive his devil fruit? Guena, use your ability once more. Do not focus on me. Look elsewhere. All right, Guena replied, recalling the sensation she had just experienced, and once again invoked the powers of the devil fruit. She opened her eyes and directed her gaze elsewhere. Kavi gazed into her eyes, noticing a transformation within Guena's gaze, which emitted a faint crimson glow. Her pupils split into two, forming a pair of striking dual eyes that seemed capable of discerning the very essence of things. Soon after, Guena felt an overwhelming fatigue, and her eyes returned to their normal state. Observing this, Kavi appeared to come to a realization. Guena was extraordinarily fortunate. The fruit she possessed was likely a mythical beast variety, and a particularly formidable one at that. Guena, henceforth, you should concentrate on developing this fruit. Your swordsmanship can take a backseat for now. What? Why? She protested. If I cannot practice my swordsmanship, how can I aspire to become a powerful swordsman? Even if I cannot be the strongest, I at least wish to be formidable. This fruit is immensely potent. If you harness its full potential, you could even rival your father's strength. Kavi continued, if I am not mistaken, the full name of this fruit is the bird fruit, mythical beast type, and its manifestation is the May bird. This is yet another fruit that did not appear in the original narrative. Its limits are undoubtedly on par with Kaido's fish fruit, azure dragon form. The May bird is one of the ancient divine beasts, resembling a phoenix yet distinctly not one, known for its incredible speed and dual pupils that perceive all things. Guena was astounded. So powerful. She was well aware of her father's might. The combined strength of all the dojo's members would scarcely be enough to match him. In Guena's mind, her father was an immensely powerful figure. The thought of developing this devil fruit to its utmost potential, to the point where she could contend with her father, was enough to illustrate the fruit's extraordinary strength. Suddenly, the title of the world's strongest swordsman seemed less alluring to her. Indeed, it could even be greater than that. She mused. If Guena could awaken this fruit, she might attain a strength that could rival that of royal caliber. Decided. From now on, I shall join the Revolutionary Army. Such a potential asset must be cultivated. It just so happens that Conqueror stands with the Revolutionary Army. I shall discuss this matter with him thoroughly. Very well. You may leave now. Sensing Conqueror waiting outside, Kavi instructed Guena to step out first. Guena bowed deeply to Kavi, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa Kavi. Before departing. Shortly thereafter, Conqueror entered. Senior, thank you. Guena recounted the earlier events to him, and Conqueror was taken aback, astonished that Kavi had directly bestowed a devil fruit upon Guena. He was well aware of the value of such a fruit. Kavi waved his hand, assuring that he would indeed assist, and he would not go back on his word. He then conveyed the immense potential of this fruit to Gongxilang, advising him to supervise Guena closely, encouraging her to fully develop the fruit's abilities rather than spending her days solely on swordsmanship. The two conspired for an hour, meticulously arranging everything for Guena. They even devised a plan for how to bring her to the Revolutionary Army. Gongxilang suggested a feigned death for Guena, which would allow them to secretly transport her to the Revolutionary Army while simultaneously motivating Zoro to grow stronger, achieving a dual purpose. Upon hearing this, Kavi was convinced that Gung Silang, with his squinting eyes, was indeed a cunning individual, which explained his penchant for wearing glasses. The fate of Guina was firmly in the hands of the two. Gung Silang thought to himself, finally free from the worries concerning his daughter. Kavi contemplated that the Revolutionary Army had gained a formidable ally. As for Guina's thoughts on the matter, she could only accept the whims of fate, overshadowed by the explosive performances of Kavi and Gung Shiro. The next day, Kavi meandered through Frost Moon Village alone. To his surprise, Clara had formed a friendship with Guina. However, this was not entirely unforeseen. After all, the two would soon be colleagues, providing an opportunity for mutual understanding. Kavi arrived at the back mountain of the Frost Moon Dojo, where the environment was exceptionally pleasant, the air fresh, and the scenery enchanting. Ha! Ha! The sounds of training echoed from a distance, prompting Kavi to follow the sound. Approaching, he beheld a young lad with green hair, fervently practicing on an open field. Armed with a wooden sword, he struck at a wooden post, leaving deep scars from his relentless efforts, sweat glistening on his brow, indicating that he had long begun his training. Green-haired lad, I hear you aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman? Upon hearing Kavi's words, the young swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, merely tilted his head slightly, casting a glance in Kavi's direction before resuming his swordplay, his voice laced with irritation as he retorted, My name is Roronoa Zoro, not green-haired lad. Moreover, what brings you here, old man? Do not disturb my training. Zoro was aware that Kavi was a friend of King Shiro, but that did not compel him to treat Kavi with any courtesy. No one was permitted to interrupt his cultivation. His sole focus was on growing stronger, with the ultimate goal of defeating Kunao and striving towards the title of the world's greatest swordsman. And how do you know I wish to become the world's greatest swordsman? Did Kunao tell you? Kavi did not respond directly. Instead, he continued to inquire, Little Green, could you enlighten me as to why you aspire to become the world's foremost swordsman? Kavi, in a fit of sheer boredom, sought to provoke the future ruler of Hell. Upon hearing this, Zoro's displeasure was immediate. He halted the rhythmic swings of his wooden sword, his countenance darkening with anger. Who are you calling Little Green? I have a name. If you persist in this manner, I shall not hold back. He raised his wooden sword menacingly towards Kavi. Zoro was perplexed by the old man's audacity to provoke him. Did he truly appear so easily intimidated? Ahem, do not be vexed. I refer to you as Little Green to pay you a compliment. The color green symbolizes an unwavering spirit, and it is my acknowledgement of your worth, the old man explained. Consider why I specifically call you Little Green instead of Guina. It signifies my greater faith in you. After observing you yesterday, I am convinced that your swordsmanship will one day surpass that of Guina. Zoro was taken aback. Was this truly a form of recognition? Had he misjudged the old man's intentions? Perhaps this elder had come to encourage him. Old man, you should have said so earlier. My apologies, Zoro said, lowering his wooden sword with a look of contrition. Kavi waved his hand, speaking with a calm demeanor. It is of no concern. I am often misunderstood by the youth, and I have grown accustomed to it. Indeed, Kavi was frequently misinterpreted by the younger generation. What could be the reason for this? He clearly had their best interests at heart, yet they failed to comprehend his struggles. Kaido, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Fisher Tiger from the 6th layer of Impel Down. Do not worry, senior. While they may not understand you, I do. You are always thinking of our future. Kavi, is it truly necessary to emphasize the advancement to the 6th layer of the city every single time? Tiger, I have tolerated you for far too long. Tiger. Returning to the matter at hand, as the focus shifts back to reality, Zoro, upon hearing of Kavi's frequent misunderstandings, finds himself unexpectedly filled with empathy. Old man, I have faith in you. Those who misjudge you will undoubtedly come to regret their misconceptions. Kavi observed Zoro's belief and performed with greater fervor, his expression tinged with sorrow. Zoro, since you dislike the name Little Green, I shall refrain from using it, and will call you Zoro from now on. Zoro, unperturbed by the remark, patted his chest and replied, Old man, you shall continue to call me Little Green. I quite adore that nickname. I will not accept any other. What a splendid child he is. Uttering such words solely to spare Kavi's feelings, Kavi felt a moment of embarrassment. Ahem, since it is thus, I shall henceforth call you Little Green. Upon hearing this, Zoro nodded in satisfaction. Even though Kavi's words had almost left him bewildered, Zoro remained completely oblivious to any underlying issues. Little Green, I have heard that you aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman. Would you like me to offer you some guidance? Kavi smiled at Zoro, exclaiming, I possess remarkable skills. Upon hearing this, Zoro's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, Old man, is your swordsmanship superior to that of my master? Kavi maintained a composed demeanor, his tone unwavering, of course. Zoro grew increasingly exhilarated. The old gentleman was indeed stronger than his master. If he were to offer even a modicum of guidance, Zoro could surely triumph over Kuina. Ha, my dear friend, with the old man's assistance, prepare to be bested by me. Lost in a reverie, Zoro's lips curled into a smile, as if he could already envision Kuina's defeat at his hands. Hey, little green, what are you grinning about? Kavi waved his hand in front of Zoro. Startled, Zoro snapped back to reality, wiping away the drool at the corner of his mouth, and earnestly declared, Old man, I sincerely request your guidance. This was precisely Kavi's intention. He would be departing tomorrow and had not forgotten the promise made to Gungshiro. With little else to attend to, he decided to mentor Zoro as a means to pass the time. Thus began a one-on-one swordsmanship lesson with Zoro. 2 hours later, Zoro lay on the ground, panting and drenched in sweat, yet his expression radiated joy, clearly having gained much. The old man's swordsmanship was formidable. Each move expertly pinpointed Zoro's weaknesses, followed by invaluable advice. The insights gleaned from these 2 hours would undoubtedly spare him years of unnecessary struggle. Zoro felt his strength surging. His understanding of swordsmanship elevated to new heights. Kuina, brace yourself. After a few days of assimilation, I shall undoubtedly defeat you with ease. Kavi was quite pleased with Zoro's performance, recognizing his exceptional talent. In a previous life, some sea enthusiasts speculated that Zoro's origins were not ordinary, possibly linked to a warrior from Wano country. Kavi was uncertain whether this was true. If it were, Zoro's remarkable aptitude would indeed be understandable. After all, Wano is home to numerous warriors, and even an inconspicuous old man might possess mastery over the flowing cherry blossom Haki. As Zoro rose from the ground, he eagerly inquired of Kavi, Old man, do you have any extraordinary techniques to teach me? The previous guidance had certainly illuminated his shortcomings. Yet he felt as though something was still amiss. After much contemplation, Zoro realized that while the old man had pointed out his deficiencies, he had yet to impart any named sword techniques. How could this be acceptable? Without techniques, what would he call out during combat? Surely, he could not rely solely on his strikes, for at the very least, he ought to declare powerful technique names during battle. Upon hearing this, Kavi smiled slightly and inquired, What is it? Is this not sufficient? What more do you wish to learn? Speak up, and let us see if this old man can accommodate you. Old man, do you possess any techniques with formidable names and immense power? Such lofty aspirations you have, little green, Kavi remarked. While the power aspect can be easily satisfied with a mere strike from me, the challenge lies in the name. Unlike you, I do not have the penchant for poetic musings while engaged in combat. Pondering for a moment, he suddenly had a spark of inspiration, recalling a novel he had read in his previous life. Ahem, indeed, I have a technique that aligns perfectly with your desires. Zoro, brimming with excitement, urged Kavi to demonstrate. Come on, old man, let us see it. His anticipation was palpable. He was eager to discover which sword technique could fulfill both conditions. Kavi leisurely remarked, Are you truly intent on witnessing this? I hope it does not frighten you excessively. Zoro, with a skeptical expression, crossed his arms defiantly and retorted, Old man, do you hold me in such low regard? I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Observing Zoro's demeanor, Kavi felt reassured, if he was not afraid. Then all was well. After all, Mihawk had not been frightened either, so Zoro should be able to withstand it as well. Hand over your sword, and allow me to demonstrate what it means to be a world-class swordsman. Zoro, puzzled, questioned, Old man, are you jesting? Are you truly intending to use a wooden sword? He lifted the wooden sword in his hand, regarding Kavi with skepticism. Old man, we shouldn't force things that aren't meant to be. What can you achieve with a wooden sword? Can it even split wood? In Zoro's mind, any formidable sword technique should at least be able to cleave stone. Could it be that the old man could split stone with a wooden sword? Why concern yourself with such details? Just watch closely. Kavi grasped the wooden sword and swung it casually, testing its weight. He then cast a glance towards Zoro, advising him to maintain a safe distance to avoid injury. Since this was a demonstration, it was imperative to avoid any semblance of carelessness. Should the display lack sufficient power, he might be ridiculed by the young lad. Thus, he resolved to exert 70% of his strength. Zoro retreated several dozen meters, ensuring he would not be caught in the aftermath. With determination, Kavi tightened his grip on the wooden sword and bellowed, Behold! This technique is named one sword to split the sky. The sword radiated with an aura of dominance as raw energy surged into it. With no finesse, he unleashed a tremendous swing of the obsidian sword, concentrating his force at the tip, which carved a sweeping arc through the heavens. Astonishingly, the clouds above, fragile as gossamer, were torn apart, creating a vast gash that extended infinitely. Witnesses across the entire sea beheld this majestic spectacle, their hearts swelling with awe at the grandeur of nature. As Kavi sheathed his sword and admired the parted sky, he nodded with satisfaction. He had grown stronger. Turning to observe Zoro, he noted the boy wore a look akin to that of Mihawk's from their first encounter, a visage of someone unacquainted with the world. Zoro stood transfixed, his eyes glazed, mouth agape, as if time itself had halted. Hey, snap out of it. Kavi's voice broke through Zoro's stupor, and gradually, some life returned to his eyes. His emotions were beyond mere astonishment. Had they not agreed to split stones? How had he cleaved the sky instead? Was this the caliber of a world-class swordsman? What did that make him? Zoro's mind was a tempest of conflicting thoughts. He had always believed himself destined to become the greatest swordsman, brimming with confidence. Yet, in this moment, uncertainty flooded his heart. Was such destructive power truly within the realm of human capability? How about that? Quite impressive, isn't it? One sword to split the sky. Does that meet your expectations? Kavi continued to elaborate. Zoro nodded in agreement. It was indeed fitting. One sword to split the sky. I assumed you merely chose a grandiose title, but I never imagined it could genuinely split the heavens. Observing Zoro still enraptured by the earlier display, Kavi gently patted his shoulder. Little Green, you too shall achieve this one day. Believe in yourself, do you understand? With that, Kavi departed, for mealtime beckoned. Zoro remained rooted in place, gazing at his hands, murmuring to himself, can I truly do it too? A glimmer of resolve ignited within his eyes. Yes, he would surpass this. He sought to become even stronger. The names of his techniques must resonate with grandeur as well. While the old man's technique bore an impressive name, it felt too brief. It did not align with his vision of the most formidable technique, which should encompass at least 10 characters. Zoro's mental resilience was commendable. He managed to restore his composure swiftly, not losing faith. Experiencing the might of the world's elite had sparked his motivation, propelling him towards greater strength. Just as the old man returned to the Frost Moon Dojo, Gungshiro rushed to him, followed closely by Kuina and Kira. Gungshiro's expression was one of urgency, his tone breathless. Elder, did you just see that? Kavi raised an eyebrow, his expression laden with curiosity. What did you see? Before Gung Sailang could respond, Guena, standing nearby, hurriedly interjected, Grandfather Kavi. Something just tore a gash in the sky. My father mentioned it might have been man-made. Did you witness it, Grandfather? Gung Sailang also fixed his gaze upon Kavi, seemingly eager to glean an answer from him. A suspicion stirred within him. Could it be that the predecessors were engaged in a sparring match with someone? Kavi suddenly realized. His tone unremarkable. Oh, are you referring to that? Gung Sailang, did you not ask me to offer them some guidance? As fate would have it, I encountered that rascal Zoro on the back mountain today and casually provided him with some pointers. By the way, was the commotion in the sky orchestrated by you, my esteemed senior? Kavi casually nodded in acknowledgement. Hiss. Both Guena and Gungshiro inhaled sharply, while Keela remained unfazed. She had witnessed Kavi obliterate celestial dragons, considering this merely a trivial matter. In her mind, Kavi's actions were entirely within the realm of the ordinary. Gungshiro, however, wore a look of astonishment. He had always suspected that Kavi, the nominal commander of the Revolutionary Army, was extraordinary, but he never anticipated such prowess. It seemed that entrusting Guena to the Revolutionary Army was indeed the right decision. Young Guena, oblivious to the complexities, simply regarded Kavi as incredibly impressive. All right. This is all just standard procedure. Is it really that astonishing? Kavi waved his hand, signaling them to temper their surprise. Gungshiro, recovering from his shock, leaned closer to Kavi and whispered, Senpai, has that guy Zoro's resolve not been shattered, has it? Kavi picked his nose, but it seemed unnecessary. I observed that he appeared to be in good spirits. Upon hearing this, Gung Sailang felt a sense of relief, saying, that's wonderful. After enjoying dinner together, everyone gathered to engage in light-hearted conversation, and thus the leisurely day came to a close. The following dawn, Kavi reclaimed his beloved ship. After some modifications, the vessel now boasted several additional rooms, all designated as lounges, with none allocated for training. Bidding farewell to Gung Sailang and the others, he embarked on his journey home with Keela. Guena and Keela, having forged a deep friendship over just 2 days, were reluctant to part ways. Kavi felt a sense of satisfaction. knowing that the two young ladies would be together daily in the Revolutionary Army. He hoped their friendship would endure. A few days later, they arrived at an island in the Grand Line known as Baldigo. Kavi and Kira finally arrived at their destination. The Revolutionary Army now has branches across the globe, yet its headquarters remains steadfastly positioned in the Grand Line. This island, known as Baldigo, serves as the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. As Kavi set foot on the familiar island, a sense of warmth welled up within him. Kira, you will be living here from now on. Are you happy? In response to Kavi's inquiry, Kira appeared rather disinterested. She was not happy at all, wondering why she had to be left in this unfamiliar place. Although her heart was heavy with discontent, her words did not betray her feelings. She offered a sweet smile and reassured, Grandpa, don't worry, I will live well with everyone. Kavi and she had long discussed that Kila, being so young, could not possibly accompany this old man all day long amidst the vastness of the sea. Kawhi also informed her that Guena would come here in the future. After a series of persuasive arguments from Kawhi, Kila ultimately consented to remain with the Revolutionary Army. Although she might find it somewhat unfamiliar at first, she would gradually acclimate and become well acquainted with everyone. Kavi also hopes that Kila can make a few more friends. That's wonderful. Come with me. I shall introduce you to your future companions. Kavi, accompanied by Kira, made their way towards the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. They were left to wonder whether Olivia and that girl Robin had given any thought to their own circumstances. Before long, the duo arrived at the bustling headquarters, where numerous ordinary members of the Revolutionary Army moved about with great urgency. A purple-haired woman, clad in revealing attire and adorned with spectacles, cast her gaze upon Kavi and Kira, momentarily taken aback. With her brow furrowed, she removed her glasses, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she approached the two. As she drew nearer, the creases on her forehead began to smooth, the corners of her mouth lifted in a smile, and a look of astonishment illuminated her eyes. Commander? Kavi raised an eyebrow, recognizing the enchanting lady before him, though her identity eluded him. Who might you be? He inquired. The woman, visibly excited, seemed to have encountered her idol. I am the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Forces, Bella Betty. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed commander. She promptly stood at attention, saluting. Commander, I joined the Revolutionary Army later on, but our leader often speaks of you. Kavi felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that Long intended to mold him into a spiritual leader. May I call you Betty? He inquired. Betty, her hands clenched tightly and trembling with excitement, responded fervently. Of course, Commander. Clearing his throat, he added, Now, let us not be so overly enthusiastic. How did Long speak of me to you? Kavi was filled with curiosity about what the dragon had done, as these individuals seemed as exhilarated to see him as they would be to encounter a celebrity. Upon hearing this, Betty promptly patted her proudly puffed chest, causing a ripple of movement, and then took a deep breath to calm her excited heart. She was indeed fortunate to have met the living commander. The leader had informed us that you are the true founder of the Revolutionary Army, and your thoughts profoundly influence its members. Furthermore, to establish a heart for the world, to give destiny to the populace, to carry forth the teachings of the ancients. The more she spoke, the more fervent she became, her face flushed with emotion. These words were akin to gospel for the Revolutionary Army. Their cause suddenly elevated to one of nobility. Even if no one understood them, even if no one knew, it could not extinguish the fervor within their hearts for revolution. Even in the face of failure, as long as the spark remained alight, they would ultimately triumph. They would inevitably overthrow the world government. Ahem, enough, I understand now. No need to continue. Kavi felt that if he did not intervene, Betty could continue speaking for an entire day. He regretted divulging so much information to Long in the first place, as it had resulted in the upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army becoming acquainted with him. Where was Long? Why had he not been seen, along with the others? The leader had gone out on a mission with some officers. Recently, we had overthrown a small nation, and the tasks had multiplied. I was just preparing to assist them when I chanced upon you, Commander. Kavi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that with the dragon so occupied, it was implausible for him to remain at headquarters. You may go, do not concern yourself with us. Betty hesitated at his words. But, sighing, he added, I am not one to impose such constraints. Attend to your duties. Very well, Betty replied, a hint of regret in her nod. She had intended to show the commander around the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. However, considering the urgency from the leader, who desperately required her fruit abilities, she had no choice but to embark on her mission. As a paramecia-type fruit user with the power to inspire and uplift, she played an indispensable role in rallying spirits and garnering public support for the revolutionary cause. The impact of her abilities on the battlefield was akin to that of a top-tier warrior. With that, Betty departed. Kavi returned to their former residence with Kier. The door stood ajar, as if someone were inside. Kavi's residence was constructed solely by his own hands, a laborious endeavor that took considerable effort. Situated just behind the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, upon entering the abode, one would behold a silver-haired woman languidly reclined on the sofa, adorned in a violet sleeveless mini-dress, with her legs gracefully crossed, the fair expanse of her long legs exposed to the air, gently swaying. In her hands, she cradled a book, her soft gaze fixed upon its pages, radiating an air of maturity and elegance. "Olivia, it has been quite some time. Have you missed this old man?" At the sound of his voice, the woman shuddered, disbelief washing over her as she lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with astonishment, and sprang to her feet. "Uncle, you've returned." Olivia leapt into Kavi's embrace, her delicate hands tightening as they playfully struck his chest, her tone tinged with reproach. "You actually thought to come back? I feared you had perished out there." Pouting, she fixed Kavi with a piercing stare, as if demanding an explanation. Kavi's expression was one of embarrassment. It seemed he had not been away for long, perhaps only 7 or 8 years. "Ahem, Alvia, I have returned, haven't I? By the way, where is Robin? Why haven't I seen that girl? Could it be that she has gone to train? Would she actually take the initiative to train?" Upon hearing this, Alvia's melancholic expression vanished in an instant, replaced by an air of tension. Her gaze darted away, unable to meet Kavi's eyes. Hesitantly, she spoke, "Uncle Kavi, if I tell you, please do not be angry, otherwise I shall not reveal it to you." Upon observing Alvia's anxious demeanor, Kavi realized that something had befallen Robin. With a furrowed brow, he urged, "Speak, I assure you, I shall not be angry. Do you promise?" "I promise not to be angry." Reassured by Kavi's vow, Alvia cautiously began, "Robin has set sail." "What? Were you not instructed to keep a watchful eye on her? With so many of you, how could you allow one girl to venture alone? What if she encounters peril?" Confronted by Kavi's inquiries, Alvia hastily responded. She expressed a desire to delve deeper into history and to seek you out in the process. "The materials we brought back from O'Hara have been thoroughly studied by us scholars. Robin is deeply fascinated by history. She yearns to discover additional historical texts, and more importantly, she wishes to find you. Robin is still so young. Are you not concerned for her safety?" Kavi pondered with unease. Alvia cast a forlorn glance at Kavi and replied, "Dear uncle, Robin is already 17 years old, and according to Dragon, with her abilities, she is unlikely to encounter significant danger as long as she avoids the New World." Kavi scratched his head in confusion, inquiring, "Is Robin already 17? Has she grown up so fast?" Alvia, speechless, reflected on her own years away, realizing she should have a clearer understanding. "All right, uncle, let's not dwell on Robin. Who is this young lady?" Alvia turned her gaze toward Kara, frowning. Secretly, she pondered, "Surely he hasn't taken a mistress during my absence? Could this possibly be his daughter?" Kavi regained his composure and introduced to Alvia, "This is Keela, who will be the backbone of the Revolutionary Army. From now on, you shall take her under your wing." "Me? Why?" Alvia exclaimed, her eyes widening as she pointed to herself, as if she had just heard something utterly inconceivable. Kavi led the bewildered Alvia aside and quietly recounted Keela's ordeal to her, leaving Alvia trembling in fear. "Uncle, do you possess an extraordinary amount of courage? You dare to challenge the celestial dragons?" Alvia felt a surge of anxiety for Kavi. "Isn't it a bit reckless to set ablaze the holy land of Mariawa, slay the celestial dragons, and then shift the blame onto others?" Kavi shrugged nonchalantly, for no one would ever know it was he who had done it, so why fear? Olivia gazed at Kavi with wide eyes, cautioning him not to engage in such perilous activities again. Should anything happen to him, both she and Robin would be heartbroken. "Ahem, I understand, but why worry so much? Just take care of yourself," Kavi replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at Olivia's earnest concern. She truly worried that one day Kavi might find himself in trouble, after all. He was no longer young and had been gallivanting about for years on end. Unable to withstand the intensity of Olivia's gaze, Kavi turned his attention elsewhere and remarked, "From now on, I leave that girl, Kira, in your hands." Observing Kavi's averted gaze, Olivia could not help but smirk with a sense of triumph. "All right, I understand." Now that it was clear that the girl was not the uncle's daughter, her spirits lifted considerably, and she felt a deep sympathy for Kira's plight. With Kira settled, Kavi could finally breathe easy. Currently, Kira resided with Olivia, yet Olivia had taken to lingering in Kavi's home, effectively making it a trio living together. Ever since Kavi set sail, Olivia and Robin had moved into his house, finding it far more comfortable than residing at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Kavi found himself at a loss with Alvia, yet with the vastness of his abode, he thought it best to simply accommodate her. That evening, Kavi prepared a sumptuous feast, and the three of them indulged joyfully in the meal. At the dining table, Alvia's clear, inquisitive eyes were fixed upon Kavi as she gently inquired, "Uncle, why do I feel that aside from a touch of gray in your hair, you seem unchanged?" She scrutinized Kavi closely, noting the increased strands of silver. Yet puzzled by the fact that his visage remained as youthful as when they first met, his skin still taut and resilient. Setting aside the matter of his hair, Kavi undeniably embodied the essence of a charming, mature gentleman, his robust physique exuding a palpable aura of vitality. Kira, sitting nearby, shared her curiosity about Kavi, reflecting that he truly appeared little different over the years. Ahem, perhaps it is simply a testament to my well-preserved self? Kavi was acutely aware of his own condition. Each day he diligently checked in, his strength increasingly formidable, his vitality abundant, showing no signs of aging. Aside from the graying of his hair, he had not changed much at all, particularly with his continued exploration of the fruits. Olivia, pursing her lips, chose silence, noting that he was indeed well-preserved. The uncle clearly wished to withhold his thoughts, seeking any excuse to do so. "All right, let us eat," he said. "With so many dishes, your silence cannot be maintained. After the meal, do remember to visit my room. I have something for you." Kavi deftly shifted the topic, wishing to avoid further discourse on that matter. Upon hearing this, Olivia paused in her eating, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she lifted her gaze to Kavi, her eyes momentarily glimmering with intrigue. After all these years, had the uncle finally been unable to restrain himself? Should she comply or resist? Her heart was in turmoil. She instinctively disregarded Kavi's mention of having something for her, recalling that such scenarios were often mere pretexts devised by men. Olivia had few pastimes, her interests primarily revolving around historical studies and indulging in peculiar tales. Leaving her mind to wander through countless thoughts each day, Kavi noticed that Olivia seemed somewhat off and inquired, "What troubles you? If you no longer desire it, that is perfectly acceptable. It can be given to someone else in due course." Kavi initially believed that Alvia did not desire a gift and contemplated bestowing upon her the rain fruit, hoping to grant her a measure of self-defense, should she find the rain fruit unappealing. He resolved to procure another for her at a later time, or perhaps craft a bespoke battle attire for her at Germa's workshop. Alvia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fervently exclaimed, "I want it. How could I not? You mustn't give it to anyone else." Having made up her mind, Alvia concluded that she would not allow others to benefit at her expense. Kavi could not fathom why Olivia was so agitated. However, it was understandable. Considering the immense value of the devil fruit, how could one possibly refuse such a treasure? By the way, did I mention what the gift was? Never mind. I shall present it to her shortly. Kavi ceased to ponder and devoted himself to the enjoyment of his meal. Clara, with her large, sparkling eyes, cast a glance at the two before also immersing herself in her food, while only Alvia remained distracted. Throughout the dinner, each of the three harbored their own thoughts. Little Clara sensed that Kavi and Alvia were not discussing the same matter. However, this was of no consequence to her. As a child, what thoughts could she possibly entertain? Alvia, her cheeks flushed, was lost in her own musings. Meanwhile, Kavi focused intently on his meal, occasionally marveling at the progress of his culinary skills. Thus, the dinner concluded in a pleasant manner, and after tidying up the dishes, Clara retired to her room to rest. Kavi returned to his chamber, where he had once crafted an immense bed, not for any ulterior motive, but solely for the sake of comfort in slumber. Reclining on the bed and gazing at the ceiling, he reflected on the experiences of the past few years. It was indeed time to rest. Outside the door, Alvia hesitated, her hand poised to knock, only to retract it once more. She paced nervously, her heart racing. Breathed, she inhaled deeply, attempting to calm her fluttering emotions before finally raising her hand to knock. Knock, 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 creak. As the door swung open, she beheld Kavi already reclining on the bed, and her cheeks flushed instantly. Was it truly this direct? Hadn't he the books mentioned a preparatory phase? Indeed, the written word proved unreliable. "Come in, please." Kavi, noticing Alvia's entrance, sat up and beckoned her over with a wave of his hand. With a shy demeanor, Alvia approached the bedside, her hands intertwined and her expression anxious. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "Uncle, allow me a moment to prepare." Kavi wore a perplexed expression, questioning the need for such elaborate preparations. What was there to prepare? Even Guena had not been so finicky. Remembering the moment when she had given Guena the devil fruit, it had been devoid of such fuss. How could Alvia still feel embarrassed? What? Uncle, you actually made a move on Guena. Alvia gazed at Kavi in astonishment, disbelief etched across her face, her eyes brimming with surprise. She never imagined Kavi to be such a person. Upon observing Alvia's expression, Kavi instantly realized that their conversation was not on the same wavelength. He quickly produced a devil fruit and placed it before her. What do you mean by taking action against Guena? I merely gifted her a devil fruit. What were you thinking? Alvia, taken aback, responded, Oh, is that so? She had thought otherwise. Of course. Where did your mind wander? Kavi remarked, giving her a gentle tap on the head. Your thoughts seem somewhat unhealthy. What occupies your mind all day? Ahaha. I suppose my thoughts align with yours, uncle. What else could I possibly think? Alvia replied, her gaze dropping slightly in embarrassment. Enough of this chatter. This is a nature-type devil fruit, the rain fruit. You should consume it, lest you find yourself the only novice among the revolutionary army. Kavi tossed the fruit to Alvia, expressing his disdain. Alvia received it. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the azure fruit in her hand, completely disregarding Kavi's contempt. After all, Kavi was merely a sharp-tongued individual with a heart of gold. His words of disdain belied his genuine concern for her. She certainly did not believe that Kavi truly thought of her as weak. Casting a casual glance, Alvia set the fruit aside on a nearby table, her gaze shifting back to Kavi, infused with an inexplicable nuance. The devil fruit could wait, at this moment. She had far more pressing matters at hand. Kavi observed her placing the fruit down and, perplexed, inquired, What troubles you? Do you not fancy this one? Or is it that you are reluctant to consume the devil fruit? If it is distasteful, I shall seek alternative means of protection for you next time. Kavi would not compel her to eat. After all, her presence at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters ensured her safety from peril. If she did not wish to eat, so be it. No, I truly appreciate this gift. Olivia's eyes sparkled, radiating a hint of fervor. Uncle, did you summon me merely to present a devil fruit? She had steeled herself for something more substantial, and this was all he had to show her? A trace of dissatisfaction stirred within Olivia, her kindled ire seeking an outlet for release. Kavi was taken aback. What else could it be? Olivia, why do I sense something peculiar about you? Slowly, Olivia removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed, positioning herself before Kavi, her gaze profound and unwavering. Dear sir, she inquired, at your age, have you never contemplated finding a wife? Kavi was taken aback, bewildered by Alvia's unexpected inquiry. His mind momentarily spiraled into confusion. Why not seek a wife? Upon further reflection, Kavi realized that he was nearing 60 and had indeed never pursued a woman. Kavi felt a weight in his heart. Could it be that the emotional scars from his past, the betrayal he once endured, had left him with lingering psychological shadows? But why should his former experiences bear any relevance to him now? Ahem, why concern himself with such matters? Shouldn't he focus on his own life? After all these years, has he never considered finding another father figure for Robin? The method of evading a question often lies in addressing the one who raises it. When questioning others, one should first reflect on their own circumstances. Olivia, at just over 30, remains in the prime of her life, exuding charm in both her appearance and demeanor. She now enjoys a leisurely existence, yet she has not contemplated seeking a new partner. Can he truly bear the thought of Robin growing up without ever experiencing a father's love? Kavi stood on the moral high ground, reproaching Alvia for her inaction, intending to render her speechless and make her acknowledge her mistakes. However, Alvia was anything but predictable. Her eyes flickered, her cheeks flushed, and covering her face with her hands. She softly murmured, Uncle, I have pondered this matter extensively, and I firmly believe it is indeed necessary to find a father for Robin, and I have already found one. Oh, Kavi exclaimed, taken aback and intrigued, his curiosity ignited. Who could it be? Has she successfully secured him? Let me assist you in evaluating this. With a gaze as tender as flowing water, Alvia extended her delicate fingers toward him, resting them upon his chest as she leaned closer. Breathing softly into Kavi's ear, she whispered, Uncle, can you guess who that person is? A tingling sensation swept through Kavi's ear as a fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils. At that moment, he felt as though he had lost control over his facial expressions, his smile becoming rigid. His mind blanked, his voice trembling slightly in disbelief. Alvia, you. Before Kavi could finish his thought, he felt a warm, moist sensation on his lips. Outside, a gentle breeze rustled through the night, and the moon shone brilliantly, casting its silvery light upon a stream that sparkled with the reflection of the moonlight, where fish occasionally leaped, struggling against the current as if striving to leap over the dragon gate and transform into dragons themselves. Hours later, the moon slipped behind the clouds, and the fish settled down for the night. It was not until noon the next day that Kavi gradually awoke, instinctively squeezing his hand. "In," he murmured. Glancing down at the delicate figure nestled against him, his mind racing. Was this not merely a dream? Last night, he dreamt of becoming a fish, swimming freely in the water, exploring the profound mysteries of life, a truly novel experience, enchanting and utterly captivating. He raised his gaze to the ceiling, his expression blank, utterly bewildered. What had he done? Including his past life, he had prided himself on his virtue for 80 years. Yet, he had now stumbled into the clutches of Alvia. Feeling disoriented, he found himself at a loss, unsure of how to treat Alvia or how to face Robin in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely chose to abandon his thoughts. Having never encountered such an absurd turn of events, Kavi decided to let nature take its course, wherever this situation may lead. He felt no inclination to interfere. His very existence had already altered the course of history in the pirate world, so what difference would a little more make? Shaking off the other thoughts in his mind, he finally grasped the amusement of Boss Chow. The world despises the Chancellor, yet they all aspire to be one. There is a reason for this. Women understand men better than men do. Bang, bang. Kavi, get up. Kira is starving. Upon hearing the voice from outside, Kavi snapped back to reality and sprang from the bed. Coming. Kira, just wait a moment. Kavi hurriedly shook Alvia awake, urging her to rise and not linger in slumber. What on earth? Let me sleep a little longer, Alvia murmured as she turned over, attempting to embrace Kavi. Slap. Kavi slapped her, urging, get up quickly. Kila is coming. Kavi did not wish for the little Kila to witness this scene. Upon hearing this, Alvia impatiently rose, casting a resentful glance at Kavi. After all, who could blame the old man for behaving like a bull last night? Truly, he was aging yet still vigorous. Kavi, you wicked one. Cease your alarmist rhetoric. With an imperious tone, I handed my clothes to Kavi and implored, Uncle, please assist me in donning my attire. Kavi felt a wave of exasperation. Are you planning a rebellion? He inquired. Olivia turned, pouting, if you don't dress me, I simply won't get up. With that, she reclined once more. Reluctantly, Kavi acquiesced, knowing there would be ample opportunities to educate her later. Once both were attired, they approached the door, and Kavi gestured discreetly to Olivia. Upon her subtle nod, he opened the door. Kella was crouched at the entrance, and upon seeing the door swing open, she rose, her tone laced with complaint. Grandpa Kavi, I'm nearly starving. Why are you only now getting up? Oh, and Olivia, what brings you out of Grandpa Kavi's room? Kella's curiosity was palpable as she observed Olivia trailing behind Kavi, her large eyes fixated on them, her little mind struggling to comprehend why Auntie emerged from Grandpa's chamber. Olivia knelt down, affectionately ruffling Kella's hair, and smiled. We were discussing knowledge all night long, you see? As she spoke, her gaze lingered warmly on Kavi. Kavi's gaze wandered, drifting elsewhere as the two engaged in a discussion about postures. Kira, perplexed, inquired about the knowledge they were sharing. Could you enlighten me? Is it related to the meaning of life? It sounds rather intriguing. A flicker of curiosity danced in Kira's eyes as she implored, Can you share it with me? Olivia paused, slightly taken aback, then covered her mouth and chuckled softly. If Kira wishes to know, she should ask Grandpa Kavi. He is quite knowledgeable in this area. With a playful wink at Kavi, Olivia added, Now, dear sir, the floor is yours to explain. My task is complete. Turning her head toward Kavi, Kira's big, sparkling eyes brimmed with eagerness for knowledge. Ahem, I shall prepare breakfast for you, Kavi announced, abruptly turning away as if to escape the moment, leaving no trace of sentiment behind. If you wish to see me make a fool of myself, you shall not. Upon Kavi's departure, Kira gazed at Olivia with a look of disappointment, unable to comprehend why Kavi withheld information from her. Olivia tenderly ruffled her hair and reassured her, Do not fret, Kira. When you grow older, you will naturally come to understand. Very well, I understand, Kira replied, her spirits slightly dampened by the elusive meaning of life. Yet, the curiosity of a child is swiftly redirected to other matters. And Olivia, why do you appear even more radiant today than yesterday? And why does your voice sound a bit hoarse? Are you unwell? Only now did Kira notice Olivia's youthful glow, pondering if this was the essence of life itself. Oh, is that so? Olivia touched her face, recalling last night's events, a blush creeping to her cheeks, attributing it all to Kavi. Perhaps I am a bit under the weather. Regarding Kira's observation of her beauty, Olivia had not perceived any change, though she felt significantly lighter in spirit. Following their meal, Olivia guided Kavi through the developments of the Revolutionary Army over the years, It could be described as taking shape, with specialized troops and talents in various fields. Clearly, Dragon had invested considerable effort during these years. While high-end combat capabilities still required enhancement, in other respects, they could rival the Navy. Thus, aside from the Navy and the world government, the Revolutionary Army could be deemed the third major force. There was no rush for high-end combat strength. Time was on their side. Ultimately, Kavi met with Dr. Clover, and their conversation extended well into the evening. Through Dr. Clover's analysis and speculation regarding the blank century, he reached two conclusions. One, that the world government likely held the power to obliterate the world, and two, that this world might descend into the ocean. Due to the fragmented nature of historical texts, Dr. Clover was uncertain about the accuracy of the second conclusion. Kavi was astonished by these revelations. He had some awareness of the first, being familiar with the existence of the three ancient weapons. Pluton, the legendary battleship, was said to be capable of annihilating an island with a single shot. Poseidon, currently embodied by the mermaid Princess Shirahoshi, commanded all sea kings. Uranus, the most enigmatic of the three ancient weapons, remained a mystery. Its form, whether biological or mechanical, was unknown, yet its power, Kavi surmised, was likely the most formidable of them all. As for whether the world would indeed sink beneath the waves, Kavi was uncertain. The unfolding narrative eluded him. However, even if the continent were to submerge, he harbored no fear, considering alternatives such as relocating everyone to Sky Island or commandeering Noah, the Ark of Fishman Island. After all, solutions often outnumber difficulties. He could not fathom that the elders, and the celestial dragons would simply await the continent's demise without taking action. Contemplating these matters, Kavi felt no immediate threat, and his spirits lifted. As night fell and he returned home, after dinner, Kavi locked his room door behind him. He resolved not to allow Olivia entry that night, prioritizing his health in his advancing years. Brothers, prioritize your well-being. Take a page from Kavi's book, Practice Self-Discipline, Retire Early, and shun late-night indulgences. Such habits make longevity all but inevitable. Reclining comfortably in bed, prepared to embrace slumber, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from outside. Knock, knock. Uncle, open the door. I have something splendid to show you. Olivia's voice rang out. Initially intending to enter directly, she was taken aback by Kavi's locked door. Why would he secure himself at home? I have already retired for the night. Whatever it is, we can address it tomorrow. You shall not deceive me so easily. Kavi retorted, falling silent as he allowed Olivia to continue knocking. Soon enough, the knocking ceased, suggesting Olivia had given up, her health mission for the day accomplished. A dripping sound caught Kavi's attention. Plop. A droplet fell onto his face, sending a chill through him. He opened his eyes to find Olivia before him. Hands braced on either side of his head, her form glistening with moisture. With a gaze full of meaning, she implored, Uncle, how could you bear to keep me outside? Kavi had never witnessed such an absurd occurrence. Olivia had, astonishingly, comprehended the elemental transformation of the nature fruit within a single day. It is often said that the potential of women is a profound enigma. Even the most trivial matters can elicit the brilliance of their innate talents. Kavi found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions. After enduring yet another night of torment, he finally surrendered to the inevitable. It was difficult to place blame on Alvia. After all, she was in her 30s, a time in life when one craves care and affection. Alvia was quite pleased with Kavi's demeanor. Had he simply been obedient, there would have been no need for her to resort to more severe measures. It was not entirely her fault, for the man had been absent for years, and a proper reckoning was in order. Joyful moments are often fleeting, and an entire year had passed in delightful companionship. On this particular day, Kavi had to depart, as the fellow known as Cap had been pestering him for a month, inquiring about the affairs he had been managing for years. The tone of Cap's voice, tinged with resentment, made Kavi feel somewhat embarrassed. The excuses he had concocted back then had now become fodder for Cap's jests. Throughout the year, he had uncovered another extraordinary ability of his devil fruit, one that could rejuvenate others. How did he come to this realization? Rather than being his own discovery, it was Alvia who noticed it first. One morning, upon rising, Alvia observed that her complexion had become more elastic and radiant, her skin tone notably fairer. Overjoyed, she promptly shared this revelation with Kavi, who initially dismissed it as merely a byproduct of the rain fruit. However, as time passed, he noticed that she was becoming increasingly youthful, appearing nearly as she had in her 20s. This led Kavi to ponder whether the powers of the natural type fruit possessed such formidable effects. Ultimately, he considered the possibility that he was the cause of this transformation. To validate his hypothesis, Kavi and Alvia embarked on a fervent exploration. They confirmed that indeed, not only was Kavi unable to age, but he could also bestow upon others a remarkable vitality. Furthermore, Alvia's strength had increased as well, albeit not drastically. Yet she was certainly more formidable than the average person. The implications of such a power, should it come to light, could provoke an immense reaction. Time's relentless march affects all, and ultimately, everyone must face the inevitability of aging. Yet, Kavi possessed the ability to delay this decay, potentially even achieving a more terrifying prospect, immortality. As far as Kavi was aware, in the pirate world, only the surgery fruit could grant eternal life. And even that came at the cost of the user's own lifespan. In contrast, Kavi required no such exorbitant sacrifice, only a minuscule amount of essence. He was uncertain whether his blood held similar properties. Alvia, intrigued by the notion of youthful rejuvenation, an irresistible allure for any woman, offered herself as Kavi's test subject. Ultimately, Kavi utilized his supreme Haki to make a small incision, extracting a droplet of dark golden blood. He was unaware of when his blood had transformed in such a manner. Over the years, no one had been able to draw blood from him, and he certainly did not engage in self-destructive tendencies like his mentor, Kaido. The results of the experiment indicated that the blood did possess some effect, yet it paled in comparison to the other method's efficacy. Kavi speculated that a bowl of blood might yield a similar effect. Upon discovering this ability, Kavi felt a surge of joy, if nothing else. It ensured that he would not be alone in the future. As long as Kavi does not encounter individuals whose strength vastly surpasses his own, he can be regarded as an almost immortal being. Without this ability, those around him would gradually age with the passage of time. Over the course of a year, he has been engaged in exploring the essence of life with the girl Alvia, assisting her in reclaiming her youth. Now, as he prepares to depart, he realizes the necessity of taking a respite. Regardless of how robust his health may be, he cannot afford to act recklessly. Alvia will remain with the Revolutionary Army, tending to Kira, and their bond has evolved into one akin to that of a mother and daughter. Kavi need not worry about the girl Kila. He has even arranged for her to have a merman master, Haku, to teach her the art of merman karate. Haku, a formidable member of the Revolutionary Army, possesses considerable strength. Originally, the martial art of the merman tribe was not permitted to be taught to humans. However, Kavi invoked the name of Tiger, and given Kila's charming and endearing nature, she enjoys a beloved status within the Revolutionary Army. Haku promptly agreed to the arrangement. It is worth noting that the previous darling of the Revolutionary Army was none other than Little Robin. Kavi could have taught Kira himself, but he deemed it unnecessary to set such high expectations for her. A modest level of self-defense would suffice. Thus, he resolutely abandoned the idea of personally instructing her. During the course of that year, Long returned once and, upon seeing Kavi, was filled with exhilaration. He eagerly poured out the myriad problems he had encountered over the years. The two engaged in discussion for a full 3 days before Long departed, thoroughly satisfied. Kavi couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Long was inherently destined for revolutionary endeavors. According to him, within the world government, the Navy, and even among pirates, there existed comrades of the Revolutionary Army. His undercover work was executed with remarkable finesse, his vision was astute, and his personal strength was formidable, qualities that define a person capable of achieving great things. A few days later, Kavi arrived at the East China Sea aboard the vessel of love. He had not forgotten the promise he made to Roger all those years ago. Now, with Ace nearing the age of 10, it was time to pay a visit to his beloved grandson. Kapu is Ace's grandfather, and by extension, he can also be considered as such. Surely, Roger would have no objections, but even if he did, it would be of no consequence. After all, this advantage belongs to me. If Roger is dissatisfied, he can come to confront me. In the future, when Ace acknowledges Whitebeard as his father, I shall have another fine son. I hope that Newgate does not mind this arrangement. The thought of that fellow being a generation younger than me brings an involuntary smile to my face. At that moment, a pirate ship appeared on the horizon. Kavi noticed that the skull on the pirate flag seemed somewhat familiar, though he could not recall where he had seen it before. At that moment, the pirate ship was approaching him. A vague silhouette stood at the edge of the pirate vessel, waving towards Kavi. As Kavidin gazed intently, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Wasn't that Shanks? He too was present in the East Sea. Moments later, the two ships drew alongside each other. Shanks stepped onto Kavidin's vessel, his eyes alight with astonishment. Uncle Kavidin, is it truly you? I thought Beckman had made an error. With a hearty laugh, he continued, So it is indeed you, Shanks. It has been far too long. You've grown so much. Kavi was delighted to see Shanks, the young lad from Roger's ship, now commanding his own pirate crew. However, upon noticing the empty sleeve of Shanks' left arm, Kavi furrowed his brow, wondering if it had been claimed by a sea king. Shanks, aware of Kavi's gaze, playfully squeezed the vacant sleeve and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Uncle Kavi, I accidentally broke my hand." Kavi, disdainfully picking his nose, retorted, "You really are pathetic. You're a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, yet you couldn't even protect your hand." Kawhi could hardly believe that a near-sea king could rend him asunder. Such an act was most likely intended to solidify Luffy's resolve to set sail. Yet, what could possibly motivate this? Was it merely for the sake of Nika? Kavi always had the impression that this young man harbored certain secrets. Haha. The captain has been reprimanded. The crew of Shanks wholeheartedly concurred with Kavi's remarks. A mere sea creature had managed to sever the captain's arm. Truly, the captain had become rather inept. Ahem, what do you know? Shanks chose not to engage in their banter. He had wagered his arm on the future, placing great faith in that young lad, Luffy. After all, he had staked his captain's straw hat. Now, allow me to introduce you. This is Uncle Kavi, a friend of my former captain and also my elder, so let us extend him the courtesy he deserves. Upon hearing this, the crew members' eyes widened in shock. Taking a sharp intake of breath, their captain had once been a crew member of the Pirate King, and his former captain was none other than Gold. Roger. They stared at Kavi, astonished, except for Beckman, who maintained a semblance of calm, though a glimmer of astonishment lingered in his gaze. He had recognized Kavi from a distance, initially believing him to be merely a notorious criminal with a bounty of 1.5 billion. To discover he was an acquaintance of the captain was unexpected. When the captain declared that Kavi was a friend of the Pirate King Roger, it became evident that his prowess must far exceed the mere bounty of 1.5 billion. As for the other crew members, they were entirely unfamiliar with Kavi, after all. Who besides Beckman would pay heed to a bounty from a decade ago on someone who was not even a pirate? Uncle Kavi, these are my companions. What do you think? My judgment is quite commendable, isn't it? Shanks exclaimed eagerly, as though seeking approval. Kavi cast a sweeping glance, ultimately lingering on Beckman for a brief moment. Indeed impressive. The red-haired pirates, much like the Roger pirates, followed an elite path. Those who could board his ship were evidently not weaklings. Particularly, Beckman was a remarkable individual. In a previous life, some enthusiasts had analyzed that the red-haired pirates constituted a dual emperor crew, with Beckman possessing the combat prowess of a monarch. Not only was Beckman formidable in battle, but he also possessed a keen intellect, demonstrating a profound understanding of situations and commendable analytical abilities. Shanks' fortune in finding such a reliable companion was noteworthy. Additionally, the chef, Lucky Lou, the sniper, Jesus Burgess, and other crew members were equally impressive. The absence of any devil fruit users aboard raised Kavi's curiosity, mirroring the composition of the Roger pirates. Did they harbor some aversion to devil fruits, or was it merely a desire to prevent their crew from having vulnerabilities? By the way, Kavi, where are you headed? Just fulfilling a promise. But what about you? With a severed hand, do you still intend to pursue a life of piracy? Shanks scratched his head and laughed heartily. Of course. It's merely a hand. It won't affect my strength. Would you care to test it? A glimmer of combativeness flashed in his eyes. Kavi's might was something Shanks had witnessed in his youth, comparable to that of Captain Roger. However, now that Kavi had aged, his strength had likely waned. Surely, he thought, he could at least exchange a few blows without being overconfident. Hey, Captain, are you aiming to bully an old man? We cannot stand idly by. Shanks' crew began to admonish their captain for attempting to intimidate an elderly man, especially one who was a friend of the Pirate King, Roger. Beckman cast a knowing glance at Shanks, fully aware that his captain would not stoop to bullying a feeble old man. Ha ha ha. Kaido burst into laughter. Shanks, have you become quite audacious? Do you dare to challenge an old man like me? Do you wish to meet the same fate as that Barrett fellow? Memories of Barrett's unfortunate encounter flashed through Shanks' mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He quickly shook his head. Uncle Kaido, you misunderstand me. I merely seek your guidance. I am not like that reckless Barrett. Although he was uncertain of Kaido's current prowess, he opted for humility to avoid any potential embarrassment should he find himself outmatched. Unlike Barrett, who boldly charged ahead without knowledge of his opponent's strength and boasted arrogantly, only to end up bedridden for an extended period. You have some nerve, young man. It has been many years since I last engaged in combat, but today I am in a good mood. so I shall impart some wisdom upon you." Kaido was intrigued to see where Shanks derived his confidence. Perhaps he believed Kaido had grown feeble with age. He ran his fingers through his hair, noticing it seemed to have turned a shade whiter. He pondered why, despite his body ceasing to age, his hair continued to lose its color. Could it be that his powers had yet to fully awaken? "Hahaha, Uncle Kaido, I assure you, I am quite formidable now," Shanks exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. He was genuinely curious about the extent of Kaido's strength. What kind of power had Kaido wielded during his battles with Captain Roger? It was evident from Roger's astonishment that Kaido's capabilities were extraordinary. Would he have the opportunity to witness them today? Filled with exhilaration, Shanks navigated his ship with his crew to a deserted island. "Uncle Kaido, do be cautious." Shanks drew his sword, the griffin, reminiscent of Roger's own. Whoosh! In an instant, he unleashed a fierce slash, launching into action without any preliminary probing. Kavi remained remarkably indifferent, casually remarking, "The power is indeed impressive." With a nonchalant wave of his dark palm, a resounding crack echoed, followed by a thunderous bang, as the attack was shattered, sending sword energy spiraling outward. Shanks, taken aback, pondered how Kavi seemed even stronger than in their past encounters, wielding no sword at all. Was it possible that he himself had grown weaker? The other crew members, witnessing this spectacle, ceased their playful banter. This companion of the Pirate King appeared far from ordinary. They were not fools. They were acutely aware of their captain's formidable strength. Despite the captain's bounty currently standing at 1 billion, he could effortlessly dispatch foes with equivalent bounties. Thus, it was evident just how powerful this elder of theirs was. Aside from Beckman and Shanks, the others remained oblivious to Kavi's own bounty of 15 billion. Otherwise, they would not have initially perceived him as merely a typical senior to Shanks, a commonplace friend of the Pirate King Roger. "Continue, why have you halted? Surely you are not so timid?" Returning to his senses, Shanks tightened his grip on Griffin, observing Kavi's teasing expression, and sensed that today he was destined for a lesson. A faint Conqueror's Haki enveloped his sword, tendrils of black lightning swirling around it. "Uncle Kavi, I have only just begun to grasp this technique, and I am still unpracticed. Please enlighten me." With a swift motion, he approached, suddenly bringing his sword down with great force. "Divine avoidance." Kavi smiled, displaying a hint of composure. He then extended his index finger, enveloped in an aura of dark crimson power, crackling with electric energy. It collided with Griffin's force. A resounding boom echoed as the two powers met, separated by the distance of a single fist. Kavi cautiously restrained his strength, fearful of inadvertently causing Shanks' demise. Yet, despite his caution, Shanks could only endure for a mere 2 seconds. With a resounding crash, he was sent hurtling backward, the ground fracturing like a spider's web beneath him and forming a considerable crater. Silence ensued. "Hey, Shanks, you haven't perished, have you?" "I hardly exerted any force." Lying on the ground, Shanks found himself bewildered, unable to discern whether his weakness was the cause or if Kavi's strength was simply overwhelming. The former was somewhat acceptable. After all, his prowess had yet to reach its zenith, and enduring a thrashing was still within the realm of normalcy. However, if it were the latter, it would indeed be alarming. He recalled that Kavi was of a similar age to Captain Roger, which meant Kavi was now at least 60 years old. Such formidable strength at that age was rather daunting. "Are you not getting up? Do I need to assist you?" Shanks sprang to his feet in an instant, a smile illuminating his face as he stretched his arms. "Hahaha, Uncle Kavi, your strength remains as formidable as ever." Kavi did not wish to dampen his spirits. It's all right. His strength had not merely remained unchanged. It had multiplied several times over, allowing him to easily dominate even the peak version of Roger. No matter how formidable one may be, the passage of time and the inevitable decline of the body would invariably impact their prowess. Yet, he defied this norm, growing ever stronger with each passing year. "Go on, we've only just begun." Noticing that Shanks had completed his arm exercises and showed no inclination to attack again, Kavi hastily interjected. Shanks appeared troubled. If his most powerful strike could not prevail, continuing would only be an exercise in futility, and he would become the subject of ridicule among his own crew. Uncle Kavi, perhaps we should call it a day and spare me some dignity," Shanks murmured softly. "If you wish to fight, then fight. If you wish to refrain, then do so. Do you truly believe you possess the fruit of dignity?" Kavi, with his finger in his nose, questioned whether the old man could truly impart wisdom with just 2 techniques. "Yet, indeed, I have gleaned substantial knowledge from Uncle Kavi's methods. I am confident that it will not be long before my abilities ascend to new heights." Shanks exhibited a commendable enthusiasm. Having recognized that Kavi's formidable Haki inflicts too much pain to warrant further engagement, he lacks a masochistic tendency, understanding his limits, and refrains from futile bravado. He is not like the rash Barrett. Observe Barrett, who acts without thought, captured at a young age and imprisoned and impelled down, losing his freedom. When the moment calls for action, he is resolute and unyielding. Conversely, when discretion is warranted, he can maintain a low profile. This is precisely a moment that calls for restraint. Kavi was perplexed. Did you truly learn it? With such prowess, can a mere technique yield such rewards? Shanks, with unwavering eyes and a serious demeanor, nodded, seemingly truthful. I really learned it. Oh, then do learn a bit more. Kavi clenched his fist, the bones cracking audibly as he casually waved it through the air, causing a subtle tremor in the invisible space around him. Uncle Kavi, there's no need for that. Bang. Damn it. Uncle, if you strike again, I shall not hold back. Bang. Ouch. You forced my hand. Divine escape. Bang. It hurts, it hurts. I was wrong. Uncle Kavi, please, cease this. As he retracted his fist, he looked at Shanks, whose head was adorned with lumps, and nodded in satisfaction. Feeling that he had achieved his goal, Shanks wore a resentful expression but dared not retort. He wished he could slap himself, regretting that he hadn't simply caught up with Uncle Kavi instead of foolishly challenging him to a spar. Now, not only had he been schooled, but he also faced the unabashed mockery of his crew. It felt as though his heart had endured 1,000 wounds. Captain gets beaten, and you lot simply spectate? Not content with watching, you must also mock me? Suddenly, I feel these crew members are unworthy. Enough of that demeanor, looking like a scorned woman. I hardly exerted myself. Kavi offered him a few perfunctory words of comfort. It had been quite a while since he had engaged in such vigorous activity, and he felt considerably more at ease. What could Shanks do? He had to bear the consequences of his own actions, and any frustration must be silently endured. Forcing a smile, he expressed gratitude to Uncle Kavi for his guidance, feeling that soon he would thoroughly master the technique of the god's avoidance. To be fair, Shanks possessed remarkable talent. Both his Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki were poised to reach elite levels in the future. His swordsmanship was commendable as well, second only to my hawk, the Eagle Eye. It could be said that he ranked among the top tier of royal combatants. This young man's background was also noteworthy, seemingly intertwined with the celestial dragons. Shanks, where do you plan to go next? Upon hearing this, Shanks retracted his unappealing smile and replied earnestly, to conquer the New World. In the New World, they had garnered a modicum of fame, yet it was insufficient. At the very least, they needed to seize a throne. As Luffy's guide, he too needed to grow stronger. Kavi smiled faintly, harboring no doubt whatsoever. You, my friend, possess quite the ambition. Shanks scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, for it was not ambition that drove him, but rather a necessity to act. The captain had ushered in the era of grand voyages, and now the seas lay in disarray, teeming with various factions vying for dominance. He yearned for a semblance of stability upon these waters, a chance for the next generation to flourish. By the way, where is Buggy? Why isn't he with you? As for Buggy, ever since the captain's demise, I have not laid eyes upon him. I am unaware of his whereabouts. Reflecting on Buggy, Shanks pondered how long it had been since they last met. He might still be in Logtown. After all, he was the most heartbroken amongst them back then. Let us not dwell on such matters. Rather, we should host a banquet. Having received a thorough lecture from Kavi, Shanks felt the need to throw a grand feast to make amends. Kavi was already accustomed to such whims. Adventurers were inherently like this. In Kavi's eyes, whether it was Roger, Shanks, or the future Luffy, they all belonged to the same league of adventurers. Throughout his travels over the years, he had encountered countless pirates, plundering, pillaging, and committing unspeakable atrocities, treating human life as mere fodder. That was the essence of true piracy. These genuine pirates revered strength above all else. And some behaved even more atrociously than the celestial dragons. Shanks and his ilk, at most, were merely adventurers masquerading under the guise of pirates. Thus, the banquet commenced. Shanks' crew members came forth to raise their glasses to Kavi, expressing gratitude for the heartfelt education their captain had received. Kavi welcomes all with open arms. A mere bit of liquor is nothing more than water to him. The banquet continued throughout the night, and beneath the flickering flames, the crowd formed a circle, singing the ballad of Binksbrew. In this moment, the pirates experienced their utmost joy. Kavi quietly savored his wine, observing the group of young revelers dancing, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he reflected on the swift passage of time. He never anticipated that he would now be considered a relic of a bygone era. In a moment of reverie, he envisioned his younger self, having spent countless years in the depths of the forest before daring to emerge. The perilous world of pirates, once a daunting realm for him, now felt like a domain he could traverse with ease. As time slipped by unnoticed at the banquet, the gentle light of dawn began to illuminate the surroundings. Glancing at the scattered individuals lost in slumber, Kavi remarked, "A bunch of amateurs," before departing alone. Shortly thereafter, Shanks and the others gradually stirred, shaking off their drowsiness. "Wait, has Uncle Kavi left?" Noticing his absence, they too prepared to set forth. "Young ones, our destination, the new world, let's embark." Oh, days later, in the East Blue Windmill Village, Kavi entered a tavern and cast a casual glance around. The establishment was bustling with patrons, all of whom were local townsmen. His gaze occasionally flickered towards the young woman standing behind the counter. Kavi scrutinized the young and beautiful proprietress. Is this truly Magino? Shanks must be quite fortunate. With such a stunning wife by his side, he gallivants about the world, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of others encroaching upon his territory. "Good sir, would you care for a drink?" Magino inquired politely, her sweet smile gracing her features. "I'll have a glass of your signature beverage." "And may I ask if Admiral Karp is on the island?" Upon arriving, Kavi had noticed a dog-headed warship docked at the pier, leading him to surmise that Karp was indeed present. "Are you here to see Admiral Karp? He just returned yesterday and is likely in the hills watching over his grandson," she replied, naturally assuming Kavi was a friend of Karp. "Is that so?" After accepting the drink, Kavi downed it in one gulp, leaving behind a pouch of berries as he exited. "Oh dear sir, you've left too much." Magino attempted to stop Kavi, but as she opened the door, he had already vanished from sight. At that moment, in the hills behind, at the home of Dayton, Karp was fuming. "Luffy, who gave you that devil fruit to eat?" His anger was palpable. It had only been a short while since he had returned home, and Luffy had presented him with such a startling surprise. To think he had consumed a devil fruit, something even dogs would shun, his grandson had done so in secret. Luffy pouted defiantly, "I won't tell Grandpa it was from Shanks." Meanwhile, Ace and Sabo stood at a distance, trembling in fear. Even from afar, they could feel their grandfather's wrath. Only Luffy, blissfully ignorant of the gravity of the situation, remained unfazed. Karp wore a grim expression. Could it be Shanks? "Just wait, old man. It is not Shanks. Grandfather, you must not cause trouble for Shanks." Luffy was filled with fury, realizing that he had been ensnared by his grandfather's cunning. How despicable! His grandfather was truly treacherous. As a simple-minded individual, Luffy not only unwittingly implicated Shanks, but also shifted the blame onto Karp. Karp, suppressing his fury, declared, "Then you shall join the Navy, and I shall not pursue Shanks any further." He thought that if he could persuade Luffy to commit to the Navy, perhaps letting Shanks off the hook would be acceptable. However, upon hearing this, Luffy leapt up, shouting defiantly, "I am destined to become the Pirate King. I will never join the Navy." His expression was resolute, brimming with disdain for the Navy. After all, Luffy was determined to become the Pirate King. Ace and Sabo, watching from a distance, covered their eyes, knowing that Luffy was beyond redemption and bracing for their grandfather's wrath. Luffy stood proudly, showing no regard for Karp. In the past, he would have hesitated to argue with his grandfather, but now, having transformed into a rubber man, he felt no pain. Not even Karp could intimidate him. He was resolute in proclaiming his dream. He would become the Pirate King. Kapu's expression gradually darkened, the fury in his gaze nearly overwhelming him. He truly desired to eliminate the rebellious grandson, Luffy. Nearby, the mountain bandit Dadong sensed the impending crisis and attempted to persuade Kapu, but was promptly intimidated into retreat by a mere glance. "Luffy, you better hope for your own fortune. I can no longer save you," Kapu thought. "Luffy, you were just joking, weren't you? Quickly tell your grandfather that your words are not sincere, that Shanks compelled you to say them." Karp's fists were clenched tightly. He was giving Luffy a chance, reluctant to strike his own grandson. Yet, Luffy, in his youthful folly, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. He raised his head defiantly and proclaimed, "I am Monkey D. Luffy. I will become the Pirate King, not some Navy officer. What can you do to me, Grandpa? I'm not afraid of pain anymore." "Ace and Sabo, why are you standing so far away? Are you trying to cut ties with me?" Whoosh. Bang. "I'll make you a pirate." Bang. "I'll make you eat a devil fruit." Bang. "I'll make you disobey your grandfather." Ah. Luffy quickly covered his head, bewildered by the pain. "Why does it hurt so much? I thought I wasn't afraid of pain anymore." He chuckled. "This is Grandpa's loving iron fist." Bang. "Are you still set on becoming the Pirate King?" Hiss. "Grandpa, I want to give up." Ace. "Sabo, you will stand by my side, won't you?" Ace and Sabo only stepped further back, shaking their heads in response to Luffy's plea. They had no desire to be on the receiving end of Karp's wrath. They knew too well the power behind his punches. If Luffy, a rubber man, could not withstand them, their smaller frames would surely crumble under the force. Hey, we promised to become pirates together. How can you do this? Luffy, infuriated by their lack of support, recalled the vow they had made to sail the seas as pirates. Now seemingly forgotten, Ace and Sabo exchanged anxious glances. Were doomed. Luffy's foolishness had ensnared them both. Indeed, upon hearing Luffy's words, Karp's fury intensified. His hands rubbed together, forming tight fists. So, you all wish to become pirates, do you? Very well. Today, I shall see if you possess the ability. Kapuf lunged in exasperation. One Luffy was already a considerable headache, and now the other two proved to be equally formidable. They were adept at concealing their true intentions, presenting one faade in his presence while harboring an entirely different agenda behind his back. Had it not been for Luffy today, he would remain oblivious to the mischief that these three brothers might concoct in the future. Ace and Sabo shook their heads vehemently, their tone urgent. No, Grandpa trusts us. We aspire to join the Navy. Their earnest expressions bore no semblance of deceit. Internally, he could not help but scoff at Luffy's foolishness. Why couldn't he exercise a modicum of restraint? Did he not see their grandfather was already irate? Ace and Sabo were genuinely exasperated by their foolish younger brother. If he was this Navi now, one could only imagine how much more foolish he would become in the future. Ace, Sabo, I misjudged you, Luffy exclaimed, disappointment lacing his voice as he realized his brothers had succumbed to their grandfather's threats. After all, it was merely a beating. It was not as if he had never been struck before. Luffy had long since grown accustomed to it, and surrender was simply not in his nature. Haki. Kapu disregarded everything and gave the three of them a thorough beating. An hour later, they knelt on the ground, nursing their swollen heads, and bowed their heads in remorse. Grandfather, we were wrong. We wish to become Navy officers and will never be pirates again. Ah, a sense of relief finally washed over him. Knock, knock. Kapu. I hope I'm not interrupting. At that moment, Kavi gently tapped on the door and stepped inside. He had listened for quite some time from the threshold, ultimately deciding to wait until Kapu had finished his reprimand. Ah, Kavi, you've finally arrived. Come and see how these three rascals have managed to infuriate me. Kapu was exhilarated to see Kawi's arrival. At long last, he was freed from his torment. Ahem, it's all right. For the upcoming period, I shall take care of everything. You can rest assured and focus on your work. Kavi felt a tinge of embarrassment. It had indeed been many years of delay, and it was truly arduous for Kapu. You three, come here. From now on, this esteemed elder, well, Grandfather Kavi, will be responsible for your care. You must heed his words from now on, understood? The three little ones widened their eyes in earnest curiosity, gazing intently at Kavi. Kavi bestowed upon them a benevolent smile. We understand. The trio readily responded. This gentleman, known as Grandpa Kavi, appeared far more amiable than their own grandfather. The three young ones were averse to being admonished by others. They cherished their freedom, and when their grandfather was absent, they reveled in their autonomy. Dayton seldom intervened, merely checking on them occasionally from the mountains to ensure they were alive. As long as they were breathing, Dayton would not concern himself with them. Now, however, their grandfather had appointed another elder to oversee them, which naturally displeased the trio. Yet, in comparison to Grandpa Kapu, they found it easier to accept this newcomer. After all, once Grandpa Kapu departed, they would confront this new elder directly. Their fear of Grandpa Kapu did not equate to fear of the newly arrived elder. Should Kavi choose to ignore them, all would remain peaceful. Conversely, if he were to meddle, the three brothers would certainly demonstrate their prowess to him. Kavi, we leave them in your care. I shall now attend to my duties, Kapu declared with delight, feeling liberated at last. Oh, what task requires your personal involvement? Kavi inquired. Having assumed Kapu was solely visiting his grandchildren, only to discover he was there to undertake a mission, Cap picked his nose nonchalantly and remarked, It's merely that someone has uncovered the whereabouts of that fellow, the Golden Lion, in the East Sea. I took on this task out of concern for their safety. So it was, indeed. To speak of the Golden Lion, he is quite remarkable. Despite his physical limitations, his unwavering ambition to dominate the world has never wavered. He holds a certain admiration for the Golden Lion, though it is unfortunate that his intellect leaves much to be desired. Kapu departed with his subordinates, his heart lightened and devoid of any lingering attachments, as if he were eager to escape this place. He was finally free from the burdens of caring for those rebellious youths. The next to be concerned was Kawi, who now fixed his gaze upon the three young boys. Luffy and his companions looked back at him, greeting, Hello, Grandpa Kawi. We three can take care of ourselves. There is no need for your concern. Their tone was polite. yet it conveyed a sense of declaration rather than a desire for negotiation. Grandfather Karp has departed, and no one can restrain them. It seems they have caught a whiff of the intoxicating scent of freedom. Freedom. They are coming. Rest assured, I shall not govern you as Karp did. Consider me a friend. Could you share your aspirations for the future? I am here to offer my insights. Kavi settled down, resembling an old friend, with a warm smile and a gentle demeanor. Initially, he intended merely to offer guidance to Ace. But upon realizing that Luffy is the son of Dragon and Sabo is destined to be the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, both of whom are essentially allies, he decided to extend his mentorship to them all. Luffy, oblivious to the deeper implications, sat down without a hint of suspicion, feeling that Kavi was far more amiable than his own grandfather. I am Monkey D. Luffy, and my dream is to become the Pirate King. Ace and Sabo exchanged wary glances, their eyes reflecting caution. They were not as naive as Luffy. They maintained a respectful distance from Kavi. Ha, the Pirate King, what an admirable aspiration. I sincerely hope you achieve it, Kavi remarked. Suddenly, Luffy's excited expression turned serious, his eyes brimming with determination. I will become the Pirate King. Becoming the Pirate King is no simple feat. I was once a friend of the Pirate King. Would you like me to offer you some insights? Well, Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with excitement. Grandpa, you were a friend of the Pirate King. Please tell me what he was like. Ace and Sabo, still on guard, perked up their ears to eavesdrop, astonished at the revelation that this elder was indeed a friend of the Pirate King. They were taken aback, uncertain whether Kavi's words held any truth. Kavi stroked his beard, his tone unassuming. The Pirate King is a paragon of freedom, cherishing comrades, relishing adventure, and, most crucially, possessing formidable strength. Luffy, if you aspire to become the Pirate King, you must embody these qualities. Are you capable of that? Luffy nodded vigorously, acknowledging that he could already fulfill the initial attributes. The only aspect he lacked was strength. But he believed that as he matured, his power would grow, and at that juncture, he would indeed become the Pirate King. Kavi, stroking his head, laughed heartily and said, Luffy, while the notion of becoming the Pirate King may seem straightforward, in reality, it is quite arduous. The only course of action for you now is to enhance your strength. Otherwise, when your companions find themselves in peril, you will be unable to protect them. Indeed, I must grow stronger, Luffy exclaimed, feeling as though he had consumed the gum-gum fruit, impervious to pain and already formidable. Yet, after receiving a stern reprimand from his grandfather, he realized he still had much to improve upon. Ha, leave the task of becoming stronger to me. If you adhere to my training methods, you are certain to become the Pirate King. Kavi was confident that his training regimen would yield results. But whether Luffy could truly ascend to the title of Pirate King remained uncertain. Others may be unclear about this, but Luffy had no doubt, regardless of Kavi's training, he was destined to become the Pirate King. This was a fate sealed from the very beginning. Otherwise, Luffy would not be the protagonist. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Luffy declared, Did you hear that? Ace, Sabo, I shall become the Pirate King. Ace and Sabo exchanged bemused glances, clearly amused. Only Luffy, in his navet, would take such proclamation seriously. They, however, remained skeptical. Kavi chuckled softly, remarking that Luffy was an easy opponent to handle, while Ace and Sabo posed a slightly greater challenge. Unlike Luffy, whose mind was rather simple, these two were more astute, yet he mused that their intelligence would hardly turn the tides. He then turned his gaze toward Ace and Sabo, who stood some distance away. The two shook their heads, admitting that they were still young and lacked any significant dreams. Hey, Ace, Sabo, didn't we agree to become pirates together? I shall be the captain, and you both will be my crew. Luffy, unable to decipher their expressions, inquired directly. Who wants to be your crew, Luffy? You're dreaming. The duo, having been exposed by Luffy, ceased their pretense and approached, taking their seats. Indeed, I, Port St. Ace, aspire to be a pirate, Ace declared, while Sabo echoed. And I, too, wish to become a pirate. They fixed their gaze on Kavi, asserting, We all wish to be pirates. What can you do about it? Kavi couldn't help but laugh, reflecting on how poorly Garp had fulfilled his role as a grandfather. He held no strong opinions against their aspirations of piracy, but he imagined that if Garp were to hear this, he would likely be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. Old man, aren't you angry? They were surprised that Kavi, upon hearing their intentions to pursue piracy, was not enraged. They had anticipated a thunderous reaction. Why should I be angry? His demeanor remained calm. Everyone has their own dreams. When you resolve to pursue them, you must be prepared to face all consequences. Are you ready for that? Can you accept the possibility of your future companions dying before your eyes? Do not be left weeping when that time comes. Kavi's inquiry struck their hearts like a heavy hammer. Could they truly safeguard their companions? Upon introspection, they realized that they could scarcely protect themselves. As a mere handful of ruffians could easily teach them a lesson, the gravity of their situation weighed heavily on them. Luffy fell silent, recalling how Shanks had lost his arm in an effort to save him. He understood his own weakness and yearned for strength. He lifted his head, clenched his fists, and with a calm yet resolute tone declared, "Kavi, I aspire to grow stronger. I must protect my friends." Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, surprised to find Kavi unlike their preconceived notions. They had expected him to resemble his grandfather, urging them to join the Navy. To their astonishment, Kavi not only accepted their desire to become pirates, but also offered guidance to help them grow stronger. They felt a mix of surprise and joy, finally finding someone who understood them. "We too wish to grow stronger. Please, old man." They bowed deeply, genuinely wishing to improve, acknowledging, as Kavi had pointed out, that they were still too weak to protect even themselves, let alone their companions. "Haha, splendid. Since you have made up your minds, let the training commence." After all, they were but children, easily swayed by Kavi's seasoned charm. He possessed ample methods to deal with rebellious youths, having once been one himself. He understood the thoughts that occupied a defiant young heart. One must not resort to scolding or destroy their dreams, for that would only breed further rebellion. Instead, one should learn to comprehend children, encourage them rightly, and harness their dreams to ignite their motivation, enhancing their capabilities to foster excellence. He retrieved 3 sets of classic weighted gear from the system space and tossed them onto the ground. "This gear is for you. From now on, you must wear it at all times, save for when bathing." The 3 curious youngsters encircled Kavi, their eyes wide with wonder, unable to fathom from whence he had procured such equipment. "Old man, where did you get all this?" "Haha, just a little trick, no need to dwell on it." He paused before continuing. "Now that your dreams are clear, strive for them. Do you see that mountain in the distance? Before nightfall, ascend it and return here." The trio gazed at the distant, towering peak, swallowing hard as they exchanged glances. Of course, if you do not wish to protect your future companions, you may choose not to run. Without hesitation, they donned the weighted gear and took their first heavy steps, rather than succumbing to their inability to protect others. They chose to train diligently, with Ace and Sabo leading the way. Having lived here longer, their physical capabilities surpassed Luffy's. "Hey, Ace, Sabo, wait for me." Little Luffy called out, resembling a yellow-skinned monkey, as he shouted from behind. However, Ace and Sabo were irked by Luffy's antics. They felt they shouldn't have been punished. Yet it was Luffy's meddling that had led to their stern reprimand by Grandpa Karp. Now, they chose to ignore him, hoping to teach him a lesson about listening to his older brothers. Seeing Ace and Sabo sprint ahead without slowing, Luffy felt a surge of frustration. "We promised to be brothers for life, yet you won't even wait for me. Don't blame me for being impolite." "Rubber, rubber," Luffy exclaimed, swinging his arms with force, stretching them as they landed on a nearby tree, and with a sudden pull, he launched himself forward. Rocket. Like a slingshot, he was propelled into the air, swiftly surpassing Ace and Sabo. "Whoa, Luffy, that's cheating," they protested, accusing him of unfairness, questioning why he could traverse the distance so effortlessly. Luffy, playfully making faces ahead, stuck out his tongue. "Who told you not to wait for me? I'm off." He then soared forward in the same manner, quickly leaving the 2 brothers behind. "Curse you, Luffy, just you wait," they shouted as they hastened to catch up. Kavi followed closely behind, observing Luffy's manner of travel with a furrowed brow. This simply wouldn't do. One cannot be lax in the pursuit of physical training. "Saru." Kavi vanished in an instant, only to reappear before Luffy a moment later. Bang. Luffy, moving at an excessive speed, failed to notice Kavi's sudden presence and collided headfirst into him. Bang, bang, bang. In that instant, he was sent flying. Ace and Sabo were hot on their heels. "Whoa. Sabo, quick, dodge." The 2 swiftly veered to the sides, witnessing Luffy hurtling back between them. Smack. He crashed into a tree, becoming entangled in its branches. They hurried over to investigate. "Luffy, what are you doing back? Have you finally come to realize your mistakes?" "Luffy, we must have misjudged you." The 2 brothers believed Luffy had experienced a moment of introspection and returned to await them. Disoriented, Luffy finally regained his senses, looking utterly bewildered. "I think I might have crashed into something." Cough, cough. "Luffy, from now on, do not use the powers of the devil fruit during training." Kavi stepped forward slowly. "Huh? Grandpa Kavi, why is that?" Luffy's eyes widened, as he was certain that using his rubber abilities would allow him to complete tasks swiftly. Relying on your powers will not yield any training benefits. When Ace and Sabo grow stronger, you will be left as the weakest. If you wish to remain inferior to them, then by all means, continue utilizing your devil fruit abilities. Kavi did not wish to elaborate excessively, for with Luffy's intellect, delving too deeply into the intricacies would only confound him. It sufficed to convey the consequences of wielding his fruit's powers. Given Luffy's disposition, it was clear he would never acquiesce to becoming the weakest among them. Kavi possessed an acute understanding of the trio's personalities and was well aware of the methods to provoke them. Luffy was the most easily swayed. A mere nudge was all it took to ignite his fighting spirit. I see. I will undoubtedly surpass Ace and Sabo. With that declaration, he dashed forth once more, this time without employing his fruit's abilities. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, initially believing Luffy had returned to admit defeat, only to be taken aback by his determination to grow stronger than they. Did they not have any pride as older brothers? Luffy, just you wait. Dream on if you think you can surpass us. They quickened their pace, soon outstripping Luffy. Though Luffy possessed indomitable will, sheer determination would not enhance his physical prowess. In comparison to Ace and Sabo, he was still quite young. Damn it, Luffy fumed, tempted to utilize his devil fruit powers, but recalling Kavi's words, he restrained himself. Summoning every ounce of strength, he pressed on, declaring, I, Luffy, shall never concede defeat. Ace, Sabo, wait for me. The journey was long, and as Ace and Sabo continued, their speed began to wane. Rarely did they ascend such lofty peaks, and today they bore additional burdens, making the challenge all the more formidable. Fortunately, the resilience of those in the pirate world, especially at their young age, allowed them to persevere. Driven by sheer tenacity, Luffy closed the gap behind them. Haha. I've caught up to you. Luffy exclaimed joyfully, believing his endurance had proven his growth. However, upon witnessing Luffy's approach, Ace and Sabo were enveloped by a sense of urgency. Could this foolish rubber boy truly surpass them? No. That was utterly inconceivable. Strength surged from the depths of their beings, spurred by Luffy's actions, dragging their weary bodies. They accelerated, determined to leave Luffy behind. Luffy, just stay back there and follow us. The distance they had fought to reduce began to widen once more, and Luffy, unwilling to accept this setback, increased his speed, his latent potential gradually being unleashed. Kavi observed in the shadows, feeling quite pleased. Competition breeds motivation. All he needed to do was inspire Luffy to grow stronger, and the other two would naturally follow suit. No one wishes to be surpassed by their own foolish peers. Under Kavi's encouragement, Luffy became more formidable, while Ace and Sabo, in turn, grew stronger under Luffy's influence, achieving a dual benefit. Kavi expressed a sense of ease, suggesting that this may become the most effortless addition he has ever overseen. As the sun began its descent, 3 diminutive figures finally reached the summit, the setting sun casting elongated shadows of the weary trio. Kavi appeared at the mountain summit, gazing contentedly at the 3 individuals. Very well. We shall return the way we came. I shall prepare dinner. Should I return late, it may be gone, he declared, disappearing in an instant before the trio could respond. The 3 stared in astonishment at one another. Did you see how Lord Kavi vanished? They inquired, shaking their heads in unison, signifying their lack of clarity. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. So cool. I want to learn that technique. Kavi holds an air of mystery in the minds of the trio, and the techniques he employs are undeniably captivating to children of their age. With a mere flick of his wrist, he conjures 3 sets of weighted gear and vanishes in an instant. His feats are simply astonishing. As Ace and Sabo come to their senses, they too yearn to learn these skills. How could they persuade the old man to teach them? Disregarding that for now, they decide to return for a meal. For after such extensive training, hunger pangs have already set in. Ace and Sabo turn and dash off, enticed by the prospect of delicious food. Meanwhile, Luffy, the foolish lad, remains lost in thoughts of that impressive technique, only to snap back to reality and realize his brothers have once again run ahead. How infuriating. They didn't even call for him. He takes off in pursuit. The 3 of them chase each other, finding the descent much easier. Upon returning to their starting point, they discover Kavi has already begun his meal. Old man, leave some for us, they exclaim as they pounce like famished wolves upon a large piece of roasted meat. Delicious, they murmur, devouring the feast with fervor. In no time, they have consumed all the roasted meat, and Luffy, having devoured the rubber fruit, finds his belly swollen like a balloon, yet miraculously, he has not burst. With a contented sigh, he sprawls on the ground, letting out a long belch. I am so full, he declares, pondering when he last indulged to such an extent. Kavi gently blew on the steaming cup of tea in his hand and took a sip, A cup of tea after a meal surpasses even the finest sauna. He has always placed great importance on the quality of life. The three brothers huddled quietly around the fire, engaged in a hushed discussion of some sort. Before long, Luffy stood up and dashed towards Kavi. The brothers were eager to learn the technique that had allowed Kavi to vanish in an instant earlier that day. Yet they felt too shy to voice their request. Ace and Sabo decided to push Luffy, the boldest among them, to make the inquiry. After all, Luffy's thick skin rendered him oblivious to the concept of embarrassment. Without hesitation, Luffy approached Kavi and inquired, "Old man, could you teach me that move from this afternoon?" Kavi gazed at Luffy, recalling his childhood, which was indeed quite endearing, though at times, when angered, he resembled a yellow-skinned monkey. "Luffy, are you certain you wish to teach only yourself?" Kavi's eyes shifted toward Ace and Sabo. "Have you forgotten your two elder brothers?" To Kavi's surprise, Luffy replied with unwavering conviction, "Old man, I shall teach myself alone." Ace and Sabo, under the impression that their thoughts were unrecognized, huffed in silence, yearning to learn yet too timid to inquire. Luffy, intent on mastering the technique by himself, envisioned the moment he would triumphantly strike his brothers' faces, compelling them to plead for his guidance. A foolish grin spread across Luffy's face, as if he could already picture Ace and Sabo begging for his instruction. Kavi's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that Luffy was not as foolish as he seemed? He was aware of the need to discreetly strive for excellence. "Ahem. Although I wish to impart my knowledge upon you, your physical condition is currently too frail to master this technique. The Marine 6 styles demand a certain level of physical prowess, and the stamina of Luffy and his companions has yet to meet the requisite standard. Even if Kavi were to teach them, they would be unable to execute it. Forcing the use of such techniques would only inflict irreversible harm upon their bodies, potentially even jeopardizing their lives." Luffy's disappointment was palpable. He had hoped to witness a more vulnerable side of Ace and Sabo. With his expectations dashed, it seemed he would have to await another opportunity. Very well then. He returned to Ace and Sabo, who eagerly pulled him closer. "Luffy, how did it go? Did the old man agree to teach us?" Yes. Quickly, tell us." Sabo chimed in, unable to contain his excitement. Luffy's expression beamed with pride. The old man had indeed consented to impart his teachings. Is that true? Ace and Sabo's eyes sparkled with anticipation, brimming with enthusiasm at the prospect of learning such impressive techniques. However, the old man mentioned that their current physical state was too weak. Even if they learned, they would be unable to utilize the skills until they grew stronger. Luffy, couldn't you have shared that in one go? You're keeping us in suspense." "Humph. It's not my fault you didn't hear me out entirely." Luffy felt a sense of satisfaction with his brother's reactions, reminding them that he too was not to be trifled with. At the very least, he managed to give them a moment of joy. Kavi watched the three individuals bickering from a distance, occasionally sipping his tea, his mind seemingly adrift in contemplation. Meanwhile, in a certain maritime expanse of the East Sea, a dog-headed warship sped through the waters, seemingly in pursuit of pirates. Ahead, the horizon appeared desolate, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the faint silhouettes of numerous pirate vessels in the sky. "Captain, we are being pursued by the Navy. Shall we retaliate?" Seated in the prominent position, the Golden Lion exhibited a defiant demeanor, laughing heartily. "Hahaha. The mere Navy dares to seek their demise. Sink them for me." Boom, 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 boom. Before his subordinates could respond, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted from outside. What is happening? When did the Navy's cannons gain such elevation? The Golden Lion rose from his seat, eager to ascertain the situation. "Bring me the ammunition." On board the dog-headed warship, Karp commanded the Marines, as several of them hastily retrieved boxes of cannonballs. Kapu raised the cannonball and fired it into the sky. One by one, the cannonballs shot forth, exploding near the Golden Lion's ship. The Golden Lion emerged from his vessel and, upon seeing Kapu hurling cannonballs from below, was instantly consumed with rage. "Damn it. I've come all the way to the East Sea, and he still dares to pursue me. Does this scoundrel Kapu truly believe I am afraid of him? Fire at will." His subordinates swiftly maneuvered the ship's cannons to target Kapu's naval vessel below. Bang, bang, bang. A visual spectacle commenced as the Flying Sky Pirates unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon the ship beneath them. Kapu swung his arms vigorously aboard the warship, as cannonballs collided mid-air, unleashing a remarkable cacophony. The entire sky was illuminated with fire and smoke, resembling a grand fireworks display, while the Navy redirected their cannons, determined to project their might regardless of accuracy. After an hour of relentless combat, both sides finally ceased fire. "Admiral Kapu, we are out of ammunition," exclaimed the captain. "We've exhausted our supplies." The countenance of the Golden Lion darkened. He merely wished to conduct his experiments in peace and dominate the world. Why did the Navy incessantly thwart his ambitions? Rising to his feet, he hovered in the air, his gaze fixed intently upon Kapu below. With a swift kick, his blade manifested a fierce slash. Lion's roar slash. With a whoosh, the terrifying strike surged downward with alarming speed. Humph! Upon witnessing the scene, Karp slightly bent his legs and exerted tremendous force, resulting in a resounding bang as the warship sank momentarily, propelling him skyward. With his fist raised, muscles bulging and enveloped in a dark hue of armed Haki, he unleashed the meteor fist. A thunderous roar erupted as his fist collided with the wave-slicing strike, unleashing a cataclysmic burst of energy that sent monstrous waves crashing forth. The warships on the sea swayed perilously, while the pirate ship in the sky teetered precariously. Observing this, the two adversaries hesitated to engage further. The magnitude of their battle severely impacted the surroundings. A mere miscalculation could inadvertently harm their own. "Shiki, behave and return to impel down with me," Karp bellowed. "Ha. Karp, you must be dreaming. I'll let you off this time, but next time, you won't be so fortunate." With those parting threats, the Golden Lion Shiki activated the powers of his float fruit, ascending with his flying pirate crew into the clouds. Disappearing from sight, Karp returned to the warship, idly picking his nose. When did Golden Lion become so audacious? If not for the concern for the safety of his subordinates, he would certainly have taught that scoundrel Shurji a lesson. Even with his limbs impaired, he still carried himself with such arrogance. "Shall we pursue, Admiral Karp?" inquired a Marine stepping forward. Kapu waved his hand, returned to headquarters. After being away for so long, Sengoku would surely be furious if they did not return. Capturing the Golden Lion was a daunting task. Unless he willingly surrendered, the Navy truly had no means to apprehend him. "Captain, are we not continuing the fight?" The Golden Lion's subordinates inquired, perplexed that their captain, despite having the upper hand in the skies, chose to cease hostilities. "What nonsense! Do you all wish to perish? If I were to engage Kapu in battle, would you survive the aftermath?" The Golden Lion yearned for a confrontation with Kapu. Yet the mere shockwaves from their clash could obliterate them all. In the end, if both the Navy and pirates fell, only the two of them would remain. Having gained nothing but losses, both Kapu and the Golden Lion were no fools. Furthermore, could the Golden Lion, in his current state, truly contend with Kapu? In their prime, they might have had an equal chance, but the Golden Lion, despite his pride, had to admit he was significantly weaker now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be researching IQ or forming a ferocious beast army. His strength may have waned, yet the ambition to dominate the world still burned fiercely within him. Alas, no amount of might or grand aspirations could withstand the narrative's inevitable twist. Before his dreams could even take flight, they were curtailed by the yet untamed Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy and his brothers diligently trained each day, steadily growing stronger. There was no need for Kawaii to supervise. All he had to do was issue training tasks, and the trio would naturally comply. He had also established a reward system. Each week, he would select the most diligent participant based on his observations and grant them a reward. The rewards were varied. They could request anything reasonable, whether it be a desired weapon, a favorite food, or even questions they wished to ask. Motivated by these incentives, the trio's drive surged, training with even greater fervor to earn Kawaii's approval and secure the weekly rewards. "Luffy, it's your turn to cook today." Ace and Sabo fixed their gaze upon Luffy, who lay sprawled on the ground. Luffy, panting, retorted, "Give me a moment to rest." Having just completed their training, they were all exhausted and ravenous. And with it being Luffy's turn to prepare the meal, his two elder brothers relentlessly urged him on. Kavi prepared a single meal for them as a token of their first meeting. Expecting him to cook daily is simply implausible. His purpose for being here is to relish the experience while also looking after the three, not to assume the role of a caretaker. After all, being a pirate inherently necessitates the fundamental skill of cooking. Kavi informed them that pirates who cannot cook would be ridiculed by their peers upon the vast seas. Having had limited encounters with pirates, they were naturally unaware that Kavi was deceiving them. They believed that cooking was a simple task. Kavi imparted merely a few fundamental culinary skills to them, and they swiftly grasped the essence of cooking. Naturally, their initial culinary endeavors were far from commendable. Yet through a series of experiments, Ace and Sabo elevated their cooking to a commendable standard, while Luffy's creations could only be described as barely edible. The trio took turns preparing meals, with Kavi occasionally joining them for a meal. However, If Luffy was the chef, Kavi would resolutely abstain from partaking. Whenever Luffy attempted to entice Kavi to sample his culinary efforts, Kavi would invariably conjure up various excuses to decline. Until Luffy honed his skills as a chef, Kavi had no intention of tasting anything crafted by his hand. This week, the coveted reward was claimed by Ace, leaving Luffy perplexed. Despite their collective training, he could not fathom why Ace and Sabo consistently secured the weekly accolades, while he only managed to attain them sporadically. He inquired of Kavi whether there was a bias, to which Kavi distinctly assured him there was none. The rationale was quite straightforward. Ace and Sabo often rose quietly in the dead of night to train without Luffy, thus accumulating significantly more training hours than he. Consequently, they naturally earned the weekly reward, occasionally allowing Luffy a turn, lest their consistent victories prompt even his simple mind to suspect something amiss. Kavi was taken aback to discover that Ace and Sabo were indeed the sixth, quietly competing amongst themselves at such a tender age. Ace and Sabo remarked, "There is no choice. Our desire for improvement is insatiable. The foolish Oda should remain humbly behind us." Little Luffy, oblivious to the unfolding dynamics, was left unaware, and Kavi, of course, would not enlighten him. Curious to see when he would uncover the truth. "Ace, what reward do you seek this time?" Upon Ace's arrival, Kavi understood that he had come in pursuit of a reward. Ace hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, as he had long been troubled by an inner dilemma. However, Grandpa Garp had cautioned him against divulging his concerns to anyone, for it could bring about peril. He was unsure whether revealing his predicament to Kavi would invoke danger, nor did he know if Kavi could provide clarity. Yet, his intuition urged him that consulting Kavi would surely illuminate his confusion, thus he approached him. After much contemplation, Ace resolved to express his thoughts. Having spent time together, he had discerned Kavi's character. While he maintained strict training expectations, Kavi was also remarkably amiable in their interactions. As long as they fulfilled their training obligations, Kavi would generally leave them to their own devices. Ace was confident that confiding in Kavi would not lead to any threat. With a determined demeanor, he finally spoke. "Grandpa Kavi, do you know my full name?" "It is Port Asti, Ace." He paused momentarily and continued. "I also bear another name, Gold, Ace. However, Grandpa Garp has explicitly warned me never to expose this name, as it could place me in jeopardy. Can you enlighten me as to why?" He gazed intently at Kavi, yearning for an answer as to why he possessed two names, and why he was forbidden from using Gold Ace. Kavi remained tranquil. Noticing Ace's hesitant expression, he surmised that this question would inevitably arise within Ace's mind. Gently ruffling Ace's hair, he spoke slowly. "It is quite simple. The surname Gold instills fear in many. They dread the emergence of another individual of such caliber. Should you reveal your identity, they would pursue you and ultimately take your life." Yet, Ace remained bewildered. Why do they fear the surname Gold? Is it not merely an ordinary name? Why would anyone wish to kill me? Kavi raised his fist and gestured at Ace with a chuckle. "Why ask so many questions? Just remember, the bigger the fist, the fewer the problems. If you wish to know more, strive to become stronger. Currently, Ace is too weak. Knowing too much will only bring more troubles. In the pirate world, there's one truth: strength reigns supreme. The one with the mightiest fist lives comfortably, freely, and with zest. Lacking strength, the more one knows, the heavier the burden." "I understand now." Ace nodded. Although he did not receive the answer he sought, he comprehended why Grandpa Garp forbade him from revealing another name. The reason was simple. He was too weak to grasp its significance. Once he grew stronger, he would naturally come to understand everything. His desire for strength intensified, and Kavi had achieved his aim. Watching Ace depart, Kavi fell into contemplation, his thoughts a mystery. That night, Sabo quietly rose to train. Last week's reward had gone to Ace. This week it was his turn. Hearing the commotion, Ace also got up, determined to practice an extra hour each night. He yearned to grow stronger. "Ace, why are you up? Isn't it your turn next week?" Sabo asked, puzzled. "Ace, I must become stronger. Don't worry. I want to compete with you for this week's reward," Ace replied simply, wishing only to train a bit longer. The reward was irrelevant. He simply desired strength. Sabo looked at Ace seriously, unsure of the reasons behind Ace's determination to grow stronger, but as the elder brother, he would support him unconditionally. He placed a reassuring hand on Ace's shoulder, speaking firmly. "Ace, remember to tell me if you encounter any difficulties. I will surely help you." Ace nodded in understanding. Though the three brothers often engaged in banter, they would undoubtedly stand by one another in times of need. They exchanged a knowing smile. No words were necessary between brothers. They commenced their nightly training without waking Luffy, trusting that their younger brother was in safe hands. Thus, Ace and Sabo monopolized the weekly rewards for an entire month, finally deciding to let Luffy claim the next week's prize. Ecstatic upon receiving the reward, Luffy sought out Kavi and requested a feast of grilled meat. Savoring the long-awaited reward, he traded it for a hearty meal with Kavi. After a long absence from grilled meat, Luffy devoured it ravenously, leaving only a small piece for Ace and Sabo as a token of his conscience. Both brothers were touched and resolved to let Luffy earn a reward every 2 months henceforth. That night, Ace and Sabo continued their clandestine training. Those who frequently tread by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet, they thought, knowing it was only a matter of time before Luffy discovered their secret. Sure enough, shortly after they left, Luffy, having overindulged, was awakened by an inexplicable force. Rubbing his eyes, he wondered, where are Ace and Sabo? As he prepared to get up for a bathroom break, he realized his brothers were missing. Confused, he pondered if they had also gone to the restroom without calling for him. Stifling a yawn, he opened the door and wandered outside, seeking a place to relieve himself. The night was eerily quiet, amplifying every minute's sound. Huff, huff, one more. A faint voice reached Luffy's ears, prompting him to halt his movements and hold his breath. It was a familiar sound. Was it Ace and Sabo? He stealthily approached the source of the noise and soon witnessed a scene he would never forget. Ace and Sabo were performing push-ups on the ground, each bearing a heavy stone on their backs, sweat glistening on their bodies, a testament to their rigorous training. Luffy stood frozen, fury igniting within him as he finally grasped the reason behind his scarce rewards and perpetual weakness. Fuming, he forgot his original intention for getting up. He stepped forward, shouting, Ace, Sabo, you're too cunning. Luffy yearned to unleash a tirade, but being young, he struggled to conjure the right words, resorting instead to stomping his feet in frustration. Upon noticing Luffy, Ace and Sabo exchanged a brief, awkward glance but quickly regained their composure. With serious expressions and sincere tones, they replied, Luffy, do you truly believe we didn't want to call you? As your older brothers, we simply didn't want you to suffer. You're still so young and in need of ample sleep. How could we bear to wake you for training in the middle of the night? Luffy hesitated, momentarily taken aback by their earnestness. Really? He questioned, sensing something was amiss. Could it be that his brothers genuinely had his best interests at heart? Ace and Sabo revealed their true feelings, affirming, of course. Have you not noticed that sometimes you do earn the weekly rewards? If we didn't consider you, do you think you would have received any? Luffy's young mind began to churn, and he realized they had a point. If his brothers trained daily, it would be impossible for him to earn rewards. Their words rang true. Perhaps he had misjudged them. All right, I suppose I misjudged you both, but next time, you must include me in your training, Luffy declared. Feeling discontent yet unable to pinpoint the source of his unease, he chose to forgive them for now. Luffy, are you truly ready to train with us? Ace inquired. As older brothers, Ace and Sabo genuinely wished to spare Luffy from hardship. Naturally, they would protect their younger sibling. But Luffy was resolute. His dream was to become the Pirate King, and he would not relinquish the chance to grow stronger. Yes, I want to train with you, Luffy insisted, unwilling to fall behind. Ace and Sabo, resigned, agreed, knowing that future rewards would be harder to come by. By the way, Luffy, how did you notice we were gone? Ace asked, puzzled, as Luffy usually slept soundly, unresponsive to calls. Oh no. Luffy suddenly recalled his initial purpose, covering his backside and rushing to the bathroom. Ace and Sabo, witnessing this, helplessly held their foreheads. They had been exposed due to a simple need to relieve themselves. Only Luffy could manage such a feat. Time flew as the three brothers engaged in their mutual training. And before they knew it, a year had passed. Today, Kavi had found them an opponent, a young bear, standing about 2 to 3 meters tall. Thud. Kavi, with one hand grasping the bear, cast his gaze upon Luffy and his companions. Today, I present to you a challenge unlike any other. Either transform it into excrement, or you shall become its excrement. The trio regarded the bear with eager anticipation. They were well acquainted with this creature, having encountered it frequently in the forest during their earlier days. Back then, their strength was insufficient, and they dared not confront it. However, times have changed. The three brothers had significantly evolved. Today, they were determined to engage in a showdown. Kavi pointed at the bear, declaring that if they could defeat the three of them, it would survive. Without caring whether it understood or not, he walked away, leaving the arena to them. The young bear was utterly bewildered. It had been peacefully slumbering at home when Kavi suddenly lifted it with one hand and brought it here. It was filled with rage but dared not act out, for it sensed an overwhelming fear emanating from this upright creature. Resistance would mean certain death. Thus, it obediently allowed itself to be brought to this place. Now that Kavi had departed, only 3 diminutive upright creatures remained, and the bear felt no threat from them. Ignoring the trio, it turned and sprinted towards the forest, fearing Kavi might return. However, the 3 little ones would not permit its escape. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and declared, "Let us make our move." Ace lunged forward, swinging his fist, landing a blow on the bear's back. Smack! The bear turned its head, puzzled as to why this monkey-like creature dared to touch it. Ace's punch felt more like a playful scratch than an attack. Just then, a water pipe suddenly struck the bear's nose. Roar! The bear howled in pain. Its nose was not as thick-skinned as other parts of its body, and blood began to flow from the impact. In that instant, the bear's fear was overshadowed by fury, and it charged at the 2. With claws unsheathed, it swiped at Sabo, who quickly raised the water pipe to defend himself. Bang! The bear's paw struck the steel pipe with a dull thud, sending Sabo flying. He executed a backflip to dissipate the force, landing on one knee. "Are you all right, Sabo?" "I'm fine," he replied, using the water pipe to prop himself up. "Be careful. This bear is incredibly strong. Target its weak points." "Understood," Ace responded, swiftly picking up a stone and hurling it at the bear. Thud! It struck the bear's head, but regrettably, not its eyes. Roar! The bear, enraged, sought to tear the 2 apart. Ace dodged while retaliating, and together with Sabo, they flanked the creature to divert its attention. Luffy paced anxiously nearby, desperate to assist but unable to find an opportunity. Although he was made of rubber, a single bite from the bear could incapacitate him. Ace, unfortunately, was caught by the bear's paw, sustaining several scratches that bled profusely, forcing him to retreat. At this point, the bear, battered and crazed, unleashed a furious assault. Roar! Its paws swiped wildly at the pair. Smack! Sabo was struck as well, but fortunately, he had his weapon to fend off some of the blows. However, they could not keep this up indefinitely. Their stamina was waning against the bear's relentless attacks. Witnessing this, Luffy could no longer contain himself. He scanned the area for a weapon and spotted a tree. Suddenly inspired, he rushed over, gripping the trunk tightly. He ran toward the bear, stretching his arms as he went. "Sabo! Ace! Get out of the way!" Luffy shouted. Upon hearing him, the 2 turned to see Luffy's elongated arm and quickly dove to the sides. Gum Gum! Luffy exerted all his strength, extending his arm to its fullest length, aiming directly at the bear. Rocket punch! Boom! His stretched arm, akin to a cannonball, struck the bear squarely in the chest. Smack! Though Luffy's strength was modest, the enhancement from the rubber fruit propelled the bear several meters back, causing it to crash to the ground. The bear felt a sharp pain in its chest and collapsed, momentarily dazed. "Well done, Luffy," Sabo praised loudly, seizing the water pipe and swiftly approaching the bear's head to deliver a series of heavy blows. After 3 solid strikes, the bear finally lost consciousness. "Phew, we did it. Ace, are you all right?" Ace pressed a hand to his wound, responding, "It's just a minor issue, a surface injury." Indeed, it was a mere surface wound. Though blood flowed profusely, thankfully, no bones were damaged. Clap, clap, clap. "Impressive. I never expected you to actually defeat it. I was contemplating whether to lend you a hand. It seems I underestimated your capabilities." Kavi observed the entire scene, noting the impressive synergy between Ace and Sabo, while Luffy delivered a formidable final blow. Given their ages, their performance was commendable. The 3 brothers were elated, realizing that their year of diligent training had not been in vain. However, it was a pity for Kuma, who, despite his youth, had become a mere stepping stone for the others. To express gratitude for Kuma's contributions, Kavi prepared a grand feast. The body was braised to perfection. The paw was steamed delicately, and the 2 kidneys were grilled to replenish himself. The 4 gathered around the table, relishing the spoils of their endeavors. With exquisite ingredients and Kavi's culinary skills, a delightful dish emerged, a day Kuma never dreamed he would experience. The 3 brothers devoured the meat heartily, reminiscing about the last time they had savored such a meal. Ah, truly, the old man's culinary prowess is unparalleled. They admired Kavi's skills, having spent much time cooking yet only mastering the essence of the old man's barbecuing techniques. Even Luffy, notoriously inept in the kitchen, had acquired an impressive grilling skill. It was no surprise, as their primary culinary endeavor had been barbecuing, simple, convenient, and delicious. As for other dishes, their skills remained rather average. "Old man, when can we set sail?" Sabo inquired of Kavi, having long desired to venture out to sea with Ace. Their hesitance stemmed from concerns about their own strength and Luffy's youth. After triumphing over a bear, however, they began to feel a false sense of confidence regarding their abilities, believing they were now ready to embark on an adventure. Ace turned his gaze towards Kavi, and Luffy eagerly chimed in. Yes, yes. Old man, when can we sail? I feel we are strong enough now to explore the world. Kavi felt utterly speechless. 3 young children, yearning to set sail, clearly had not endured the harsh realities of life. Defeating a mere bear had inflated their egos to such an extent. They aspired to venture into the ocean? Given their current capabilities, surviving even 10 days at sea would be a formidable challenge. The 3 youngsters scoffed at the notion. How could that be possible? After all, they had triumphed over a bear. The idea of not surviving 10 days at sea seemed utterly implausible to them. Kavi, reluctant to dampen their spirits, mentioned 10 days, however. In truth, they might not survive even a single day. Consider the disastrous outcome of Sabo's venture. He barely managed to evade death before the ship had even ventured far. Had it not been for the serendipitous arrival of the Revolutionary Army, he would have met his demise. Do not be deceived by the supposed strength of the bear. Even 2 ordinary adults could effortlessly vanquish it. Ultimately, the bear is merely an animal, and with human ingenuity, eliminating it would be exceedingly simple. At sea, your adversaries will not be bears, but pirates, the Navy, and other formidable factions. They are in a league far beyond that of a mere bear. If you are injured by a juvenile bear, how can you entertain the notion of setting sail? Kavi's words caused the 3 to lower their heads, lost in contemplation. They understood that every word spoken by Kavi bore the weight of truth. Having triumphed over the formidable bear, the 3 found themselves somewhat disoriented regarding their own status and capabilities. Kavi cast a glance at the trio and continued, if you wish to venture out to sea, you ought to train for another 4 or 5 years before considering it. To desire to explore the world before even reaching adulthood reflects a complete lack of prudence. Perhaps I should show these 3 a greater power, so they may understand that their strength is hardly distinguishable from that of mere ants. You 3, follow me. Kavi rose and sought out a large stone, resolved to demonstrate a glimpse of his strength, aiming to steady the restless hearts of the 3. He wished to make them aware of the perils that lay beyond their immediate surroundings. The trio, perplexed by his intentions, followed Kavi to the side. Kavi pointed to the large stone before him and asked, do you see this stone? Do you believe your bodies are as hard as this stone? The 3 little ones, filled with curiosity, looked on in confusion. Of course, they were not. Indeed, how could the human body possibly be as hard as stone? Little Luffy poked at his own body, unable to comprehend why Kavi posed such a question. Kavi smiled slightly and remarked, indeed. Your bodies are far from being as hard as stone. Observe closely. He extended a finger and gently prodded the stone, producing a resounding bang as his finger effortlessly penetrated its surface. The stone appeared more fragile than an egg before Kavi's touch, and as he withdrew his finger, a deep imprint remained. Hiss! The 3 young ones widened their eyes, encircling the stone to scrutinize it closely, eager to ascertain its authenticity by touching it. Meanwhile, Luffy, having examined the stone, turned his attention to Kavi's hand, discovering it bore no marks whatsoever. Old man, how did you manage that? The 3 brothers were astounded, pondering the source of the old man's extraordinary strength. It's rather simple. One merely needs to concentrate power in a single finger. Kavi maintained a stoic expression and a calm demeanor, casually puncturing several more holes in the stone. See? Quite simple. Would you care to give it a try? The eyes of the 3 brothers sparkled with eagerness, their excitement palpable. Let me have a go. Luffy eagerly stepped forward, ready to attempt it himself. He extended his small finger, aimed it at the stone, and struck it forcefully. Smack! His finger curled up in pain while the stone remained utterly unyielding. This isn't working. Luffy muttered, his head drooping in disappointment. Allow me. Luffy, you're too weak. Ace interjected, stepping up to take his turn. He believed he possessed the strength necessary to succeed. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his might into a single finger dip. With a sudden surge of energy, he exerted himself. Luffy and Sabo watched anxiously from the sidelines, wondering if he could succeed. Crack. Ouch. It snapped. Without exception, Ace's finger had fractured. That hurts. Ha ha ha. Did you really think it would be that easy? With your current abilities, perhaps you'll be ready after a few more years of practice. Kavi mockingly laughed. Have you learned your lesson now? Sabo, why not give it a try? You possess the greatest strength among us 3. Perhaps there's a chance. Ace, covering his fingers, inquired of Sabo. Sabo cast a peculiar glance at Ace, replying, do you think I'm a fool? I'd rather not. The old man has said we still have a long way to go. He waved his hand, outright rejecting Ace's suggestion. Very well, Ace nodded regretfully. Wishing to share in Sabo's suffering, though his intentions had been uncovered. Only Luffy, oblivious to the situation, picked his nose, failing to comprehend how Ace could be injured simply by poking a stone. How pathetic. Do you still wish to set sail? There are countless formidable beings out at sea. Did you think the old man was deceiving you? Sabo quickly interjected, let us dedicate some time to training. I believe we have ample room for improvement. What do you think? Ace and Luffy nodded in agreement, affirming, yes, old man, we shall refrain from setting sail for the time being. The brothers' aspirations of venturing out to sea were momentarily quelled by Ace's fractured finger, providing a much-needed pause for their restless spirits. Ace's broken finger healed within a week, and Kavi had long grown accustomed to such mishaps. A mere fracture. Could it really confine one to bed for a month? Surely it was as simple as consuming a hearty meal and some milk. Life continued serenely. The three brothers diligently trained each day, while Kavi enjoyed a leisurely existence, akin to a life of wellness. This peaceful routine persisted for a year. One day, an unexpected visitor passed through Windmill Village. The brothers were engaged in their training, while Kavi was leisurely sipping tea. Sabo, Luffy, look up at the sky, Ace shouted, pointing upwards. Sabo and Luffy quickly followed Ace's gesture and gazed upward. To their astonishment, they beheld a colossal island ship floating amidst the clouds, partially obscured. Goodness! What is that? Could it be a ship? Sabo exclaimed, shocked. The object in the sky appeared both like a ship and an island. How could a ship possibly ascend to the heavens? Ace pondered, both astonished and puzzled. Only Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, how cool! I want to see it up close. He was unconcerned with the mechanics of the ship's flight. His sole curiosity lay in what wonders awaited above. Kavi set down his teacup, gazed at the sky, stroked his chin, and with a look of perplexity murmured softly, what brings the Golden Lion here? Instead of hiding away to diligently pursue his research and fulfill his ambition of world domination, why does he wander aimlessly in the East China Sea all day? Although Kavi was curious, he paid it no mind. After all, the East Sea was vast, and it was not unusual for the Golden Lion to soar above, occasionally passing by Windmill Village, with a sense of detachment. He poured boiling water into his teacup and continued to savor his tea. At that moment, the teacup began to tremble, spilling tea onto the table. Ah, an earthquake. The three little ones shouted in unison, feeling the ground shake beneath them, and hurriedly rushed to Kavi's side for comfort. Kavi narrowed his eyes slightly. What is this gold lion up to? You all stay here. I have matters to attend to. Huh. Where are you going, old man? A quake is imminent. Do take care. Kavi waved his hand at them, urging them to stay indoors and not to worry about the old man. He then slightly bent his legs and, with a sudden burst of strength, propelled himself skyward. Bang! A cloud of dust erupted, and he shot into the heavens. After a moment, as the dust settled, it revealed a massive crater left in his wake, and the three brothers stood there, their eyes wide with astonishment. Was that really old man Kavi just now? It seems so. Goodness gracious. Kavi's casual display of prowess once again reshaped the trio's perception of him. Meanwhile, in the skies above, the Flying Sky Pirates were witnessing Captain Gold Lion unleashing the powers of the float fruit, intent on uprooting the entire island below. Captain, with an endless supply of beasts, I can thoroughly develop a controllable army of ferocious creatures. Your dreams will undoubtedly come to fruition. Gold Lion's demeanor was defiant, a smug grin adorning his face as he laughed maniacally. He had inadvertently stumbled upon a peculiar plant on a remote island that could drive animals into a frenzy, thereby enhancing their combat abilities. From this discovery, he extracted a substance known as IQ. Mastering this compound would enable him to forge countless feral armies. Harnessing the strength of animals to dominate the world was merely a matter of time. Currently, he required a substantial number of beasts, prompting him to scour the land. Upon encountering an island with vast forests, he ruthlessly uprooted it, scavenging every beast in sight. Hey, Gold Lion, cease your actions at once. A strange voice suddenly echoed. Kavi suddenly materialized before the Golden Lion, their eyes locked in a moment of stunned silence. The atmosphere became thick with tension. The Golden Lion, taken aback, was bewildered by the unexpected presence of another individual, his mind racing with caution. He had not sensed in the slightest how this person had appeared before him. Who are you? Kavi, picking his nose, observed the Golden Lion before him, who appeared rather forlorn. He recalled the Golden Lion in his youth, a figure of striking handsomeness. Now, however, he bore a bald head adorned with a ship's wheel, and 2 swords were sheathed at his sides. Aside from his formidable aura, he resembled a decrepit elder. "This island is under my protection. You may leave," spoke the old man. The Golden Lion, taken aback, did not anticipate encountering such a person in the East Sea. However, who was he, the Golden Lion Shiki? Even if Admiral Karp were present, he would still have a few words to say. Haha, what will you do if I choose to remain? Kavi remained expressionless, his countenance tranquil. Not leaving? Well, there is little I could do to you. At most, I might give you a good thrashing. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking your life. There is no real need to eliminate the Golden Lion. Primarily, killing him would complicate the matter of handling this island ship. Once the Golden Lion is dead, the effects of the float fruit will cease, and such a massive island ship would plummet, leaving those below with no chance of survival. Although Kavi was confident he could obliterate this island ship with a single punch, he deemed it unnecessary. After all, the impact of such force would not be less significant than simply letting the island ship crash down. Puff! Hahaha! Upon hearing Kavi's words, the Golden Lion nearly lost his balance, clutching his belly as laughter threatened to spill from his eyes. He had never encountered someone so audacious. Did he think he was some mere Karami? Wiping away the tears of laughter, he bellowed at Kavi, "Are you here to amuse me? I have no time for your nonsense. Be gone, or you shall find me quite ungracious." Oh, how amusing it was that the Golden Lion, in his good humor, refrained from acting aggressively. Kavi, indeed, regarded the Golden Lion with a certain degree of esteem. He recalled that in the theatrical version, the Golden Lion had abducted Nami but had not harmed her. Rather, he sought her to serve as the navigator for his flying pirate crew. In this light, one might say that the Golden Lion possessed a modicum of courtesy. However, courtesy aside, a confrontation was inevitable. He flexed his fists, loosening his muscles. It appeared that there would be no escape from the impending battle today. Swish! Kavi vanished instantaneously from his position, reappearing before the Golden Lion with a smile gracing his lips. "Let us take flight." With a powerful uppercut aimed at the Golden Lion's chin, he struck with ferocity. The Golden Lion, renowned as one of the great pirates alongside Roger and Whitebeard, despite his current decline, swiftly reacted. The armament Haki enveloped his head in an instant. Bang! Sparks flew as the Golden Lion was propelled into the air, disappearing into the clouds above. Kavi soared into the air with a resounding bang. Suddenly, 2 waves of slashing strikes burst forth from the clouds, hurtling towards Kavi. Kawiti executed a sweeping kick, exclaiming, "Raging Foot." The powerful technique of the elite Navy's 6 styles resonated, countering the strike of the Golden Lion. At that moment, the Golden Lion emerged from the clouds, his expression darkened, devoid of his earlier mockery. "Who exactly are you?" Kavi smirked and slowly remarked, "I am merely an ordinary man residing on the island below. You refused to heed my warning to depart, and thus, I must impart a lesson upon you. An ordinary man? How absurd." The Golden Lion seethed with fury, nearly delivering a punch strong enough to cause a concussion. How could he claim to be an ordinary man? Was he not more adept at feigning than I? The Golden Lion could not fathom why fortune had turned against him. He merely sought to capture some wild beasts, yet he found himself confronting such a formidable opponent. All he desired was to dominate the world. Why was he perpetually thwarted? With a roar of indignation, he unleashed a sweeping kick. The armament's color coiled around the blade, unleashing a flurry of slashes directed at Kavi. Swish! 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 The relentless onslaught enveloped Kavi in a tempest of strikes. "Ha ha ha ha!" He cackled. "Die for me." His golden hair billowed in the wind as he stood proudly, laughing towards the heavens. No one could thwart his aspirations. Kavi gazed at the impending assault, compelled to admire the Golden Lion Shiki. Despite his battered physique, he could still unleash such formidable slashes. These strikes rivaled those Kavi had encountered in Mariewa. It was time to engage with a touch more seriousness. "Ha ha ha, the one capable of ending my life has yet to be born." Clenching his right fist, veins bulged prominently as he bellowed, "Strength." His heart surged violently, and in an instant, he elevated several meters, his muscles swelling dramatically. With a resounding tear, his clothing burst apart, revealing dark golden patterns that gradually emerged and spread across his body, coalescing at his back to create a ghastly visage of a demonic figure amidst his formidable musculature. He unleashed a devastating punch. With a thunderous roar, countless terrifying slashes were instantly obliterated, creating a vacuum in the sky ahead. The Golden Lion, sensing the imminent peril just a moment prior, activated his float fruit and ascended several hundred meters. Gulping, he beheld the vacuum created by Kavi's strike below, his expression one of shock. Who exactly is this subordinate? Such power could perhaps rival even Whitebeard's Trimmer fruit. Another calamity in human form. Damn it. The Golden Lion feared no one. Just moments ago, he had nearly succumbed to fear, but his proud spirit would not allow him to bow down. With a roar, he invoked his fruit's power, manipulating the clouds above to form a colossal lion's head, exuding an overwhelming aura. Roar. He lunged towards Kavi below. Kavi grinned. I thought you were afraid. In an instant, he charged toward the colossal lion's head like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The lion's head shattered, rendering the Golden Lion's attacks feeble in the face of his overwhelming strength. With a swift motion, Kavi vanished from sight. The Golden Lion's senses heightened, his observation Haki surging wildly. Can't find him. In the next moment, Kavi appeared behind him, a voice as sinister as a demon echoed. What are you searching for? The Golden Lion paused, unleashing his armament Haki with all his might, enveloping himself completely. Bang! A punch struck the Golden Lion's back. Puff! He was sent flying hundreds of meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. The Golden Lion's frail body nearly shattered under the blow. His Haki could not withstand the force. Kavi's Haki intensity surpassed his own, and with a single strike, the terrifying power pierced through his defenses, striking deep within. TSK. Perhaps I was a bit too forceful. Are you all right? Kavi gradually returned to his normal physique and approached with measured steps. Observing the condition of the Golden Lion, one could surmise that had that last strike landed directly upon his head, he would likely have perished. At this moment, the Golden Lion's consciousness was somewhat hazy, with the persistent pain emanating from within his body continuously tormenting him. I admit defeat. Do as you wish with me, even in the face of grievous injuries. The Golden Lion would never entertain the notion of begging for mercy. Such is the essence of his character. Kavi, picking his nose, remarked, Did I not say I would merely give you a thrashing? With age, it is rather unseemly to engage in brawls. Wouldn't you agree? The Golden Lion, rendered speechless, thought that had he been capable of matching Kavi, he would have certainly delivered a resounding slap. Indeed, you are right. Violence is undesirable. But let us see how another might fare whether they are alive or dead. Were it not for his sturdy bones, he would have long since met his demise. Enough. I merely wish to convey that you should diligently pursue your research. Flying about recklessly, do you not fear scaring the children? Fortuitously, you have encountered me. Had it been someone else, you would not have been granted such leniency. The Golden Lion felt immense irritation. Had it been another, he would have swiftly dealt with him. Did Kavi truly believe that everyone was as peculiar as he? The Golden Lion had never encountered such a formidable elder, who appeared frail yet possessed the ability to transform. Ski, grimacing in pain from his injuries, asked, You truly will not kill me? Kavi, in a state of helplessness, pondered why the truth is often met with disbelief. What advantage would there be in killing you? Observing the pitiable Golden Lion, a thought arose in his mind. If I were to speak candidly, you ought to abandon your aspirations of world domination. Given your current state, you cannot even contend with an old man like me. Does that not provoke laughter? Shurji forcibly forced a defiant smile upon his face and cast a sidelong glance at Kavi. This is my dream. Do you comprehend the essence of a dream? Kavi picking his nose, is it not an ideal that can only be realized in dreams? Upon hearing this, Shurji's lips twitched in disbelief. Since when has a dream been interpreted in such a manner? Kavi, with a disdainful expression, continued, Do you truly believe that by merely acquiring a few animals, you can dominate the world? Do you think the world government and the Navy are merely idle spectators? Attempting to conquer the world with creatures that lack even the slightest hint of Haki is a foolish notion born from a mind trapped in delusion. Such tactics might suffice against ordinary individuals, but if merely subduing the common folk were enough to claim supremacy, the Revolutionary Army would have triumphed long ago. The Golden Lion fell silent. His encounter with Kavi today had somewhat cleared the haze clouding his mind, reminding him of the multitude of formidable beings that inhabit this world. The ferocious beasts he once relied upon would stand no chance against these powerful adversaries. Reality had imparted a harsh truth. His ambitions were destined to falter. Yet, he could not resign himself to such defeat. He yearned to assert his dominance over the world, yet it seemed an insurmountable challenge. One must admit, the Golden Lion is indeed a man of misfortune. In his early years, he allied with Roger, yet fate turned against him. He found himself adorned with a peculiar decoration upon his head, leading to sporadic bouts of strange thoughts. In a desperate attempt to rescue Roger from the Navy headquarters, he was apprehended and imprisoned in Impel Down, where he ultimately had to sever his own legs to escape. After his release, he sought to make his mark in the East Blue, only to cross paths with Kavi and endure a thorough beating. Should he continue to pursue his animal army scheme, it is likely that he would fall victim to the narrative crafted by Luffy. Among his entire crew, the Golden Lion could scarcely find a single capable fighter. And yet he dares to proclaim his intent to rule the world? The Golden Lion Shiki, a pirate of the same caliber as Roger and Whitebeard, possessed a military mobility that far surpassed both. It is tragic that he now leads such a dismal existence in his later years. Is this a reflection of moral decay or the distortion of human nature? In terms of fortune, he stands in stark contrast to Buggy, the owner of the Conqueror's Haki. If one were to merge Buggy's luck with the Golden Lion's formidable strength, perhaps there would be a genuine possibility of world domination. How do you know of my plans? For the moment, the Golden Lion was more intrigued by how Kavi had come to learn of his schemes than the viability of those plans themselves. Surely, aside from his crew, no one should be aware, right? Ahem, let us put aside how I came to know this. Just tell me, am I not correct? Kavi spoke earnestly. What you are attempting is futile. Not to mention dominating the world, you cannot even hope to conquer the East China Sea. The Golden Lion fell silent. What else could he do? Engaging in research at least offered a glimmer of hope, for he could not simply do nothing and await his demise. With no one to assist him, he was left to devise alternative solutions alongside a motley crew. After all, this was his final opportunity, and he would not surrender until the very last moment. The Golden Lion was resolute. Even with the faintest possibility, he would persist. When did I ever suggest that you should give up? Kavi questioned, sensing his bewilderment. Did you not imply that I should abandon all hope? Kavi smiled slightly and said, I merely wish to convey to you that your approach is ineffective. If one method fails, why not explore alternative avenues? Kavi's tone was rife with seduction. Shall I devise a plan for you? You? The Golden Lion regarded Kavi with a peculiar gaze. What could you possibly propose? He was filled with curiosity, pondering what scheme Kavi could conjure to fulfill his aspirations, something even Rocks had failed to achieve. What could an old man possibly offer? Kavi's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. Do you know why, despite his immense power, Rocks could never dominate the world? Why? Because you and Rocks were never truly united. Although each captain of the Rocks pirates possesses formidable strength, did you genuinely exert yourselves during the battle at God Valley? Kavi regarded the Golden Lion with a mocking expression. The formidable strength of the Rocks pirates is evident from its crew, which included formidable figures such as Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, and Wang Ji, among others. Notably, Kaido, a mere novice among the crew, has not even been counted in this roster of powerhouses. In the cataclysmic battle at God Valley, it is remarkable that only Rocks perished. This indicates the level of complacency among the crew. Even if they could not contend against the Navy and the world government, surely they could have escaped. The reason is singular. Only Rocks engaged in genuine combat while the others merely sought to benefit from the chaos. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion's face betrayed embarrassment. He had long wished for Rocks' demise, as Rocks represented the greatest obstacle in his pursuit of dreams. How could the Golden Lion possibly save him? Not fleeing first was merely a nod to Rocks' legacy. Your strengths pose a considerable threat to the world, yet your lack of unity led to ultimate failure. The Golden Lion still could not comprehend. What relevance does this hold to the method you wish to propose? Rocks has already met defeat, and it is improbable that another force comparable to the Rocks pirates will emerge upon the seas. Kavi paused momentarily, then spoke with deliberation. Is it not possible to realize your dreams by joining an organization that is even more formidable and united than the Rocks pirates? The Golden Lion fell silent, pondering the improbability of such an organization existing. Even if it did, he mused, it could only be the Navy or the world government, right? Haha. Who told you there are only these two? Kavi continued, have you not heard of the Revolutionary Army? The Golden Lion halted, a look of perplexity crossing his face. The Revolutionary Army? Aren't they merely a band of lunatics? He questioned. This organization, which aspired to overthrow the world government, was deemed by the government itself as the greatest threat to global stability. The Golden Lion was unfamiliar with the Revolutionary Army and merely regarded it as a collective of madmen. After all, his ambition was solely to dominate the world, while those lunatics sought to dismantle the existing regime and establish an entirely new order. Kavi curled the corner of his mouth. Aren't you the same? How can you dare to speak of the Revolutionary Army? Who would be so delusional as to take world domination as a dream, making it seem as though you are not the madman? Your aspirations for global supremacy are now nearly unattainable. However, what? Kavi smiled and said, If you were to join the Revolutionary Army, perhaps one day you could personally partake in the uprising against the world government. This would be far more exhilarating than merely dominating the world. The Golden Lion appeared lost in thought. Overthrow the world government? Isn't that what Captain Rocks aspired to do? To become the supreme ruler of the world? But does that truly equate to world dominance? Kavi's lips curled into a smile. Who dares to declare it impossible? You are a member of the Revolutionary Army, and to overthrow the world government is tantamount to your own ascendance over it. From the moment the world government is toppled, have you not already claimed dominion over the world? The Golden Lion stood still, pondering the notion of world domination. Have I truly claimed dominion? Yet, how can one be certain that the Revolutionary Army possesses the strength to dismantle the world government? Moreover, I remain unaware of the true extent of their power. To be honest, Kavi's words stirred a flicker of hope within him. A dream once deemed unattainable now seemed to shimmer with a hint of possibility. However, reason cautioned him that this individual before him was likely deceiving him, and trust was a luxury he could not afford. Kavi observed that the Golden Lion was gradually becoming intrigued and decided to reveal something substantial. Allow me to enlighten you on the might of the Revolutionary Army. Are you aware of its leader? The Golden Lion nodded, having heard of a certain individual known as Monkey D. Dragon. Indeed, that is correct. Does that name resonate with you? As the Golden Lion pondered, he recalled, Monkey D. Dragon? Monkey D. Dragon? Monkey D. Garp. What is his connection to Garp? At that moment, he finally understood why the name felt so familiar. Kavi was rendered speechless. Was there really a need to inquire about something so evident? The leader of the Revolutionary Army is the son of Garp. Ah, Kavi solemnly remarked. Now do you understand? Monkey D. Dragon's father is Garp, and as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Garp can be seen, in a sense, as part of it. The Revolutionary Army is also led by 4 commanders, each at the helm of specialized forces, far superior to your ragtag crew. Moreover, Dragon's strength is not inferior to your peak form. Can you deny the Revolutionary Army's potential? The Golden Lion's mind was in turmoil. How could Garp also be associated with the Revolutionary Army? Listening to Kavi, the Revolutionary Army indeed appeared formidable, with the support of the populace. Once the world government and nobility are overthrown, they would immediately garner the backing of civilians worldwide. Does that not entice you? A glimmer of hope sparked in the Golden Lion's eyes. Could it truly be possible? Absolutely. Furthermore, let me share another piece of information. I, too, am part of the Revolutionary Army. What? You are also part of the Revolutionary Army? The Golden Lion exclaimed in astonishment. If even a powerhouse like Kavi was affiliated with the Revolutionary Army, it was evident they possessed considerable strength. Anyone you encounter could potentially be a member of the Revolutionary Army. Our ranks are more formidable than you can imagine. Hiss. The Golden Lion inhaled sharply, unable to fathom the immense power of the typically discreet Revolutionary Army. As he bowed his head in contemplation, he pondered whether he could leverage the Revolutionary Army to realize his own ambitions. Kavi discerned his hesitation and continued to weave an enticing vision, his tone resonating with conviction. Should you choose to join the Revolutionary Army, I shall personally advocate for the establishment of an independent unit, aptly named the Aerial Warfare Division, or simply the Air Force, and you shall be its commander. Just imagine, when the Revolutionary Army triumphs, it will undoubtedly forge an entirely new world. As a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, you would be one of the architects of this new realm. Is this not more glorious than merely dominating the world? The Golden Lion appeared dazed, murmuring to himself, create a new world? Can I truly create a new world? His mind conjured images of a future where he stood before countless people, hailed as a creator of this new existence, revered by all. At that moment, was it not the very epitome of his long-cherished desire for supremacy? His gaze brightened, as if ignited by a flicker of hope. Yes. To create a world, a realm of equality among races, devoid of war and suffering, a blissful existence where all people, including those of different races, would bestow upon him genuine respect and admiration, not born of fear but of heartfelt allegiance. The allure of Kavi's words captivated the Golden Lion. Akin to a beguiling, dodgy, enticing an aging virgin, utterly irresistible. He furrowed his brow as if resolutely making a decision, attempting to calm his tumultuous heart. What were his chances of success? Kavi raised an eyebrow, initially estimating the chances at 50 to 60%. With your involvement, it should rise to 70 or 80%. This calculation, however, overlooked his own probability. He merely served as a mascot for the Revolutionary Army, offering them a modicum of assistance while the substantive efforts remained their responsibility. He aspired to recruit the Golden Lion into the Revolutionary Army, as the abilities bestowed by the float fruit were exceedingly advantageous. whether for support or logistical transport. It would conserve an immense amount of resources for the army. Rather than allowing the Golden Lion to engage in pursuits of IQ, it would be far more beneficial for him to contribute to the Revolutionary Army. Indeed, I shall take action. As the Air Force Commander, I am determined to forge the mightiest force within the Revolutionary Army. No, I shall create the strongest military in the world. He felt a sense of liberation. Rather than toiling alongside a motley crew in futile experimentation to realize an ethereal dream, he deemed it far more pragmatic to join the Revolutionary Army. At the very least, the army possessed tangible goals, and in that moment, his waning ambitions reignited with fervor. To dominate the world? That was merely a remnant of rocks. I shall create a new world. Ha. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. Yet, I must forewarn you, the Revolutionary Army resembles a large family, where everyone is akin to kin. Suggestions are welcome, but there can be no discord in action. However, do not feel overly constrained. After all, as commander, you occupy a position of considerable authority within the Revolutionary Army. Kavi felt quite pleased with the Golden Lion's choice. Yet he felt it necessary to remind him not to bring his pirate ways into the Revolutionary Army. Kavi has indeed arranged for him a position above the masses. I am aware, the Golden Lion replied, fully cognizant that the Revolutionary Army operates within a structured framework, unlike the capricious nature of pirates. Having made the resolute decision to join the Revolutionary Army, he was mentally prepared for the transition. The adage to recognize one's mistakes and amend them is the greatest virtue aptly describes the Golden Lion. Kavi believed that under the influence of Dragon and the numerous revolutionaries, the Golden Lion would undoubtedly evolve into a loyal revolutionary warrior. Subsequently, Kavi performed a purification strike on the Golden Lion. The injuries on the Golden Lion gradually began to heal, and he found himself no longer spitting blood, feeling considerably lighter. With a look of astonishment directed at Kavi, he wondered why such a skill had not been utilized earlier, especially when he was on the verge of bleeding out. Observing the Golden Lion's expression of surprise, Kavi smiled, remarking that it was merely a minor technique, hardly worthy of note. The Golden Lion could not suppress an eye roll, muttering to himself that indeed, it was quite a trivial method. All right, leave me your snail phone. I will contact you once arrangements are finalized. With the matter resolved and a formidable ally acquired for the Revolutionary Army, Kavi's spirits soared. The stronger the Revolutionary Army grew, the less he had to contend with. Truth be told, being a mascot had its perks. Occasionally providing the Revolutionary Army with small surprises, he preferred to leave without fanfare, concealing his achievements in humility. All members of the Revolutionary Army take heed. Commander Kavi has once again brought us a formidable general, bringing us one step closer to revolutionary success. The entire Revolutionary Army cheered, "Long live Commander Kavi." The Golden Lion nodded, releasing a snail phone, his mood notably buoyant. It had been a long time since he felt such ease after escaping from Impelled Down. Unlike before, when he had a goal devoid of direction, he now possessed both clarity of purpose and an abundance of motivation. By the way, this is for you. As Kavi produced a devil fruit, he added. This is the bird fruit, golden eagle form, perfectly suited for your Air Force. You can decide who to give it to at your discretion. Kavi at last. I have disposed of this fruit. It was on the verge of rotting. Golden Lion. Well, you seem rather generous. I shall accept this without hesitation and keep it as a fee for my services. This beating was not in vain. Let us go. With that, Kavi plummeted freely from the sky. Whoosh. The wind whistled past. The three small ones from Windmill Village gazed intently at the island ship above. Huh? Why is it leaving? Seeing the ship depart, the trio felt a twinge of regret, still pondering how to embark on an adventure. Whoosh. Huh? How can there be a shooting star in broad daylight? Luffy stared blankly at the streak of fire in the sky, puzzled. Huh? A shooting star? Why does it seem like a person to me? Ace also fixated on the fiery trail, voicing his confusion. Sabo observed closely, then, with a tremor in his voice, questioned, could it be that old man Kavi? Ace and Luffy were incredulous. How could that be? If it were the old man, he would surely crash down like a pancake. As the fiery streak approached ever closer, the expressions of the three grew increasingly grave. Whether or not it is indeed the old man, I believe we ought to take cover. Indeed, shouldn't we run? The trio sprinted away, but before they could cover a mere 10 meters, they heard a loud bang behind them as something struck the ground, instantly creating a large crater. The resulting shockwave surged towards them. The three were immediately blown away, tumbling in disarray. One was buried in the earth, while the other two hung precariously from a tree. Hahaha, my apologies, I didn't see you there. The voice belonged to Kavi, who had just fallen from the sky. Ace, you've gone too far, old man. Sabo, exactly, it was clearly deliberate. Luffy, darn it. Old man, we challenge you to a duel. Ace and Sabo. Haha. My sincere apologies. I was so overjoyed that I didn't notice you three below. Fortunately, at the last moment, I managed to control my force. And you all came to no harm. Old man, did you just descend from that island in the sky? Luffy inquired with wide eyes, his face alight with anticipation. Haha. Indeed. I went up to see a friend. Thanks to Kavi's timely intervention, Golden Lion was spared the embarrassment of being defeated by Luffy, or rather, by his foot. If memory serves, Golden Lion was dispatched by a single kick from Luffy. Hiss. Old man, could you take us up to see it? The three brothers' eyes sparkled with desire. Could Kavi's friends be so formidable? They were utterly astonished, for every time they believed they had come to understand Kavi, he would inadvertently reshape their perceptions anew. Unfortunately, that would be unfeasible. My friend has already departed, soaring through the skies, and I cannot locate him. Kavi displayed a look of helplessness, casually fabricating a reason to appease the three. The three brothers, somewhat disappointed, soon forgot the matter. Life returned to its tranquil state. At this moment, on a distant island amidst the ocean, a colossal pirate ship was anchored, accompanied by a smaller vessel, evoking an inexplicable sense of humor. Clang, clang, whoosh. Sounds of combat echoed from the island, the surroundings in disarray, strewn with the remnants of flora. Among them, a crimson-haired man, his demeanor stern, wielded a sword with one hand, brandishing it fiercely forward. Divine evade. A terrifying slash erupted, hurtling towards his opponent. Across from him stood a man adorned with a tall hat, his gaze sharp, gripping the sword hilt tightly, raising it high. An aura of dominance enveloping him as he brought it down with force. Whoosh. Another equally menacing slash flew forth. Boom. The strikes collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion, the shockwave radiating outward, uprooting the ground, revealing solid earth beneath, and transforming the area into a barren expanse within moments. Both men were forced back several meters by the sheer force. Ha, my Hawk, where on earth did you learn such swordsmanship? It's astonishing. The crimson-haired man was none other than Shanks. Not long ago, he had encountered Mihawk, who had recently set sail, and they had formed a friendship through their sparring sessions. Mihawk maintained a stoic expression, his tone calm. Self-taught. Cut it out, Shanks retorted with an eye roll, internally scoffing. Self-taught, you say? Why not ascend to the heavens? In truth, Mihawk was not boasting. He simply wished to avoid mentioning the old man. He had once taken the old man's words to heart, practicing swordsmanship on the island. Too afraid to venture out to sea. It was only 2 years ago, after much self-persuasion, that he had mustered the courage to set sail. When he first encountered a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, he had felt immense trepidation. It was only after he cleaved the notorious pirate in two with a single strike that he realized he had been deceived. Every foe he faced along his journey fell before his blade, until he met Shanks. Mihawk was displeased by the deception and refused to discuss anything related to Kavi. He would not allow anyone to know about the humiliation he had endured for so long. Mihawk, what are your plans next? Shanks inquired. He had lingered here for several days, initially inviting Mihawk to join the red-haired pirates. The outcome was predictable, a decisive rejection. He could not remain here any longer. Mihawk contemplated for a moment, then looked up at Shanks, an air of combativeness in his gaze. I intend to challenge Vice Admiral Baze. Shanks was taken aback. Baze was the current Vice Admiral of the Navy, a formidable woman renowned for her swordsmanship, who had instilled fear in numerous pirates in the New World. Rumor had it she was aggressively capturing pirates in preparation for her promotion to Admiral. He hoped not to attract her attention, otherwise it would be quite troublesome. What made you decide to take on that woman? Mihawk cast him a sidelong glance. I was defeated by her once. Mihawk had never been inferior to anyone. The humiliation he suffered back then must be avenged. Ahem, perhaps that was an exaggeration. Mihawk simply wished to ascertain whether he could defeat her now. After years of relentless training, he believed he would not be as hapless as he had been back then. Ha. Shanks burst into laughter. Surprised by this revelation, Mihawk looked at him, perplexed, unsure what was so amusing. Losing to a woman in swordsmanship was indeed a blemish on his life. But it hardly seemed worthy of such laughter. Shanks's crew watched the exchange with amusement, while only Beckman maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Mihawk's strength was evident from his battle with the captain, but even he had fallen to Vice Admiral Baze, indicating her formidable prowess. They hoped not to cross paths with her, otherwise another fierce battle awaited. In the New World, a pirate ship sped away with great urgency, its crew glancing back in anxiety. Several naval warships pursued closely behind. Damn it, how did she set her sights on us? A burly pirate cursed vehemently. Hurry up. Increase speed. As he glanced back at the approaching warships, his heart raced and his body trembled. He couldn't help but shake if that devilish Vice Admiral caught him. It would be better to die. Vice Admiral Baze's name resonated throughout the New World. Her temper was notoriously volatile. Pirates captured by her often lost limbs as a starting point. The flower of the army to the navy and the devil Vice Admiral the pirates. He was merely a 500 million bounty pirate. How had he attracted the attention of such a formidable Vice Admiral? On a nearby naval vessel, a striking blue-haired beauty stood resolutely at the bow. Her poised stature and commanding presence drew curiosity, a long blade at her waist. A cigarette delicately held between her lips as she calmly observed the fleeing pirates. Stand back, her crisp voice rang out. Yes. A female officer commanded the crew to retreat to a safe distance. The blue-haired beauty unsheathed her long blade with a swift motion, revealing a jet-black sword, calmly raising it. She aimed at the pirate crew and suddenly slashed downwards. A white slash emanated from the blade's tip, hurtling towards its target. Bang! The sea split open, the crack extending outward, precisely striking the pirate ship, which was instantly cleaved in two. Pirates plunged into the water, some perishing, others injured, while a few desperately swam for safety. The blue-haired beauty slowly sheathed her sword, delicately pinching the cigarette, commanding, "Capture them all." Yes. The naval soldiers' eyes brimmed with admiration. This was their commander, the flower of the army, not only stunningly beautiful, but also terrifyingly powerful. A young woman approached, her black hair casually tied back, swaying gently behind her. She reached out her slender hand to link arms with the blue-haired beauty, pouting playfully, "Sister Rosa, you've grown stronger again." Her eyes held a hint of envy, unable to comprehend why it seemed so effortless for Sister Rosa to become stronger, as if it were as simple as drinking water. Growing more formidable with each passing day, Rosa shot her a glance, exasperated. "Have you been paying attention to your training? Did you diligently study the Master's notes?" At the outset, Kavi found himself in a state of ennui, leading him to create a booklet featuring stick figures engaged in battle, adorned with dazzling techniques and explosive effects, accompanied by minimal text. As he prepared to depart, he contemplated gifting it to Rosa, his esteemed apprentice, as a memento. To his surprise, she repurposed it as a training manual. Ji Yuan pouted, expressing her frustration with the training regimen. Despite already attaining the rank of Rear Admiral, she found herself under constant supervision by Rosa. Moreover, that elusive master of theirs, why did he not come to instruct them in person? The illustrations were indecipherable, comprehensible only to Rosa. Of course, Ji Yuan had perused the drawings, yet they remained a mystery to her. "Rosa, how on earth do you decipher those notes from our master?" Upon seeing the stick figures, her head spun. They were utterly baffling. Rosa, however, was perplexed as to how anyone could fail to comprehend them. She believed her master's drawings were quite remarkable, with each figure vividly animated, every move and technique distinctly portrayed, their execution immediately apparent. She could not fathom Ji Yuan's inability to grasp their meaning. Surely, it was a matter of diligence on Ji Yuan's part, upon returning. Additional practice was imperative, but for the moment, such matters were to be set aside. They were to regroup and return to headquarters, having captured a considerable number of pirates. Ji Yuan nodded repeatedly, her patience wearing thin after such an extended time away. "Rosa, do you think this mission will succeed?" she inquired, her eyes reflecting concern. Rosa's prowess, her accomplishments, and her esteemed reputation within the Navy had long fulfilled the criteria for promotion to Admiral. Yet, the reasons for her previous obstruction remained a mystery. Among the ranks of the Navy, many regarded Rosa as equivalent to an admiral. Even Warring States himself had acknowledged her capability to fulfill that role. At the mention of this, a glint of determination flashed in Rosa's eyes. She was acutely aware of the reasons behind her prior hindrance. Rewind 2 years. She had been at sea pursuing pirates when she encountered the repugnant celestial dragons, who were accompanied by a host of slaves of various races. After years in the Navy, she had come to realize that the organization was not as formidable as it was often portrayed. The naval king her master spoke of was a mere myth. Even attaining the rank of Fleet Admiral did not grant one the absolute freedom her master had suggested, as the Navy's actions were constrained by the world government. The celestial dragons, in her eyes, were even more loathsome. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, but when a particularly contemptible celestial dragon, dripping with snot, demanded that she submit as his slave, her temper flared. In a fit of rage, she felled him with a single strike, dispatching his world government bodyguards in the process. After liberating the slaves, she assumed her actions would go unnoticed, only to discover that one of the freed slaves, enticed by the allure of wealth and privilege, reported her. Just as she was on the cusp of promotion to Admiral, the consequences were inevitable. Fortunately, the blame lay with the Celestial Dragon, and with Warring States' support. She was spared from facing the wrath of the Celestial Dragons. Had the Navy abandoned her, she would have defected without hesitation. Thankfully, the worst did not come to pass. Warring States, known for his fiery temper, staunchly sided with Rosa upon learning the details of the incident. If he could not protect his own subordinates, he felt he would rather resign. Driven by a desire to compel the Gorosei to acquiesce, Warring States' obstinate demeanor almost led to his dismissal, however. Considering the lack of suitable candidates to replace him, the Gorosei suppressed their anger. They agreed to Warring States' proposal, enforcing a 2-year moratorium on Rosa's promotion. This was intended to placate the Celestial Dragons and stabilize the Navy, as their authority over the seas was paramount. Provoking the Navy over a single contemptible Celestial Dragon would be unwise. This matter was ultimately resolved, leaving only a select few in the Navy privy to the details. The slave who had reported Rosa was sent back to the Celestial Dragons to continue his servitude. Rosa gently stroked Chi Yuan's hair, reassuring her, "Fear not, this time. No one shall dare to impede my progress." Her journey into the Navy was entirely influenced by her master. Initially, she aspired to become the naval king, to humiliate her master in a grand display. However, she soon discovered the deception behind that ambition, witnessing the stark realities of the world and the suffering of the common folk. In that moment, her desire to become the naval king began to fade. Having witnessed too much bloodshed, she now yearned for the well-being of the people, contemplating the possibility of rising to the rank of fleet admiral, doing her utmost without overextending herself. Yet, the aspiration to humiliate her master remained etched in her mind. This was a task she must fulfill. And her original quest to become the naval king had been motivated by this very purpose, becoming an obsession. As she reminisced, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. Those days spent training alongside her master were truly blissful, devoid of burdens. Now, however, she could not even ascertain her master's whereabouts, as he would appear suddenly, only to vanish without a trace. Each inquiry to Admiral Karp met with vague responses. "Master, have you forgotten your most devoted apprentice?" Rosa found herself questioning. She hoped he had heard the news of her promotion to Admiral. Time had not dulled her memories. Instead, it deepened her recollection of those joyful days and intensified her longing for someone. A month later, the Navy announced a significant development. Rear Admiral Callian Rosa had been promoted to Admiral, earning the title Haki. She ascended to this prestigious rank through her extraordinary swordsmanship and formidable dual-color Haki. At that moment, the name Admiral Haki was known far and wide. Reactions varied. The common folk rejoiced at the Navy's bolstered strength, while pirates expressed discontent. The reputation and power of the Navy surged dramatically. On a distant island, Mihawk, the Hawkeye, gazed at the newspaper in hand, murmuring, "She has become an admiral, has she?" A spark of formidable battle intent ignited within him. Yet he had no intention of challenging Rosa at that moment, as he sensed his swordsmanship had reached an impasse. The day he breaks through this barrier will be the day they clash. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded among the red-haired pirates. As the entire crew stared at the newspaper held by Beckman, they were astonished that a rear admiral had risen to admiral in such a short span of time. Only Shanks, ever carefree, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Hahaha. It seems Mihawk is in for a tough fight. Let's wish our friend a most unfortunate defeat." While Shanks believed in Mihawk's prowess, he recognized the weighty significance of being a Navy admiral. At that moment, at the East Sea's Western restaurant Barrett, Kavi sat in a corner of the restaurant, gazing absently at the images on the newspaper in his hand. A smile of contentment emerged on his face as he reflected on how little Rosa had grown. Indeed, a woman transforms greatly as she matures, to the point where one might scarcely recognize her. The once resilient blue-haired girl had now ascended to the rank of a naval admiral, a transformation that could only be described as monumental. She was a general he had personally nurtured, a character who had yet to make her appearance in the narrative. Kavi marveled at his own fortune, which seemed rather splendid. Back in the day, he was only aware of Rosa's immense talent. He never anticipated that she would achieve such heights. In the realm of pirates, many possess great potential, yet only a select few reach the pinnacle. If his memory served him correctly, Rosa was merely 30 years old now, leaving ample room for further ascent. The average age at which individuals in the pirate world attain their peak is around 40 to 50. Thus, It was evident that he had indeed taken on an extraordinary disciple. Reflecting on his own 30th year, he recalled cowering in the West Sea, too fearful to venture out. However, this Baize wasn't that the mythical beast he had whimsically conjured in his tales back then. He found himself somewhat perplexed by its usage as a title. "Old master, your fried rice," a young boy with golden hair proclaimed, presenting a bowl of fragrant fried rice before Kavi with an elegant gesture. Kavi regained his senses. It was Sanji. "Thank you. Why was he here?" To understand this, one must go back a month. The Golden Lion had been persuaded, or rather, coaxed into joining the Revolutionary Army by him. A few days prior, Monkey D. Dragon had set aside time to meet Kavi in the East Blue, at a seaside restaurant. He recounted the situation regarding the Golden Lion to Dragon, who was taken aback and filled with excitement, his face aglow with admiration. This was Kavi, the esteemed predecessor. This was the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Although he claimed indifference towards their affairs, he was secretly bolstering their strength. He had recently been troubled by a logistical issue concerning a shipment of supplies, and now Kavi had brought an extraordinary surprise. With the Golden Lion joining the Revolutionary Army, they would save a significant amount of resources, which would greatly benefit their cause. They could transport strategic materials and gain formidable combat power. What an incredible advantage. Kavi then contacted the Golden Lion, and soon Dragon led him to work with the Revolutionary Army. Kavi remained behind, only to be met with the news that the Navy had promoted Rosa to Admiral, a double blessing indeed. Sanji curiously glanced at the newspaper in Kavi's hands. "Old man, what are you reading?" At this, Kavi folded the newspaper with a serious demeanor, stating, "Well, would a child understand? Go prepare your meal." Sanji pouted, having clearly seen the old man looking at a blue-haired lady, and felt slighted. Stingy," he retorted, turning to enter the kitchen to assist. Kavi, with a resigned smile, shook his head and remarked, "This is not something you can grasp at your age. Just stick to your cooking." At that moment, Chef Zep from Bartai limped over. Greeting him, "Kavi, don't take Sanji too seriously. That's just how he is." Unlike the naive Sanji, Zep had been quite astonished by the elderly gentleman before him over the past few days. The man was not only the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, but also had connections to the infamous pirate, the Golden Lion. Each of them regarded him with utmost respect. It was evident that he was no ordinary individual. It wasn't until Zep stumbled upon a newspaper from over a decade ago that he truly understood the magnitude of the person before him. Appearing amiable and approachable, he was, in fact, a formidable figure unafraid to confront the Navy's buster call. Sanji, that impetuous youth, was blissfully unaware of the grave reality that the elderly could be the most formidable beings in this world. One must ponder how an old man could survive in the treacherous seas. In the world of pirates, one must tread carefully. Never should one offend the elderly or the young without understanding the full scope of their capabilities and backgrounds. Kavi smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. How could an old man like me quibble with a child?" After a brief moment of idle chatter, Zeph departed. He was the head chef of this establishment and only stepped in when the crew was overwhelmed with tasks. Kawhi savored the fried rice on the table, which was quite delectable, reminiscent of his past culinary standards. After finishing his meal, he left a bag of berries on the table. He pushed the door open and departed, boarding his beloved little boat. Setting sail. Since he was out, he decided to indulge himself for a few days before returning. Luffy and the others had become remarkably disciplined, requiring little oversight from him, leaving him at ease. This time, he would truly relax before heading back. Has the old man left? Sanji emerged from the kitchen only to discover that Kawhi had already departed. ZEF ruffled his hair and cautioned, "Sanji, remember not to provoke the old man in the future. We won't be able to assist you otherwise." Sanji turned away, evading Zeph's large hand, and huffed, "Humph. Who would dare to provoke an old man? I, Sanji, would never engage in such unchivalrous behavior." 3 days later, Kawhi set foot on a foreign island. The moment he entered the town, the scent of oranges wafted through the air. It has been quite some time since I last enjoyed an orange. The aroma transported him back to his previous life, where he would showcase a large basket of sugar oranges during the New Year festivities. He recalled one occasion when he overindulged and ended up hospitalized. It seemed absurd in retrospect. Suddenly, a harsh voice echoed from the front, declaring, "Everyone must pay 100,000 berries each year to survive, or face death." Kavi, filled with curiosity, wondered if they had encountered pirates. This promised to be quite a spectacle, and he hastened his steps forward. Shortly, he came upon a crowd encircling a scene of chaos. A blue fishman with a long, serrated nose was bellowing furiously, his face contorted with malice. Hiss. Is that not Arlong? To his astonishment, the scene of Tiger's survival had indeed unfolded. Arlong clutched a human woman, bloodied and battered. Yet her gaze remained resolute as she shielded two small girls in her embrace. The little girls trembled, burying their heads in the woman's bosom, too frightened to move. Let them go. A burly man stepped forward, wielding a shovel, flanked by several young companions. Ah, a brave soul dared to intervene. Arlong waved his hand, and two fisherman lackeys understood the cue, stepping forward with fists clenched, advancing toward the man who had dared to stand up. At that moment, the woman in Arlong's grasp cried out, "Awaken, don't come near us." The speaker was none other than Nami and Nojiko's adoptive mother, Bellemere. Once a member of the Navy, she was acutely aware of the fisherman's formidable strength, possessing a physical prowess tenfold that of humans. Awaken and his group stood no chance against the fishmen. Awaken, the village guard of Kokoyashi, bore a steadfast expression. He felt it his duty to protect every villager. Others in the vicinity wished to assist, yet the oppressive presence of the fishmen rendered them paralyzed with fear, leaving only a few impassioned youths to follow Awaken into the fray. "Rest assured, Bellemere, I will save you," he declared, charging forward with his shovel. Despite his status as the village guard and decent physicality, he was no match for the fishmen. With a single blow, he was felled by two fishmen. A gash carved across his face, blood streaming forth. "Awaken." The villagers gasped in concern. "Cough, cough, I'm fine," he replied, shakily rising to his feet, the blood on his face failing to obscure the determination in his eyes. A mocking grin spread across Arlong's face. "So feeble, yet you dare to stand up." He seized Nami and Nojiko from Bellemere's grasp, yanking their hair and lifting them aloft. "Ah, you bastard. Let us go." Nami and Nojiko struggled desperately, but their efforts were in vain. The young girls felt like mere toys in Arlong's hands. "Release my daughters." Bellemere bit down on Arlong's hand with all her might. Drawing blood. "Hiss. You dare." With a pained growl, Arlong tossed Nami and Nojiko aside and swung a palm at Bellemere smack. The force sent her flying, blood spraying as she lay weakly on the ground, disregarding her injuries as she crawled toward Nami and Nojiko, determined to protect them. Tears streamed down the girls' faces. "Bellemere, are you all right?" they cried, their eyes filled with despair. Though not of blood relation, in their hearts, Bellemere had long been their mother. Witnessing their mother's near demise, they felt hopeless, questioning why fate dealt them such cruelty. Tap, tap, tap. Arlong approached them step by step, his gaze filled with derision, mocking humanity's frailty. He could not fathom why such weak beings could thrive on land while his powerful kin were relegated to the depths of the ocean. Once ashore, they faced relentless hunting and capture, often sold into slavery by the nobility and celestial dragons. Why did Jinbei choose to become one of the accursed seven warlords, when the enmity between fishmen and humans ran so deep? Arlong's mind had twisted long ago. There were factions among the fishmen. Jinbei and Tiger's faction yearned for coexistence with humans, while Arlong and Hody Jones represented the anti-human faction, harboring a deep-seated hatred. The capture of their leader, Tiger, and Jinbei's compromise with the Navy only fueled Arlong's disdain for humanity. Kavi found himself unable to comment. Indeed, racial discrimination in the pirate world was egregious, with humans as the dominant species, often looking down upon others. Particularly the fishmen, endowed with tenfold strength and peculiar appearances, were coveted by many nobles. Taking them as slaves was a point of pride for some. This led to the perception of fishmen as mere walking currency in the eyes of certain humans. Yet, not all humans harbored such disdain. Kavi himself bore no prejudice against fishmen, as it seemed futile. He could surmise the reasons behind their ostracism. Fishmen's innate superiority posed a threat to the safety of ordinary humans. No one wished to live with a ticking time bomb at their side. Thus, achieving peace between fishmen and humans would be a long and arduous journey. Ordinary people could be swayed. The real challenge lay with the nobility and celestial dragons. Ha, humans. Such pitiful creatures. The entire Arlong crew erupted in laughter, as though witnessing humanity's suffering was the only source of their joy. Awaken gripped his shovel tightly, feeling a profound sense of powerlessness. Arlong approached Bellemere, seizing her by the throat and hoisting her aloft. "Bellemere, release her." Awaken charged again, only to be swiftly dispatched by a nearby fishman lackey. "Haha, unable to produce a single belly. Then you shall all perish." With that, he exerted pressure, intent on crushing Bellemere's throat, her feet thrashing in vain. Nami and Nojiko, witnessing the horror, could only scream hoarsely, "No, I can pay you. Let Bellemere go." The small Nami shouted in desperation, hoping Arlong would show mercy. Arlong's grip loosened slightly as he regarded Nami with mockery. Oh? In that case, I shall grant you a chance. Bring me 100 million belly, and I will spare you. Nami's eyes sparkled with hope. All right, give me time. I will find a way to bring you 100 million belly. Nojiko tugged at Nami. Nami, what are you doing? Her face was etched with concern. As an older sister, she felt powerless, unwilling to let Nami bear the burden alone. Nami forced a smile. It's all right, Nojiko. Once we save Bel Emri, we will save together. 100 million belly was not something one could simply save. Nami had resolved that for the sake of saving all the villagers, even if it meant resorting to theft, she would amass the required sum. Hoping that Arlong would honor his word. Hahaha, I grant you this opportunity. However, having wasted so much of my time, it would be unfair not to collect some interest, wouldn't it? Arlong lifted Bel Emri, a sinister smile curling his lips, relishing in the act of offering false hope before plunging it into despair. Nami and Nojiko trembled. Their eyes hollow with despair, their voices quaking as they cried, No, please, don't. Aegeon lay on the ground, his body marred with wounds. Unwillingly gazing upon the unfolding scene. Time and again, he attempted to rise, only to falter and collapse once more. Along's minions fixated on him, ready to strike should he manage to stand. Along reveled in the despair reflected in the eyes of the onlookers. Haha, such a splendid expression, so exquisite. Yet, it is still insufficient. I crave more. With a sudden surge of strength, he sought to extinguish the life of Belmir, who was now too feeble to resist. With a fleeting glance at Nami and Nojiko, her lips trembled, forming the words, survive. Then, she slowly closed her eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. However, seconds ticked by, 1, 2, 3, and it seemed she was still alive. Puzzled, she opened her eyes, only to behold a headless corpse standing before her. If her vision did not deceive her, it was Along. The sound of the fish head hitting the ground echoed, a dull thud resonating through the air. Its eyes wide with disbelief, as if it had yet to comprehend its own demise. A hushed silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the sound of swallowed saliva. Cough, cough. I may have exerted a bit too much force. Did I frighten you? At that moment, Belmir regained her senses and noticed a white-haired elder standing beside her. Indeed, by mere appearance and demeanor, he resembled an old man. The villagers and Along's gang soon realized the gravity of the situation. The boss is dead. The fishmen minions displayed expressions of sheer terror, fixated on Kawaii as they retreated in fear. They had seen nothing. Yet their leader lay lifeless before them, a foe they could not hope to confront. Kavi gazed at the fleeing fishmen pirates, his expression laced with confusion as he murmured, What are you running from? I am no malevolent specter. He then slightly raised his hand, and an invisible force of suppression enveloped the entire assembly of fishmen pirates. I have no desire to disrupt the unity of others. You might as well accompany Arlong together. With a series of resounding explosions, the fishmen pirates were instantaneously crushed, reduced to mere pools of blood, unable even to utter a cry of despair. Surely, Arlong must have taken the lives of many innocents over the years. Kavi cannot be deemed a good person, yet he is not inherently malevolent either. When confronted with scenes he cannot bear to witness, he is compelled to intervene. Without any particular justification, he acts upon his instincts. Having resolved the matter, the body of Along fell, and Belmel finally descended to the ground, gasping for breath. Before she could catch her breath, she hurriedly got up and bowed deeply to Kavi. Thank you, kind sir. Truly thank you. Tears welled in her eyes. She had survived. Belmel was unafraid of death, yet her concerns lay with Nami and Nojiko. The two girls embraced Belmel joyfully, sharing a moment of elation that only they could comprehend. Upon witnessing this scene, Aegeon finally succumbed to unconsciousness, and the villagers cautiously approached, expressing their profound gratitude to Kavi, although they had not stepped forward earlier. Their worries for Belmel and her family had been no less significant. Hahaha, there is no need for such formality. It is in my nature to be kind-hearted, and I cannot bear to witness such events unfold before my eyes. Kavi waved his hand dismissively, signaling that there was no need for such formality. The villagers cast a glance at the pools of blood on the ground, inwardly acknowledging that the elderly man had even taken the liberty of disposing of the corpses for them. Truly, he was a great benefactor. At that moment, Belmir approached with Nami and Nojiko, kneeling down to gently pat their heads, softly saying, Now, thank the kind old gentleman. The two little girls, with their bright eyes wide with curiosity, chimed in unison, Thank you, Grandpa, for saving us, as they gazed up at the venerable figure before them. Kavi gently tousled their little heads, truly two adorable girls. Ha ha ha, just remember to call me Grandpa from now on, and refrain from saying old Grandpa, understood? Upon hearing this, Barrett smiled, silently marveling at the kindness of this elderly gentleman. Got it, Grandpa. Noki nodded without questioning further. Meanwhile, Nami, with a puzzled expression on her small face, softly inquired. Why is that? Is there a difference between Grandpa and old Grandpa? Her little mind struggled to comprehend. Kavi smiled as he playfully pinched her soft little cheeks, marveling at the endless questions of the child. It felt so endearing to hear Grandpa's voice. Yet why must he add the word old? Nami, enduring Kavi's gentle squeezing, replied in a dazed tone, I have encountered a mishap, Grandpa. Her innocent demeanor elicited hearty laughter from everyone present. Kavi reluctantly released his large hand, the delicate texture of her small face lingering in his memory. Subsequently, Kavi was invited by Belmere to her humble abode for a visit, a simple yet inviting dwelling. Belmere revealed to Kavi her past as a naval officer, recounting how she had found Nami and Nojiko on the battlefield. Consequently, she chose to leave the Navy, taking the two girls under her wing and caring for oranges in the village of Kokoyashi. Kavi was just longing for some oranges, so he thought of purchasing a few from Belmel. However, Belmel generously offered him several large boxes of oranges, expressing that he could come and take them whenever he wished. Kavi spent a few days in Kokosha. During this time, Nami and Nojiko occasionally came to visit him, serving as his guides as they strolled through the village of Kokosha. Nami, Nojiko, what do you aspire to do when you grow up? Can you share it with your grandfather? Upon hearing this, Nami instantly became elated, her arms wide open in an exuberant gesture as she exclaimed, I wish to chart the entire world with a magnificent nautical map. Kavi chuckled, remarking that it was no small feat. Does Nami possess confidence? Nami, placing her hands on her hips, retorted with a huff, of course I am confident. I have already charted a small portion of the nautical map. Impressive, isn't it? Her expression radiated pride, as if she could already envision the astonishment on Kavi's face. Kavi feigned astonishment, smiling as he remarked, our Nami is truly remarkable. At such a tender age, she has accomplished feats that even adults have not, deserving of commendation. He gave her a thumbs up, while little Nami hummed with delight, her face aglow with pride. And what about you, Nojiko? Is there anything you wish to pursue? He turned to the blue-haired girl, who, though still young, possessed a maturity far surpassing that of Nami. After a moment of contemplation, Nojiko lifted her head and replied, well, it seems I have no particular aspirations. I simply hope to live joyfully alongside Belmere and Nami, and ultimately, I wish for Nami's dreams to come to fruition. Oh, Nojiko, I am deeply moved, Nami exclaimed, overwhelmed by the heartfelt sentiment expressed by Nojiko. Kavi smiled, gently ruffling the hair of the two individuals. Grandfather wishes you both the fulfillment of your dreams. Oh, Grandfather, you've disheveled my hair again, pouted Shauna, her displeasure evident as her meticulously styled hair was now in disarray. Hahaha. Subsequently, Kavi lingered in Kakasia village for a few more days before embarking on a new journey. Goodbye, Grandfather Kavi. Please do not forget us. The group bid farewell from the shore, while Kavi waved from the boat. After a month had passed, Kavi finally relished his adventures. It was time to return to Windmill Village to check on the progress of the three brothers' training. A week later, he arrived at Windmill Village. Kavi cast a dark look at Ace and Luffy, who stood before him with their heads bowed. Where is Sabo? Ace lowered his gaze, uncertain of how to respond. He and Luffy had accompanied Kavi during this time to assist Sabo in constructing a small vessel. One day, Sabo returned from an outing, his demeanor grim and his appearance disheveled, announcing his intention to set sail early. Ace and Luffy refrained from inquiring about the circumstances. Sabo had chosen not to share, and they felt no need to pry. Just as Sabo had never questioned Ace in the past, the bond among brothers required no excessive words. Help was merely a request away. The trio shared a profound camaraderie, having united their efforts to build a ship, which Sabo had taken to the sea. Upon returning, Kavi discovered that Sabo was nowhere to be found. Despite the observation Haki enveloping the entirety of Windmill Village, he could not detect any trace of him, leading him to harbor suspicions that history was repeating itself. Sabo, he has secretly set sail, and neither Luffy nor I were aware of it, Ace said, his head bowed in contemplation. Kavi gazed solemnly at the two, incredulous. Luffy, you explain. What is going on? Luffy tilted his head, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His lips pursed. Sabo, huh? Where has Sabo gone? It seemed Luffy had also learned to feign ignorance. Bang, bang. Each received a swift thump as punishment. Ouch. That hurts. The two quickly became compliant, nursing their swollen heads as they recounted the events. Indeed, it was as Kavi had surmised. He did not oppose Sabo's desire to set sail. Rather, he hoped that the three of them would possess the strength to protect themselves before embarking on their journey. It had only been 2 months since he ventured out, and already Sabo had run off. Kavi's piercing gaze fixated on the two, and he admonished them loudly. Are you two planning to sneak out to see if I return a little later? Ace and Luffy fervently shook their heads, insisting, absolutely not. We would never sneak out to sea. Yet, in their hearts, they secretly contemplated constructing another vessel, with the intention of setting sail if Kavi had not returned by the time the ship was complete. Fortunately, Kavi returned sooner than expected. The three brothers usually appeared obedient. But once Kavi was absent, their true natures swiftly emerged. Ace and Luffy, relieved by Kavi's timely arrival, momentarily abandoned their plans to venture out to sea. They were acutely aware that attempting to sail prematurely under Kavi's watchful eye was a futile endeavor. In the days that followed, the duo diligently trained, and the tranquil days passed in a serene rhythm. 3 years swiftly elapsed. On this particular day, Ace and Luffy, as was their custom, completed their daily training. Kavi ascended the mountain peak alone, sensing a profound transformation within his body, a clear indication of the complete awakening of the devil fruit's powers. After many years, he had finally awaited this day. In this moment, he sat serenely atop the summit, attuned to the changes coursing through him. Thump, thump. His heart beat slowly yet powerfully. The blood within him transitioned from a dark golden hue to a pure golden, pulsating with an extraordinary vitality that spread throughout his being with each heartbeat. His hair shifted from white to a vibrant green, the delicate wrinkles on his face vanished, replaced by youthful, smooth skin. A sensation of intense heat enveloped him. As if his muscles were undergoing immense refinement, strength surging forth, his body beginning to expand. 1 zhong, 10 zhong, 100 zhong, 1,000 zhong. 10,000 zhong in an instant. The winds howled, the rain poured, and thunder resonated with a might that darkened the skies into an abyss. Only the scarlet lightning ravaged the clouds, casting a flicker of light, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Luffy, exhausted from training, collapsed to the ground. His pupils constricted in terror as he gazed skyward, an image forever etched in his memory. Ace stood frozen, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. A monstrous giant, illuminated by the crimson lightning, loomed ominously, wielding a colossal axe. The two could scarcely discern his features. He was too towering, too distant. In comparison, the figure of the Lord appeared as a mere child before this giant. The giant made a sweeping motion with his axe, tearing through the very fabric of space with a resounding rip. The scene vanished, the sky regained its brightness, and the giant disappeared as if it had all been a fleeting dream. The sweat upon their brows and their trembling bodies made Ace and Luffy acutely aware that all of this had transpired right before their eyes. Of course, the inhabitants of the entire island had witnessed the event, but due to the distance, they could only perceive it as an extreme and terrifying weather phenomenon. Kavi exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He tightened his fist, causing the space around it to warp slightly. This formidable power was indeed a result of the complete awakening of the devil fruit. He retrieved a mirror and scrutinized his reflection, noting that he appeared much as he did upon his arrival, yet there was an inexplicable aura surrounding him, transcendent and serene, his gaze like a still pond, undisturbed. His physique remained unchanged, his muscles solid yet unexaggerated, precisely the form he desired. Nodding in satisfaction, he mused, just as I thought. Kavi had anticipated this sudden youthful transformation, for he was, after all, a drop of blood from the primordial deity Pangu. Maintaining youth was not a simple feat system. Open the character panel. Host, Kavi age, 64 physique, 15231 skills. Conqueror's Haki, divine. Armament Haki, divine. Observation Haki, divine. Navy 6 styles, divine. Swordsmanship, divine. Water walking, purification devil fruit. Human fruit. Mythical Zoan, Pangu form, fully awakened, fruit abilities. Amplification, Panga's pressure, chaos divine thunder, law of strength, creation of heaven, true form of Pangu weapon, acts of creation as anticipated. With the enhancement of his physique, his skills had also grown stronger. After more than a decade of diligent training, he had stepped into the realm of divine skill. Several new abilities had emerged, with the creation of heaven requiring the use of a weapon, while the true form of Pangu was the terrifying giant that had manifested during his awakening. The only aspect that puzzled Kavi was the lack of any new skills acquired over the past decade. Perhaps the novice period had long since passed. Nevertheless, He found solace in the opulence of his character panel, brimming with a sense of security. At this moment, deep within Mariewa, a figure that had been slumbering suddenly opened her eyes, their crimson hue reflecting a fleeting shock, which swiftly transformed into calm indifference. Her lips moved slightly. Has someone else entered this domain? The scarlet eyes seemed to pierce through everything, gazing into the distance, seeking to uncover the truth. Yet, all that met her gaze was an expanse of emptiness. She pondered, perplexed as to why she saw nothing. Before shifting her attention towards another location, a massive iron door containing a colossal straw had encased in ice. Is this your doing? She wondered, before drifting back into slumber, her curiosity unaccompanied by fear. Meanwhile, in Windmill Village, Ace and Luffy circled around Kavi, their faces etched with confusion. Is it truly you, old man Kavi? How is this possible? You must be deceiving us. You're actually Kavi's son, right? They scratched their heads, utterly disbelieving that this youthful and handsome man was Kavi himself. Ha. Ace, your imagination is quite vivid. However, I assure you, I am indeed Kavi. After a series of confirmations, Ace and Luffy finally accepted that the figure before them was indeed Kavi. Old man, how on earth did you accomplish this? The two racked their brains, unable to fathom how Kavi had transformed so dramatically in just a single day. Kavi chuckled softly, raising his hands in explanation. My strength has achieved a new breakthrough, and as a result, I have returned to my youthful self. There is nothing I can do about it. Ace and Luffy were clearly skeptical. They had never heard of anyone becoming younger through a power enhancement, and they suspected that Kavi was merely jesting. By the way, old man, did you see that giant just now? Ace inquired. His interest piqued more by the colossal figure than Kavi's transformation. His instincts suggested that the giant was somehow conjured by Kavi. Luffy, too, gazed at Kavi with curiosity, recalling how he had nearly been frightened to the point of losing control. Kavi scratched his head in bewilderment, pondering what giant he was referring to. He had seen nothing at all. Pretending to be oblivious, he would never admit that the earlier events were a result of his own actions. Ace and Luffy, perplexed by Kavi's serious demeanor, found themselves at a loss for words. Did you not see it? They mused, wondering if they were the only ones to witness the occurrence, their doubts lingering in their hearts. In a momentous announcement, the notorious warlord of the sea, Dracula Mihawk, has issued a challenge to Admiral Baishi. The two have agreed to a duel set to determine who shall claim the title of the world's strongest swordsman, scheduled to take place a month from now. The event will be broadcasted live across the globe, with arrangements made for spectators to attend in person. Who will ultimately seize the prestigious title of the world's strongest swordsman? Stay tuned for the revelation. Kavi gazed calmly at the information on the newspaper in his hands. He had long anticipated this day. Mihawk, that fellow, aspired to become the strongest swordsman, inevitably leading him to confront Rosa. Presently, the most prominent swordsmen in the public eye are these two. Some believe Mihawk to be the preeminent swordsman, while others argue that General Baizai holds the title. Now, as Mihawk challenges General Baizai, the public eagerly awaits to discern who truly is the strongest swordsman. Meanwhile, Rosa found herself quite vexed at the Navy headquarters, never expecting that the little brat from years ago had become a warlord of the sea and was now challenging her. She had little interest in the notion of being the strongest swordsman. However, Admiral Sengoku and others insisted she accept this duel, regardless of the outcome. It would serve to intimidate the pirates. The warlords of the sea and the Navy were in a cooperative relationship, and this sparring match would benefit the camaraderie between both parties. Seeing their agreement, Rosa had no choice but to acquiesce, determined to teach this audacious young brat a lesson. Rosa, don't worry. I believe you will surely win, Chi-Yuan exclaimed, raising her fist in encouragement. She held unwavering faith in Rosa, with a fierce pinch on her cheek. Rosa retorted indignantly, I see you want to participate in the duel as well. Shall I pass this opportunity to you? No. Please, no, Chi-Yuan said, fully aware of her limitations. Although she had been promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral and her strength had significantly increased, she had witnessed Hawkeye's swordsmanship. It was relentless, cutting through anything in its path. She was still some distance from that realm, and she would not willingly seek out a beating. After much pleading, Rosa finally released her vice-like grip. Rosa, lately that guy Chibuta has been constantly bothering me. Could you possibly warn him? Chi-Yuan implored with a pitiful expression. Recently, Rear Admiral Chibuta had persistently confessed his feelings to her, despite her clear rejections. Given their working relationship, Chi-Yuan couldn't afford to be too harsh. Rosa chuckled, a teasing smirk on her face. What does that have to do with me? I think Chibuta seems quite sincere. Why not just accept him? Ugh, Rosa, you're being too much. Chi-Yuan thought of Chibuta's face and found it hard to bear. She had been rather lenient not to have given him a couple of sword strikes. Haha, Rosa laughed mercilessly. After a moment, Chi-Yuan recovered and said, Rosa, you're quite grown up now. Why not find yourself a man? I see so many admirers in the Navy. Haven't any of them caught your eye? There were indeed many who admired Rosa within the Navy, but very few dared to confess their feelings. Her status as a general intimidated ordinary individuals, and those who did muster the courage often faced her unyielding rejections. Rosa's expression hardened. The pirates have not yet been eradicated. How can I consider such matters? Chi-Yuan rolled her eyes at Rosa's demeanor and playfully teased, Right? Who was it that mumbled in their sleep last night, saying, Master, where are you? Your disciple misses you dearly? Rosa's face flushed crimson, flustered. Chi-Yuan, you're asking for a beating. When had she ever uttered such a thing? How utterly embarrassing. Chi-Yuan knew many of Rosa's little secrets, having shared a bed with her often. It was only fitting to bring them up for mockery, especially since Rosa frequently bullied her. Rosa, I'm sorry. Please don't pinch me, it tickles. Ha. Let us see if you dare to do it again. Haha. I want tea. Chi-Yuan begged for mercy until Rosa finally relented, her hands still hovering in a threatening manner. After a while, Chi-Yuan regained her composure. Thinking that Rosa was quite unfair, knowing full well that she was ticklish yet still choosing to tease her. By the way, Rosa, you don't actually have feelings for Master, do you? Chi-Yuan asked, her large, round eyes scrutinizing Rosa. Rosa's face turned slightly red as she turned her head away defiantly. Who has feelings for that guy? He has sought me out in all these years. I suspect he has long forgotten. He even has a disciple. Perhaps he has already perished in some forgotten corner. Chi-Yuan, witnessing Rosa's reaction, found herself at a loss as to whether to comfort or tease her. Each word dripped with longing for her master, a sentiment that Rosa herself could not quite decipher. After all, Kavi was her only family in this world. Oh, Rosa, don't be upset. I believe Master must have had his reasons for not coming to see you. Perhaps he is watching this competition from somewhere? Chi-Yuan reassured her, her curiosity piqued about who this master was that could make the formidable Rosa long for him. At her words, Rosa paused, hoping that perhaps, as Chi-Yuan suggested, he was indeed observing her from afar. She only knew that Kavi was alive, where he might be. Vice Admiral Garp would never tell her. Of course, it was that Garp didn't want to inform her, but rather that he couldn't disclose it. If Ace's identity were to be revealed, it would spell trouble for him, Kavi, and Ace alike. Achoo, Kavi sniffed. Could he possibly be coming down with a cold again? Given his constitution, it seemed improbable. Puzzled, he called out, Ace, come here, I have something to discuss with you. Ace hurried over. What is it, old man? He found it somewhat odd to address the youthful and handsome Kavi as old man. But there was no denying the truth of age. He certainly dared not call him bro, lest he face dire consequences. I shall be away for a while. You and Luffy must train diligently. Do not indulge in idleness. Remember, do not set sail prematurely. You are no longer a child. Some matters must be understood. Ace nodded in assurance. Do not worry, old man. We shall not set sail ahead of time. He was no longer that naive boy. He comprehended the significance of the name Gold, Ace. Upon learning that he was the son of the pirate king, Roger, he had been troubled for several days, nearly succumbing to despair. Yet, Luffy, despite their pact to keep it under wraps, incessantly exclaimed in his ear, Ace, you were the son of the pirate king. This incessant chatter had nearly cured his melancholy. With this revelation, his confusion was finally dispelled, understanding why Grandpa Karp forbade him from mentioning that name. Should it come to the attention of the wrong individuals, he could find himself embroiled in perilous troubles, even risking his life. Without sufficient strength, he would not venture out to sea recklessly. Well then, I can rest easy. Kavi's purpose for venturing out to sea was unequivocal. He intended to witness the duel firsthand. Rosa, his foremost disciple, and Mihawk, who could be considered his half-disciple, were to clash, and he naturally wished to observe their current prowess. A month swiftly elapsed, and the day of the two great swordsmen's contest arrived, set on a remote island not far from Marineford. On this day, the entire world focused its attention on this momentous event. Swordsmen and common folk alike eagerly anticipated the revelation of who would ascend as the true world's strongest swordsman and claim the coveted throne of swordsmanship. The venue was already teeming with spectators, including pirates, skilled swordsmen, and a few audacious civilians, all under the watchful eye of the Navy, which maintained order. Proximity to the Navy headquarters, coupled with the presence of Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Haki, ensured that the pirates remained discreet, blending into the throng. The Navy had made a concession. During the contest, they would refrain from apprehending the pirates present, mindful of the potential for collateral damage to the innocent bystanders. However, post-match, the pirates would have to rely on their own wits to escape the area. A closer examination revealed that most of the pirates attending were swordsmen, drawn to the event to observe and learn the art of swordsmanship, aspiring to transcend their limitations and reach new heights. Bista, do you believe your swordsmanship rivals theirs? Marco inquired of Bista, who had accompanied him. As a swordsman of considerable skill, Bista would not miss this thrilling competition. Initially, he intended to attend alone, but Marco, wary of potential Navy traps, decided to accompany him. With his fruit abilities, he was confident in his capacity to ensure Bista's safe retreat, even from a Navy ambush. Bista contemplated for a moment. I am uncertain about that Admiral Whitebeard, but I am well aware of Mihawk's swordsmanship. It is indeed formidable. Having challenged numerous masters of the blade since setting sail, the two had exchanged blows on occasion. Simple and savage, Bista mused, reflecting on Mihawk's technique, which eschewed superfluous movements. Embracing simplicity, an approach starkly different from his own style. Marco interjected, I inquired whether your skills surpassed theirs, not for your assessment. Bista shot him a sidelong glance. Are you hoping I would concede inferiority to them? Clearing his throat, he added, well, I have not fought them, so I cannot say. Marco, Bista. You are also here to witness the contest. Turning around, Marco and Bista were greeted by the sight of Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates. Did your crew accompany you? Marco asked. No, it is just me. Mihawk is challenging an admiral, and as his close friend, I felt compelled to lend my support. Shanks replied, donning a large straw hat that obscured his face, wrapped tightly in a dark cloak. He had traveled a great distance from the New World, eager to see if Mihawk would falter, so he could revel in the moment with a playful jibe. Observing Shanks' unusual attire, Marco asked with a bemused expression, what is with your outfit? Do not get me started. The Navy has been keeping a close watch on me lately. As you know, Shanks waved dismissively. Given his rising status in the New World, such scrutiny from the Navy was to be expected. Marco, realizing the implications, looked at Shanks with a hint of envy. It was remarkable how they had all once been fledgling pirates, yet he now seemed so distant. Unlike him and Bista, who could mingle without immediate concern from the Navy, unless Whitebeard personally intervened, of course. The gathering was not limited to just them. A closer look revealed that members of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates had also sent representatives to observe the duel, all camouflaged within the crowd. Striving to glean the most minute details from the event, Kavi blended seamlessly into the crowd, keenly observing his surroundings. He discerned several individuals clearly affiliated with the Navy, cleverly disguised in civilian attire. They awaited the opportune moment. The conclusion of the contest would signal their impending action. The Navy, indeed, exhibited a cunning nature, and it remained uncertain how many pirates would find themselves imprisoned and impelled down this time. The more astute pirates had already recognized the situation and plotted their escape routes. Likely to be captured were those who remained oblivious. Welcome, everyone. The competition is about to commence, boomed a voice from the sky, belonging to none other than Morgan's. Such a monumental event was not one he could afford to overlook. It was unclear what arrangement he had struck with the Navy that permitted him to host this thrilling contest. The venue was teeming with spectators, forming an enormous circle, while 4 colossal screens displayed the happenings on the desolate island at the center. A ring of seawater separated the audience from the island, ensuring that the formidable might of the two sword masters would not inadvertently harm the onlookers. It was evident that the Navy had meticulously orchestrated the setting. Kavi felt a flicker of anticipation. The atmosphere evoked memories of watching the World Cup in a previous life. After a brief moment, Morgan's voice resonated again. The match officially commences. We invite both teams to enter. Hearts raced and hands trembled. All present were about to witness the emergence of the world's strongest swordsman. Excitement filled the air. People from all corners of the globe were watching this moment unfold through the image transmission. In Donghai Xuanyue village, Zoro, along with Gung Shilang and all the disciples of the dojo, gathered together, their eyes riveted on the scene. Zoro was fixated on the world's strongest swordsman. He was eager to gauge the extent of the gap between himself and them. The ideals he shared with his dear friend Khan now rested solely upon his shoulders. His beloved friend had tragically met her end due to a fall down the stairs, and ever since then, he had committed himself to training with unwavering determination to fulfill both his and Kuina's dreams. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, Kuina and Kral held hands, alongside their comrades. As they gazed at the large screen before them, Dragon had also taken the time to observe the match. wishing to estimate the Navy's strength through the duel between the two fighters. From the Revolutionary Army's perspective, a confrontation with the Navy was inevitable. As Commander Kavi had stated, understanding oneself and one's opponent is the key to victory in every battle. He would not overlook any opportunity to comprehend his adversaries. Sabo, pay close attention, he advised. Though you may not be a swordsman, witnessing the prowess of the strong can only enhance your own abilities. Sabo nodded, affirming, understood. Fate had led Sabo to become a part of the Revolutionary Army, but fortunately, his memories remained intact. Under Kavi's influence, his strength had grown beyond what it had been. And his injuries were not as severe as before, thanks to Dragon rescuing him and bringing him to the Revolutionary Army for recovery. Initially, he had planned to set sail as a pirate once he healed, but during his convalescence, he found himself deeply captivated by the cause of the Revolutionary Army. The ultimate goal they pursued mirrored the ideal world he had always envisioned in his heart. Having been born into nobility, he was acutely aware of their decay. Drawn in by the Revolutionary Army's mission, he began to actively learn everything about them, and in this environment, his thoughts transcended. In that moment, notions of piracy in the Navy were cast aside. Sabo resolved to join the Revolutionary Army and dedicate his life to its cause. Dragon, moved by his steadfastness, chose to take him on as a disciple, training him as an advisor for the Revolutionary Army. Tap, tap, tap. Two figures gradually materialized on the large screen. Ah, General Baze is stunningly beautiful. I want to bear your children. The crowd erupted in noise, and upon witnessing General Baze's beauty, some spectators were already smitten. Hawkeye is so handsome. I too wish to bear your children. A burly man shouted exuberantly. Ugh, dude, you. The person next to him instantly recoiled several meters away, eyes warily fixed on the robust man. The burly man picked his nose and then donned a bashful expression. Oh dear, she likes Hawkeye, not you all. No need to be afraid of him. Kavi quietly stepped back a few paces. To his surprise, Rosa was quite popular. And so was Mihawk. Unbeknownst to them, a spectacle was unfolding outside as they stood facing each other. Mihawk's expression remained impassive as he slowly drew his black sword, Yoru, positioning it before him. At that moment, one thought consumed his mind, to vanquish the adversary before him. In contrast, Rosa, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, wore an expression of impatience. The fact that the entire world was watching this scene made her feel utterly uncomfortable, as if she were a monkey on display. Drawing a slender blade from her waist, engraved with the character's light rain, it was the very sword Kavi had gifted her, which she had honed into a black sword over time. However, even a black sword varies in strength. Hers, originally merely a swift blade, could not compare to Mihawk's supreme black sword. Thus, she found herself at a slight disadvantage in terms of weaponry. Both combatants were ready. The battle for the title of the world's strongest swordsman was about to commence. Rosa arched an eyebrow, extinguishing her cigarette, and held her sword aloft, aimed directly at Mihawk. Come, let me see how much your swordsmanship has improved over the years. Mihawk's eyes sparkled with fierce battle intent, not particularly interested in the title of the strongest. He merely wished to test his swordsmanship. You shall not be disappointed. With a resounding thud, he lunged towards Rosa like a bolt of lightning, striking down with his sword. Rosa evaded by sidestepping, simultaneously launching a counterattack aimed at his face. The clash of their swords echoed as Mihawk swiftly parried and pressed the attack. Sparks flew. Their exchanges grew increasingly rapid, the blades intertwining in a dazzling display of skill, while the surrounding flora was mercilessly devastated. This was a pure contest of swordsmanship. Devoid of any domineering aura, it was a duel between true swordsmen. The speed and force were astonishing. Was this truly the pinnacle clash between the world's two greatest swordsmen? Ordinary spectators could hardly discern their movements, with only a handful of powerful individuals able to keep pace. Vista, how do you fare? Are you as formidable as they are? Marco watched with rapt attention, realizing that the duel between swordsmen was devoid of flashy effects. He had expected a spectacle filled with dazzling moves. Vista, perspiring slightly, remarked, Incredible. Is this the zenith of swordsmanship? Each move was flawless. Each strike exuded confidence. Their sword techniques were nothing short of perfection. While Vista acknowledged his inferiority in swordsmanship, he took solace in the fact that strength could manifest in various forms, be it the potency of one's aura or the capabilities of their fruit. Although he may not rival them in swordplay, he believed he still possessed the means to hold his own, confident that his aura surpassed theirs. The battle raged on for several hours. With a resounding clash, the two separated, standing opposite one another, both adorned with beads of sweat. Rosa's earlier impatience had dissipated. Replaced by a serious demeanor, She had underestimated Mihawk, realizing just how much he had progressed. After such a lengthy confrontation, she found herself unable to gain the upper hand. In fact, she sensed a familiarity within his swordsmanship. Mihawk shared her sentiments, his battle fervor waning as he pondered the lack of openings in their exchanges. Continue, she urged, refusing to believe that the young man she had once easily bested could now surpass her. No longer would they engage in basic sword techniques. She unleashed a special technique. A slashing wave erupted from the tip of her sword, resembling a crescent moon as it swiftly hurtled towards Mihawk. In response, Mihawk gripped his sword firmly, executing a countering slashing wave. The two techniques collided with a tremendous sound, sending dust swirling and tearing deep gashes into the ground. Mihawk continued to unleash a flurry of slashing waves, seemingly tireless. Humph, Rosa scoffed. If it was a battle of endurance, she had never feared anyone. With swords drawn, they began to unleash a frenzied exchange. The scene shifted dramatically. Go, Admiral Baisai. The Navy shall prevail. Hawkeye, hold your ground and defeat her. The audience erupted in fervent cheers as they witnessed the heated battle unfold on the screen. Some had even begun placing bets, wagering on Admiral Baisai's victory on the left and Hawkeye's on the right. I bet 100 berries on Admiral Baisai to win. If you wager below 10,000 berries, go play with the children. The atmosphere was chaotic, but thankfully the Navy maintained order. Otherwise, a brawl might have ensued. Hahaha, as expected of Kavi's disciple. Rosa is truly formidable, Karp remarked from his elevated vantage point, surveying the ravaged island. How far this girl had grown since Kavi had entrusted her to his care. Hey, Vice Admiral Karp, I think I've just heard something astonishing, Akiji said as he slowly removed his eye mask, disbelief etched on his face, his eyes betraying a hint of shock. Could it be that Kavi? Memories of the past resurfaced, the horrific fate of Sakazuki still vivid in his mind. Kapu, picking his nose, pondered aloud whether he had just spoken. In his advanced years, his memory faltered. Kazan, perhaps you misheard me? Ah, it appears I may have indeed misunderstood. Perhaps a brief slumber is in order. He gently fastened his eye mask and succumbed once more to sleep, under the threatening gaze of Kapu. Akiji resolved to erase this memory from his dreams. The fierce battle raged on, and the relentless barrage of slashing strikes seemed poised to engulf the entire island. Kavi could sense the lingering power of the battle from the audience's seats, indicating that both combatants had unleashed their full might. Meanwhile, spectators from distant locations were left speechless, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of special effects. Even Gungshiro, a master of swordsmanship, couldn't help but admire the skills displayed by the two fighters. As for Zaro, had Kavi not introduced him to the pinnacle of swordsmanship years ago, he might have been left questioning his own resolve by now. The clash between Rosa and Mihawk raged on. In terms of swordplay, both had reached the zenith of great sword masters, rendering each unable to gain the upper hand over the other. At this juncture, stamina became of paramount importance. The first to falter would inevitably face defeat. Both fighters were at their peak physical condition, suggesting that this contest would continue for an extended duration. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred merely 2 days and nights into their duel. Rosa and Mihawk had been relentlessly clashing for 2 days straight, nearly flattening the entire island beneath their fervent strikes. The audience, initially filled with fervent cheers, dwindled into a calm observation, with some ordinary spectators retreating to rest before returning to witness the ongoing spectacle. When will it end? Marco yawned, expressing his disinterest as he queried Vista. Initially, he had been quite excited, believing that the true fight would soon reveal a victor, yet after 2 days of stalemate, neither had gained the upper hand. He mused that they should employ all their abilities instead of merely competing in swordsmanship. He doubted that their Haki was equally matched. Vista, however, remained engrossed in the match, as did the other swordsmen present. Though the layman struggled to comprehend the intricacies, the swordsman could discern the exquisite techniques at play, maximizing power output with minimal exertion. The competition transcended mere swordsmanship and stamina. It hinged on the control of force. Those who expended less energy would endure longer. Just enjoy the show. It might last a few more days, Vista reassured Marco, advising him to remain patient. At that moment, a sharp cracking sound pierced the air. Crack! Rosa's sword emitted a distinct noise, prompting her to stabilize her stance and glance at the sword. Fine rain. Mihawk seemed to sense the disturbance as well, halting his movements. A fissure appeared along the blade of fine rain, visibly spreading at an alarming rate. Rosa's expression froze, her eyes widening in panic as her hands trembled. instinctively attempting to shield the blade. No, please don't shatter, she fervently prayed within her heart. Alas, Fine Rain was merely a sword forged by an ordinary blacksmith at Kavi's behest. Its transformation into a black blade was already a remarkable feat. Having accompanied Rosa through countless battles, its durability had already surpassed expectations. Now, after enduring an extended confrontation against a supreme-grade black blade without Haki, it had finally reached its limit. Bang! A clear sound rang out as Fine Rain shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. Rosa's trembling hands instinctively released the hilt, sending it clattering down. The audience gasped at the sight, apprehensive that this might signal the end of the match. Some rejoiced, while others lamented Rosa's misfortune. However, with the sword in ruins, how could they continue the duel? For a swordsman, a sword was akin to a second life. Morgan, observing from the skies, sighed at the sight. The sword of the great Admiral Whitebeard had shattered. Was the world's strongest swordsman about to be born? Alas, it was regrettable. He had advised Rosa to exchange her sword for a renowned blade, but she had stubbornly refused. Karp, seated in the elevated arena, could only shake his head in resignation. The Navy had offered Rosa a high-grade sword, yet she had chosen to keep her own, believing it superior. It's over. Rosa is going to be furious. Gun, who had just completed a critical mission, arrived on the scene to witness this calamity. She inwardly lamented. While others may not understand the sword's significance, she was acutely aware. Fine Rain was the first gift from her long-unseen master to Rosa. She had been unable to borrow it even for a moment. Now, with the sword destroyed, given Rosa's deep attachment, Gun feared for Mihawk's fate. At that moment, Kavi observed the unfolding scene on the island with a peculiar expression. He had not realized that she was still wielding that sword. It dawned on him that the sword Rosa used was indeed the one he had gifted her. Initially intended as a temporary solution, he never anticipated that she would continue using it for so long. Rosa stood motionless, her expression vacant as she stared at the remnants of Fine Rain scattered on the ground, seemingly entrapped by an unseen force. Mihawk, unaware of the brewing storm, called out, "Change your sword. Let us continue." The shattering of Fine Rain held no significance for him. He had recognized from the outset that Rosa's weapon was not a renowned blade. He had already gained an advantage by battling her with his black blade, Knight. Now that the ordinary sword was broken, it was time for her to wield a true weapon. His fighting spirit reignited. He had never considered that an admiral would wield an ordinary sword. Nor did he realize that Rosa had possessed only this one blade all along. Hearing Mihawk's words, Rosa slowly returned to reality, her gaze still hollow. She muttered to herself, "It shattered. Fine Rain shattered." It seemed she had yet to accept the reality of losing a sword she had cherished for over 20 years. Even if the sword held no inherent value, it bore emotional significance. Moreover, it was the first gift from her master, a token of great importance, providing her solace in moments of peril, as if her master were by her side. Crackle. Dark arcs of electricity began to emanate from her body, her inner fury becoming increasingly difficult to contain. She chastised herself for agreeing to this duel. Her sole emotional anchor had been severed. Slowly lifting her head, her gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes upon Mihawk. "It's all your fault." Mihawk was startled by the intensity of her gaze, a cold sweat breaking out across his brow. Something about Rosa felt amiss, as if she were gazing upon a corpse. An ordinary sword should not elicit such a response. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the sky. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, the light dimming ominously. Bang! A terrifying aura erupted from Rosa, spreading outward. Crackle! Dark crimson arcs of energy rampaged through the air. The entire island succumbed to the overwhelming presence of Haki. Even spectators at the periphery were not spared. Some weaker individuals turned pale and fainted. Is this Conqueror's Haki? The crowd was left in shock, with Karp and Aokiji rising to their feet, expressions filled with disbelief. Such immense Conqueror's Haki. This girl had concealed her power so deeply. Wait, this is no jest. Aokiji had never anticipated that a colleague with whom he had spent so much time could harbor such strength, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. Marco, who had initially been indifferent, now felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This power was nearly on par with that of the old man. Could an admiral possess such strength? Not merely comparable, she had already reached that echelon. Shanks spoke with a grave expression. He was the most qualified to evaluate the situation, as his own Conqueror's Haki had reached a similar level. To his astonishment, the Navy had concealed such depths, revealing this trump card. It was likely that Admiral also possessed that kind of power. Truly remarkable. With a decisive stride, Rosa advanced, her overwhelming presence enveloping Mihawk entirely. Mihawk's form sank slightly, his legs sinking into the earth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he was seized by alarm. Surely not, he thought, sensing that Rosa seemed intent on his demise. At that moment, Rosa's eyes were a vivid crimson, her mind clouded with fury, veins bulging on her forehead as her right hand clenched into a fist. Crack! The pitch-black armament Haki coiled around her fist, enveloped by dark red arcs of electricity. Boom! In the next instant, she flashed directly before Mihawk, her fist poised to strike down upon his head with ferocity. Zzz. Mihawk grasped his black sword, positioning it defensively in front of him, hastily covering the blade with armament Haki. Bang! A terrifying force collided with the black blade. The explosion from their clash sending both combatants reeling. Rosa halted momentarily, leaning forward as she swung her fist relentlessly at Mihawk. Mihawk desperately blocked her onslaught. Feeling the tremors reverberate through his hands, his expression grave. Internally, he couldn't help but curse. Weren't they supposed to be sparring with swords? One punch, two punches. A frenzied barrage, Rosa unleashed her Haki with abandon. Mihawk found himself struggling against the intensity of her Haki at this caliber, once was manageable. But her relentless assault was proving to be quite a challenge. Onlookers outside the ring were stirred by the dramatic reversal, excitement coursing through them once more. Admiral is so impressive. Go for it. As for the contest of the strongest swordsmen, they paid no heed. All they could see was Mihawk being overwhelmed. This is dire. At this rate, Mihawk will lose, Shanks analyzed carefully. He understood the might of Haki well. Possessing Conqueror's Haki signified one's royal potential. Mastery of armament Haki indicated entry into the ranks of the elite. He could hardly believe that the Navy had produced yet another individual of such caliber. Mihawk, under the furious assault of Rosa, found himself retreating steadily. Morgans, who should have declared the match concluded, was now utterly exhilarated by the scene unfolding before him. Forget the strongest swordsman, now he was intent on declaring the strongest navy. Goodness, is Rosa truly this temperamental? It's just a sword after all. I hope she doesn't end up killing Mihawk. Kavi stroked his chin. Observing Mihawk being mercilessly beaten by Rosa, a sense of concern swelling within him for Mihawk. Mihawk exclaimed, "Instead of merely fretting, could you lend a hand?" What began as a friendly duel in swordsmanship had devolved into a one-sided thrashing, yet no one intervened. The Navy was all too eager to showcase their might, naturally refraining from interference, and others were even less inclined to act, for who does not enjoy a spectacle? This led to Mihawk nearing his breaking point. His spirit unwilling to yield, he had believed Rosa's swordsmanship was her only strength, only to discover her physical prowess surpassed that. Damn it, why hasn't the Navy stepped in? Are they truly content to watch me be beaten to death? Ahem, very well. I suppose I shall assist Mihawk after all. Kavi observed that the Navy remained inactive, likely waiting for Mihawk to be incapacitated before taking action. He resolved to assist Mihawk, as witnessing his two disciples engage in mutual destruction was, after all, rather disheartening. Kavi quietly withdrew from the audience, retrieving the long-neglected seven-star sword from the confines of the system space. This sword, having been nurtured into a black blade through his formidable will, was intended as a gift for Rosa, as it rightfully belonged to her. The seven-star sword whispered to him, "It has not been easy. I have finally endured until this day." After casting one last glance at the weapon, he flicked his fingers towards the desolate island where the two were engaged in combat. With a swift motion, the seven-star sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring forth. At that moment, the duel reached a tense impasse, and both combatants sensed something amiss, quickly retreating and standing opposite each other, gazing upwards. They perceived a powerful and familiar sword intent approaching. Suddenly, a long sword cleaved through the sky, resembling a child freed from a cage, dancing joyfully and emitting a clear, ringing sound. With a resounding thud, the sword pierced the ground, and the earth split apart from the point of impact, causing the small island to be cleaved in two. What in the world is that sword? Who is this master? The audience erupted in excitement, wondering if another formidable opponent had emerged. Rosa stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the familiar blade, her thoughts drifting back to the past. Little Rosa, I am truly formidable. Take me to find the holy sword. Humph, I do not believe it. The holy sword is perilous and should not be shown to others. What if you perish? Memories from her childhood flooded back, as vivid as if they had transpired yesterday. Extending her hand towards the seven-star sword, the power of the priestess reawakened within her. Come to me. The sword began to tremble violently, and in the next moment, it shot skyward into Rosa's grasp, vibrating with a joyous hum. Eager to showcase the might of the most potent demon blade. What a remarkable sword! Mihawk murmured, captivated by its presence. He sensed a powerful sword intent emanating from it. Familiar yet elusive. Gripping his black blade, he readied himself for another clash with Rosa. However, Rosa had no intention of engaging him. Instead, she scrutinized the holy sword with a hint of irritation. Now that I am here, do you dare to avoid me? Holy sword, lead me to him. With a gentle hum, the seven-star sword floated, its blade pointing in a specific direction before darting away. A smile tugged at Rosa's lips. After all these years, she had finally found what she sought. Sorrow. Rosa's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Well, that concludes the match. For the detailed results, please refer to tomorrow's newspaper. Morgan announced, his voice strained as he witnessed Rosa's abrupt departure. He found himself at a loss for how to declare a winner, as neither had emerged victorious in the end. Any arbitrary judgment would surely provoke discontent among the supporters of either fighter. For Morgan, the integrity of his news was paramount, compelling him to ponder the situation further. Though the audience did not witness who would claim the title of the strongest swordsman, they were thoroughly satisfied with the spectacle. Ordinary spectators had enjoyed a marvelous show, while the swordsmen had gained invaluable insights. As for the pirates, this battle had offered them a rough understanding of the Navy's capabilities. Bista, we must depart, Marco said, leading Bista away as they soared into the distance. Shanks too slipped away amidst the crowd, for the Navy was already on the move. There was no time to linger. As they anticipated, some pirates were apprehended by the Navy, having barely escaped from their watchful eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it. Navy scum. I'll fight you to the end. Brothers, let us break out. The sound of cannon fire erupted from all directions, heralding the commencement of a grand pirate feast. Impel Down was about to receive a fresh influx of goods. Kavi had already embarked on his voyage aboard the Love Boat for some time, as he was traveling on a regular merchant vessel and had departed ahead of schedule. The lurking Navy paid him little heed. Observing Rosa's formidable strength, Kavi felt a sense of satisfaction and pride. Yet, he wondered if she still remembered him. Buzz. Kavi lifted his gaze towards the sky, where a small black dot gradually enlarged. Have they arrived? In the next instant, the seven-star sword soared onto the ship. Accompanied by a figure, Rosa, she stood rooted to the spot, her eyes filled with anxiety as she surveyed her surroundings. Yet she could not find the person she was searching for. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon the young figure before her. As she regarded his familiar yet alien face, she reached out, yearning to touch him. Yet, in an instant, she withdrew her hand, her voice quivering slightly as she asked, Kavi, who are you? Gazing at the young man who bore a striking resemblance to Kavi, she felt an inexplicable emptiness within her. Surely, he must be the son of her master? Has his son grown so much? Kavi was taken aback as he observed Rosanna's despondent expression. It dawned on him that the girl had failed to recognize him. After all, given the passage of so many years, it would be expected for him to appear as an elderly man. A faint smile crept across his lips as a playful notion crossed his mind. He extended his hand to shake hands with Rosanna. Greetings, General Bays. Kavi is my grandfather, and it is he who entrusted me with the task of delivering this sword to you. Upon hearing this, Rosanna, in a daze, extended her hand to clasp Kavi's, murmuring, So, you are his grandson? A deeper sense of loss enveloped her, as though she had relinquished something of utmost importance, a dull ache settling in her heart. Yet, she forced herself to regain composure and questioned, why did he not come in person? Does he truly wish to avoid seeing me? Upon witnessing this, Kavi's expression suddenly transformed into one of sorrow. His grandfather, advanced in age and in poor health, spends his days confined to bed, relying on my 6 grandmothers for care in his daily activities. Is his health deteriorating? Indeed, he is nearing 70 years of age. Rosa's demeanor grew somber. She should have anticipated that her master could no longer possess the vigor of his youth. Wait, what do you mean by 6 grandmothers? Her despondent expression abruptly froze as she registered Kavi's subsequent remark, 6 grandmothers. Does that imply? Kavi shrugged his shoulders, his tone calm, stating that his grandfather had 6 wives, all of whom were fair-skinned and stunningly beautiful. Snap! Rosa's fist clenched, a dark line forming on her forehead. 6 fair-skinned, beautiful wives, how could he possibly be in good health? Initially, she had contemplated sparing her master, considering his advanced age, and refraining from punishing him. Now, however, she felt compelled not only to discipline him, but to do so in front of his 6 wives. and she intended to strip him of his clothes before delivering her retribution. That shameless old man. As her sorrow dissipated, a fiery rage enveloped her heart. He had not sought her out. Married to 6 wives, she could hardly fathom the comfort Kavi must have enjoyed over the years. Reflecting on her own life, she battled pirates daily, managed official duties, and supervised GU-1's training, only to dream of her master at night. He had lured her into the Navy to suffer while he frolicked in leisure. A surge of anger washed over her, intertwined with a profound sense of grievance. Tears began to well in her eyes as she gritted her teeth, tilting her head skyward, unwilling to look down for fear of letting the tears fall. She must not disgrace herself in front of his grandson. Kavi seemingly disregarded Rosa's expression, intensifying his tone as he spoke. General Bays, my visit today is not solely to present you with the 7-star sword. I also have a matter for which I seek your assistance. He gazed earnestly at Rosa, as if he bore a significant request. Rosa lifted her head, choking back her emotions as she replied, "Speak, then." While she might dismiss the favor owed to her master, she felt compelled to honor the request from her master's grandchild. If it were within her capability, she would gladly extend her help, attributing the obligation to her master. Kavi cast a glance at Rosa and nearly stifled a laugh, quickly adjusting his demeanor. He hadn't even exerted himself yet, and Rosa was already on the verge of tears. Truly reminiscent of the girl from years past who would faint at the slightest provocation. It seemed that her temper, which she displayed in front of others, was merely a facade. Her true nature remained unchanged deep within. Ahem, my grandfather has entrusted me with another task, to find a certain individual, a girl not particularly attractive, who has a propensity for loud weeping. According to my grandfather, she is supposedly his disciple, and I am to convey a message to her. She should refrain from seeking out my grandfather, as their destinies have reached an end. Baise, have you encountered this person? Kavi, with a curious expression, inquired of Luo.